On the night of her wedding, Chao Jiu, with a swift motion, extinguished the life of her entire family, all the while the scoundrel emperor, who professed to love her deeply, faced his own fate of castration.
It was then that she realized she had gravely misunderstood her mission. Chao Jiu remarked, "I apologize, I believed I was bound to the extinction system." The voice in her mind retorted, "I am the progeny system, designed to assist the fated child in ensuring the continuation of their lineage. With that strike, my task becomes exceedingly challenging." The damage was done, and it was too late to mend the situation. As the lamentations of the scoundrel emperor echoed through the heavens, the world before her crumbled, compelling the system to transport Chao Jiu to a new realm. Chao Jiu reassured, "Rest assured, I shall diligently fulfill my mission this time." The system replied, "Just refrain from mistaking me for another system." Chao Jiu responded, "I sincerely apologize, I was too hasty prior to commencing the task." Chao Jiu was a tasker from the realm of the main deity, who had long collaborated with various systems to complete missions in alternate worlds, gathering shards of power for the main deity to sustain the normal functioning of the primary realm. The progeny system? This was the first time she had encountered such a concept. The system explained, "Many fated children in these smaller worlds are destined for greatness, yet, for various reasons, they remain without heirs, impeding their legacy. Your mission is to assist them in continuing their lineage, thereby resolving this singular dilemma. Moreover, as the fated child's affection for you increases, you can accumulate points to exchange for items, such as the crucial progeny elixir. Only when their favor reaches 50% can the process of procreation commence." Chao Jiu concluded, "Understood, please relay the narrative of the mission system. In this world, your original self is a princess of a northern small nation, engaged in a marriage alliance. The western Zhou kingdom has perished, and in a moment of sorrow, your father, Mo Lianjing, for the sake of the northern subjects, has chosen to reduce the nation to a vassal state, submitting to the mightiest Qing kingdom. And you, Princess Yuehua, rumored to be the most beautiful woman of the north, are to be sent to the emperor of Qing kingdom, Yuan Yuan, as a gesture of utmost sincerity from your nation, to become his concubine." Yuan Yuan. It seems he is the target of this mission. System, Yuan Yuan, with his 100,000 iron cavalry, has swept through the western Zhou, imposing his rule upon the north and unifying the realm. He is known for his ruthless decisiveness in battle, a notorious bloodthirsty monarch. Once you arrive in this world, you must exercise great caution. Before Chao Jiu could utter a reassuring "don't worry," the scene before her spun wildly, and she found herself transported into a body. However, this body was currently sprawled across a horse's back, bouncing up and down as the steed galloped. Chao Jiu's soft abdomen was painfully pressed against the hard horse's back. What on earth is happening? Chao Jiu was momentarily bewildered by her circumstances. The man riding the horse was tall and robust, one hand gripping Chao Jiu's waistband while the other held the reins, galloping through the bustling market, causing nearby merchants to topple their stalls in fright, exclaiming in alarm. Yet this man boasted loudly, his voice coarse, "Rest assured, Yuehua, brother will take you away from this marriage. I will not allow you to wed that tyrant." Escape? Escape from marriage? Chao Jiu was dumbfounded. The system was in a frenzy, practically leaping within Chao Jiu's mind. "This is Princess Yua's brother, Mo Liangxiao. He has always opposed marriage alliances, and now he is likely to take you away." "Chao Jiu, stop him." Jiu naturally comprehended this truth. Should she successfully escape the marriage, re-entering Yuan Yuan's harem would prove exceedingly difficult. Most critically, the loyalty of the Mo Lian family, which had pledged allegiance, would be called into question by the emperor. It was likely that her very life would hang in the balance, let alone the completion of her mission. As the galloping steed approached the city gate, a spark of inspiration struck Jiu. With great difficulty, she drew the dagger from Mo Lianxiao's waist and plunged it forcefully into the front leg of the horse. The pain caused the horse to rear back and let out a piercing neigh, collapsing onto its knees. Jiu and Mo Lianxiao were unceremoniously thrown to the ground, tumbling several times. In this brief moment of delay, Mo Lianjing, accompanied by his trusted confidants, had already caught up. Yuehua. Seeing his beloved daughter injured, Mo Lianjing hastily dismounted and rushed forward to inspect her wounds. "Where are you hurt?" The concern reflected in Mo Lianjing's eyes was genuine, and Jiu could see that. It was evident that he had reluctantly surrendered his beloved daughter to Yuan Yuan, a choice that pained him deeply. Lying in her father's warm embrace, Jiu contemplated her original self's gentle and delicate nature and softly reassured him, "Yuehua is fine, father, do not worry." As she spoke, she discreetly withdrew her scraped palm into her sleeve. Seeing her so thoughtful and understanding only deepened Mo Lianjing's feelings of guilt and sorrow, a wave of heartache surging within him. Meanwhile, Mo Lianxiaoyu rose from the ground, brushing the dust from his face, and indignantly exclaimed, "Father, if you truly cared for Yuehua, you should not treat her as a mere tribute, sending her to the inner palace to serve as a foolish, subservient concubine." Impudent! Mo Lianjing roared in fury, delivering a resounding slap that sent his dim-witted son sprawling to the ground. In the very heart of the capital city of the Qing Kingdom, a mere 100 miles away lies the Imperial Palace. Yu Wenyuan occupies the throne in the Grand Hall, with his network of spies and informants spread throughout the nation. Mo Lianxiaoyu brazenly insults the concubines of the harem, labeling them as foolish and pitiable women, an act of sheer treason that invites his own demise. Chajiao gazes at her somewhat simple-minded brother and expresses her frustration to the system. "I never anticipated that Mo Lianjing would exhaust himself for the citizens of the Northern Kingdom, while the original princess, Yuehua, has lowered herself to endure humiliation in the palace, yet Mo Lianxiaoyu remains a senseless giant." At this moment, the system soberly interjects. Several spies dispatched by Yu Wenyuan are in the vicinity. Goodness! Chajiao realizes that if she does not intervene promptly, the Mo Lian family might soon find themselves imprisoned or poisoned before they even reach the palace. "Brother, may I offer you a piece of advice?" Chajiao steps forward, helping Mo Lianxiaoyu to his feet, and speaks aloud so that both the surrounding citizens and spies can hear her clearly. "In this vast realm, all land ultimately belongs to the sovereign. Since you find yourself on royal soil, as a subject, you must show loyalty and respect to the ruler, adhering strictly to the protocols of servitude. You cannot behave as if you were in a fiefdom, acting without decorum and devoid of any sense of propriety." Mo Lianzhang's expression softens slightly. Chajiao's words have reframed the insult toward the harem as a mere folly of a vassal who lacks understanding of etiquette. This, in turn, subtly praises Yu Wenyuan's monumental achievement of unifying the kingdom. How clever! Alas, if Mo Lianxiaoyu were capable of comprehending Chajiao's sentiments, he would not be so dim-witted. At this moment, he gazes blankly at his sister, sorrowfully asking, "Yuehua, are you truly willing to enter the palace and marry the tyrant?" Mo Lianzhang's face darkens once more, resembling the bottom of a cauldron. Chajiao takes a deep breath. "A brother who cannot be uplifted. Brother, tread carefully," Chajiao admonished sharply. "His Majesty is the ordained emperor, a wise ruler revered throughout the ages. I hold him in the highest esteem, and serving in the palace is a gracious privilege bestowed upon me, as well as a duty I owe after 17 years of the northern vassal's support." Chajiao's final words resonated powerfully, stirring the hearts of the surrounding citizens, who applauded the noble spirit of Princess Yuehua. Mo Lianjing cast a look of astonishment at his daughter, who seemed transformed. This last statement was both a reflection of reality and a warning. Chajiao hoped her foolish brother would grasp her meaning and refrain from further folly. Fortunately, Mo Lianxiaoyu indeed blushed and lowered his gaze, choosing silence. She sighed in relief. Her life was spared. She hoped that once they entered the palace, Missouri Lianjing would swiftly take him away and prevent further chaos. Among the crowd, a few spies exchanged glances before vanishing from sight, returning to the Imperial Palace. Within the Hall of Nurturing the Mind, the fragrant incense curled gracefully. A figure clad in solemn yellow sat high upon the throne, holding a scroll with one hand. Even with his gaze lowered in silence, an aura of commanding authority enveloped him. It was none other than the Emperor of the Qing Kingdom, Yu Wenyuan. On the ground knelt a plainclothed spy, reporting the situation. "Your Majesty, through surveillance and inquiry, it appears the Mo Lian clan harbors treasonous intentions. Princess Yuehua has publicly fled from marriage, and Mo Lianxiaoyu has openly insulted your Majesty, while Mo Lianjing has failed to dissuade them, allowing his children to show disrespect." Without raising his head, Yu Wenyuan drew a long knife from the waist of a nearby guard and tossed it before the spy. "If you speak the truth, I grant you the privilege of self-immolation," he remarked nonchalantly. "Should you utter falsehoods, you shall face immediate dismemberment."
Chapter 2. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. The undercover agent trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he stubbornly insisted, "Your Majesty, I assure you, my words are not fabricated." His mother and sisters served under the watchful eye of that formidable figure in the Imperial harem, who compelled him to slander Princess Yuehua and the Mo Lian clan. Reluctantly, he felt he had no choice but to comply, even if it meant sacrificing his life to protect his family. Yu Wenyuan's gaze remained fixated on the scroll in his hands as he uttered 3 nonchalant words. "Take him away." The agent's face turned ashen, yet he dared not plead for mercy, merely bowing in gratitude for the Emperor's grace. It seemed he was unwilling to reveal the identity of his master. Just as the agent was about to be escorted out of Yangxin Hall, Yu Yuan suddenly seemed to recollect something and inquired. I recall your family serves in the palace of concubine Hui. Let them be executed as well. Panic washed over the agent, and in a trembling voice, he pleaded for his life. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I will speak, I will. Unfortunately, Yu Yuan had no desire to listen, instructing his attendants to silence him and escort him out. The tranquility of Yangxin Hall was restored, and at that moment, the guards who had drawn their blades earlier stepped forward to report the day's findings from the streets. Indeed, Yu Yuan had dispatched several waves of spies, each assigned to monitor the entry of the Mo Lian clan into the capital for the alliance. He was inherently suspicious, never accepting information at face value, ever vigilant against deception. Admiration? Affection? Upon hearing the guards recount Chajiu's words from the street, the cold-hearted sovereign suddenly let out a faint chuckle. This Princess Yuehua is truly intriguing. The favored consort Hui employs these cunning tactics primarily out of fear that the fabled beauty of the northern kingdom, upon entering the palace, may usurp the emperor's affections. Yu Yuan is childless. Among the concubines in the palace, only consort Hui has previously experienced the joy of pregnancy. Regrettably, she suffered a miscarriage within 3 months, and thereafter, there has been no further sign of heirs in the Imperial harem. The court physician has stated that he suffered from poisoning in his youth, making the prospect of offspring exceedingly difficult. Only if he encounters a woman of exceptional health might there be a chance for descendants. In days gone by, recognizing consort Hui's rare fertility, Yu Yuan conferred upon her the esteemed position she currently holds, indulging her in trivial matters. It is unexpected that she now dares to extend her reach towards those close to him. Truly, her ambitions have grown bold. The guard hesitated, asking, Your Majesty, what shall we do with the princess sent by the northern vassal? The Moonlight Princess, uncertain if she is a spy for the northern vassal, ultimately poses a risk within the harem. Yu Yuan casually resumed his reading, stating, Let her enter the palace. Consider it akin to keeping a pet cat or dog by my side. If she behaves, she may remain. If not, she shall be disposed of. Moreover, it is time to take a new consort and deliver a warning to consort Hui. Meanwhile, at the inn, Mo Lianjing was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Chajiu. Once a towering figure of imposing stature, he now appeared slightly hunched, resembling a sorrowful old father lamenting. Yuehua, I am sorry, my child. Tears streamed down Mo Lianjing's face. But for the sake of halting the war and allowing the vassal subjects to recuperate, he felt compelled to sacrifice his personal desires. Sighing heavily, Chajiu clasped her father's rough, calloused hands, which bore the marks of toil from working the fields alongside the common folk. Though Mo Lianjin may lack the sovereign talent to unify the realm, he possesses an innate kindness towards the common people. Father, you need not feel guilt. Every word I spoke during the day was the unvarnished truth. Tijiu gazed intently at her father, her eyes clear and sincere. I am willing to shoulder the responsibility of peace. Very well, Mo Lianjin replied, extracting an ancient tome from within his robes. This volume, titled The Agricultural Almanac, chronicles various agricultural techniques and the art of crafting farming implements. Study it diligently, and then, little by little, reveal your value to His Majesty. Even in the absence of favor, he shall treat you kindly. Mo Lianjin's concern for his daughter was evident. He was even willing to part with royal secrets. Tijiu paused for a moment, her heart warming as she accepted the book. Mo Lianjin then lowered his voice. I have sent someone to investigate and learned that the favored consort Hui is not one to be trifled with. Exercise caution when you enter the palace. Tijiu was already well informed about the inner workings of the harem through her system. Yu Yuan's lineage was fraught with difficulty, and consort Hui was the only woman who had ever been pregnant, granting her an unassailable position within the court. However, the system had revealed that the child she once bore was not Yu Yuan's. What a grand deception! Father, rest assured. Upon entering the palace, I will fulfill my duties as a consort, serving the sovereign and ensuring the continuation of the royal lineage. As for anything else, I shall not provoke others if they do not provoke me. Upon hearing the mention of the royal lineage, Mo Lianjin opened his mouth, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. The following day, the Shung kingdom hosted a grand banquet to welcome the envoys from the northern faction. The grand hall exudes magnificence, with golden dragons coiling around the pillars and countless luminous pearls illuminating the chamber. Influential dignitaries fill the space, engaged in lively conversation. Yu and Yuan occupies the throne, with the empress dowager seated to his left and the current power-holding concubine Hui to his right. Mo Lianzheng rises and bows, declaring, "Your Majesty, I possess another treasure to present." Yu and Yuan responds with intrigue. "Oh? What treasure could possibly surpass the value of the lands of the northern fief? Whether it is precious or not, I leave it to your Majesty to decide." Mo Lianzheng claps his hands, and a procession of dancers gracefully enters from the hall's entrance, their movements harmonizing with the lively music played by the musicians. As the sound of the horsehead fiddle intensifies, a series of drumbeats resound. Concubine Hui remarks with a hint of curiosity, "How peculiar. There are no drummers among the musicians, yet the drumbeats persist." As the sound draws closer, a dozen palace attendants carry a massive drum into the hall, upon which stands the legendary beauty from the northern fief, Tijiu, adorned in a bamboo green skirt. Enveloped in a veil of gauze and embellished with jade ornaments, her hidden visage captivates, revealing enough of her enchanting figure to leave a lasting impression. Indeed, she hails from the northern fief, whispers Chunlon, a maid beside concubine Hui. The latter's expression shifts momentarily before returning to its former composure. Tijiu dances with joyful exuberance, her bare feet striking the drum in perfect harmony with the musician's accompaniment. "Your Majesty, while our nation does not deem it improper for women to perform publicly, this dancer's bare feet seem to contravene our customs." Concubine Hui leans closer to Yu and Yuan, her words cloaked in a guise of concern yet laced with subtle reprimand. Yu and Yuan's gaze settled upon the delicate, fair feet of Chajiu, adorned with exquisite emerald ornaments that accentuated their charm. A subtle, almost imperceptible stir of longing awakened within the depths of his usually tranquil heart. Noticing Yu and Yuan's indifference, concubine Hui wisely fell silent. As the dance concluded, Mo Lianjing approached with Chajiu. "Your Majesty, this is my beloved daughter, Mo Lianyuehua, who wishes to express her allegiance to the northern faction." Chajiu obediently followed her father in greeting, silently inquiring with the system, "What is Yu and Yuan's current level of affection towards me?" The system callously replied, 5%. "What?" Chajiu nearly gasped aloud. This dance was supposed to be her ultimate skill in traversing ancient realms. Each performance typically left the male protagonists disrobed, enamored, or regretful. Why was the male lead of this narrative unaffected? Did it take an extraordinary treasure for him to budge his affections? Hesitantly, the system responded, "In truth, before your performance, Yu and Yuan's affection was already at 4%, inexplicably raised last evening, likely due to reports from his scouts." Chajiu's heart sank. "This implies that my efforts were in vain." "Not entirely. At least it has increased by 1%, the system countered. Just as Chajiu lowered her head to murmur to the system, Yu and Yuan's voice, cold as tempered steel and imbued with authority, rang out, "Lift your head." Reluctantly, Chajiu removed her veil and raised her gaze. The sovereign before her possessed a tall and imposing stature, his countenance stern and unyielding. His eyes, deep and inscrutable, resembled those of a hawk, piercing through all veils of conspiracy and desire that dared to cross his path. Tijiu found herself momentarily taken aback by his indifferent gaze, only to subsequently break into a radiant smile. This smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze, capable of melting even the most formidable snow-capped mountains. Chapter 3. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch Yu and Yuan had presumed that his cold and formidable demeanor would intimidate the young princess, yet to his astonishment, he was met with a radiant smile. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Suddenly, the system joyfully announced, "Affection level has increased. It is now at 10%. Chajiu genuinely felt that the emperor's heart was a riddle. 10% was akin to encountering an adorable kitten or puppy by the roadside. The system, resigned, remarked that the bloodthirsty monarch was merciless, and everything must unfold gradually. Yu and Yuan spoke. "Indeed, as the prince has stated, she is a treasure of the human realm. As the beloved daughter of the prince, let her be bestowed the title of concubine. With the brilliance of the moon illuminating her, she shall be honored with the title of Zhaopin." The favored consort Hui smiled and suggested, "Your Majesty, I find myself fond of concubine Zhao. Why not allow her to reside in my spring auspice palace? It would provide delightful companionship." The other concubines seated below exchanged glances, fully aware of consort Hui's intentions. The pretense of companionship was merely a facade. Her true aim was to gain control. After all, concubine Zhao, hailing from the northern principalities, possessed a beauty that rivaled the most resplendent stars and moons, and her youthful vivacity would undoubtedly stir desires even among men. How much more so for His Majesty? Consort Hui, who had always enjoyed favor, had previously found her wishes granted, as long as they did not pertain to state affairs. Whatever her desires. Once concubine Zhao arrived at her spring auspice palace, she would surely reduce her to mere clay beneath her heel. However, this time, she miscalculated. The treasure bestowed by the prince shall be housed in the most opulent palace. Let Zhao Pin reside in Yongla Palace. Yu Wenyuan raised his wine cup, gesturing towards Chao Jiao before draining its contents in one swift motion. Consort Hui trembled slightly, casting a bewildered glance at Yu Wenyuan, Your Majesty. The Yongla Palace. Once the abode of the previous emperor's favored concubine and Yu Wenyuan's birth mother, was a vast and opulently decorated space, surpassing even the empress's Koan Ning Palace. Yet, in honor of his late mother, the Yongla Palace had never housed any concubines. To bestow this palace upon Zhao Pin now was indeed a remarkable honor. Emily Nziaching, touched by Yu Wenyuan's consideration, hastily pulled Chao Jiao to express their gratitude for the imperial grace. Chao Jiao was utterly perplexed. Yu Wenyuan's actions seemed to convey his affection and importance placed upon Princess Yuehua, yet Chao Jiao was acutely aware that his fondness barely reached 10%, hardly qualifying as true affection. Who was he performing for? Before she could unravel her thoughts further, a throng of palace maids and matrons entered, surrounding her and whisking her away, not affording her a moment to bid farewell to Emily Nziaching. After a fragrant bath and intricate grooming, 2 hours passed before a sharp-faced matron finally pressed her onto the bed in her chamber. The matron's demeanor was not excessively respectful, yet it left no room for complaint. Your Highness shall remain here. If His Majesty comes tonight, he will find you. With that, she offered a slight bow and departed. Wanqing and Wanhe, both maidservants from the northern fief, had entered the palace alongside her. Wanhe, incensed by the matron's attitude, was on the verge of retorting when Chao Jiao intervened. Presently, away from the northern fief, it was wiser to remain silent. Tijiao had just been thoroughly tormented by that old maid in the bath, leaving her skin burning with discomfort. Wanhe, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Must we allow her to act so arrogantly, bullying you without consequence? Wanhe's boisterous demeanor was not to Tijiao's liking. Come up with a plan to ascertain where His Majesty will be stationed after the banquet concludes, Tijiao instructed Wanqing, who complied without question. However, Wanhe insisted on clarification. Tonight marks your first night in the palace. Shouldn't His Majesty be visiting you as per protocol? In this world, there exists only what the emperor desires or does not desire. There are no obligations. Tijiao replied. Please step out and fetch me a bowl of soft cheese. I am quite famished. Tijiao felt overwhelmed by Wanhe's incessant chatter. Reluctantly, Wanhe exited, while Wanqing set off to gather information, soon uncovering an unexpected turn of events. His Majesty had intended to come to our Yongla Palace, but midway, he encountered a hurried young eunuch from Chuanxi Palace, who urgently requested a physician, having heard that the favored consort was suffering from a sudden headache. Thus, he diverted his path to Chuanxi Palace. Wanqing, being perceptive, expressed her concern. If His Majesty is intercepted tonight, the court will certainly take notice tomorrow, and our situation may become precarious. Yet, Tijiao remained unperturbed, having consumed 2 bowls of soft cheese to satiate her hunger before rinsing her mouth and rising. Prepare me for the day. We shall retrieve him. Does Consort Hui wish to impose her authority upon me? I shall remain steadfastly in my high saddle. As the night deepened, Tijiao adorned herself with minimal jewelry, a simple pearl hairpin sufficing to accentuate her flawless beauty under the moonlight, radiant and enchanting. When Yu Wenyuan beheld her at the Spring-Shi Palace, he was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? He quickly regained his usual aloof demeanor. Tijiao curtsied gracefully, replying sweetly, This humble servant just entered the palace today. Upon hearing that the esteemed concubine is unwell, it is only right and proper for me to come and extend my greetings. Yu Wenyuan nodded. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. From behind the curtain, concubine Hui feigned weakness, saying, Sister Zhao, your concern is touching, but the hour is late. You must be weary from your dance today. It would be best for you to rest early. Tijiao pretended not to discern her intent to dismiss her, responding earnestly, I am not weary at all. Rather, Your Majesty has been occupied with state affairs by day and banquets by night. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to retire to your chambers first. I shall remain here to attend to the esteemed concubine. Concubine Hui was momentarily at a loss for words. Who asked you to stay? She thought, vexed. For it was the emperor she sought to engage. Yuan Yuan, maintaining his composure, found the situation quite amusing. It was the first time anyone in the harem had dared to render concubine Hui speechless, unable to retort. Very well, he mused. Tonight I ought to accompany this young princess. There is no need for me to remain with you. The imperial physician is already here. Concubine Hui could not suppress her exclamation, Your Majesty. Yuan Yuan rose, taking Tijuo's hand in his, its softness and warmth delightful to the touch. Concubine Hui, you are unwell. Tonight, allow the physician to attend to you in your palace, while Zhao and I retire to rest. The favored consort Hui, ensnared in her own web, could only wait until others had distanced themselves before shattering the objects around her into a million pieces. Your Majesty, you have never treated me this way, she exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Her headaches were a lingering affliction from a miscarriage years prior, and each mention of it elicited a tender concern from Yuan Yuan, who was acutely aware that she alone in the harem could bear the imperial heir. This new Zhaopin had barely arrived, and already such issues arose. What would the future hold? The glint in consort Hui's eyes grew colder. As they stepped a few paces out of the Spring Joy Palace, Yuan Yuan suddenly noticed that Chajiao had come barefoot. Her delicate, pale feet contrasted sharply against the dim ground. A restless yearning stirred within Yuan Yuan. Why are you not wearing shoes? Chajiao feigned innocence, gazing at him. I do not know. In the northern plains, the fields are vast, and everyone is accustomed to walking barefoot, seldom donning shoes. Yuan Yuan lowered his gaze to her feet, then swept her into his arms, prompting the attending court ladies to bow their heads and avert their eyes. This place was unlike the northern plains. Every step was laden with hard gravel and sharp edges. Walking without shoes could easily lead to injury. His tone was indifferent, yet it seemed to carry an underlying meaning. Chajiao continued to play the fool, looking left and right. But there are no gravel or sharp edges on the ground. She wrapped her slender arms around Yuan Yuan's shoulders, her peach blossom eyes radiating an innocent clarity. I can only see your majesty. Chapter 4. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch Yuan Yuan halted his steps, a flicker of dark light dancing in his eyes. He then gently shook the beauty in his arms and strode back towards the Yongla Palace. Inside, everything was meticulously prepared. The palace maids, upon seeing Tijiao cradled in Yuan Yuan's embrace, were filled with astonishment. It was certain that this incident would spread throughout the 6 palaces before the night was over. In the inner chamber, Yuan Yuan set Tijiao down and inadvertently brushed against her arm, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. What is it? He inquired, lowering his gaze to pull back her sleeve, only to discover her delicate arm marked with crimson lines, grievously injured. Tijiao offered a faint smile. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It happened during my bath. Yuan Yuan furrowed his brow. How could a bath cause such harm? The matron mixed in some dry gourd threads. She explained, claiming it was necessary for a thorough cleansing before serving your majesty. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener grasped the implication. In an instant, Yuan Yuan understood the underlying scheme. The dry gourd threads were intended for the lowly palace maids, those who seldom bathed and bore layers of grime. Tijiao, having been pampered since childhood, possessed flawless skin. She had no need for such substances in her bathing routine. It seemed that the matron, unaware of the palace's hierarchy, was sent to torment Tijiao. Yuan Yuan refrained from immediate outburst, though his demeanor had grown considerably colder than before. He had witnessed such tactics many times. The favored concubine, Zhao Pin, had intentionally exposed her wounds, undoubtedly seeking to report the matron's misdeeds. Next, she would likely implore him to take action and unveil the mastermind behind this plot. Yuan Yuan harbored a disdain for the scheming nature of the palace consorts, who sought to manipulate him with their clever machinations. Does it hurt? Yuan Yuan, with an air of indifference, casually inquired while polishing the dagger at his waist. Does it hurt? Chajiao responded with a sweet smile. Yuan Yuan, taken aback, paused in his movements. Chajiao chose not to elaborate further, seemingly disinterested in any grievances. He placed the sword on the footrest, and his icy demeanor softened slightly. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. The palace maid, having cleaned the dust from Chajiao's feet, discreetly withdrew. The candlelight in the room dimmed, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Yuan Yuan asked once more, does it truly not hurt? This time, Chajio did not conceal her feelings any longer. Her delicate peach blossom eyes shimmered with a misty, tearful sheen, and with a slight pout of her lips, she admitted, "It hurts." After uttering those words, she nestled into Yuan Yuan's embrace, encircling his sturdy waist. Yet, enduring this pain was necessary to serve his majesty. Even Yuan Yuan found himself momentarily stunned by Chajio's audacity. Renowned for his bloodthirsty ruthlessness, he had seen the concubines of the harem cower like quails before him, heads bowed in fear of making a misstep. Even Hui Guifei, despite her favored status, exhibited signs of trepidation in her words and actions. This little princess, though seemingly delicate, possessed a remarkable boldness. He gently patted her back, playfully teasing, "I have heard that you hold me in esteem." The figure in his arms stiffened. Chajio, flustered, struggled to articulate, her face flushed an ardent red as she declared, "Everyone in this realm should honor and cherish his majesty. What is wrong with that?" Yuan Yuan grasped her delicate, fair foot as she retreated, confirming his earlier imaginings of its exquisite size and soft allure. "I do not inquire of the world, but of you," he stated. His gaze was as chilling and profound as a frigid spring, ensnaring Chajio in its depths, yet igniting a sense of turmoil within her. "Why do you remain silent?" Yuan Yuan pressed on, his warm breath, infused with the fragrance of dragon saliva, caressing her skin like a gentle feather brush. "Answer me." Chajio, caught in a playful torment, found herself bewildered. Whether to respond or remain silent was a dilemma. In her flustered state, she retorted with tears welling in her eyes, "You are too cruel." The sight of a beautiful woman in tears stirred compassion within him. Yuan Yuan chuckled lightly. The following day, despite a night devoid of slumber, Yuan Yuan exhibited no signs of fatigue, but rather appeared invigorated. As the palace attendants assisted him in dressing, he stood by the bedside, observing Chajio, whose tear-streaked face had succumbed to sleep. He spoke. Zhang Lu, the chief eunuch in his service, replied, "Your Majesty, I am here. Send the maids and wet nurses who attended Lady Zhao's bath last night to the inner prison and interrogate them. Let those who harmed her suffer the consequences," he commanded. Zhang Lu understood the implications behind this order and noted the glint of determination in his eyes. Aware that this was a means of avenging Lady Zhao, it seemed the emperor was quite satisfied with her service from the previous night. Once Yuan Yuan departed, the chamber fell into silence, and only then did Chajio slowly open her eyes. The system deactivated its shielding function and sincerely exclaimed, "Cha-cha, you are truly remarkable. Although you remained silent last night, Yuan Yuan took the initiative today to punish that wicked wet nurse on your behalf." Having been on assignments for many years, Chajio was well aware of the nature of men. As long as he could find joy in this bed, what trouble would it be for him to lend a hand with such trifles? System. What is Yuan Yuan's current affection level? 20%. After a night of frivolity, her body felt utterly spent, yet there was finally a semblance of reward. Let me check the exchange items. Chajio had never explored the item shop of the childbirth system before. The system presented a panel before Chajio, displaying all the items clearly. The most commonly used items were the fertility potions, 1,000 points for a singleton, 2,000 for twins, and 3,000 for multiples, which required an additional 1,000 points for a strengthening potion to avoid complications during labor. There were also items such as false pregnancy potions, beauty potions, and premium potions. What exactly is this premium potion? Chajio inquired with suspicion. The system coughed lightly. Ahem, you need not concern yourself with that. No potion can compare to the affection bonus derived from being with a favored child of destiny. In fact, the more time you spend with him, the more he shall become enamored with you. Stop. That is far too excessive, Chajio hastily interrupted. The system replied, very well. 1% of affection grants 100 points. Your total points now stand at 2,000. Use them wisely. Chajio began to ponder. To conceive, one must attain a favorability level of 50%. Thus, the potion for childbirth shall not be exchanged for the time being. The body of Mo Lianyuehua is already a rare beauty, yet no man would refuse a woman of even greater allure. Consequently, Chajio expended 300 points to acquire the celestial beauty elixir. Upon its application, her form would gradually transform each day, her visage akin to that of an ethereal being. She also procured a potion of immense strength, which would bestow her with great power for the duration of a tea session, enabling her to safeguard herself in unforeseen circumstances. As Chajio delighted in her exploration of the items, a voice from outside interrupted her reverie. Your Highness, the time to pay respects to the concubine is approaching. It is time to rise and prepare. Chapter 5. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch Tijou rose, attended by Wan Xing and Wan He, who assisted her in her grooming. Your Highness, fortunately, the palace maid Ji Ro reminded us this morning. Otherwise, we would have missed the time to pay our respects. Wan Xing lamented, feeling guilty for her oversight in such a trivial matter. Tijou reassured her. Do not blame yourself. You have only just entered the palace with me and are still unfamiliar with its customs. Turning to the maid who had just provided her timely reminder, she inquired, Are you named Ji Ro? Ji Ro smoothed out the creases of her gown and replied with a nod, Yes, Your Highness. Observing her composed demeanor, Tijou was inclined to utilize her talents wisely. Then, from now on, you shall serve as my personal maid, just like Wan Xing. Both Wan Xing and Wan He hailed from the northern fief, yet Tijou needed someone more acquainted with the palace to assist her. Ji Ro seemed of good character and could be further evaluated in due course. Having spent many years in the inner palace, Ji Ro had always adhered to the rules, but was often overlooked by her superiors due to her lack of eloquence. To her astonishment, today brought her a fortuitous opportunity. Overwhelmed with joy, she knelt and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall serve you with utmost loyalty and dedication. Once everything was prepared, Tijou made her way to Chunshi Palace. In merely one night, the entire palace was abuzz with the news of the newcomer from Yongle Palace, who audaciously dared to enter Chunshi Palace to claim someone. This morning, during the ritual of paying respects, everyone eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. Upon entering the hall, Tijou noticed a graceful maiden seated on a small chair beside the esteemed Huai Guifei, who bore a resemblance to the noble lady. The two appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation, causing the noble consort to laugh heartily. Only when she saw Tijou enter did her smile fade somewhat. Before Tijou could take her seat, she was met with a sharp remark from noble consort Shu. Your Highness, the Xiaopin, carries herself with such arrogance. Surely, His Majesty did not exempt you from your morning greetings today? Arriving so late, you show no regard for decorum. Tijou once again performed a grand courtesy towards noble consort Hui and spoke with poise. Your Highness Hui and Your Highness Shu, I beg your understanding. I endured a sleepless night, and this morning I found it difficult to resist fatigue, which caused my delay. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The phrase endured a sleepless night elicited a wave of envious glances directed at Tijou. Noble consort Hui, maintaining a facade of cordiality, nearly dug her nails into her palm and remarked, Sister Xiaopin has toiled in serving His Majesty. A slight tardiness in greeting is of no consequence. Noble consort Shu cast a disdainful look and retorted, How shameless. A young maiden by noble consort Hui's side then chimed in mockingly, Sister is kind-hearted. But one must understand that such decorum must be taught. I hear the northern barbarians are a land of humble farmers. Their people know only how to tend horses and cultivate the land. Meeting basic needs is a challenge for them. How could they possibly comprehend the intricacies of etiquette? Tijou scrutinized her, noting the sharp features, arched brows, thin lips, and pointed chin, strikingly similar to those of noble consort Hui. Noble consort Shu, stifling her laughter, added, Miss Minjia speaks truth. Those from the fief are indeed lacking in experience and rather uncouth. On their first day here, they dare to vie for favor in the halls of high-ranking ladies. Who knows how many more breaches of decorum lie ahead? As these few exchanged barbs, Tijou remained kneeling on the ground, unbidden to rise. Zhang Minjia devoted herself to avenging her elder sister, the Imperial concubine Hui, and deliberately persisted in her grievances. Sister, the palace regulations are flawed. When those in power fail to uphold the rules, how can we expect others to comply? If those who disregard the law do not face consequences, will this palace not descend into chaos? The Imperial concubine Hui appeared beleaguered by her and concubine Shu's persistent entreaties. Sighing, you both raise valid points. Zhao Pin, since you were at fault initially, I shall impose upon you the punishment of transcribing the palace regulations 100 times and confining you to your quarters for 3 days. Though men may be lustful, they are often indifferent. Confining Zhao Pin for 3 days would surely render her a fleeting memory once their novelty wore off. The tone of the Imperial concubine Hui was benevolent, yet a faint smile danced at the corners of her eyes. Tijou had encountered such tactics in myriad realms and knew well how to counter them. However, the system informed her, Yuan Yuan has concluded court early today and is en route to this vicinity. After a moment's contemplation, Tijio resolved to adopt a different approach, one more likely to endear her to Yuan. I willingly accept my punishment. Yet I must respectfully disagree with this young lady's assertion that the northern barbarians are a land of peasants. Concubine Shu scoffed. You dare to retort? Tijio replied with measured composure. I am not retorting. However, the notion that peasants are inferior and merchants exalted is a grave misunderstanding. Agriculture is fundamental. It is the sustenance of the populace that lays the groundwork for the development of commerce, nobility, and the principles of propriety. Thus, it is not that peasants are lowly, but rather that they hold a truth of their own worth. Prior to entering the palace, Lianjin had also discussed with Tijio the current plight of the prosperous nation. Despite its vast territory, the agricultural yield of the Shang kingdom was far from satisfactory, a persistent source of vexation for Yuan. He sought to resolve the matter, yet the officials in the court, much like Zhang Mingjia, prioritized commerce while dismissing agriculture, failing to propose any viable solutions. Indeed, as soon as Chao Ju spoke, the footsteps outside came to an abrupt halt, and Yuan paused to listen. Zhang Mingjia, having been nurtured amidst noble families, naturally regarded agriculture with disdain. Farmers are but lowly beings. They toil in filthy fields year-round, caked in mud, illiterate and ignorant of propriety and moral order. The advancement of commerce? If the nation were solely reliant on them, it would surely perish. Chao Ju lifted her gaze to meet hers, her always moist peach blossom eyes now serious and resolute. Without farmers, without grain, society would resort to cannibalism. The nation would crumble. What then would be the value of propriety and commerce? Silence, exclaimed concubine Hui, striking the table with great force. How dare you? Xiaopin, you dare to question state affairs? Someone, take her to the inner prison and administer 200 lashes. 200 lashes would be sufficient to bring Xiaopin to the brink of death several times over. At that moment, Yuan chuckled lightly, stepping forward. I did not expect Xiaopin, so young, to possess such insight. Chao Jiu feigned just noticing him, her face flushing crimson as she greeted, Your Majesty. May you be at peace. Her bashful demeanor reminded Yuan of the lovely beauty who had wept and complained within the tent last night. A stark contrast to her earlier fierce retorts against the scholars. Rise, he said, gently assisting her to her feet, indicating for her to take a seat.
Concubine lui.
In disbelief, exclaimed, Your Majesty, Yuan interrupted her. I have heard every word of your discussion. In the Imperial harem, one must refrain from rashly discussing state affairs, lest the sovereign be unable to discern between falsehoods and truths. Yet, upon reflection, the words of the esteemed Lady Zhao resonate with profound wisdom, deeply aligning with my heart. Or do Consort Hui believe that I lack the discernment to differentiate right from wrong? Consort Hui's complexion paled, and she hastily knelt, exclaiming, I meant no such thing. Zhang Mingjia was equally startled. When had her elder sister ever faced such reprimand? All this turmoil is due to that beguiling minx from the northern faction. Zhang Mingjia cast a venomous glare at Chao Ju, only to be caught by Yuan's gaze. Consort Hui, your younger sister is quite intriguing, Yuan remarked with an enigmatic smile. The Zhang family, nourished by their fiefs, scorns the farmers. From whom did they acquire such notions? The Zhangs refuse to contribute to agricultural labor in the court, and yet their female kin dares to propagate disdain for the peasantry within the harem. It is truly infuriating. Zhang Mingjia felt the heat of embarrassment rising and quickly knelt in supplication. I beg your forgiveness, dear brother-in-law. Yuan's expression remained stern. Zhang Lu immediately grasped the imperial intent and reprimanded, Miss Zhang, His Majesty is the Son of Heaven. You must not overstep the bounds of propriety. Although the Shang dynasty lacks a queen, it is simply unbefitting for the consort sister to address the emperor as brother-in-law. Chapter 6. The Princess in Alliance and the Bloodthirsty King. Your Majesty, I am but a petty person, aware of my transgressions, and I beseech your mercy. Zhang Mingjia trembled as she prostrated herself on the ground. The Zhang family had been instrumental in the annihilation of the Western Zhou kingdom, and thus, they were not to be trifled with. Yuan understood this well, and he could only suppress his murderous intent. Since you disdain agriculture, you shall be punished to toil in the imperial fields for a month. This shall teach you gratitude for the current prosperous era, which is hard-earned, he stated calmly. Though Zhang Mingjia was averse to this decree, she could only swallow her resentment and express her gratitude for the emperor's grace. As for you, concubine Hui, Since you have failed to raise a commendable sister, you shall also be punished to transcribe the Book of Rites 100 times. This boomerang thrown by concubine Hui ultimately returned to her own hands. Do not laugh, for you too shall face punishment. Upon returning to Yongla Palace, Yu Wenyuan observed the incessant giggles of Chajiu and feigned reprimand. However, Chajiu responded, "Whatever punishment your majesty deems fit for me, I shall willingly accept. I am well aware of your majesty's desire to protect me." Her words sounded remarkably juvenile. After washing his hands in a copper basin, Yu Wenyuan remarked, "I protect you merely because you have come from afar to this palace, alone and isolated. Of course, there are certain unknown reasons from last night as well." Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. He disliked indulging in particular sentiments and preferred that others remain unaware of his inclinations. "Does this mean your majesty pities me?" Chajiu inched closer to Yu Wenyuan, raising her innocent face toward him. Yu Wenyuan lifted his wet hand from the water, gently moving her face aside. Tijiu's face was so petite that Yu Wenyuan's large hand could easily encompass it, with room to spare. It was rather adorable, reminiscent of a fluffy white kitten he had cared for in his childhood. Zhang Lu, displaying his understanding, discreetly led the palace attendants outside the hall. Tijiu dabbed at the moisture on her face, wearing an expression that suggested she wanted to glare at him but lacked the courage, both fierce and timid. A sight that amused Yu Wenyuan. "Your Majesty, please wait." Tijiu returned to the inner chamber, mysteriously rummaging beneath her pillow for quite some time. Yu Wenyuan initially thought she was searching for something to frighten him with. However, after much effort, she produced a tome that appeared ancient and weathered. Cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, she reluctantly presented it to Yu Wenyuan, saying, "Your Majesty, this is the most cherished possession of mine, now offered to you. What is this?" Yu Wenyuan inquired as he opened the book, and to his surprise, a rare expression of astonishment crossed his usually impassive face. "This is the agricultural almanac." In truth, Yu Wenyuan had long known that the agricultural almanac had been entrusted to Tijiu by Mo Lianjing. He had dispatched individuals to keep a watchful eye on the Mo Lian clan, primarily for the purpose of acquiring this very text. Though the Shang kingdom sprawled across vast territories, its agricultural sector had persistently languished, with many arable lands remaining underutilized and crop yields disappointingly low. Agriculture and food production had long been significant concerns for Yu Wenyuan. Should the agricultural almanac come into his possession, it could usher in transformative advancements in the kingdom's agricultural practices. Yu Wenyuan had assumed that Tijiu would keep the tome hidden, revealing snippets of its wisdom to him only occasionally, as per Mo Lianjing's guidance. To his astonishment, she directly presented him with the entire volume of agricultural timetable. Even the typically cold-hearted Yu Wenyuan found himself momentarily stunned, rendered speechless, and uncertain of how to respond. However, Chajiu nestled against his knee and explained, "This was a gift from my father before I entered the palace. He worried that I might not receive the emperor's favor and would struggle within these walls. He hoped I could express my thoughts on trivial matters to alleviate your worries, ensuring a peaceful and smooth future." Yu Wenyuan gently ruffled her hair and asked, "Then why do you not obey?" Chajiu had already devised her plan. Following Mo Lianjing's counsel would indeed guarantee her safety for a lifetime. Yet, her ambitions soared higher. She aimed to penetrate Yu Wenyuan's icy heart with her unreserved passion, hoping to create a crack in his cold exterior. She lifted her face to nuzzle against his rough palm, resembling a tiny, murmuring kitten. "My father feared I would not find favor, but now that your majesty is willing to protect and cherish me, I too shall respond with sincerity and gratitude." What a beautiful exchange of sincerity. It had been ages since Yu Wenyuan had encountered such words amidst the deceitful intrigues of the harem, where concubines feared him or sought to please him solely for the sake of their family's honor or personal gain. Had this volume of agricultural timetable fallen into their hands, it would likely have been exploited to its fullest, drained of any potential benefit to him. They would not be so naive as to offer it up with a few casual words, like the foolish Zhao Pin. "Zhao Pin, are you not afraid that I—" Yu Wenyuan chose not to finish his thought. He had never been one to divulge his innermost feelings. Since Zhao Pin is willing to be loyal to him, he will remember this contribution and ensure her safety in the harem for the years to come. However, Chajiu understands the unspoken words of Yu Wenyuan. "Your servant knows what your majesty wishes to convey, yet I am unafraid. The heart of a ruler can change, and the favor of the sovereign is difficult to maintain." Chajiu comprehends this truth. Yet, she never aimed for enduring favor. A woman who places her hopes in a man and love is likely to be disillusioned in life. Nevertheless, she possesses a knack for sweet-talking men. As long as the emperor cherishes her even a little today, she finds joy in that, and she need not concern herself with anything beyond. Leaning affectionately against Yuan, she displays her youthful demeanor. His heart softens slightly. Initially, he intended to keep her as a mere pet. Yet she has unexpectedly brought him delight. However, she hopes the emperor will not blame her father for concealing the matter of the agricultural calendar. Yuan reassures her. Do not worry. Parents love their children and always plan for their future, I understand. With that, he gently pats Chaojiu's back. Rise now and join me for breakfast. As Zhang Lu enters to serve the meal, he keenly observes the noticeably changed atmosphere between the emperor and Zhao Pin, which has grown even more intimate than the previous evening, leading him to form a judgment. It appears that this Zhao Pin from the northern region is indeed a remarkable individual. After provoking such a loss of control in the emperor last night, she has won even greater favor today. He must instruct that henceforth, all affairs concerning Yongla Palace be approached with utmost diligence. In the palace of Chuanqi, a collection of porcelain was shattered. The noble consort Hui was so enraged that her entire body trembled. She wielded her feather duster and struck it fiercely upon the small eunuch, who did not dare to evade and endured the beating stoically. A wretched individual from the northern vassal state, replete with beguiling charms, dared to act so audaciously before this palace? Astonishingly, she even managed to provoke His Majesty, who was typically compliant to her whims, to voice his reproach. The chief maid beside the consort, Chunlon, was always the most capable and possessed a broad perspective. While the consort remained oblivious to the truth, Chunlon was acutely aware. His Majesty's regard for the consort was neither affection nor love, and certainly not pity. It was solely because she was the only one capable of bearing the dragon heir that he tolerated her. Beyond the consort, it seemed that His Majesty had never truly favored anyone within the harem. However, the newly arrived noble Lady Zhao was different. Although His Majesty did not overtly express it, he consistently defended her, indicating that she held a special place in his heart. The consort's reckless actions against noble Lady Zhao were bound to incur His Majesty's wrath. Yet, such thoughts were not for Chunlon to voice. She dared not speak them. Thus, she could only advise, Your Highness, His Majesty is still quite taken with noble Lady Zhao. Perhaps we should bide our time, strategizing carefully for a decisive strike. When His Majesty's interest wanes, he will naturally pay her less heed. It was only then that consort Hui regained her composure, clutching her handkerchief, and declared with conviction, You are right. This time I have been too conspicuous, provoking His Majesty's displeasure. A flicker of a sinister smile passed through her eyes as if a thought had occurred to her. Did not Lady Zhao escape from marriage before entering the palace? This matter should be skillfully utilized. Chapter 7. The princess and the bloodthirsty King Tijio glanced around and inquired, Where is Wan He? She has not been seen for the better part of the day. Wan Xing, hesitant to disclose Wan He's laziness, subtly replied, She indulged in too many cold dishes yesterday and is feeling unwell now. Fearing to disturb Her Highness, she has refrained from attending. Tijio said nothing further and opened her arms, allowing Jiro and Wan Xing to assist her in changing for her afternoon rest. Even without Wan Xing's words, Tijio was aware of Wan He's intentions. Long before her distant marriage to the northern faction, Wan He had set her sights on the position of a concubine to Mo Lian Xiaoyu, and they had privately exchanged affections. However, despite having been thoroughly seduced, Mo Lian Xiaoyu held no regard for her and was unwilling to grant her even the status of a mere maid. In a fit of anger, Wan He chose to follow her mistress into the palace. With no promising marriage in sight and entering the palace reluctantly, how could she be motivated to fulfill her duties? She spent her days idling and playing tricks or exerting her authority over the young palace maids in Yongla Palace, showing no fear of punishment from the benevolent princess. Nevertheless, Tijio had no intention of addressing her behavior. Yongla Palace could afford to sustain a slothful individual, and as long as Wan He did not betray her, Tijio would simply turn a blind eye. As the sweltering days of summer approached, the heat became stifling. The cicadas incessantly chirped in the trees, and Tijio leaned back against the bed, overcome by drowsiness. Wan Xing fanned her gently when suddenly, Jiro burst into the chamber in a state of alarm, exclaiming, Your Highness, assassins have entered the palace. Assassins? How could it be that, on such a fine day, intruders have suddenly appeared within the palace? Suddenly, Piercing screams from the palace servants echoed outside, accompanied by hurried footsteps and the sound of flower pots shattering on the ground. Tiju's heart raced as she softly commanded, "Close the chamber door tightly." Jiro, trembling in fear, complied. Tiju rose, donned her cloak, and hurriedly peered through the narrow gap of the window. The servants responsible for cleaning and watering the courtyard were trembling in terror, huddled in a corner. 3 burly assassins disregarded these frightened souls and made their way directly towards Tiju's chamber. This time, the assassins were after her. Tiju urgently ordered, "Open the window at the back of the chamber and climb out." The only option left was to escape from Yongla Palace and seek help from the patrolling guards in the palace city. Jiro jumped out first, nervously surveying the surroundings to ensure safety before extending her hand to assist Tiju. However, before Tiju could climb up, the chamber door was violently kicked from the outside, the heavy bolt instantly contorted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Wanxing struggled to support the heavy wooden window, urging, "Your Highness, hurry." Tiju swallowed hard, making a swift decision. "Wanxing, you go first." Wanxing was taken aback. "Your Highness? Hurry if you delay any longer. It will be too late," Tiju insisted, taking the wooden window from her hands and gesturing for her to climb out first. With a powerful potion still within her grasp, Tiju could, if necessary, exchange it for sedative powder to delay the assassins. But if Wanxing stayed behind to block them, her fate would be sealed. Wanxing's tears flowed like a spring. "What are you saying? My life is insignificant. Dying is no great loss. Please, escape." Seeing that Wanxing refused to relent and the door was on the verge of being shattered, Chaojiu promptly consumed a powerful potion. An extraordinary surge of vitality instantaneously coursed through her body. With one hand bracing against the wooden window above, she forcefully propelled Wanxing out into the open air. "Your Highness, quickly summon the guards." Chaojiu uttered her final words in haste before shutting the window. Simultaneously, the door to the chamber was finally kicked open, and several assassins stormed inside. Upon discovering that only Chaojiu remained within the chamber, they lowered their guard. The leader, brandishing a blade, menaced, "Zhao Pin, come with us." Chaojiu composed herself, contemplating how to navigate past them and escape Yongla Palace, while feigning conversation to buy time. "Who are you? Where do you intend to take me?" The leader sneered. "Naturally, we aim to escort you back to the northern faction." Chaojiu gradually inched toward the edge of the table. "Are you from the northern faction? Yet it appears I do not recognize you." The leader's impatience grew. "Zhao Pin is a noble. How could she possibly know us lowly figures? Enough of this nonsense. Come with us." With a wave of his hand, 2 of his companions moved to seize Chaojiu. In a swift motion, Chaojiu grasped the incense burner from the table and forcefully scattered its ashes towards the trio. The cloaked figures were momentarily blinded, granting Chaojiu the opportunity she needed to escape the chamber and sprint towards the exterior of Yongla Palace. "This is disastrous. We cannot allow her to escape." The leader exclaimed urgently. "Our master has commanded us to disguise ourselves as northern faction members and extract Zhao Pin from the palace, subsequently creating the illusion of an accidental death. If the guards of the palace were to be alerted, the completion of this mission would become exceedingly difficult." Tiju's heart raced furiously as she summoned every ounce of strength to dash toward the palace gates. She never anticipated that a simple task of childbirth would lead her into an assassination attempt. Should her final mission rating fall short of an SSS level, Tiju would be driven to a fury that could rival even the system itself. The assassins pursued relentlessly, while the palace attendants of Yongla Palace cowered in corners, trembling, with no one daring to intervene. Only a small eunuch bravely lunged at one of the attackers, desperately calling for assistance. The leader, coldly observing him, unsheathed his blade and struck, silencing the eunuch forever. No one else dared to step forward. Tiju's heart sank painfully, urging her to run even faster, only to find her path blocked by yet another assassin. As the assailant reached out to seize her, Tiju bit her lip and delivered a powerful kick. In a remarkable turn of events, the assassin was sent flying several meters, his head crashing heavily against the stones of a rockery, rendering him unconscious. The 2 remaining assassins were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the grand gates of Yongla Palace swung open, revealing the imposing figure of Yu Wenyuan, exuding an aura of authority. A battalion of fierce Imperial guards surged in behind him, swiftly surrounding the area. "Your Majesty," Tiju murmured, gazing at Yu Wenyuan in awe. It was no illusion. It was truly him. In her disheveled state, With sweat and tears streaking her face, she appeared utterly wretched, yet undeniably evoked a sense of pity with her battle-worn visage. Yu Wenyuan strode forward, his warm hands cradling the back of her head, drawing her face into his chest. All was well. Upon hearing whispers of assassins lurking in Yongle Palace, his heart was thrown into disarray. Now, seeing that Chajiu was safe, he felt a slight sense of relief. Wanxing and Jiro squeezed in, and upon witnessing their master unscathed, a heavy weight lifted from their hearts, prompting them to stifle their sobs. They were utterly terrified. Fearing for Chajiu's safety, the Imperial Guard had brought before Yu Wenyuan two of the still-conscious assassins, while the one lying by the rockery had already breathed his last. Zhang Lu ordered 2 chairs to be brought forth for the masters to comfortably interrogate the captives. Yu Wenyuan regarded the two before him with the cold detachment one might reserve for lifeless objects. Who are you?
Who sent you?
What is your intent? Speak the truth, and I may grant you the mercy of a complete corpse. The leader of the assassins had his face-covering black cloth ripped away, and Chajiu indeed found his visage unfamiliar. She glanced at Wanxing, who subtly shook her head, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he was not affiliated with her father's faction, she felt reassured. Otherwise, there would be no absolution, even in the depths of the Yellow River. The leader spat defiantly towards Yu Wenyuan. Bah, you dog of an emperor, tyrant. You annihilate the western prefecture, seize the northern faction, and yet have the audacity to shamelessly propose that our esteemed Princess Yuehua become your concubine. You deserve to be eradicated. Chajiu retorted coldly. You're not even from the northern faction. Chapter 8. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. The leader feigned anguish, exclaiming, Princess, we would sacrifice our lives to rescue you. Why do you deny it? The people of the northern province harbor an unyielding hatred for the treacherous Yuan, and even if it costs us our lives, we shall not conceal a single shred of our animosity. Chajiu held a cup of steaming tea, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She had finally discerned the malice of the schemers behind this plot. These individuals were assassins, with no intention of preserving their own lives. Firstly, if she were to escape the palace with them, once beyond its gates, she would be silently dealt with. Secondly, if she were to perish before even leaving the palace, the accusation of her attempted escape would be firmly established. A corpse cannot voice its grievances. Thirdly, even in failure, they could easily fabricate lies against her. Verifying existing facts is straightforward. However, disproving the non-existence of an event is an insurmountable challenge. Chajiu possessed no evidence to prove her unfamiliarity with these individuals. Her only recourse was the trust of the emperor. Yet, would Yu Wenyuan believe her? Involuntarily, Chajiu turned her gaze towards the man beside her. Yu Wenyuan seemed to sense her despair, enveloping her trembling, icy hand with his warm palm. Do not worry, I promise you. I shall protect you, he vowed. With the sincerity represented by the book agricultural calendar behind him, Yu Wenyuan would not allow Chajiu to endure any injustice or humiliation within the palace. Tears brimmed in Chajiu's eyes. At that moment, upon receiving the news, the esteemed concubine Hui hurried over, accompanied by the Empress Dowager. Consort Hui supported the Empress Dowager, bowing in reverence. Your Majesty, may you be blessed. A flicker of dark light passed through Yu Wenyuan's gaze. What brings the Empress Dowager here? Zhang Lu hastily ordered servants to bring another chair, laying down cushions. Once the Empress Dowager was carefully assisted into her seat, she let out a cold huff. If no one comes forth, the inner palace will be thrown into chaos by that enchanting concubine. Consort Hui sighed softly, speaking gently. I attended to the Empress Dowager's medication and midday rest, but I heard that an assassin had breached Yongle Palace, and it turned out to be from the northern faction. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards captured the intruder, and concerned for your Majesty's safety, the Empress Dowager hurried over. Yu Wenyuan regarded her with profound significance. Even I have just learned that the assassin is from the northern faction. How is it that Consort Hui and the Empress Dowager were informed? Consort Hui paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. In my anxiousness, I misspoke. At Shoan Palace, I only knew there was an assassin. However, as I assisted the Empress Dowager inside, I happened to overhear the assassin's confession. Unable to endure further, the Empress Dowager interjected on Consort Hui's behalf. Why must the Emperor speak harshly to the consort? This matter clearly reveals that concubine Zhao harbors malicious intentions and has acted improperly, daring to betray the Emperor and escape back to the northern faction. Such an enchantress must not be tolerated. Yu Wenyuan replied nonchalantly. What does the Empress Dowager propose should be done? Naturally, concubine Zhao should be sentenced to death to preserve the dignity of the royal family. Tijio rose to bow, wishing to interject. Your Majesty discerns wisely. I harbor no intention of escape, nor do I know. But the Empress Dowager's maid, Granny Cui, rebuked silence. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are speaking. How dare concubine Zhao interject? The favored consort, Hui Guifei, lifted her teacup, using the act of sipping tea to mask the faint smile at the corners of her lips. In days gone by, the late emperor had been infatuated with his beloved concubine, disregarding the Empress Dowager entirely, who harbored a profound disdain for this enchanting beauty capable of bewitching the ruler. Moreover, today she had summoned the Empress Dowager with the intent of ensuring that Tijio would either suffer greatly or meet her doom. The formidable presence of Granny Cui was palpable. Yu Wenyuan emitted a soft chuckle from his throat, yet his countenance bore no trace of amusement. Except for Tijio, all present turned pale. The last time His Majesty exhibited such a countenance was during the slaughter of the rebel king's forces. With a mere glance from Yu Wenyuan, the captain of the Imperial Guards drew his sword in an instant, and with a flash of cold light, Granny Cui's head was severed from her body. The warm blood splattered across the ground, yet no one dared to utter a sound. Tijio was left in a daze. To have a head lopped off for a mere disagreement, the rumors of Yu Wenyuan as a bloodthirsty sovereign were now starkly realized. The loss of Granny Cui was of little concern. The Empress Dowager was far more preoccupied with her own dignity, having been publicly humiliated. Her wrinkled visage shifted between hues of green and black, a most unsightly display. A single life had secured a fleeting tranquility for the Yongla Palace. Yu Wenyuan again turned his gaze to the two assassins pinned to the ground. My patience is limited. Who are you, truly? The leader of the assassins remained defiant. We are the valiant men of the northern faction, true to our names and titles. Yu Wenyuan reclined slightly, a casual air cloaked in a hint of derision. If you were indeed a noble and unyielding soul from the north, you would not so readily identify yourselves as belonging to the northern faction. The faces of the two assassins paled dramatically. Tijio secretly remarked to the system. Yu Wenyuan is rather astute. The system nearly rolled its eyes in response. He is the favored child of fortune in this small world, naturally endowed with exceptional attributes. Indeed, Tijio concurred. Not only does he possess both internal and external refinement, but his methods and temperament are extraordinary. Certain abilities are quite. The system blushed. Ahem. Do refrain from indulging in such colorful thoughts. Our minds are interconnected. Do not lead me astray. You are so pure. Tijio teased. Upon our return to the realm of the main deity, let us name our prize-winning duo the Pure System's closest host. While Tijio's thoughts raced, Yu Wenyuan had already entered a mode of slaughter. His patience had been utterly exhausted. With a wave of his hand, the royal guards surrounding the assassin commenced their chilling torment. Underskin needles, bone nails, and relentless shattering of bones ensued. Though the assassin appeared unscathed on the outside, within, the bones and flesh had been reduced to a state of utter ruin. They soon became a ghastly amalgamation of blue and red, yet their blood remained perfectly encased beneath unbroken skin, not a single drop escaping. Maintaining her innocent facade, Tijio trembled and nestled closer to Yu Wenyuan. He reassured her, do not worry. No blood has stained the Yongla Palace. Tijio was at a loss, realizing that in Yu Wenyuan's mind, the cleanliness of the palace was of utmost importance. Truly, he is as expected. Noticing the Empress Dowager's silence, concubine Hui could no longer contain herself. Your Majesty, they are all witnesses. Executing them in this manner will likely not silence the whispers of the populace. Are you suggesting that I should continue the interrogation? The Emperor inquired. The plight of consort Hui is indeed challenging. Were it not for this, it would be arduous to restore consort Zhao's reputation. Yu Wenyuan no longer wished to partake in the charade with her. From the moment consort Hui and the Empress Dowager made their appearance, he had already discerned the true puppet master behind the scenes. Let this matter rest. I am well aware of consort Zhao's character. If she truly intended to flee, why would she present the agricultural calendar? Although she appears somewhat naive, she is certainly not foolish, Yu Wenyuan mused. Yet, consort Hui, unwilling to concede, yearned to speak further, but was silenced by a warning glance from Yu Wenyuan. Beneath her flowing sleeves, her fists were clenched so tightly that they nearly drew blood from her palms. What cunning device does this beguiling wretch possess, that, even without evidence, His Majesty places such unwavering trust in her. Chapter 9. The Princess of Alliance and the Bloodthirsty King to soothe the wounded Imperial concubine Zhao. Yuan Yuan chose to spend the night in Yongla Palace. Consort Hui had suffered a double loss. A true testament to her fury, leading to a sudden attack of her ailment. The fates of the three assassins remained a mystery to Chajiu. Nonetheless, they bore no relevance to her or the northern faction. Fortunately, the daring young eunuch who risked his life to protect the emperor was still alive. Chajiu dispatched a physician to tend to his wounds meticulously, promising to reward and promote him once he had fully recovered. That night, Chajiu lay quietly, submissively nestled against Yuan Yuan's chest as he perused statecraft strategies while she engrossed herself in folk tales. The atmosphere was decidedly discordant. Wan Xing quietly entered to replace the flickering candles and discreetly exited, unwilling to disrupt the couple. Once the door was closed, Jiro whispered, "People from Chuanxi Palace have arrived, claiming that Consort Hui's ailment has recurred and requests your Majesty's presence. The Emperor is not a physician. How could he treat her condition?" Wan Xing scoffed. Noting the rapidity of Consort Hui's arrival, she mused that it was highly probable she was implicated in the assassination incident. Now she seeks to reclaim her influence? Yongla Palace will not permit such an intrusion. Jiro hesitated, but there are no buts. You stay here, and I shall attend to her. In the inner chamber, Chajiu was engrossed in her reading, laughing heartily, causing Yuan Yuan's chest to tremble with each chuckle. With a hint of exasperation, he gently pushed her head away. Go read over there. Chajiu feigned a tighter grip, declaring, I must read here. Were you not frightened earlier? Now you appear as if nothing has happened. Yuan Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her, causing Chaojiu's laughter to abruptly cease. Oh no. She had forgotten to maintain her faade. The tales can be quite detrimental. After a moment of emotional preparation, she sat up, her eyes veiled in a misty haze, appearing woefully pitiful. Your Majesty, I was truly terrified today. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. She took his hand and pressed it against her racing heart. Yuan Yuan regarded her with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement. Zhao Pin, are you not ashamed? Chao Zhou giggled cheerfully, nestling closer into his embrace. Today, I killed a man, are you afraid? Yuan Yuan queried unexpectedly. Chao Zhou was taken aback, for in her understanding, Yuan Yuan had never been one to concern himself with others' perceptions. His inquiry now suggested that she held a unique place in his thoughts. System. What is Yuan Yuan's current favorability towards me? Upon inquiry, the system replied, 35%. The revelation startled her. 35%, while not particularly high for a typical protagonist in a small world, was merely a foundational level of affection. Yet for an emotionally guarded character like Yuan Yuan, it was indeed a substantial figure. Perhaps the entire harem combined did not possess as much favorability as she alone did. Nevertheless, this was reassuring. At least, in the face of adversity, Yuan Yuan would likely not treat her with the same indifference he displayed towards Granny Cui. With her favorability reward in hand, Chaojiu put forth even greater effort in feigning innocence and charm. I am not afraid of your Majesty at all. Tiju. With her fragrant and smooth jade arms entwined around Yuan Yuan's neck, sweetly proclaimed, I understand. No matter what your Majesty does, it is certainly to protect me. Hence I fear not. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with admiration, affection, and dependence, evoking a twinge of guilt within Yuan Yuan. Zhaopin wholeheartedly believed in him. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of an assassin today, while he, fully aware of the puppeteer behind the scenes, could not provide her with a clear explanation. The balance between loyalty and self-interest is often a delicate dance. Yet, in certain aspects, he sought to compensate her abundantly. On that morning, Tijio, rubbing her drowsy eyes, rose to assist Yuan Yuan with his attire. As he gazed upon the beauty with her unadorned, flowing black hair, an unusual sensation stirred within him. Despite their constant companionship, he found her increasingly captivating. Her already unparalleled beauty now bore an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a camellia blossom atop a lofty peak, pure and untouchable, yet all the more desirable to possess. Intriguingly, the more he sought to claim this alluring figure, the more intoxicatingly taut and enticing she became. There you. With a peculiar expression, lifted her gaze to him, and asked, Your Majesty, what curious thoughts occupy your mind? Yuan Yuan, calm and composed, turned to let her adjust the clothing and belt at his back. Zhang Lu, at your service. Draft an edict for me. Xiaopin possesses a heart as refined as an orchid and exhibits gentle obedience. Therefore, she shall be promoted to manhwa. Tijiu was momentarily taken aback, then promptly knelt in gratitude. As Zhonglu followed his master out, he could not resist glancing back at Tijiu with a furtive gaze. In the realm of the living, it is indeed a rarity for one to ascend the ranks as swiftly as Xiaopin has. Once Yu and Yuan had departed, Wanqing and Jiro joyfully knelt to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, Zheeronghua. Best wishes, Zheeronghua. Although the affair with the assassins concluded in a rather muddled fashion, their master had fortuitously turned misfortune into opportunity, attaining a higher position amidst the chaos. In truth, Chajiu had foreseen the outcome of this elevation. The sense of guilt harbored by men can sometimes prove to be remarkably potent. By the way, prior to the arrival of the assassins yesterday, did you notice any unusual activity within the palace? For reasons unknown, Chajiu harbored a persistent feeling that the arrival of those assassins was rather suspicious. They made a beeline for the sleeping quarters, clearly well acquainted with the layout of Yongla Palace. Meanwhile, as she fled, the palace gates were securely locked from within. Who could possibly lock the palace gates other than the attendants of Yongla Palace? Wanqing, ever by Chajiu's side, could not provide an answer to this conundrum. However, Jiro discerned something amiss. Before the assassins scaled the walls, it seemed she had spotted one while loitering near the palace gates. Chajiu's expression turned frosty. Was it she who secured the gates? Jiro hesitated. I did not witness her locking the gates with my own eyes, so I dare not make assumptions. Wanqing, perplexed, inquired, why would Wanhua lock the gates? Could it be an attempt to thwart the intruders? The assassins possessed formidable skills, capable of scaling walls. Chajiu replied coolly, her locking the gates serves to hinder the escape of those within the palace, thereby granting the assassins more time. Wanqing incredulously covered her mouth. Wanhe. There is no evidence and currently, it is not feasible for Chajiu to apprehend Wanhe for questioning. However, if she truly becomes an accomplice to others, there will inevitably be another opportunity for her to act. The Empress Dowager's health is frail. She only permits the concubines from each palace to pay their respects in Shoan Palace on the morning of the 15th of each month. On this day of homage, Jiro meticulously selected from the new garments sent by the Internal Affairs Office, striving to choose something that would catch Chajiu's eye in front of the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, how about this one? Jiro presented a dress in a tranquil lake green. I have inquired, and this mature and elegant hue is favored by the Empress Dowager. Chajiu chuckled at her. Why choose something the Empress Dowager likes? You should select what pleases me. Jiro sighed. After the assassination attempt last time, the Empress Dowager has developed certain opinions about our Yongla Palace. Why not win her favor in such trivial matters? Chajiu smiled and tossed her a vibrant garment in the hue of a sea sky sunset, offering no further explanation. Winning the favor of the Empress Dowager? That is not something achievable merely by donning a pleasing outfit. The Empress Dowager is not the biological mother of Yu and Yuan. She shares the Zhang clan with concubine Hui and is even her maternal aunt. Naturally, she desires that Yu and Yuan's favor and offspring fall upon the Zhang family, covertly assisting concubine Hui in eliminating rivals. With Chajiu currently basking in the emperor's favor, she undoubtedly stands as a thorn in their side. Attempting to curry favor with her is utterly futile. It is far more advantageous to please oneself. Upon donning the resplendent garment of azure and sunset hues, Taejiu's visage resembled that of a blooming peach blossom, radiating a delicate charm. As she strolled under the sunlight, each step seemed to emanate brilliance. The noble consort Hui, observing her enchanting appearance from a distance, felt a pang of discomfort. Spring Orchid, sensing her mistress's unease, gently remarked, Your Highness need not be troubled. Today, Her Majesty the Empress has made arrangements, and the favored Zharong shall not bask in her glory for long. Chapter 10. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. On the day designated for paying respects to the Empress Dowager, Yu and Yuan naturally made his appearance. How has your Majesty been faring lately? He inquired in a tone that was unassuming. Although he was not particularly close to this nominal maternal figure, he nonetheless adopted the appropriate demeanor. The Empress Dowager, propped up by a square pillow, bore a face etched with wrinkles, devoid of any visible emotion. I have grown old, no matter how one looks at it. That is the truth. The emperor is in the prime of his youth and must take care of his health, avoiding the indulgence in fleeting pleasures that could jeopardize his well-being. The implication in her words was unmistakable. In an instant, All gazes, whether intentional or otherwise, gravitated towards Chajiao. Over the past 2 months, Yuan Yuan had spent the majority of his nights in Yongla Palace, making it difficult for even the once-favored concubine Hui to catch a glimpse of him. The other concubines were nearly on the verge of forgetting what their sovereign looked like. Following the recent assassination attempt, the Empress Dowager had already held a disdain for Chajiao, which had now intensified. Chajiao remained composed, her eyes lowered, sitting upright and adhering to decorum, feigning ignorance of the Empress Dowager's pointed remarks. Yuan Yuan, disinterested in sparring with the Empress Dowager, absent-mindedly stirred the floating leaves in his tea, offering a perfunctory response. Your Majesty speaks wisely. As for his private actions, that was an entirely different matter. The Empress Dowager, turning the Buddhist beads in her hand, spoke with a slow and grave tone. In due time, it will be the occasion for the royal family's ancestral rites. I wish to take several concubines to Taihua Palace to seek blessings, particularly for the matter of the heirs. Chajiao's eyelids fluttered, sensing that this matter bore relevance to her. As for seeking blessings for the heirs, Yuan Yuan had no objections. Then let us proceed as the Empress Dowager wishes. The Empress Dowager slightly lifted her drooping eyelids, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. Thus, it was the favored consort Hui and the noble Zhaorong. Tijiao widened her eyes in disbelief, instinctively glancing towards Yuan Yuan. She had no desire to accompany them to the Taihua Palace for blessings. The journey was long and arduous. Those two cunning vixens would surely strip her of her very essence, and Yuan Yuan would be unable to arrive in time to rescue her. Yuan Yuan, of course, perceived the pitiful plea in Tijiao's gaze. However, the matter of seeking blessings was steeped in ancestral tradition, making it difficult for him to refuse. Just as he contemplated finding an excuse, the Empress Dowager, having discerned his intentions, preemptively presented her reasoning. Consort Hui had encountered her joyous fortune only after seeking blessings at the Taihua Palace. Now, with Zhaorong enjoying such imperial favor, after paying homage to their ancestors, she was bound to receive good news in due course. Indeed, when it came to heirs, Yuan Yuan hesitated. Tijiao clenched her teeth in frustration. Men were utterly unreliable. With the conversation having reached this juncture, both emotionally and logically, Yuan Yuan acquiesced. He was, after all, focused on the prospect of an heir. More than anyone else in the palace, he yearned for their first child to be born of Tijiao. Nevertheless, he was not indifferent to her safety. Yuan Yuan had a cadre of elite shadow guards, fiercely loyal to him alone. When the time came for Tijiao to visit the Taihua Palace, with his formidable entourage for protection, she would undoubtedly remain safe. Once the Empress Dowager had arranged the individuals for the blessing ceremony, she beckoned to a nearby matron. The matron turned and, stepping behind the screen, emerged with a bashful beauty. With a face as exquisite as a lotus and charm that captivated, her sparkling peach blossom eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Tijiao's. The assembly fell into a stunned silence. The Empress Dowager had indeed sought another Zhaorong. The continuation of the imperial lineage was not merely a familial concern, but a matter of state. The emperor's exclusive favoritism towards one consort was hardly beneficial for the expansion of the royal bloodline. This young lady had been meticulously selected by the Empress Dowager from her own clan, sharing the same lineage as concubine Hui, and it was reasonable to assume she possessed a robust constitution. The emperor resolved to admit her into the palace, pondering whether she might contribute to the matter of heirs. With beauty akin to that of Chajiao and the same fertile disposition as concubine Hui, she was indeed a potent combination, an amalgamation of attributes that no man could easily resist. At this moment, Chajiao finally comprehended the Empress Dowager's astute stratagem. By employing a prayer ceremony, she had distanced her from Yuan Yuan, only to substitute her with a near-identical replacement, offering a semblance of solace for her longing. When the prayer concluded in a fortnight, Chajiao would likely find her place usurped by the newcomer. A clever scheme indeed. Concealing the smile that threatened to surface at the corners of her mouth, concubine Hui masked her amusement with the pretense of sipping tea. Her aunt was truly a master of strategy. Yuan Yuan, however, did not cast a glance at the beauty. Instead, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chajiao, who was sulking in her seat, glaring at him with a look of deep resentment. She was quite endearing. As for the beauty the Empress Dowager had mentioned, he had not caught her name clearly, though it seemed she hailed from the Zhang clan once again. Such was the routine. The Empress Dowager consistently filled the inner palace with members of the Zhang family. What could he do about it? It was simply the way of the Empress Dowager. Indifferent to these machinations, Yuan could hardly be bothered. The Empress Dowager's expression softened, then let her be granted the rank of a 7th-grade beauty. A position neither too high nor too low, facilitating future maneuvering. Yuan naturally harbored no objections. His mind was solely occupied with how to appease the irate little cat. Tijio, simmering with frustration, returned to the Yongla Palace. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and the more anger she felt. The more her hands itched to wreak havoc upon the exquisite treasures adorning the palace. Gritting her teeth, she commanded, "Wansheng, bring me something to smash." Wansheng, ever obedient, lifted a white jade ram, poised to hurl it to the ground. However, Tijio interjected, "Not this one." It was a unique gift bestowed upon His Majesty during his ascension from the southwestern court. Choose something else. Wansheng then raised a nearby Xianglu, only to be met with another refusal. "That one is also off limits. It was a special gift from His Majesty, concerned for my restless nights." "Find another." Wansheng, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Your Highness, is there a single item in this palace that wasn't granted by His Majesty? Since you entered the palace, the finest treasures have flowed into Yongla Palace, like a river. Even a portion of His Majesty's private treasury now resides here. If my beloved consort wishes to vent her frustrations by smashing something, what could be the difficulty?" As Yuan stepped into the inner chamber, his expression was serene, yet his tone bore a hint of amusement. The palace attendants bowed in greeting. Tijio, still seething, shot him a glare and half-heartedly performed a haphazard curtsy. Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. This little cat truly grows more temperamental with every bit of indulgence. Where has the docility of her early days in the palace disappeared to? Zhonglu, at your service. All the tribute items newly arrived in the storeroom this year have been sent to Yongla Palace. Yuan gestured for Tijio to sit beside him, soothingly assuring her, "Today, whatever you wish to smash, I shall provide in abundance." Tijio understood that a little bit of playful petulance between a man and a woman can add spice to their relationship, but too much of it would only lead to annoyance. Thus, she shifted her expression, looking at Yuan with a pitiful gaze. "I do not wish to cause a ruckus, I simply do not want to accompany the Empress Dowager to Taihua Palace." Yuan grasped the latter part of her statement. However, Tijio shook her head. "Though I am reluctant to go, I am not angry because of it." Yuan was taken aback by her words. "I merely feel that you do not hold a place in your Majesty's heart." Tears welled up in Tijio's eyes, unrestrained and unambiguous. Yuan sighed and reached out to wipe away the traces of her tears from her delicate visage. "If I did not care for you, I would not have allowed you to go to Taihua Palace." Chapter 11. The Princess of Alliance and the Bloodthirsty Monarch. As Yuan's demeanor grew increasingly somber, he appeared to be ensnared by the shadows of a painful past. "Yuehua, the throne is a hard-won prize. In the fierce contest for the crown prince, I faced peril at every turn. I lost my mother for this, growing up under the oppressive shadow of the Empress Dowager, enduring countless schemes against me during those years. My body has been ravaged by poison." His rough palm caressed Chajio's face, and within the depths of his inscrutable eyes lingered a fragile sorrow. "Yuehua, I earnestly desire a child to continue the legacy of my proud dynasty." This rare moment of heartfelt vulnerability left Chajio momentarily dazed. In that instant, she profoundly perceived that beneath the supreme power of an emperor lay an aspect of frailty and helplessness. Perhaps this was the true significance of the childbearing system that had brought her to Yuan's side. Chajio gently grasped Yuan's large hand, affectionately rubbing against his warm palm. "I feel ashamed, Your Majesty." A hint of shyness colored her cheeks as she confessed, "I am somewhat afraid of the Empress Dowager and Consort Hui." Yuan, fully aware of her concerns, reassured her, "Do not fear. I shall assign shadow guards to accompany you, ensuring your safety. The Empress Dowager and Consort Hui are not qualified to harm you." Chajio hesitated before managing to voice her lingering worry. "There is another matter. I fear that upon returning from Taihua Palace, Your Majesty might forsake me." Stealing a glance at him, her eyes were filled with trepidation. Yuan paused, taken aback, but then his heart softened. "I will never cast you aside." Tijio, somewhat petulant, remarked, "Who knows if His Majesty, having tasted that beauty, might turn around and forget me? I do not wish to go to Taihua Palace. I simply desire to remain by His Majesty's side." Yuan chuckled softly, Do you not possess a modicum of decorum in your speech? With a huff, Tijio retorted, I care not for decorum. I want His Majesty to be mine alone. The two maidservants, Wanxing and Jiro, nearly knelt in astonishment. How bold was their mistress to utter such words? Zhang Lu observed the trembling maids and discreetly shook his head. They were indeed young and inexperienced. Such a trivial scene left them quaking in fear. His Majesty currently favored the consort Hua to an extraordinary degree, wishing for the crown prince to be born from her womb by tomorrow, and would he truly concern himself with such trifling matters? As expected, there was no change in Yu Wenyuan's expression. He merely looked down at Tijio's flat abdomen and solemnly declared, If you can bear the dragon heir, then you shall possess me entirely. This time, it was Tijio who was taken aback. She did not perceive Yu Wenyuan as one who indulged in jest. To possess entirely such a weighty promise, once uttered, he would surely fulfill. Quite unexpectedly, Tijio blurted out, Then what if I desire all of your Majesty's love? Yu Wenyuan gazed deeply at her, responding, To obtain what you desire, you must exert all your strength to seize it. On the day of her departure from the palace, Tijio leaned against the window of the carriage, lingeringly gazing back towards the palace gates. Wanxing, unable to bear it, remarked, At this moment His Majesty is in morning court and is unlikely to come to bid farewell. Moreover, what emperor would send off his consorts with such fervor? The sovereign's affection for His Majesty seems rather excessive. Wanxing, you fail to comprehend. Superficial gestures must still be made. Chajiu, with a sorrowful demeanor, lowered the car window. Yet her expression swiftly returned to normal as she delightedly indulged in the delicacies prepared by Jiro in her food box. Walnut milk cake, osmanthus-flavored water chestnut cake, steamed fish paste flour cake. The offerings from the small kitchen are undeniably more exquisite and delectable than those from the Imperial kitchen. The system coolly remarked, Your change of mood is remarkably swift. Just a moment ago, it seemed you could not bear to be apart from Yu Wenyuan, and now you are happily enjoying your food without a hint of hesitation. Chajiu leisurely savored her treats. Yu Wenyuan, even if he does not come personally, will certainly send someone in his stead. If I do not portray an air of reluctance, how would that align with my character? The system sighed. You are adept at switching roles between the love-struck princess and the clear-minded host, effortlessly. Chajiu brushed the crumbs from her hands and inquired, What is Yu Wenyuan's current favorability rating? 45%, came the reply. Chajiu frowned. This rating has not changed in quite some time. Although Yu Wenyuan harbored affection for her, it remained confined to an infatuation with her appearance, her physique, and a fervent passion distinct from others. However, these superficial attributes made it challenging for him to forge a deeper emotional connection with her. Thus, there were no signs of progress in their favorability. It appears that a potent remedy is needed, one capable of breaching Yu Wenyuan's defenses. The Taihua Palace is not too distant from the Imperial Palace. The carriage procession ambled leisurely for the better part of a day before arriving at this picturesque locale, nestled among mountains and waters. The abbot of Taihua Palace, accompanied by a group of nuns, emerged to offer their greetings. Long live the Empress Dowager, and may the esteemed concubine Hui and the noble lady Zhaorong be blessed. A sea of figures knelt in reverence. Tijio, supported as she descended from the carriage, felt an intense gaze from one of the nuns among the throng. However, when she turned to look, the nun quickly lowered her head, obscuring her face from view. Tijio found this peculiar. The nun possessed a tall stature, more reminiscent of a man than a woman. Upon entering the sacred grounds, the Empress Dowager's tone softened considerably. Master Yuancheng, there is no need for formalities. I have merely come to offer my prayers as is customary. Yuancheng nodded with a smile, stating, The chambers for the three esteemed ladies have been prepared. However, the main quarters are currently under renovation, so we must regrettably accommodate Lady Zhaorong in the more distant west wing. At the mention of Tijio, the Empress Dowager's expression remained composed. This is of no concern. For one who prays, sincerity of heart is what matters, regardless of where one resides. Although the west wing was somewhat remote, it was still a designated space for royal dignitaries, boasting decent living conditions. The distance from the main quarters, however, posed a risk. Most of the guards were stationed at the Empress Dowager's residence, leaving Tijio with little recourse should an emergency arise. Wanxing brought forth warm water, infused with petals and spices, to assist Tijio in washing her hands. As she leisurely washed, Tijio murmured, The Empress Dowager and the concubine may be plotting against us. Wanxing was taken aback. Does the Empress feel that this west chamber is peculiar? The west chamber is not strange. It is the change of rooms that is odd. Knowing that the master of the palace would come to pray at this time, why was the renovation not done earlier or later, but precisely now? Chajiu accepted the cloth and dried her hands. It matters not, as long as we remain vigilant. On the way here, she had already devised a plan to utilize this prayer session to enhance Yuan Yuan's favor towards her. She exchanged for a false pregnancy potion. Men, by their very nature, often fail to cherish what they possess. It is only through the anguish of gaining and then losing that one truly understands the depth of such a heart-wrenching pain. Chajiu wished for Yuan Yuan to experience this torment so that he might cherish her more and comprehend her arduous circumstances, rather than being fixated solely on superficial attractions to her physical form. Only in this way could they break through the current impasse in their rapport. Therefore, she harbored no fear of the Empress Dowager and her entourage intervening. Rather, she feared their inaction, as it could hinder the perfect outcome of this feigned pregnancy's miscarriage. A shadow flitted past the corner of the paper window, and Wanqing shouted fiercely, "Who is peering from outside?" Chapter 12. The Princess of Alliance and the Bloodthirsty King. Suddenly, Wanha, who had been quietly observing, became animated and suggested, "Perhaps I should go take a look." Chajiu cast a sidelong glance at her, feigning ignorance of her intentions. "Then do go," she replied. "But be wary, do not fall into any traps." This final remark carried a note of caution, yet Wanha, consumed by her eagerness, hurried out without heeding the warning. Wanqing sensed something amiss and hesitantly turned to her mistress. "Your Highness." Chajiu gazed at the now empty doorway and said placidly, "Everyone has their own path. If she has chosen hers, let her be." Wanha did not return until nearly noon when Chajiu was about to have her meal. The moment she entered, Chajiu noticed that her hair was neatly styled anew, her collar bore creases, and her complexion radiated a youthful glow. She also carried a food box, ostensibly to explain her prolonged absence. "Your Highness, I took a stroll and found no one. It must have only been shadows of cats and dogs," she chimed in. With a forced smile, she raised the food box. "I even visited the kitchen of Taihua Palace to fetch some vegetarian dishes for you to sample." Chajiu chose not to confront her, continuing to enjoy the dishes made of Giro fabric. "Just set it down," she replied. The vegetarian meals at Taihua Palace were pre-portioned and delivered to each chamber. There was no need to fetch them personally. Wanha's excuse was rather flimsy. Observing that there were enough attendants by Chajiu's side, Wanha's mind began to wander to other thoughts as she gazed around the desolate inner chamber. She feigned tidying up, but when no one was watching, she stealthily retrieved her master's jewelry box. Although her arrival at Taihua Palace did not necessitate any grand display, the various adornments and tools possessed by the noble ladies were abundant, with boxes and cases piling one upon another, containing items that even the masters themselves could scarcely count. Surely, if she pilfered a few, it would go unnoticed, wouldn't it? Wanha cast a furtive glance towards the outer chamber, ensuring no one was observing her. She then pretended to be busy tidying while discreetly slipping a few gold hairpins, which the master seldom used and likely would not remember, into her sleeves. The hidden guards exchanged glances, pondering whether they should intervene in the actions of his palace maid who, after indulging in the company of men, was now stealing. After lunch, Chajiu reclined on the bed, listlessly perusing a novel. Wanqing had deliberately brought the fragrant jade incense burner from the palace, lighting a calming incense to ensure Chajiu could enjoy a restful slumber. There had been no news from the Empress Dowager or Consort Hui, and the entire Taihua Palace was enveloped in an eerie silence. Wanha entered, glancing at the engrossed Chajiu, and softly said, "I'll take care of things here. You should rest." Wanqing hesitated, looking at her. "Do you know how to use this incense burner? It needs to be replenished every half hour." Wanha, slightly impatient, retorted, "Of course I know how. Do you think me a fool?" Internally, Wanqing scoffed at her audacity to betray her master, wondering if such actions did not indeed mark her as foolish. However, since the master has commanded to draw the snake out of its hole, Wanqing could only leave this opportunity for Wanha and called upon the palace maids in the inner chamber to accompany her as she departed. With no one around, Wanha kept her gaze fixed on Chajiu while discreetly pouring the powdered drug from her nails into the incense burner. Soon, Chajiu began to yawn repeatedly, her eyes gradually closing, succumbing to slumber. Success! Wanha rejoiced quietly and hastily opened the small window of the compartment. It led to a back door to the mountain, where a keen observer could slip past the guards. A man disguised as a nun clambered through the window and, upon seeing the beautiful maiden deep in sleep upon the bed, was filled with overwhelming delight. Last time at the palace banquet, he had been unable to forget the enchanting beauty who danced so gracefully. Now, upon this reunion, her exquisite features seemed even more captivating, subtly emanating an aura of untouchable divinity. The allure of a sacred beauty, once sullied, only heightened the thrill. Zhang Baifeng, unable to contain his impatience, yearned to approach and savor the maiden's charm. Yet, Wanha seized him, urgently seeking confirmation. "Young master, you said that once the matter is accomplished, you would honorably take me as your wife. Will you stand by your word?" Zhang Baifeng, somewhat impatient, recognized the utility of this pawn and could only respond with feigned assurance. "Of course, once I achieve my goals with your master, I can leverage that to claim you as my sworn sister, and you shall be wed to me in grand fashion as the mistress of the Zhang household. How does that sound?" Wanha, filled with joy, feigned jealousy. "My master possesses an ethereal beauty. I fear that once you have laid hands upon her, you may no longer regard me." Unbeknownst to them, Wanhua's words ignited boundless imagination within Zhang Baifeng regarding Chao Jiao. Parched and impatient, he found little tolerance for the loquacious palace maid. He dismissed her with perfunctory remarks, eagerly advancing towards Chao Jiao's bed. Yet, scarcely had he taken 10 steps when a shadow guard descended from the beams above, rendering him unconscious with a sudden blow. Wanhua's eyes widened in shock. Before she could utter a scream, another shadow guard silenced her in the same manner. "What shall we do with these two?" inquired the lead shadow guard, her voice distinctly feminine. Disdainfully, she kicked Zhang Baifeng's body aside. "This lecher seeks to tarnish the heart of His Majesty's beloved. 100 deaths would not suffice." The other shadow guard leader remained impassive. "The Emperor's decree states that those who threaten the safety of the Empress shall be subjected to dismemberment." The female shadow guard hesitated momentarily. Zhang Baifeng is the elder brother of concubine Hui, the eldest son of the Zhang family. "Execute him," the leader commanded, binding Zhang Baifeng like a dumpling before leaping out the window. Meanwhile, Wanhua was tied to a pillar by the female shadow guard, awaiting Chao Jiao's awakening for further instructions. As the shadow guard turned her back to bind the prisoner, she failed to notice Chao Jiao open her eyes, clarity shining within. However, she soon shut them again, drifting back to slumber. During the sweltering summer days, ample rest is essential for one's health. As evening approached, the sun dipped low in the west. The Taihua Palace exuded an air of tranquility, yet beneath the surface, tension simmered. Concubine Hui had spent half the day conversing with the Empress Dowager, yet there was no sign of Chunlan bringing news. What could be amiss? She had clearly arranged for the assassins beside her brother to collaborate with the palace maids around Zheronghua in a scheme to catch them in the act. Yet, why was there still no movement? The Empress Huigifei furrowed her brows, her actions of brewing tea becoming somewhat distracted. The Empress Dowager noticed her unease and inquired, "What troubles you? You seem lost in thought." Huigifei forced a smile. "It is nothing, merely contemplating the prayers for tomorrow." The prayers were typically conducted according to established customs. Thus there was nothing to fret about. The Empress Dowager remained unconvinced. Just as Huigifei was about to agree, a panicked voice from outside interrupted. "Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, I have urgent news to report." A flicker of delight sparkled in Huigifei's eyes as she urged, "Quickly, come in." The Empress Dowager, observing her impatience, couldn't help but frown. When Chunlan entered, her face was pale with terror, and behind her were 2 young eunuchs trembling while carrying a box. A sudden, overwhelming scent of blood filled the chamber. Chapter 13. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty King Empress Hui, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Is there some trouble in the West Chamber?" Chunlan, on the verge of tears from the horrifying contents of the box, stammered, "No, it's Lord Zhang." The Empress Dowager's expression darkened, commanding all unrelated attendants to withdraw. Chunlan finally broke down in sobs. "Lord Zhang is dead." She raised her trembling hand, pointing towards the box emanating a strong stench of blood. "His body is inside." Empress Hui abruptly rose from her seat and rushed towards the large chest. "Open it." Her complexion shifted from pale to ashen. 2 eunuchs, trembling with fear, unlatched the box, revealing a sight that was utterly revolting. The once mighty form of Zhang Baifeng had been gruesomely mutilated, reduced to a mass of bloody bones, clinging to thin layers of flesh. The severed pieces of flesh, each no larger than a coin, were heaped beside it, creating a mountain of gore. A wave of nausea swept over Empress Hui, causing her vision to spin. She clutched a pillar and retched until her stomach was empty of bile. Yet, the Empress Dowager maintained her composure. Nurse Lanrua supported her as they approached the box. And with a mere glance, she remained unfazed. "What have you done?" The Empress Dowager coldly questioned Empress Hui. The Empress, still reeling from the shock, was rendered speechless, while Chunlan hurriedly fetched a teacup for her to rinse her mouth. After a long pause, she weakly recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. It turned out that when the Empress Dowager had chosen the candidates for the prayer, Empress Hui had begun to harbor ulterior motives. She deliberately sought out Zhang Baifeng to borrow a dead soldier, intending to masquerade as the paramour of Tijiu, with the hope of catching them in the act and thereby eliminating her enemies. Little did she anticipate that Zhang Baifeng would entertain lustful thoughts and wish to personally participate, ultimately leading to such a disastrous outcome. Absurd. The Empress Dowager, suppressing her fury, delivered a resounding slap, sending concubine Hui crashing to the ground. "Do you not realize that there is a contingent of secret guards by the Emperor's side?" The Empress Dowager admonished sternly. "At present, he cherishes Zhao Ronghua as if she were a precious jewel and will undoubtedly assign secret guards to protect her day and night. How dare you so brazenly send people to deal with her? Are you seeking death? If concubine Hui were to perish, it would matter little, after all. She had already fallen out of favor, and the Zhang family was abundant in virtuous young women to take her place. However, this foolishness had entangled her son, and how could she explain this to her brother? Concubine Hui, bewildered, exclaimed, "What secret guards? I know nothing of this." Naturally, she was unaware. For how could Yu Wenyuan possibly allocate his secret guards for her use? Upon realizing this, concubine Hui's eyes reddened with indignation. She never imagined the Emperor would hold such affection for that wretched woman. The Empress Dowager struck her again. Concubine Hui, clutching her face, wept uncontrollably on the ground. The Empress Dowager's voice was icy as she declared, "Do not display such a pitiful demeanor. What significance does the Emperor's favor hold? Bearing the dragon's heir and ensuring the continuation of the prosperous nation is of utmost importance." Concubine Hui sobbed, "But the Emperor seldom visits the Spring Shi Palace. How am I to conceive the dragon's heir?" The Empress Dowager and Master Yuancheng have conferred and decided that after 7 days of prayer, a statue of the Buddha will be created, which will bear the likeness of the back of the figure. Through this statue, it will be conveyed that the noble lady's heir Ronghua is incompatible with the dragon heir, necessitating 6 months of prayer at Taihua Palace before she may return to the palace. The Empress Dowager cast a sidelong glance at noble consort Hui. "Should you fail to conceive within this half-year, you must consider my alternative proposal with urgency. What shall we do about my brother's death?" Noble consort Hui clenched the handkerchief tightly, her silver teeth grinding. The deceased hold no value. Living beings ought not to endure unnecessary hardship. The Empress Dowager's implication was clear. This matter should not be pursued further, lest it lead to disgrace with the Emperor. Weary? She waved her hand. "Return the box to the general's residence." Understood. The following day, the morning bell tolled, and the solemnity of Taihua Palace enveloped the annual royal prayer ceremony. The Empress Dowager stood at the forefront, offering incense to the statues of the Buddha and ancestral portraits, her hands clasped in devotion as she earnestly prayed. Tijiu followed behind noble consort Hui, presenting incense and kneeling on the mat. Master Yuancheng recited an extensive prayer, sprinkling the noble figures with holy water from willow branches. For this prayer to be complete, it requires a noble consort to use her blood as a medium to transcribe the scriptures. "Which noble lady shall undertake this task?" inquired Master Yuancheng. The Empress Dowager's eyelids fluttered slightly as she directly appointed Tijiu. "Zheronghua is young. Let her perform this duty." How could Tijiu dare to decline? Yet, the act of drawing blood was indeed painful. The bloodletting practitioner seemed to harbor some grudge, for the incision was alarmingly deep, with crimson flowing profusely. Tijiu's complexion swiftly paled. Watching her grimace in pain, concubine Hui felt an inexplicable satisfaction. After drawing the blood, Master Yuanchen remarked that copying scriptures required sincerity, and that the noble must kneel before the Buddha for a full 8 hours without partaking in food. Tijiu cast him a bemused glance. This Master Yuanchen, who proclaimed to be a monk, was merely a pawn of the Empress Dowager and her ilk. Having drawn blood, She was now subjected to the torment of fasting and kneeling for 8 hours, a trial that could surely diminish even the strongest of bodies. After failing to instigate mischief in the West Chamber, they now resorted to such underhanded tactics. The Dark Guards could shield her from assassination, but they would not intervene should she perish from blood loss while transcribing scriptures. How cunning the Empress Dowager was! With no alternative, Tiju dutifully knelt all day, copying the blood scriptures. By the end of the day, when Wan Xing and a young palace maid helped her to her feet, her face was devoid of color, and her legs could scarcely support her. Upon returning to the West Chamber, Ji Ro promptly brought ginger honey water to soothe her throat. The vegetarian dishes were still warming. The Empress should first indulge in these soft, delectable pastries to ease her stomach, a considerate thought from Ji Ro. Wan Xing fetched medicinal wine to tend to Tijio's swollen knees, but Ji Ro prevented her. The knees, still fresh from injury, should not be treated with medicinal wine immediately. Wan Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. "You remain so composed. I am so worried that I had nearly forgotten myself." Tijio appeared to be unconcerned, savoring the fragrant 8-treasure sweet pudding. This minor injury, in the face of the system's healing potion, was scarcely more than a mere ant bite, utterly insignificant. However, a more pressing matter required attention. What had become of Wan He? Upon Tijio's inquiry, Ji Ro and Wan Xing exchanged glances, remaining silent. Tijio found this peculiar. After her midday nap yesterday, she had ordered that Wan He be bound and thrown into the woodshed, intending to interrogate him today. Eventually, it was Ji Ro who spoke. "Wan He has escaped. Earlier this evening, a young maid had gone to deliver food to the woodshed, only to discover that the coarse ropes binding him had been cleanly severed, and Wan He had vanished without a trace, as if spirited away by someone." Tiju, perplexed, summoned the system and inquired, who assisted Wan He in his clandestine escape? Chapter 14. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. The system shook its head, stating that aside from the initial background information, it could only perceive the events occurring around her. The western chamber was too distant from the main hall, where she had prayed in the afternoon, for it to sense anything. Tiju was compelled to set this matter aside for the time being. She exchanged with the system for false pregnancy potions and counterfeit illness remedies. She could scarcely endure another day of blood drawing and scripture copying. On the following dawn, just as the first light began to break, a matron called out loudly outside the door of the western chamber to awaken her. "Your Highness, the esteemed Zhao Ronghua, it is time to transcribe the sutras." The night watch was Wan Xing, who wrapped herself in a garment and stepped outside, offering a respectful bow to the matron. "Esteemed matron, the esteemed Zhao Ronghua has been unwell since last night. Might you please report this to the noble consort, requesting an exemption from today's sutra transcriptions, allowing our mistress a moment of respite?" The matron retorted sharply, "Esteemed Zhao Ronghua, these scriptures are transcribed for the emperor and the royal heir's blessings. What do you mean by such an excuse?" From within the room, Tijio's frail voice emerged. "Please first inform the noble consort of my condition. I am indeed unwell today, and not seeking to evade my duties. Should Her Highness insist, I shall comply." The matron, with a disdainful curl of her lip, had no choice but to make that one trip. Meanwhile, the noble consort Hui was at her mirror, preparing herself. Upon hearing the matron's report, she raised an eyebrow. "Is she truly ill?" The matron replied, "I could scarcely breathe listening to her voice. It seems she is gravely unwell." The esteemed noble consort Hui exhaled a breath of stagnant air, coldly remarking, "Illness may indeed be a blessing. How delightful it would be to pen scriptures in sickness and breathe my last in this Taihua palace, fulfilling a long-held wish of my ancestors for me." She commanded the girl to approach. Should she refuse, the consort would summon the Empress Dowager to accuse her of the grievous sins of disrespect, disloyalty, and unfilial conduct. Tijio had long anticipated that noble consort Hui would not grant her a reprieve for the day. This suited her just fine. Before stepping out, she clandestinely consumed a potion to feign pregnancy, mimicking signs of gestation for over 2 months. In the Taihua Palace, the Empress Dowager and noble consort Hui had arrived early. Observing Tijio's unsteady gait and pallid complexion, the onlookers discerned that her illness was no mere pretext. However, the Empress Dowager feigned ignorance, sternly declaring, "The essence of prayer lies in sincerity. How can you expect the Buddha and your ancestors to bless you when you display such theatrics after merely a day of copying scriptures?" Tijio feigned remorse, yet internally found the situation amusing. The Buddha would not extend his protection to one who dutifully contributed to the lineage of Yu Wenyuan, yet favor those with devious hearts and calculative minds like them? Just then, the icy-faced old nun approached to draw blood. Tijiu pretended to extend her hand, but seized the opportune moment to faint. "Your Highness!" Wan Xing exclaimed, rushing to support her. Noble consort Hui was taken aback. Had she truly fainted before the ritual even commenced? "Alas, blood is flowing from Zhao Ronghua," cried a sharp-eyed matron, pointing to Tijiu's soiled gown. In an instant, chaos erupted within the prayer hall. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Summon the Imperial physician at once. The signs surrounding Lady Zhaorong seemed to suggest the unfortunate occurrence of a miscarriage. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible, that anyone within the palace could be carrying the Emperor's child. During the pilgrimage for blessings, 2 Imperial physicians accompanied the entourage to ensure the well-being of the noble lady. Upon receiving the news, they hastened to arrive and took Lady Chaojiu's pulse. The effects of the abortive potion would lead the user into a state of consciousness, while their body fell into a faint. Moreover, the symptoms of the counterfeit illness could also be reflected in the pulse. Thus, after their diagnosis, the 2 physicians reached a unanimous conclusion. In reporting to the Empress Dowager, they stated that Lady Zhaorong had been pregnant for over 2 months. However, due to excessive fatigue and weakness, the fetus had now. The Empress Dowager suddenly gripped the hand of Consort Hui, who was supporting her, and urgently inquired, "What is the situation?" The physician shook his head, replying, "There is no hope for recovery." The Empress Dowager staggered. Her concern was not for the child within Lady Zhaorong. Rather, it was imperative that nothing should go awry with this child. Otherwise, who could bear the wrath of Yu Wenyuan? Consort Hui steadied the Empress Dowager and promptly instructed Chunlan, "Dispatch a decree. Do not let the news of Lady Zhaorong's miscarriage spread." Before finding a way to extricate themselves from this predicament, it was crucial that this matter did not reach the palace. Unfortunately, the concealed guards surrounding them had already taken action, swiftly sending this dire news back to the palace. In less than an hour, Yu Wenyuan arrived at a gallop with a retinue of men, his presence radiating an aura of icy fury as he strode into the blessing hall. In an effort to prevent any information from leaking, the Empress Dowager and Consort Hui forbade the maidservants from taking Chaojiu back to the western chamber for rest, instead compelling her to lie on a hard, makeshift couch in a modest side hall. The couch lacked any bedding, making it both uncomfortable and cold, while Wan Xing and Ji Ro wept quietly beside her. Upon seeing Yu Wenyuan's sudden appearance, the Empress Dowager was rendered speechless, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, is this truly how the Empress Dowager considers the well-being of my imperial heir?" Yu Wenyuan thundered, causing the beams of the entire prayer hall to tremble. A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone shrank back in fear, dreading the Emperor's notice. A moment of displeasure could cost them their lives. Chaojiu found little solace on the unforgiving couch, her body trembling slightly. This scene pierced Yu Wenyuan's heart, prompting him to gently drape the fox fur he had brought over Chaojiu, offering her a measure of warmth. "Who extracted the blood from Zhaoronghua?" Yu Wenyuan's cold, piercing gaze swept across the room. The nuns huddled together in fear, unwilling to confess. Master Yuan Chen pushed one of the blood-extracting nuns forward, forcing calmness as he addressed the Emperor. "Your Majesty, it was her." The nun, now thrust into the spotlight, looked back at Yuan Chen in disbelief, struggling to voice her protest. But before she could finish, Yuan had drawn his sword from his waist, severing her head from her body. The warm blood gushed forth, splattering across Master Yuan Chen's face and trickling down in a sticky cascade. The severed head rolled a short distance away, its eyes still filled with resentment as they fixed upon Yuan Chen. Trembling, Yuan Chen felt a mix of fear and sorrow. Helplessly, to preserve Taihua Palace and her position as its abbess, she had to sacrifice a life. Yuan Chen naively believed that a single life could appease the fury of Yu Wenyuan. Such a notion is indeed exceedingly naive. The bloodthirsty emperor's reign of terror had only just commenced. With the gentlest of movements, Yu Wenyuan cradled Tijiu in his arms. Even in the depths of unconsciousness, she instinctively recognized his presence, seeking refuge in the warmth of his embrace. The furrow in Yu Wenyuan's brow softened slightly. Yet, accompanying this moment of tenderness, a chilling command escaped his lips. "Shadow Guard, eliminate all the nuns in Taihua Palace." The Empress Dowager was taken aback by the depths of his madness, her body trembling with rage. "Have you lost your mind?" This is a sacred place for the fortune of the nation and the royal family, a site graced by the portraits of our ancestors. How could you commit such an act of treason? Chapter 15. The Princess in Alliance and the bloodthirsty King Yu Wenyuan cast a cold glance at the Empress Dowager, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. This realm belongs to me. A mere Taihua palace can be destroyed or set ablaze at my whim. He adjusted his hold on Chajiu, cradling her more securely. The Taihua palace, rife with filth and corruption, is unworthy of being a sacred place for royal blessings. Once the irrelevant individuals are purged, it shall be incinerated. The shadowy guards bowed in acknowledgement of his command. As for the Empress Dowager and the Imperial concubine, a flicker of hatred glimmered in Yu Wenyuan's gaze. The Empress Dowager, startled and terrified, took several steps back. The master's actions were unjust, and not a single attendant dared to offer counsel. Execute them. The attendants were struck with panic, collapsing to the ground in desperate cries for mercy. Chunlon clung tightly to concubine Hui's leg, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, save me, please. Concubine Hui, too, was taken aback by the madness unfolding before her. She bent down to embrace Chunlon, yet found herself unable to utter a single plea for mercy in the face of Yu Wenyuan's murderous wrath. The slaughter commenced, transforming the once sacred and serene Taihua palace into a hellish landscape of corpses and rivers of blood. Yu Wenyuan, still holding Chajiu, departed without a backward glance. When Chajiu regained consciousness, she found herself in Yongla Palace. Despite the recent faintness, her mind had remained alert, and she was fully aware of all that Yu Wenyuan had done. Above her, a small charm of good fortune hung from the canopy, utterly charming in its simplicity, though she could not recall when it had been placed there. Wanqing lay vigil at her feet, startled awake by Chajiu's movements, exclaiming with newfound energy, "Your Highness has awakened." Jiro, filled with joy, gestured to the little maid beside her, urging, "Quick, summon His Majesty." Tijiu fixed her gaze upon the small fortune pouch and inquired, when was this hung up? Unbeknownst to her, upon speaking, Tijiu was startled by the coarse, gravel-like quality of her voice. Jiro hastily brought warm water for her to soothe her throat. This small pouch was personally hung for you by His Majesty after you returned to the palace. In our prosperous nation, there is a belief that nobles encapsulate their fortune within such pouches to bestow blessings upon the bearer, ensuring a life of peace and prosperity. As Jiro spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Her sorrow stemmed from the innocent child lost by the Empress, as well as her gratitude for His Majesty's affection towards her. It is rare, even for a man of humble origins, to willingly share his fortune with his wife, let alone a sovereign of such stature. Suddenly, a voice from the system interjected. This is the fortune that Yu Wenyuan has willingly bestowed upon you. It can shield you from impending calamities. Tijiu gasped in astonishment. Is it truly that effective? Indeed, this is Imperial fortune. For a common family, it ensures prosperity for 3 generations. Even a street beggar could rise to the rank of prime minister with it. Such claims seemed exaggerated. Tijiu delicately removed the small pouch, caressing it with utmost care. Wanqing, with tearful eyes, couldn't he help but comment, Your Highness, His Majesty genuinely cherishes you. He even lined your carriage with thick cushions and sealed the windows tightly, fearing you might catch even the slightest breeze. If that child could have remained, how deeply in love you and His Majesty would have been in the future. Tijiu was acutely aware of all that Yu Wenyuan had done for her. At present, her emotions were exceedingly intricate. A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed at the door, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Wenyuan rushed to the bedside like a gust of wind. Jiro and Wanqing discreetly withdrew. Yu Wenyuan yearned to caress her face but hesitated, his hand suspended in midair. For the very first time, he felt a twinge of trepidation. He was beset with guilt and indebtedness towards Chajiu and their unborn child. Having navigated numerous worlds filled with male protagonists, Chajiu was acutely aware of his sentiments. Since Yu Wenyuan was reluctant to take the initiative, she withdrew her hand from beneath the covers and reached out to him. Yu Wenyuan swiftly grasped her hand, enveloping it in the warmth of his palm. After countless unspoken words, he could only utter a restrained promise. Yuehua, we shall have children again. He dared not say more, fearful of rekindling Chajiu's sorrow. Yet, he found himself at a loss for further reassurances. This child was the one he had longed for the most, and his heart was simultaneously tormented by piercing pain. The system exclaimed with delight, Yu Wenyuan's affection level has risen. From an initial 45, It surged to 70 in an astonishing leap. Chaji was taken aback. She had anticipated an increase in Yuan's affection after this incident, but never imagined it would escalate to such an extent. His feelings for her surpassed her wildest expectations. You must rest and recover. I shall spare no one who harmed our child. Yuan tenderly caressed Chajia's face with his rough hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Even as a chilling frost lingered in his eyes, Tijiu couldn't help but feel sympathy for the empress dowager and the favored consort Hui. Indeed, the wrath of the sovereign swiftly engulfed the entire imperial harem and the former court. Consort Hui was stripped of her title, demoted to a mere consort, and confined to the Spring Joy Palace for half a year. She and the attendants close to the empress dowager were all brutally executed, while those with family members serving in the court faced a 3-grade demotion. The Zhang clan and their affiliates were also successively denounced by Yuan in the court, yet they dared not voice their grievances. After all, it was widely known that the precious son Yuan had painstakingly acquired had been lost due to the blunders of consort Zhang and the empress dowager. The once exalted consort Hui, now consort Zhang, found herself trapped in the Spring Joy Palace, living a fate worse than death. The attendants surrounding her were all strangers. Some were spies sent from other palaces, while others were selected from the ranks of lower servants. The thought that a maid who had once scrubbed the chamber pot had served her tea with those very hands made consort Zhang feel nauseated. The once subservient consort Shu, who had once been at her feet, now held a higher rank, sharing the authority of the harem with consort Da, and had the audacity to mock her loudly outside the Spring Joy Palace on multiple occasions. Such is the face of the petty and vile. Consort Zhang seethed with resentment, vowing that when she regained her power, she would ensure that wretched consort Shu met a most miserable end. How was Zhao Ronghua's health after her miscarriage? Consort Zhang leaned against the empty palace door, apathetically inquiring of the newly arrived young maid. The young maid had been transferred from the bedside of a recently deceased wardrobe attendant and was not well versed in the palace's affairs. She looked somewhat bewildered. Zhao Ronghua? Your Highness, there is no one by that name in the palace now, but there is a Zhao Chongyi. Zhao Chongyi? Zhang Fei murmured to herself, and then erupted into a fit of manic laughter. What a remarkable Chuyi! Who would have thought that His Majesty would cherish her to such an extent, elevating Mo Lian Yuehua to the rank of Chuyi, 3rd class, for the sake of an unborn child. She has only been in the palace for a little over 3 months, yet she enjoys such favor. Knock, knock. The gentle sound of a knock echoed from the side door of Chuanxi Palace, resonating distinctly in the otherwise empty and tranquil palace. A young palace maid approached to open the door. It was none other than Li Gonggong, a close attendant of the Empress Dowager. Your ladyship, the Empress Dowager requests your presence at Shoan Palace. Zhang Fei, still immersed in sorrow and indignation, felt a flicker of hope. Ever since the incident at Taihua Hall, the Empress Dowager had refused to see her. Now, with this invitation, could it be that there is a way for her to regain the Emperor's favor? Eagerly, she prepared to follow, but Li Gonggong halted her, presenting her with a set of eunuch's garments. Your ladyship, please understand, times have changed. You are still under house arrest, and can only accompany us in the attire of a eunuch. Chapter 16. The Princess of Alliance, and the Bloodthirsty Monarch, Your Majesty.
Aunt.
This time, please lend your assistance to Xian'er. Upon entering the Shoan Palace, Lady Zhang rushed forward, enveloping the Empress Dowager's legs in a desperate embrace, her sobs almost rendering her breathless. The Empress Dowager's gaze revealed no compassion, only an inscrutable calculation. The recent incident involving the dragon heir would not easily be forgiven by the Emperor. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. Lady Zhang's eyes brightened. I implore you, dear aunt, show me the way. The Empress Dowager sipped her tea leisurely and replied, if you were to bear the dragon heir yourself, even the gravest of transgressions would be overlooked by the Emperor. But now, His Majesty has shown reluctance to see me. Lady Zhang abruptly halted, as if comprehending the implication. Her countenance turned painfully awkward. Could it be that you wish for me to the Empress Dowager, twisting the prayer beads in her hands, had already devised the most malicious of schemes in her heart. Yuan was not of her lineage, nor was he under her control. The fate of being childless was maddening, especially as he refused to acknowledge any child of the Zhang bloodline for adoption into the royal family. Currently, Zhao Chongyi enjoyed favor, possessing the rare and fortuitous constitution for conception. Should she give birth to the dragon heir, the glory of the Zhang family would be irrevocably extinguished. Perhaps it would be wiser to select an exceptional Zhang man to be secretly brought into the palace, allowing Lady Zhang to discreetly conceive and bear a true Zhang prince, thus ensuring the continuation of the family's legacy in this prosperous realm. Tears of humiliation welled in Lady Zhang's eyes as she clung to the Empress Dowager's legs, pleading earnestly, "Aunt, is there truly no other way? I am but a consort of His Majesty. How could I?" The Empress Dowager scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her. "What is there that cannot be done? Did you not engage in the very same act 3 years prior? What harm is there in repeating it now? That was an accident." Zhang Fei seemed to recall something. Speaking through gritted teeth, "I would gladly strip that person of their skin." "Enough." The Empress Dowager's expression remained indifferent. "I shall only ask you, will you do it or not?" Zhang Fei slumped despondently to the ground. After the incident at Taihua Palace, Yuan Yuan noticed that Chao Jiao had grown increasingly fond of clinging to him. Even during their daily breakfast, she would wait eagerly for him to return from morning court to accompany her. Only then would she obediently partake in her meal. Yuan Yuan understood that her attachment stemmed from her inner turmoil following the loss of their child. He did not mind lavishing her with more affection, a higher status, or more precious treasures. He genuinely cherished her, except during certain moments. This evening at dinner, Chao Jiao exhibited peculiar behavior. Though her movements were exceedingly attentive, her tone bore an odd quality. For instance, while consuming a dish of sliced fish, she insisted on placing it upon her smooth, jade-like arm, tilting her head to inquire, "Your Majesty, does the fish taste better when infused with a woman's body fragrance? Or when partaking of a crab soup?" She scooped a spoonful onto the back of her hand, asking, "Does this render the crab more delectable?" The surrounding palace attendants stifled their laughter. Yuan Yuan, unable to endure any longer, took a damp cloth and wiped away the remnants from her skin. He helplessly remarked, "Let us speak amicably. If you continue with this sarcastic tone, I shall forgo this meal." Upon hearing this, Chao Jiao ceased her pretense, puffing with indignation. "Indeed, Your Majesty has savored the delicacies from Consort Shu and naturally looks down upon me." "What do you mean by that?" he retorted, but Yuan Yuan seemed to recall something, his voice abruptly trailing off. It appeared there was some truth to her words. Not long ago, he had dined in Consort Shu's palace, where she, having heard of a peculiar method, presented food placed upon a beautiful maiden's body as an offering to him. It was utterly distasteful. Yuan Yuan had immediately reproached her. Yet out of respect for Consort Shu and her father's position, he ultimately stayed to dine, though he was served only ordinary fare. Little did he anticipate that this jealous young lady had overheard. Yuan Yuan found himself in a bewildered amusement. "I do not fancy such strange things."
Jiazu proceed.
Intentionally inquiring, "Then what does Your Majesty prefer?" Yuan Yuan's gaze darkened, his voice slightly husky. "Can you guess, Zhao Chongyi?" Before Chao Jiao could respond, the world around her began to spin uncontrollably. The oppressive heat caused their meal to be abruptly interrupted. Chao Jiao had no desire to converse further with this infuriating emperor. At that moment, Yuan Yuan leaned in to kiss her cheek, humbly admitting his fault. "I was wrong. Are you hungry? Let Wenqing bring you some snacks to tide you over, shall we?" Chao Jiao muttered, "I am too full of anger. Do not be upset. If you get too agitated, it could be detrimental to our child," he murmured, gently caressing her abdomen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tears glistening on her eyelashes, Chao Jiao stood, her gaze peculiar as she looked at him. "How does Your Majesty know whether I carry a child?" "In my dreams," he replied. "Lately, I have been visited by visions of a pair of identical twins, one a boy, the other a girl, delicately adorable, calling me Father Emperor." The mere thought of such dreams brings an even broader smile to Yuan Yuan's face. "I cannot shake the feeling that these are our children." Chao Jiao's heart was a tumult of emotions as she gently embraced his waist. That night, Chao Jiao exchanged for a potion to conceive dragon and phoenix twins. She had long since recovered from her brief confinement and was in optimal condition for childbirth. The system cautioned her, "As this is your first delivery, bearing twins may be quite arduous. It would be wise to exchange for an analgesic potion to alleviate the pain of childbirth." Chao Jiao was taken aback. Is there truly such a considerate potion? Indeed, there is also an antidote potion which, once consumed, renders one immune to all toxins for a year. Even arsenic could be ingested by the ton without consequence. This would significantly mitigate the risk of being poisoned during her pregnancy. Without hesitation, Chao Jiao chose to make the exchange. "Are there any other valuable items? Please share them all. I am now quite affluent in points." Chapter 17. The Princess of Alliance and the Bloodthirsty Monarch. It appears that upon reaching a certain level of affection, one can also earn points based on status and the effects of palace intrigue. In the current item shop, there exists nothing that Tijo cannot afford. System. I recommend you purchase the body-strengthening elixir and the recovery potion. The former ensures a less arduous experience during childbirth, while the latter restores your body to its pre-pregnancy condition, thereby preventing any undesirable side effects such as sagging, stretch marks, or incontinence. This is absolutely wonderful. I desire them all, sighed Tijio in relief. In 2 months, it would be Yuanyuan's birthday, and Tijio meticulously planned to surprise him. As the emperor's birthday approached, all vassal kings and local officials ascended to the capital to pay their respects, causing a bustling and vibrant scene in Shengjing. The palace's decorations were more opulent and exquisite than usual, with carts laden with birthday gifts being delivered to the palace. The eunuchs responsible for inventorying these gifts changed shifts repeatedly, taking 3 full days to complete the task. At the banquet, the long-restrained concubine Zhang made a rare appearance, accompanied by a senior maid named Chundeng. A small eunuch, while carrying the wine vessels, nearly collided with concubine Zhang. Chundeng, with a vigilant expression, swiftly positioned herself in front of her mistress and scolded, "You insolent servant! What would happen if you were to bump into our esteemed lady?" From a distance, concubine Shu observed, scoffing, "She is not even with child. What harm could possibly come from a mere brush with a small eunuch? Such arrogance! Does she truly believe herself to be a favored concubine?" The noble De Fei gently advised, "Sister Shu Fei, exercise caution in your words. After all, she is still a daughter of the Zhang family. It would be unwise to offend her completely." This remark served as a reminder to Chajiu. Earlier, when the eunuch had bumped into her, Zhang Fei had appeared exceedingly anxious, protectively cradling her abdomen, a rather peculiar reaction. However, before she could ponder further, the imposing figure of Yu Wenyuan, seated in a position of authority, abruptly commanded, "Zhao Chongyi, come sit beside me." His tone was authoritative and left no room for dissent. Xu Fei, intending to argue the impropriety of the situation, was silenced by De Fei's intervention. In a hushed voice, De Fei cautioned, "The Empress Dowager remains silent. Let us not provoke His Majesty's displeasure." Upon glancing at the Empress Dowager, who indeed appeared to be ignoring the scene, Xu Fei pursed her lips and relinquished her thoughts. Indeed, Zhao Chongyi currently held the highest favor within the palace. Not only was she allowed to sit beside His Majesty, but she could even perch upon his lap. There was no room for their voices in such matters.
Jiazu,
not one to hesitate, rose gracefully to pay her respects and approached Yuan Yuan. At the banquet, Mo Lianzheng was also present. The Minister of War, seated at the table beside him, remarked sarcastically, "Prince Shun is indeed fortunate, having never set foot on the battlefield, nor contributed to state affairs. He has traded land and a daughter, yet still manages to reclaim a title of nobility. How splendid!" Having lived a long life, Mo Lianzheng had encountered numerous disparaging remarks. Observing his daughter basking in such favor, he felt no shame. Instead, a sense of paternal pride welled within him. With a cheerful stroke of his beard, he responded, "Everyone has their own fortune. The affection bestowed upon Lady Zhao Chongyi by His Majesty is her destiny, and it is also a blessing for our Mo Lian family. I trust the minister has his own share of fortune as well." The Minister of War scoffed, stating that he could never bring himself to send his daughter into the palace, condemning her to a life without heirs merely to secure a brighter future. Mo Lianzheng refrained from engaging in debate with him, for the sentiments of the crowd were already set. The sounds of song and dance filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. The Empress Dowager, taking advantage of a sip of wine, cast a discreet glance at the seated concubine Zhang. Concubine Zhang, feeling the weight of the moment, returned a nervous glance and, adhering to their prior arrangement, began to feign vomiting. Her attendant, Chun Tang, promptly raised her voice and exclaimed, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" By capturing the Emperor's attention, the matter of their mistress's pregnancy could be smoothly unveiled. What concern was there about reclaiming the position of Imperial concubine? Indeed, Emperor Yu Wenyuan noticed, yet his focus was not on concubine Zhang. At that moment, as she consumed fish soup, Tijio suddenly felt a wave of nausea, her complexion shifting as she turned to vomit. Instinctively, Yu Wenyuan reached out to shield her from the unpleasantness, preventing her garments from becoming soiled. "What is happening? Quickly summon the Imperial physician," he commanded, his expression fraught with concern. Instantly, all eyes in the hall were drawn to Tijio, while concubine Zhang stood awkwardly to the side, retching in solitude. The imperial physician hurriedly arrived, taking Tijio's pulse and meticulously inquiring with the nearby attendants about her recent condition before daring to render a conclusion. "Congratulations, your majesty. Rejoice. For consort Zhao is with child." The physician knelt before the emperor, overwhelmed with excitement. Yuan was taken aback by the news, struggling to comprehend as he asked for confirmation. "What? Consort Zhao is pregnant?" "Indeed. Your Highness has been with child for over 2 months now." Zhang Lu hurriedly signaled for the music and dance to cease, and the banquet fell into a profound silence. Yuan, finally roused from his overwhelming astonishment, wore a complex expression that oscillated between mirth and sorrow. Grasping Chajio's hands with fervor, he exclaimed, "My beloved, did you hear? The imperial physician has declared that you are with child." Chajio had long anticipated her pregnancy, yet witnessing Yuan's unrestrained demeanor, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. With gentle eyes, she replied, "Your Majesty, I have indeed heard." Yuan erupted into hearty laughter, addressing the assembly. "Why have you halted the festivities? Resume the music and the dance. I have an heir. This is a moment of great joy," he proclaimed. "Zhao Chongyi bears the dragon's progeny, a boon for both me and the realm. Henceforth, she shall be elevated in rank. All courtiers and palace attendants present today shall be rewarded." The noble consort, Shu clutched her handkerchief tightly, her envious gaze nearly piercing through Chajio like a dagger. A consort. She has ascended 2 ranks. It had taken her 8 arduous years to attain the position of consort Shu, yet Mu Lianyue, having entered the palace for less than a year, was on the verge of equaling her status. How could she possibly accept this? As the jubilant music and dance resumed, the courtiers knelt in congratulations. Mu Lianjing followed suit, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. He too understood the hardships Yuan faced in securing an heir, and the prospect of his daughter remaining childless had long been a source of distress. Unexpectedly, his daughter had proven herself to be a source of pride. She was with child. Those who had previously mocked him, including the Minister of War, had now shifted their stance, their expressions full of sycophantic zeal. Prince Shun is blessed indeed, raising a remarkable daughter. When the crown prince ascends the throne, Prince Shun will become the emperor's maternal grandfather. Mu Lianjing dismissed their flattery with indifference. He sought not the favor of emperors or noble kin, but rather wished for his daughter to safely deliver her child, securing a foothold within the palace. The thoughts of the onlookers diverged, yet none wore a more dismal expression than the empress dowager and consort Zhang. Consort Zhang, clutching her chest, found herself in a state of indecision, unable to either retch or refrain. The empress dowager, observing her, inwardly cursed her as a useless creature. Not only did she lack the beauty and fortune of Zhao Chongyi, but she was also slower to experience morning sickness. Reluctantly, the empress dowager spoke up. "Your Majesty, it appears that consort Zhang is also unwell. Perhaps we should have the imperial physician attend to her." Yuan, currently in high spirits, paid little heed to such matters. The physician approached consort Zhang to take her pulse, and his countenance brightened once more. "Reporting to your Majesty, consort Zhang has also received joyful news." The smile on Yuan's face immediately faltered. The previously elated Chaju stiffened, quickly retracting her hand from Yuan's grasp. A surge of unnameable fury welled up within her. This man was indeed remarkable. She had consumed the twin conception potion in hopes of fulfilling his desire for a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Little did she know he had already been secretly involved with another woman, and it was none other than consort Zhang. In the presence of the gathered assembly, Yuan could not tenderly soothe her, so he merely tightened his grip on her hand and whispered, "Yuehua, trust me." He then turned his icy gaze upon consort Zhang, whose demeanor grew increasingly uneasy as she averted her eyes. Yuan's voice, slow and chilling, broke the silence. "Consort Zhang, are you certain you are with child?" Chapter 18. The Princess of Marriage and the bloodthirsty king, the Empress Dowager, fearing that Lady Zhang's words might unveil the truth to Yuan, hastily interjected. "This is a rare double joy. The emperor must be overjoyed, unable to believe it." She commanded the imperial physician, "Please, examine Lady Zhang's pulse once more." The physician complied, confirming the same pulse diagnosis. She was indeed with child. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Lady Zhang is indeed expecting, and her gestation period is half a month ahead of Lady Zhao's." The Empress Dowager's expression brightened. It appears that Lady Zhang carries the Emperor's firstborn. The emphasis on firstborn was intended to overshadow the child within Chajiu. Chajiu remained silent, quietly communicating with the system. A Tong, are you certain that aside from my use of the artifact to conceive a child for Yuan, no one else is capable of becoming pregnant? The system affirmed, indeed. According to the current technological advancements of this microcosm, you alone possess this capability. Chajiu was taken aback. Lady Zhang was truly relentless in her pursuit of favor. The gravity of Chajiu's expression was misinterpreted by Lady Zhang as sorrow, frustration, and anger. Once anxious, Lady Zhang now reveled in triumph and the pride that came with maternal superiority. She raised her chin, casting a provocative glance at Chajiu, entirely oblivious to the shame tied to the origins of her child. The Empress Dowager spoke slowly. Since Lady Zhang is with child, she ought to enjoy some honor. Perhaps we should restore her title and status as Hui Guifei. What does the Emperor think? The cup in Shufei's hand was on the verge of shattering. After much effort, he had managed to suppress Consort Zhang and seized control of the 6 palaces. Was he now to relinquish his power? Yuan showed no mercy, publicly questioning. As for the matter of restoration, when have I ever favored Consort Zhang? The crowd erupted in astonishment, while Consort Zhang's face turned ashen. Such an inquiry was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for a pregnant consort. Zhang Yuanshan, her father, was about to rise in her defense when the Empress Dowager signaled him to remain calm. The Emperor was bewildered. The Empress Dowager, composed and prepared, recalled, previously, a banquet was held for the military officials. You were utterly intoxicated and summoned Consort Zhang to the Yangxin Palace. Have you forgotten this matter? She then instructed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to present the list of attendants, and indeed, the dates matched. Only then did Yuan remember. That night, he had been inebriated, and with Zhang Lu absent, a young eunuch, unfamiliar to him, had assisted him back to the Yangxin Palace. In his hazy state, there had indeed been a warm female presence beside him. Mistaking her for Tijiu, he had reached out. Upon waking to find himself alone, he had assumed it was merely a dream. However, he was entirely certain that he had not favored anyone that night. Firstly, in such a state of drunkenness, he was utterly incapable of any carnal activities. Secondly, would he not be aware of what transpired upon awakening the next day? The Empress Dowager truly took him for a fool. With a cold laugh, Yuan fell silent. Since the Empress Dowager and Consort Zhang had gone to such lengths to orchestrate the charade, he was keen to observe what tricks they intended to play. Were they to seize his throne or orchestrate a coup? He would watch with a discerning eye. Seeing that Yuan no longer pursued the matter, the Zhang family members present, aware of the underlying truth, breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had successfully concealed the situation. Little did they know, Yuan harbored an all-encompassing scheme. Upon returning to Yongla Palace, Yuan embraced Chaojiu with immense joy for an extended period. He repeatedly caressed her flat abdomen, murmuring, I long to hear our child call me Father Emperor. Chaojiu, both amused and exasperated, replied, that is still far off. Pregnancy lasts 9 months, and even after birth, it takes quite a while for child to speak. Yuan pondered her words with a sense of depth, reflecting that for a woman, childbirth is akin to traversing a perilous threshold. The nurturing of the child post-birth would also demand considerable effort. Yuehua, you have endured much, he remarked. Chaojiu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he had considered this aspect. Your Majesty, you will undoubtedly be a wonderful Father Emperor, she said with a gentle smile, her eyes gleaming. This sentiment greatly pleased Yuan. He removed the Qilin jade pendant, which he had worn for over 20 years, and presented it to Chaojiu. The jade, warm and flawless, shimmered like the moon. This Qilin jade pendant was bestowed upon me by the late emperor. I now gift it to our child, to bless their safe growth and future inheritance of my empire. Chaojiu teased, how does your Majesty know it will be a prince? What if it is a princess? Yuan chuckled, a princess would be just as splendid. My daughter shall also be a paragon of virtue. And what if she ascends as the empress of a prosperous nation? This assertion genuinely astonished Chaojiu. Although Yuan spoke with a smile, there was no hint of jest in his words. Her perception of Yuan was profoundly transformed. Boldly advancing, should one have the capacity to forge a prosperous era, it would be of little consequence to shatter the ancestral rights. It is no wonder that he has ascended to become the fated emperor, uniting the realm. But what of the child within the consort's womb? Tijio could not restrain her curiosity. The smile on Yu Yuan's face waned as he tenderly caressed Tijio's abdomen, resolutely declaring, "Only the child within your womb is my progeny." His words were stark, nearly piercing through the awkward royal secret, leaving Tijio hesitant to inquire further. That night, the two shared a peaceful slumber, with Yu Yuan carefully embracing Tijio. As time passed, Tijio's pregnancy became increasingly evident. Typically, women in ordinary households endure the torment of morning sickness at this stage. However, Tijio thrived, savoring her meals without a hint of discomfort. In fact, her complexion appeared even more radiant than before. The experienced matron assigned to attend her was delighted, exclaiming, "Your Highness is truly fortunate. The little prince is considerate and does not dare to trouble you." Even the physician, who came daily to check her pulse, remarked, "Rest assured, Your Highness, both your vitality and that of the unborn child are in robust health. You may not even require any prenatal tonics. This pregnancy is auspicious. You shall endure far less hardship." Tijio exhaled in relief. The items exchanged for her accumulated points proved surprisingly effective. The health elixir not only ensured her well-being but also spared her from the miseries of morning sickness, a delightful turn of fortune. How wondrous indeed. Moreover, she regularly consumes nutritional supplements to replenish the various essential nutrients and trace elements required for her child's development, proving to be far superior to traditional miscarriage prevention medications. In contrast to Chajio, concubine Zhang's pregnancy situation is rather bleak. On the day designated for paying respects to the Empress Dowager at Shoan Palace, Chajio caught a distant glimpse of concubine Zhang's emaciated and haggard appearance. Wan Xing whispered to Chajio, "I have heard that concubine Zhang is experiencing severe pregnancy symptoms, vomiting whatever she eats, and even regurgitating bile when she drinks water. In just 1 month, she has summoned the Imperial physician multiple times for acupuncture." Chajio was astonished. It was still early in her pregnancy, and she was already undergoing acupuncture. It stood to reason that as her pregnancy progressed, she would endure even greater suffering. Unbeknownst to her, the anguish concubine Zhang faced extended far beyond what she had heard. This pregnancy was conceived hastily under the influence of medication, compounded by concubine Zhang's overwhelming worries and fears, leading to an inherently unstable gestation. Each time the physician administered acupuncture, he could only shake his head and counsel her to remain calm, lest her distress harm the child within her. Yet, how could concubine Zhang not feel despondent? After Chajio's pregnancy was announced, treasures from across the palace were sent in a steady stream to Yongla Palace, and the finest dozen imperial physicians were relieved of their duties, dedicating themselves solely to her care. In the small kitchen of Yongla Palace, renowned chefs from all corners of the realm were gathered, preparing diverse meals daily to cater to Chajio's tastes. Even though Chajio could not share the emperor's bed, His Majesty chose to stay at Yongla Palace every night. As for concubine Zhang, the Spring Happiness Palace was eerily quiet, with only the imperial physician appointed by the Empress Dowager to attend to her. Even the most lowly palace maids felt emboldened to whisper behind her back about her lack of favor. For many days of pregnancy, there has been no reward, and His Majesty has not come. The heart of consort Zhang burns like fire, enduring both torment and restlessness. In her moment of distraction, others have already risen to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Consort Zhang also stood, yet her gaze lingered on the familiar Qilin jade pendant adorning the waist of Tijio. This pendant. Chapter 19. The Princess of Alliance and the Bloodthirsty Monarch. This jade pendant belongs to your Majesty. Zhang Fei's eyes brimmed with tears, and she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen once more. The Empress Dowager noticed her distress. "Zhang Fei, do you feel unwell?" Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Fei's back, and she saw stars before her eyes. "I am in agony." "Quickly, summon the Imperial physician," the Empress Dowager commanded sharply. In the Shoan Palace, the concubines stood bewildered, each lost in their own thoughts. The Empress Dowager, upon noticing the Qilin jade pendant adorning Chajio's waist, realized that Zhang Fei's malady had once again flared, causing her to be in a delicate condition. "Worthless creature. Zhao Fei, since you are with child, refrain from visiting Shoan Palace for your greetings until after your delivery," the Empress Dowager impatiently declared to Chajio. Chajio, of course, welcomed this outcome and graciously acknowledged it. After the physician administered acupuncture, Zhang Fei gradually regained consciousness. A young man, clad simply with a silk ribbon binding his hair, stood outside the curtain and exclaimed with joy, "Sister, Zhang Fei was taken aback and tentatively asked, "Bai Hai?" "It is I, sister." The young man was none other than Zhang Fei's younger brother, Zhang Bai Hai. The empress dowager, seated beside them, remarked, "This child Bai Hai has just returned from his studies abroad. I have summoned him to the palace to keep you company and ease your mind." Zhang Fei's eyes glistened with gratitude. "My dear aunt, you are so kind." After the empress dowager departed, Zhang Fei and Zhang Bai Hai exchanged heartfelt words for a long while. She attributed her fall from grace and the demise of Zhang Bai Feng entirely to Chajiu, neglecting to mention her own and the empress dowager's transgressions. Zhang Bai Hai gritted his teeth. "This wicked concubine, I shall surely eliminate her in the future." Zhang Fei merely expressed her grievances, lamenting that within the palace, there was no one to listen to her woes. "Bohai, do not act impulsively. Once my sister begets a dragon heir, all this shame can be avenged," Zhang Fei declared with conviction. Yet, she underestimated the fervor and impetuosity of a young man who had long navigated the treacherous waters of the Jianghu, driven by an indomitable resolve for justice. After lingering in the capital for several days, Mo Lianjun felt it was time to return to the northern faction. Yu Wenyuan had graciously permitted Chajiu to accompany her father on his departure, dispatching personnel to escort her out of the palace. "Now we stand before the city gates. My lady, there is no need for further farewells," Mo Lianjun said, gazing longingly at his daughter, yet he had no choice but to leave her behind. With tears welling in her eyes, Chajiu forced a smile, saying, "Father, please take care of your health. And you as well, my lady." The old man felt a swell of contentment, noting, "I can see that His Majesty holds you dear. Cherish this fortune." "I understand, father," she replied. "Now, you must return," Mo Lianjun urged, patting her hand gently. Wan Xing assisted Chajiu onto the carriage, but suddenly, the small talisman at her waist snapped its cord and fell to the ground. As Chajiu bent to retrieve it, an arrow whizzed past her head, embedding itself forcefully in a nearby pillar. Mo Lianjun, alarmed, swiftly shielded his daughter behind him. Wan Xing cried out, "There is an assassin. Protect the lady." It was only then that Chajiu realized, had the talisman not fortuitously fallen, the arrow would have struck her head. The guards surrounding the carriage quickly formed a protective line, and even the covert operatives dispatched by Yu Wenyuan sprang into action. They soon apprehended the assailant. He was none other than Zhang Bai Hai, the second son of the general's residence. Upon learning of Chajiu's assassination attempt, Yu Wenyuan was filled with fury, abandoning a multitude of ministers deliberating matters, and hastened to Chajiu's side. After meticulously inspecting every corner of his beloved's being and confirming her lack of injury, Yu Wenyuan's anxious heart finally found some solace. Where was Zhang Bai Hai? His gaze was as sharp as a blade. The captain of the guards reported, "He is imprisoned in the inner dungeon." Just as Yu Wenyuan was about to proceed with the interrogation, Chajiu grasped his sleeve. "Your Majesty, may I accompany you? You are with child. The inner dungeon is rife with malevolence." Chajiu responded resolutely, "I am not afraid. I merely wish to see and hear why the Zhang family persistently seeks to harm me." Yu Wenyuan sighed softly. "Yuehua, this is not your fault. It is I who have been too indulgent towards them, allowing them to confuse their status and rank. In the past, when concubine Zhang first encountered joy, he was immensely pleased, believing that heaven had finally favored him and the century-old legacy of the Yuan family. Thus, he granted the Zhang family ample opportunity to achieve greatness, unaware that he was nurturing their ever-growing ambition. First, their eldest son, Zhang Baifeng, had the audacity to trespass into the chambers of the harem, intent on committing unspeakable acts. Then there was the second son, Zhang Baihai, who brazenly attempted to assassinate his consort and heir in broad daylight. Such transgressions could not be outweighed by 100 victories in battle. It was time to take action against the Zhang family. The inner dungeon was cold, damp, and dimly lit. Zhang Baihai, stripped of his regular attire, with disheveled hair and his body marred by lash marks, sat amidst the foul-smelling straw of his cell. Upon catching sight of the tea maiden beside Yu Wenyuan, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. "Wretched woman." The chief executioner beside him delivered a sharp lash across his back. The head of the inner prison ordered 2 chairs to be brought forth for their masters to take their seats. Yu Wenyuan remained unperturbed, his gaze as calm as a still lake. "Who has instigated you?" "No one has instigated me. Such a bewitching concubine deserves to be punished." Zhang Baihai spat, filled with indignation. Your Majesty, you have been ensnared by this enchanting consort for far too long, to the point of forgetting the Zhang family's loyalty and my sister's contributions to the imperial throne. Tijou cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Baihai. Why were the men of the Zhang family so foolish? True loyalists typically concealed their brilliance, refraining from boasting about their merits. Yet here was Zhang Baihai, like a simpleton, brazenly asking the emperor, "Do you remember my family's contributions?" Yuan, however, maintained his composure, lowering his gaze to scrutinize him, a smirk dancing upon his lips. "Pray tell, what contributions of yours have I forgotten?" The Zhang family is filled with loyal ministers and valiant generals, having slain countless foes on the battlefield, vanquishing the western territories and shaking the northern vassals, all without a trace of complaint. My sister, Consort Zhang, was the first in the harem to bear your Majesty a child, and now she carries the heir to the imperial lineage. Yet, your Majesty, you have repeatedly chastised my father and reproached my sister for the sake of this northern vassal's demonic consort, even allowing her to slay my elder brother. Is this the fate that awaits loyal subjects? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you dissatisfied? Zhang Baihai held his head high. I am indeed dissatisfied. Zhang Lu, recount to him all that Zhang Baifeng and Consort Zhang have done. Yes, your Majesty. Zhang Lu revealed to Zhang Baifeng the disrespect shown towards the imperial consorts. How Zhang Fei dispatched individuals disguised as assassins from the northern barbarians to abduct Princess Yao, and the conspiracy surrounding the Taihua Hall. He also recounted the numerous foolish deeds the Zhang family had committed over the years, capitalizing on the emperor's favor. Zhang Baihai had returned from his studies abroad for barely 3 months, imbued with the narrow-mindedness of the martial world. How could he be aware of such sordid affairs? He listened in astonishment, ultimately refusing to believe it. It was impossible. His father, brother, and sister could not be such people. Zhang Baihai shook his head vehemently. He was merely a naive, dashing young man, perceiving only the surface of matters, solely intent on reclaiming what he believed to be his due justice. It seemed that the assassination attempt was indeed his own idea. After all, it was shortly after Zhang Baihai had exited the Shoan Palace that the assassination of Princess Zhao occurred. Even the Zhang family, bold as they were, would not act so overtly. Yuan was disinclined to engage further with such a fool, as lingering in the oppressive atmosphere of the inner court was detrimental to Chao Jiao. He rose to his feet, casting a commanding gaze upon the disheveled Zhang Baihai, exuding an aura of imperial authority. Even Chao Jiao, standing beside him, felt herself diminished to an inconsequential insect under the weight of his imposing presence. Zhang Baihai, you claim your family is filled with loyal subjects, yet you must understand that it is I who granted you the opportunity to serve as such. It was I who elevated your grandfather from a mere captain to the esteemed position of general of the frontier, and winning battles is your inherent duty, a rightful return for my favor. You consider a defeat a merit? Why not inquire of your ancestors? Would they dare to respond? Chapter 20. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch Zhang Baihai sat despondently on the ground. Indeed, they had traversed the path of splendor for far too long, forgetting their humble origins. Foolishness. He had committed a grave error, one that could potentially drag down his sister and the entire Zhang family into the abyss. Regret consumed Zhang Baihai. At that moment, the Imperial Guards reported, Your Majesty, Lord Zhang Yuanshan seeks an audience outside the palace. Yuan had no desire to entertain the Zhang family's pleas, refuse him entry. The guards continued, If your Majesty is unwilling to meet with Lord Zhang, he has a message for your Majesty.
Speak.
Zhang Baihai's actions, disloyal and disrespectful, were a disgrace to the Zhang family. He implored the emperor to render a fair and just judgment, declaring that the Zhang family would expunge him from their lineage, severing all ties henceforth. Tiju was taken aback. She had initially assumed that the Zhang family had come to rescue him, only to discover that they were hastily severing ties for self-preservation. Zhang Baihai's noble intentions of avenging his father, brother, and sister had become a mere farce. She cast a sympathetic glance toward the imprisoned Zhang Baihai, who had transitioned from shock to disbelief, then to madness, alternating between laughter and tears. Yuan, accustomed to the Zhang family's ruthlessness, was not at all surprised by their swift betrayal. Their quick disavowal left him without an opportunity to exploit the situation. He ordered the full extent of the 250 punishments to be enacted upon him, with the remains discarded at the Zhang family doorstep. The chief of the inner prison replied, Understood. Upon exiting the prison, Yuan's cold demeanor softened, transforming him into a different person. Were you frightened? He inquired. Tijou shook her head. I am quite well, Your Majesty. Having accompanied Yu Wenyuan for an extended period, she had witnessed countless bloody scenes and had nearly grown accustomed to them. Yu Wenyuan lowered his gaze, his brow softened, as he gently caressed her abdomen, inquiring, Has the child been frightened? Chajo couldn't help but chuckle, responding, It hasn't even developed eyes or ears yet. How could it be frightened? My child. The future enlightened ruler of the Shum kingdom may not yet possess sensory faculties, yet inherently comprehends the profound truths of the world, Yu Wenyuan remarked nonchalantly, imbued with a sense of inevitability. Chajiu, weary of arguing with this fervent admirer of their offspring, refrained from further debate. In Yu Wenyuan's eyes, the child she carried was flawless in every regard. Yet, a subtle worry lingered in Chajiu's heart. Your Majesty, you executed Zhang Baihai. Although the Zhang family has severed ties with him, they are likely to harbor resentment. Might they? Chajiu's words trailed off, for she was merely speculating. Understanding her unspoken concerns, Yu Wenyuan replied gravely, The Zhang family has lost both of their sons at my hands. They will not rest quietly. However, that was precisely what I desire, to provoke their desperation. The Zhang family, reeling from the loss of 2 children, was engulfed in grief. The general's wife mourned in white at home, utterly devastated. Upon returning from court, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuanshan, was met with a house draped in mourning colors, and his expression darkened instantly. Tear down all this. The royal decree forbids us from holding a funeral for our sons. Are you courting death? The general's wife gasped through her tears. He has slain my 2 children. Must I not even be allowed to weep as a grieving mother? Zhang Yuanshan was acutely aware of his wife's sorrow, yet did he not feel a pang of grief himself? However, for the sake of his long-standing schemes, he knew he must endure. He could not afford to be caught off guard by Yu Wenyuan any longer. Bring forth the items, he commanded coldly. Sending a message to the palace, I wish to have an audience with the empress dowager. Within the imperial palace, concubine Zhang remained blissfully unaware that her words had inadvertently led to her own brother's demise. No one dared to inform her, fearing it might disturb the child she carried. Chun Tang brought her a serving of bird's nest soup, but inadvertently overheard a group of palace maids gossiping outside. They spoke of the auspicious omens detected by the Astronomical Bureau regarding the child of Consort Zhao, which had greatly delighted His Majesty. It was said that once she bore a dragon heir, her status might even rise further. As for our palace, alas, the servants of Yongla Palace received rewards frequently, while we, stationed here in the Chuanxi Palace, were beset with the utmost misfortune. Chun Tang reprimanded them. What nonsense are you chattering about? Shouldn't you be attending to your duties? The young maids fell silent and dispersed. As she lifted the curtain, the imperial physician had just completed his examination of concubine Zhang's pulse. Concubine Zhang tucked away her folded sleeves and remarked nonchalantly, Who was gossiping just now? 200 strikes of the rod for you, and off to the mass grave with you. For those still able to breathe, cast them into the cold palace well. Chun Tang felt a chill run down her spine and nodded in acknowledgement. The physician, packing his belongings, discreetly shook his head. Such rampant bloodshed. How could the fetus within her thrive in peace? It was no wonder concubine Zhang exhibited such distress during her pregnancy. After finishing the bird's nest, concubine Zhang requested Chun Tang to assist her in taking a stroll through the imperial garden. Little did she know, this walk would lead her to confront her fiercest adversaries. The noble consort, though unable to bear children, remained indifferent as she observed from the pavilion, where Chajiu leisurely watched the palace maids and eunuchs chase butterflies below. Careful now, Xiao Sui, she called out. Oh dear, Miss Wanqing, please don't direct them so recklessly. Several of them stealthily approached the butterflies, only to collide with one another, resulting in a comical tumble. Chajiu was greatly amused, her melodious laughter echoing through the air, which struck Zhang Fei as particularly grating. From a distance, the noble consort spotted her and mockingly remarked, Oh, is that not the reclusive Zhang Fei, hidden away in Chuanxi Palace? Chajiu maintained her smile, casting a fleeting glance in her direction before turning her focus elsewhere, as though Zhang Fei were merely an inconsequential trinket. This dismissal stung more than the noble consort's provocation. Zhang Fei tightened her grip on her handkerchief, taking a moment to compose herself before purposefully caressing her 6-month-old belly. Speaking tenderly, carrying His Majesty's firstborn, I naturally must refrain from wandering the palace, as there are many with ulterior motives. Her mention of the firstborn was a deliberate attempt to vex Chajiu, yet Chajiu feigned ignorance, pondering why Zhang Fei was so brazen with a child of an unknown man. The noble consort scoffed softly, turning away in disdain at Zhang Fei's audacity. However, it was De Fei beside her who began to notice certain discrepancies. If one considered the gestational periods, it would seem that Zhao Fei's child should be younger. Yet her belly appeared more pronounced. De Fei was intrigued by this observation as Zhang Fei's thoughts shifted. She had once been pregnant herself and was aware that some expectant mothers, due to excessive consumption, might bear overly large fetuses, ultimately leading to a tragic and difficult birth. She wished fervently for Chajiu to meet such a fate. Yet, Chajiu responded with nonchalance, saying, "Oh, the Imperial physician has informed me that my enlarged belly is due to the presence of twins." Chapter 21. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. This statement descended like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Though consort Shu felt a twinge of jealousy, it was swiftly accompanied by a sense of exhilaration. After all, this child was not conceived in her own womb. Whether Tijiu was expecting one or two made no difference to her. However, witnessing Zhang Fei's discomfort brought her considerable delight. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fei, who indeed wore a rather grim countenance. Zhang Fei's hands were nearly crushed in her own grip. Why did all the fortune in the world seem to favor Mo Lianyua? Fearing that Zhang Fei might suffer another bout of distress, Chuntang hurriedly assisted her back to Shoan Palace. What? The Princess Zhao is expecting twins? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Zhang Fei experienced a surge of abdominal pain, her complexion paling as she sat to the side, sipping the calming medicine in small doses. Chuntang responded on her behalf, stating, "Yes, the Princess Zhao herself confirmed it, and I discreetly sent someone to verify it with the Imperial Medical Institute." Zhang Yuanshan's expression grew serious. "Your Majesty, it seems our plans must be expedited. Otherwise, once the children in the Princess Zhao's womb are born, Yu Wenyuan may disregard propriety and immediately declare her child as the crown prince." Zhang Fei, oblivious to the unfolding scheme, inquired with confusion, "What plan?" The Empress Dowager ignored her, nodding at Zhang Yuanshan. "It must be done this way. Prepare accordingly. Whether it is twins or a single child, there can only be one heir within this palace. That heir shall be the bloodline of the Zhang family. After nurturing this pawn for so long, it is finally time to put it to use." Tijiu had never contemplated concealing the fact that she was carrying twins. Firstly, she had long since become the target of envy within the Imperial harem, regardless of whether she bore one child or two. Those intent on harming her would not hesitate to act. Secondly, her security arrangements were quite commendable. Yu Wenyuan had dispatched a squad of Imperial guards for her close protection and had doubled the number of covert guards stationed nearby. The Yongla Palace was also managed by seasoned individuals whose backgrounds and character were impeccably clean. Every morsel of food entering and every object she touched underwent rigorous scrutiny through 3 stringent checks to prevent poisoning or any adverse interactions. Most importantly, Tijiu possessed her own golden key, the system's antidote. Human detection of toxins is invariably prone to oversight. On occasion, delicacies dusted with faint poison had been delivered, undetectable yet capable of causing discomfort to a pregnant woman. Tijiu, however, consumed them without a trace of ill effect, leaving those who plotted against her perplexed and frustrated. Yet, despite numerous hidden threats, vigilance remained crucial. In mid-July, as the time for Tijiu's twin delivery drew near, Yu Wenyuan summoned Mo Lianzheng from the northern fief, ensuring that Tijiu would have family by her side. Both Tijiu and Mo Lianzheng were immensely grateful. However, this time, Mo Lianzheng also brought along Tijiu's foolish older brother. Upon seeing Tijiu, Mo Lianzhao was so overjoyed that he rushed forward without a hint of decorum. The Imperial guards beside Tijiu brandished their blades, their demeanor fierce. Mo Lianzhao's expression darkened. The man spoke the truth. "My sister has not fared well within the palace. And Yu Wenyuan even sent someone to keep her under surveillance." Chajiu spoke up, "It matters not. They are my kin." Only then did the Imperial guards sheath their weapons. Mo Lianzhao strode forward, gazing intently at his long-lost sister, his eyes finally landing on her noticeably rounded belly. With twins nearly ready to arrive, Chajiu's abdomen was somewhat alarming in size. Mo Lianzhao cursed Yu Wenyuan silently in his heart. He reached out to touch her, only to be reprimanded by Mo Lianzheng. "Have you no sense of decorum? You cannot offend the lady. Do you not realize how foolish one must be to act so? Mo Lianzheng pulled him back, chastising him for his lack of understanding. Mo Lian Xiaoyu felt somewhat aggrieved. Yu Hua is my sister. Mo Lianzheng replied in a hushed tone, once Yu Hua entered the palace. Her only identity is that of His Majesty's consort, now the esteemed Zhaofei. You must come to your senses. Chaoju, recognizing that her foolish brother was incapable of grasping such nuances, chose not to press the matter further. She cheerfully beckoned the two to take their seats and join her for a meal. This bird's nest with winter bamboo shoots and duck is quite delightful. Father and brother should give it a taste. And this roux roll is something you cannot find in the northern barbarians. Aware that Chaoju's family would be residing in the palace for an extended period, Yu and Yuan had specifically summoned chefs skilled in northern barbarian and Xinhua cuisine to be sent to Yongla Palace, catering to their tastes. However, Mo Lian Xiaoyu dismissed the roux roll disdainfully, pushing it aside. This dish is merely flour mixed with grease. It lacks any semblance of meat flavor. Cast a sharp glare at him, warning that further prattling would result in expulsion from the palace. At last, fell silent, busied herself with serving dishes and refilling the cups of the guests. However, as turned her hand, she accidentally knocked over her cup, soaking her dress. Quickly produced a cloth to wipe her down, but the scent of alcohol was unmistakable. With a resigned sigh, stood and said, Please, father and brother, enjoy your meal. I shall change into another dress and return shortly. Go on, do not catch a chill, replied. Assisted by someone, entered the chamber. Just as rummaged through the wardrobe for a suitable outfit, a large hand, clutching a cloth soaked in a soporific drug, suddenly reached from behind, covering her mouth and nose. Startled, widened her eyes, wishing to cry out, but her system had fallen into a deep slumber during an upgrade a few days prior, rendering her unable to communicate. In mere moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke again, her hands were bound, and she found herself inside an opulent carriage. The vehicle was adorned with plush cushions and an array of familiar delicacies, treats that only could conjure. Turning her head, she indeed spotted seated in a corner. Unlike her usual endearing yet somewhat clumsy demeanor, now wore a stoic expression, her gaze steady and unnervingly calm. Thankfully, her mouth was not gagged, and managed to utter, Is it you? Remained silent. Moments later, two figures entered, and, surprisingly, the long missing. Upon seeing, S eyes flickered with evasion, her face betraying a hint of guilt. Tijio was perplexed about how this group had come together. She boldly asked the towering figure, Mo Lianxiaoyu, did you abduct me? Mo Lianxiaoyu, eager to clarify any misunderstanding, quickly corrected her, it was not an abduction, it was a rescue. After his lengthy explanation, Tijio finally grasped the situation. Back at Taihua Palace, when he had been saved by an unknown individual who provided her with funds and instructed her to return to the northern faction. The sole request was to inform Mo Lianxiaoyu that his beloved younger sister was enduring a wretched existence in the Imperial harem. Having served beside his sister for many years, and influenced by his perception of the tyrant Yuan, Mo Lianxiaoyu naturally believed about 70% of what he heard. However, upon witnessing the numerous Imperial guards surrounding Tijio and hearing the testimony of her trusted maid, Jiro, his belief solidified entirely. During this visit to the capital, he had brought a contingent of assassins disguised as ordinary attendants, coordinating with Jiro to rescue his sister from the clutches of Yuan. After hearing the entire account, Tijio was left speechless. She attempted to explain, Brother, Yuan treats me very well, the Imperial guards around me are. Mo Lianxiaoyu interrupted. Are you suggesting that the Imperial guards are assigned to protect you? Jiro has already informed me that this is merely a deception orchestrated by Yuan to keep you under surveillance. His gaze held a tinge of pity as he looked at Tijio. Tijio cast a glance at Jiro, realizing just how thoroughly they had managed to brainwash him. Chapter 22. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. Tijio lamented, I carry His Majesty's twins. How could he wish me harm? Mo Lianxiaoyu was taken aback, exclaiming, What? For your first childbirth, he dares to let you bear twins? This is perilous. Does he intend to endanger your life? Tijio resolved to abandon their discourse, finding it futile. Nevertheless, after much persuasion, Mo Lianxiaoyu finally untied the ropes binding Tijio's hands. When he eagerly grasped Jiro's arm and inquired, What about the parcel I hid in the Yongla Palace? Jiro silently tossed it to her. Inside lay an assortment of precious jewelry and gold that Wanhee had stealthily accumulated during her service by Tijio's side. Wanhee counted them, relieved to find every piece intact. With this matter concluded, the Mo Lien family faced impending doom. Upon returning to the northern faction, she must swiftly flee with her fortune. With her beauty and grace, what nobleman in the northern faction would not desire her? Joy surged within her as her gaze caught the exquisite Qilin jade pendant at Tijio's waist, a flicker of cunning in her eyes. Just as she reached out to take it, Tijio struck Wanhee across the face, her eyes icy. "How dare you touch my belongings?" Wanhee's cheeks swelled rapidly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, a testament to the force of the blow. Unfortunately, with Mo Lien Xiaoyu watching intently, Wanhee dared not retaliate. As she gingerly touched her throbbing face, resentment brewed within her. And she could only console herself with the thought that Tijio was merely a pitiful creature on the brink of death. "You are a servant of the Empress Dowager, are you not?" Tijio suddenly fixed her gaze on Jiro. Jiro cast a glance back at her, remaining silent. Chao Ju chuckled softly, remarking on the depth of her concealment. Initially, when Zhang Fei sent someone to masquerade as an assassin and met with failure, Jiro cleverly garnered trust by betraying Wanhee. It is likely that within the Taihua Palace, Wanhee was also stealthily released by her. During their recent meal, she deliberately placed the wine cup on the side inconvenient for Chao Jiu, even if it meant soiling her dress. Just to have the chance to return alone to her chamber for a change of attire. At that moment, the number of hidden guards accompanying her was at its minimum. Moreover, with both Jiro and Mo Lien Xiaoyu being acquaintances, no one remained overly vigilant. By the time anyone realized what was afoot, Chao Jiu would have long been surreptitiously removed from the palace. The Empress Dowager truly plotted with great cunning. The carriage had arrived at the outskirts of the capital, where Mo Lien Xiaoyu had deliberately chosen a remote forest path, known to few, to hasten their return to the northern territory, aiming to evade pursuers. However, as they traveled, the carriage suddenly halted, spooked. Mo Lien Xiaoyu drew back the curtain, only to be met with the sight of the coachman's bisected corpse crashing into the carriage, blood pooling around them. The assassins shouted in alarm. "We are ambushed." Mo Lien Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. He exited the carriage, drawing his blade without hesitation. They were surrounded by a throng of cloaked figures. Some emerged from the underbrush, while others descended from the trees, indicating that the ambush had been meticulously planned. The elite assassins accompanying Mo Lien Xiaoyu, all seasoned veterans of the military, found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the simultaneous assault of such a multitude. "Master, you must take the princess and flee," the assassins urged, aware that this battle was unwinnable. Gritting his teeth, Mo Lien Xiaoyu made a resolute decision to abandon the assassins and steer the carriage in another direction. Is not particularly adept at driving, and with the relentless pursuit of cloaked figures from behind, the carriage swayed violently along the way. While remained composed, was rendered dizzy by the tumultuous motion. S complexion turned pale as she gritted her teeth. One hand protectively cradled her abdomen while the other clung tightly to the edge of the carriage, striving to maintain her balance and prevent any jarring to her belly. She mentally cursed countless times from head to toe. Were it not for this foolish man, surrounded by a squad of Imperial guards and a group of covert operatives, would they not be able to fend off this band of assassins? At the very least, she could await the arrival of with reinforcements. Now, in this desolate wilderness, it seemed she might perish here for a year and might never find her. System. Oh, system, have you completed your upgrade yet? Your host is on the brink of death.
Ding.
Your childbearing system, too. 0 upgrade is complete. Would you like to restart the usage? A mechanical voice resonated in his mind like a celestial melody. Nearly shouted, "For heaven's sake, why are you even asking? Just restart it." And were startled by her outburst. Eyed her warily. What? Restart? Restart complete. The emotionless mechanical voice faded, replaced by the system's familiar, languid tone of someone casually sipping afternoon tea. "Hi. Oh, dear. What's your current situation?" Upon the system's emergence, it immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. It was a near-death predicament. Felt utterly despondent. The system quickly scanned the current scene data and sighed. Indeed, this household cannot be without me. Chajiu, is there any item that can protect me and my child? System. Yes, after upgrading, a new item has appeared in the item shop, the fetal protection capsule. Upon consumption, for a duration of 24 hours, Any vigorous movements or emotional fluctuations of the mother will not adversely affect the child's health. However, the side effect is that once the effect wears off, there is a possibility of premature birth. But rest assured, even if premature, the child will be healthy. Chajiao had no choice but to redeem it on the spot, discreetly taking it while Jiro was not paying attention. There was another new item, the sensing all-round nano-protective barrier, commonly known as the Golden Bell Shield, which could deploy a nano-protective layer upon 3 attacks from hazardous objects, shielding 1 from harm. However, it required 10,000 points. Exchange, exchange, exchange. Chajiao could hardly concern herself with points at this moment. Once she equipped all the defensive items, she finally felt a sense of relief. She gently caressed her belly, distinctly sensing the child peacefully asleep within. At that moment, Mo Lian Xiaoyu found that the carriage had reached a dead end. Ahead lay a precipice, and the galloping horses halted, rearing their heads and neighing. Mo Lian Xiaoyu flung open the curtain, his face etched with urgency as he reached out to Chajiao. "Yu Hua, get off the carriage and come with me." Before Chajiao could respond, a glint of cold steel flashed as Jiro plunged a dagger into Mo Lian Xiaoyu's abdomen. Mo Lian Xiaoyu looked at Jiro in disbelief, clutching his wound as he knelt down. The dagger was poisoned, instantly rendering his limbs paralyzed. He could no longer utter a word, collapsing into unconsciousness. Manhwa let out a scream, clutching the bundle in her arms as she attempted to flee, only to be thwarted by Jiro, who swiftly struck her neck. Chajiao struggled to swallow, yet fortunately, Jiro had no intention of ending her life. She seemed to find value in keeping her alive. Jiro dismounted the carriage, as the cloaked figures behind them had already caught up. "Has Mo Lianxiao dealt with them?" one of the dark-clad men inquired. Jiro kicked the still body of Mo Lianxiao, gesturing for response. The man appeared satisfied. "You executed this task admirably. And the Empress Dowager?" Jiro turned her gaze toward the carriage and finally spoke. "Please disembark." Empress Dowager. Hearing her voice, Chajiao felt an odd mixture of familiarity and estrangement. The timbre remained recognizable, yet the tone carried a chilling detachment akin to that of an assassin. Chapter 23. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. Realizing that the situation was beyond her control, Tiju ceased her futile struggles and obediently descended from the carriage. After confirming the situation, the cloaked figure issued a command to Jiro: "Take her back to the secret location and keep a close watch on her. Await further orders from our master." Jiro nodded in acquiescence. Tiju harbored a vague suspicion that their master was either the Empress Dowager or the Zhang family. No one else in the world harbored such deep animosity towards her, nor possessed the audacity and power to act so boldly. Although the Zhang family had been relegated to the fringes of the court, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Yet, they had captured her without killing her on the spot. Was this the prelude to a more sinister plot? An ominous foreboding settled within Tiju. Meanwhile, within the palace, the hidden guards, upon discovering the abduction of Consort Zhao, promptly reported back. Yuan Yuan swiftly issued an edict sealing off the palace and the capital, ordering a thorough search of the entire city. The palace guards turned the place upside down but found no trace of Consort Zhao. In a fit of rage, Yuan Yuan's eyes were veined with blood, his crimson gaze resembling that of a cornered beast stripped of reason. In stark contrast, his voice remained chillingly calm. "Search every inch of this place. We must uncover her whereabouts." He lifted his bloodshot eyes, a storm of fury brewing within. Surveying the assembled military leaders, "Fail to do so, and you shall share her fate." A chill ran down their spines as they hastily complied. The inner city had been searched multiple times, yielding no results. Outside the city, traces of a carriage were discovered. "Should we dispatch additional personnel for pursuit?" Yuan Yuan commanded the dispatch of 3 squads of the Imperial Guard to pursue and ensure the safe return of the individual. The leader of the guards hesitated, expressing concern about the depletion of personnel within the palace, particularly around His Majesty. "It matters not to me," Yuan Yuan replied, his expression impassive. "It is imperative that we bring back concubine Zhao safely, regardless of the cost." "Understood." Mo Lianjia recognized that this matter was intricately linked to his foolish son, Mo Lianxiao. Consequently, he removed his hairpin and outer garments, expressing deep remorse and seeking forgiveness. Yuan Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "It is still premature for you to seek death. If concubine Zhao remains unharmed, all is well. However, should anything befall her or the child, I shall not spare anyone. including you, Lienja. An undercover agent brought forth a trembling young palace made before the Imperial presence. With trepidation, she recounted her observations. Your Majesty, a few days ago, while I was outside the palace on errands, I witnessed Miss Jiro meeting with young Master Lien. A few days ago, near the post station, it appeared that the silent abduction of Chajio had indeed been facilitated by a traitor within the palace. Jiro had been lying low in Yongla Palace. Whom could she possibly serve? There was no need for further contemplation on this matter. Rising to his feet, Yu Wenyuan deftly unsheathed the longing blade from its rack. The last time this blade was drawn was during the purge of the rebel prince, when he personally severed the heads of his uncle and 11 brothers. Now, it was time for it to taste blood once more. Showan Palace. The Empress Dowager reclined on a soft couch, exuding an air of tranquility as she silently recited scriptures. In stark contrast, concubine Zhang, seated below her, was visibly anxious, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Suddenly, Eunuch Li stumbled into the room, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is dire. His Majesty approaches with a knife. Concubine Zhang nearly toppled from her chair. The Empress Dowager cast her an irritated glance, her eyes brimming with disdain. Why are you in such a fluster? How could Concubine Zhang remain calm? The revelation of the abduction of Tijio had sent Yu Wenyuan into a frenzy, threatening the annihilation of the Zhang family. Yu Wenyuan entered swiftly, brandishing the knife, his aura exuding a menacing energy akin to a bloodthirsty demon from the underworld. Where is Concubine Zhao? He demanded. The Empress Dowager, a woman of unwavering poise amidst the affection lavished upon her by the late emperor, remained composed even in the face of such imminent peril. It mattered little if the emperor's entrance disturbed her frail form. What truly mattered was the potential harm to the unborn heir of the Zhang family, the future crown prince. Yu Wenyuan's expression was icy, his voice laced with murderous intent. I ask you again, where is Concubine Zhao? The beads in the Empress Dowager's hand ceased to rotate. At last, she lifted her eyelids. Her murky gaze, tainted by ambition, fixed upon Yu Wenyuan. Are you implying that you accept Concubine Zhang's child as the crown prince? The shock on Zhang Lu's face was palpable. The Empress Dowager's words were nothing short of a blatant threat. Yu Wenyuan finally grasped the nefarious scheme concocted by the Empress Dowager and the Zhang family, using Tijio and her unborn child as leverage to compel him to acknowledge Zhang's offspring as the rightful heir, thereby facilitating their takeover of the realm. Yu Wenyuan scoffed. Do you think I would relinquish my empire for the sake of a woman and a child? The Empress Dowager, having raised Yu Wenyuan for many years, though not by blood, understood his character and thoughts well. If you truly disregarded Concubine Zhao, you would not brandish a blade at Showan Palace. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. Moreover, aside from wagering on Yu Wenyuan's feelings for Concubine Zhao, she held further contingencies. The Imperial Guard had already departed the city, and all covert operatives had been dispatched, leaving Yu Wenyuan devoid of allies. The Empress Dowager had long conspired with Zhang Yuanshan, and now the Zhang family's forces had encircled the palace. They awaited Yu Wenyuan's completion of the edict to designate the crown prince, after which he, along with that bewitching concubine and the pair of twins she carried, would be sent to the afterlife. Nearby, Concubine Zhang listened to their exchange, paralyzed by fear, drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Yu Wenyuan cast a glance in her direction, advancing menacingly with the blade in hand. Aunt! Concubine Zhang, in a state of panic, cast a desperate plea towards the Empress Dowager. The chilling edge of Yu Wenyuan's longing blade hovered just before Concubine Zhang's abdomen, mere inches from piercing through her. He sneered, lowering the blade inch by inch, tearing through the fabric of her garment. Concubine Zhang screamed, clutching at the torn fabric, desperately trying to shield her exposed skin. This illegitimate offspring has no right to be my crown prince. The Empress Dowager's eyelids twitched. Concubine Zhang's expression was one of sheer terror. Realizing that the emperor was indeed aware, Your Majesty is aware that she is engulfed by a tumult of emotions, shame, embarrassment, humiliation, and fury, overwhelming her like a swarm of ants gnawing at her self-esteem. Lady Zhang attempted to grasp Yu Wenyuan's hand, only to have it mercilessly flung away. No, Your Majesty. I, your humble servant, am wholly devoted to bearing your offspring, solely wishing to alleviate your burdens. She shook her head frantically, appearing almost deranged. Yet you only see that wretched Lianyuehua and remain blind to my sincere affection. Why is this so?
Why?
Her voice grew increasingly anguished as she collapsed to the ground, desperately clawing at her own flesh, drawing blood. Yu and Yuan looked down upon her with a cold gaze, uttering the harsh truth. You do not act for me. You seek power and status, aspiring to become Empress Dowager.
No.
You are mistaken, Lady Zhang shouted in defiance. During those days, she watched her beloved sovereign reside daily in Yongla Palace, while she was entwined with that Zhang family man. She forced herself to endure such humiliation, all for the hope that the emperor would once again shower her with affection as before. Yu and Yuan took a step back and delivered his final words to Lady Zhang. You truly disgust me. Chapter 24. The Princess of Alliance and the Bloodthirsty King. This sentence utterly shattered Lady Zhang. Wan Mama, by the Empress Dowager's side, immediately sensed something amiss and exclaimed, Your Highness, the amniotic fluid has broken. The hem of Lady Zhang's gown was dampened, the translucent liquid mingling with traces of blood. The situation was dire. Summon the physician, Wan Mama urged as she pushed a young palace maid outside. A firework signal was launched above Shoan Palace, a prearranged sign of a palace coup. Yu and Yuan suddenly declared, Bring concubine Zhao into the palace as well. The Empress Dowager paused, then scoffed. At this moment, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. She continued, without her presence. No matter your actions, I shall not issue the edict. After a moment of silence, the Empress Dowager commanded, Let the officials bring concubine Zhao into the palace. Tiju never anticipated that her disappearance would incite a palace upheaval. Jiro, armed with a dagger in one hand and firmly grasping Tiju's arm with the other, escorted her to Shoan Palace. Your Majesty, Tiju called from a distance. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Yu and Yuan once more, a pang of sorrow surged within her previously resolute heart. Observing her unscathed form, the icy demeanor of Yu and Yuan softened slightly, the crimson hue in his eyes fading. Fearing this scene might frighten her, he soothingly reassured, Yuehua, do not be afraid. Tiju's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Zhang Yuanshan's army had already encircled Shoan Palace. Clad in armor, he strode in with purpose, casting a disdainful glance at the mere remnants of Yu and Yuan's elite guard beside him. The vendetta for the slain child can finally be avenged today. With your right hand, you inscribe the edict, while your left shall be rendered useless. Zhang Yuanshan scoffed. Come now, use your fratricidal dragon's roar blade to sever the tendons of your left hand. Zhang Lu knelt, urging Your Majesty. You must not do this. Seeing that Yu and Yuan remained unmoved, Zhang Yuanshan directed the blade in his hand towards Chajiu's throat. Still hesitating? Then do not blame me for taking the lives of your woman and child first. Yet, all present understood that even if Yu and Yuan complied, both Chajiu and the unborn heir would ultimately meet their demise. Nevertheless, Yu and Yuan's knife slowly ascended. Chajiu, filled with terror, gazed at him and shook her head frantically. Your Majesty, please. Yu and Yuan maintained an expression of utmost calm, his gaze upon Chajiu imbued with a gentle reassurance. Yuehua, close your eyes. Tears swiftly welled in Chajiu's eyes, firmly grasped by Jiro. She could only struggle desperately to prevent it. As the dragon's roar descended, blood splattered. No! Chajiu cried in anguish, thrashing against her captor. Jiro was taken aback by the sudden surge of strength, allowing Chajiu to escape her grasp. Zhang Yuanshan laughed heartily, then raised his blade to thrust into Chajiu's abdomen. Yu and Yuan's eyes widened in fury as he recklessly lunged forward, intent on using his body to shield Chajiu from Zhang Yuanshan's lethal strike. However, at that moment, a faint golden light erupted from Chajiu, forming a barrier that enveloped her. Zhang Yuanshan's blade struck as if against an impenetrable boulder, numbing his grip. Yet, Chajiu remained unscathed. How could this be? The witnesses of this extraordinary phenomenon were left utterly speechless. Your Majesty, Tiju rushed into Yu and Yuan's embrace, tenderly cradling his bleeding left hand. Upon seeing that Tiju was unharmed, Yu and Yuan finally felt a weight lift from his heart, tightly pulling her into his arms. How wonderful, Yuehua, how wonderful! He kept repeating, overwhelmed with relief that she was safe. A single, scalding tear silently slipped down into Tiju's collar. She was taken aback, realizing that Yu and Yuan seemed to be weeping. Zhang Lu was the first to react. He recalled the prophecy from the Astronomical Bureau foretelling that the Empress would bear a child of auspicious signs. Overcome with excitement, he knelt and performed a great bow. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Highness! An auspicious child has come into the world, the destined prince. The golden light surrounding them was a divine decree. Anyone who sought to harm the prince would be opposing the heavens and would suffer divine retribution. Zhang Yuanshan was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. The conspirators were equally alarmed, exchanging anxious glances. If this child truly was the future destined emperor, protected by celestial forces, then even if their rebellion succeeded, they would surely face dire consequences in the future. It might even bring calamity upon their descendants. In that moment, fear and uncertainty spread among them. Meanwhile, behind the screen, concubine Zhang was enduring a harrowing labor, her cries piercing the air. The midwife, bloodied and in a state of panic, rushed out to report, "It's terrible. The empress is having a difficult delivery." The empress dowager, her mind shaken by the overwhelming golden light, forced herself to remain calm and inquired, "Will the child be born safely?" The empress was losing blood incessantly, her body devoid of strength, with the child trapped inside, risking suffocation with each passing moment. Zhang Yuanshan uttered a chilling statement, "Then let us cut open the empress's abdomen and extract the child." The midwife was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend, and inquired again, What? Is this truly what you mean? Can a person survive such a procedure? Was not this man the biological father of the empress? How could he be so cold-blooded? In Zhang Yuanshan's eyes, familial affection had long been extinguished. The empress was merely a vessel to bear the Zhang family's royal offspring. The empress dowager closed her eyes, murmuring Amitba repeatedly, yet she refrained from voicing any opposition. She tacitly approved. Tijio was astonished by the Zhang family's heartlessness to such an extent. Observing the midwife's hesitation, Zhang Yuanshan, filled with impatience, immediately ordered his men to proceed with the caesarean. As the soldiers entered behind the screen, the gleam of the blade flashed, and the once fading Zhang empress emitted a heart-wrenching scream of agony before finally succumbing to silence. She had perished. The wail of a newborn echoed throughout the grand hall, and a satisfied smile crept across Zhang Yuanshan's lips. However, in the next moment, Chun Tang trembled as she emerged with a child, stammering, "And master, it's a princess." Zhang Yuanshan's smile instantly froze. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. "I have 10 other pregnant women in the side hall. Go and perform the same procedure on each, and you are bound to have a son." Zhang Yuanshan exhaled a heavy sigh. It appears the Empress Dowager has indeed thought this through. He was about to command someone to proceed, when suddenly the sounds of a fierce battle erupted outside Shoan Palace. A report came in. "Your Highness, the Prince of Shun and the Prince of Hung have brought troops to support the throne. 5 battalions of the Imperial Guard have also returned to the palace, and our forces are encircled." Yu Wenyuan regained his composure, coldly observing the unfolding drama. Cha Jiu had already returned to his side, and Yu Wenyuan faced Zhang Yuanshan without a hint of trepidation. He positioned Cha Jiu behind him and signaled to the hidden guards, who swiftly drew their swords and engaged in combat. The loyalist troops charged into Shoan Palace, capturing the disorganized rabble in one fell swoop. Numerous traitors sought to capture Yu Wenyuan alive, but the dragon's roar blade gleamed with a chilling light, its lethal aura soaring like a true dragon from the heavens, cleaving the surging rebels in two. Blood and flesh splattered through the air, and Yu Wenyuan ensured that no filth touched Cha Jiu, shielding her completely. Zhang Yuanshan, unwilling to be captured, laughed maniacally with blood spilling from his mouth in his final moments. "Ha! Yu Wenyuan, 5 years ago, Zhang Fei's child was not yours. You have always been a fool toyed with by the Zhang family." Yu Wenyuan regarded him with indifference, then reached out to gently caress Cha Jiu's round belly before him. "It matters not. I now possess a true heir to inherit the empire, while your Zhang family will soon find that not a single name remains in the family tree." The dragon's roar blade fell, severing Zhang Yuanshan's corpse. He stared with bloodshot eyes filled with desire, still clinging to the illusion of becoming the regent wielding power. The Empress Dowager and others also fell one by one. As the younger brother faced defeat, the Empress Dowager contemplated ending her life with a string of prayer beads. Yet, to her dismay, the cord could not bear the strain and snapped. With bloodshot eyes, she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Was even the Buddha unwilling to offer her solace? Yu Wenyuan regarded her with a cold gaze. "Do you wish to die? It seems far too simple." He ordered her to be bound, rendering her hands and feet immobile, proclaiming, "I shall ensure she lives for a century, witnessing my descendants flourish. The Yuan family enduring for generations." The sight of concubine Zhang's corpse was ghastly, her abdomen grotesquely sliced open in a square shape, a sight too horrifying to behold. Within and outside Shoan Palace, bodies were piled like mountains, and it was said that it took 5 full days and nights to restore order. However, that was merely a tale for another time. At this moment, within Yongla Palace, Imperial physicians attended to Yu Wenyuan's left hand, treating the wounds. Although the bandaging was completed, they all shook their heads regarding the prospects of recovery. The tendons had been severed. This left hand was rendered useless. Ti Zhou inquired of the system. Is there any medicine that can restore Yu Wenyuan's left hand? Chapter 25, The Princess of Alliance and the Bloodthirsty Monarch System. Indeed, there exists a restorative elixir, composed of resin and active nanobots, capable of targeted healing, though it requires a month for preparation. Exchange. A small vial of the potion materialized in the palm of Chajio's hand. She feigned a return to her chambers and transferred the elixir into an ordinary white porcelain bottle. Upon her return to the main hall, she presented the porcelain vial. Your Majesty, when I was but 10 years old, I encountered a wandering physician in the northern fief. He gifted me a miraculous potion. I wonder if Your Majesty would be inclined to give it a try? Chajio spoke her deceit with a countenance as serene as a still lake. Yu Wenyuan harbored no doubts, receiving the porcelain bottle and preparing to pour it upon his wound. The Imperial physician hesitated. The composition of this wandering physician's miraculous elixir remains unknown. Applying it indiscriminately upon the wound may lead to potential festering.
Jazudi.
I have tested this medicine. It poses no danger. Yu Wenyuan gazed deeply at Chajio, unwavering in his resolve, and poured the elixir over his injury. I trust in the wisdom of Consort Zhao. The Imperial physician sighed in resignation, realizing he had unjustly doubted her. The restorative elixir indeed possessed remarkable efficacy. Upon contact with the wound, it swiftly formed a protective layer akin to artificial skin, staunching the flow of blood. Strangely, Yu Wenyuan felt the pain alleviate significantly. Just as Chajio was filled with relief, an unexpected commotion stirred within her abdomen. Oh no! She feared she might deliver prematurely. Summon the midwife, at once. Consort Zhao is about to give birth. Prepare the bedding. Boil the water. Fetch the scissors. Double-check these supplies. Is the soup heated? In the Yongla Palace, several individuals busily attended to their respective duties, preparing for the birth of the child. Men were forbidden from entering the delivery room, and Yu Wenyuan could only wait anxiously outside the royal chambers, his brow furrowed as he paced back and forth. Zhang Lu approached with a chair, offering reassurance. Your Majesty, please take a seat and wait. The delivery of a child can last several hours, or even an entire day and night. You mustn't exhaust yourself standing. Yet, Yu Wenyuan found it impossible to sit still. This was the imminent arrival of his first children, not born from deceit and intrigue, but from the love of a woman who cherished him. The urgency and excitement within him, mingled with anxiety and trepidation, were emotions beyond the comprehension of those around him. Inside the chamber, the midwife instructed, Your Highness, if the pain becomes too much, bite down on this cloth and focus your strength. Do not waste your energy on cries. She placed the cloth in Chajio's mouth, preparing for the long hours ahead. Chajio bit down on the cloth, signaling her readiness to begin. In truth, she felt no pain, only a slight sensation of pressure in her abdomen. Under the midwife's guidance, she gradually exerted her strength, and after an indeterminate amount of time, she felt a release beneath her. A baby's loud cries filled the air. The midwife was momentarily taken aback. How could it happen so swiftly? There is another one. Your Highness. Continue to push. Soon, the second child was born safely. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have been blessed with a healthy pair of twins. The midwife joyfully emerged to share the news, and the palace attendants exchanged smiles, kneeling in congratulations. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness. Yu Wenyuan was nearly overwhelmed with joy. His eyes glistened with warmth as he gazed upon the tranquil infant prince swaddled before him, then shifted to the wailing princess. It was a sight too captivating to absorb entirely. At last, I have children. He turned to Zhang Lu, his expression a blend of laughter and tears, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a childlike pride. Zhang Lu wiped his tears and replied with heartfelt reassurance. Indeed, Your Majesty, the royal heirs have finally arrived. The solitude and anticipation that have enveloped you for so many years have finally borne fruit. After a moment of contemplation on his children, Yuan Yuan inquired. How is Consort Zhao? The midwife responded. The empress is in good health. There has been no need for medicinal tonics or the physician's assistance. In my experience of delivering countless children, none have come forth as smoothly as she did. With this news, Yuan Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He surveyed the surroundings, his heart brimming with delight. Grant rewards. Let all the servants of Yongla Palace be generously rewarded. The palace attendants rejoiced, bowing deeply in gratitude for the emperor's benevolence. Truly, being associated with Consort Zhao foretells a promising future. The birth of the Imperial heirs, believed to be auspiciously blessed by divine fate as a pair of dragon and phoenix, brought immense joy to the emperor, who decreed a general amnesty throughout the realm, exempting only traitors and those of heinous nature. In the same year, the long-suffering drought-ridden lands were graced with gentle rains, while areas afflicted by flooding enjoyed tranquility, leading to a bountiful harvest in agricultural regions. The notion that Consort Zhao had given birth to a child of auspicious signs further resonated deeply within the hearts of the people. Yuan Yuan pardoned Mo Lian Xiaoyu from the death penalty. However, he stripped him of his right to inherit the title of prince and commanded that he be forever barred from entering the capital. Tijio playfully teased the two infants who were sucking their fingers, remarking, I never expected His Majesty to be so petty. Yuan Yuan, still clad in his imperial robes from the morning court session, had come directly to the Yongla Palace. Ever since the arrival of their two children, his daily routine had become a cycle of attending court and returning to Yongla Palace, even relocating his memorials for processing within its confines. Previously, the consorts of the harem would seldom catch a glimpse of His Majesty. Now, they barely saw him at all. Yet, Yuan Yuan found immense joy in this arrangement. No one understood better than he the delight of witnessing the rapid growth of his adorable children. I am indeed petty, he admitted, gently caressing the chubby faces of the children before gazing up at her, his eyes filled with affection. I fear they may be taken from me again. Tijio was taken aback by this revelation. She had assumed that Yuan Yuan was merely angry, not realizing that he was gripped by the fear of losing her. The once proud sovereign had finally descended from his lofty throne, taking careful steps towards her side. Tijio softened her expression, reaching out to stroke his face gently, and replied, Your Majesty, I came from the northern frontier to the palace to dedicate my life to serving you, regardless of life or death. I wish to remain by your side. Deeply moved, Yuan Yuan turned his face to place a tender kiss upon her palm. After months of contemplation, I have finally chosen splendid names for our children. The prince shall be named Yuan Shao, signifying the dragon of the 9 heavens, destined by fate. The princess shall be called Yuan Jing, her name reflecting brilliance and grace, embodying both talent and beauty. Yuan Shao, Yuan Jing, he declared proudly. Tijio wholeheartedly agreed, finding the names to be exquisite. Perhaps due to the arrival of his first pair of children and the rarity of twins, Yuan Yuan held them in profound affection. As soon as Shao heir reached his first month, Yuan Yuan bestowed upon him the title of crown prince. Princess Jing, too, was granted a title and a fief, making her the wealthiest noblewoman in the capital at such a tender age, a privilege unprecedented in the royal family's history. Yuan Yuan harbored the desire to elevate Chajio to the position of empress, yet she graciously declined. Why, you may wonder. As the candlelight flickered and the night deepened, Chajio cradled the little princess, gently rocking her to sleep. The crown prince was obedient and serene, drifting off to slumber at the appointed hour. In contrast, Princess Jing was vivacious and clingy, her laughter echoing throughout the day. Yet at night she would wail for Chajio to hold her until she could finally succumb to sleep. With tender affection, Chajio gazed at her daughter in her arms, softly responding to the emperor's inquiry. To become empress entails boundless responsibilities. Forgive my selfishness. The children are still young, and I wish to devote all my thoughts to them, without the distractions of court duties. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yuan conceded. Very well. Then I shall decree you as the imperial noble consort. Court affairs will remain under the management of Consort Da and Consort Shu. Surely you cannot refuse this arrangement? Chajio could hardly find cause for discontent with such a proposal. With a smile, she regarded Yuan Yuan, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with playful reproach. I thank your majesty for your understanding. Yuan Yuan's gaze softened as he gently enveloped her and the child in his embrace. In the subsequent years, the imperial noble consort bore the second prince, Yuan Hao, and the second princess, Yuan Yan, leading to a gradual resurgence of unrest among the harem, as some began to entertain ambitions of their own. On this day, as Chajio was still engaged in her morning rituals, the entrance of Yongla Palace was crowded with concubines awaiting an audience with the imperial noble consort. De Fei and Xu Fei stood at the forefront, their eyes shadowed and weary. As the year drew to a close, they were not only tasked with preparing for the New Year's Eve banquet, but also had to manage the palace accounts, an overwhelming burden that had deprived them of restful sleep for over half a month. Suddenly, Yun Marin, standing behind Xu Fei, interjected with a chilling remark. "We have been waiting for more than half an hour, yet the imperial noble consort, who holds no real power in the palace and occupies only a nominal position, keeps us waiting for so long." Yun Marin was the illegitimate sister of Xu Fei, the fourth young lady of the prime minister's residence, newly entered into the palace this year. Upon witnessing the succession of royal offspring, Prime Minister Wang mistakenly believed that Yuan Yuan had acquired some miraculous elixir, restoring his health entirely, and thus eagerly thrust his young and beautiful daughter into the palace. Chapter 26. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. The Prime Minister's beloved daughter, the younger sister of Consort Xu, was merely admonished softly by Consort Da. Outside Yongla Palace, one must not be unruly. However, Yun Marin remained unfazed. "Let her be," she remarked. Consort Xu smirked slightly, choosing not to pay further heed. Her sister, much like their father, harbored grand ambitions. They watched enviously as the royal heirs emerged one after another from the womb of imperial concubine Zhao, while the Mo family basked in immense wealth and glory. They naively believed that by sending a young beauty into the palace, they could usurp the aging and waning imperial concubine's favor and win a monarch's heart, ultimately bearing a prince. Such thoughts were nothing short of delusional. Consort Xu had indeed advised the prime minister. Yet all she received in return were impatient rebukes. "Your own incompetence does not permit your sister to enter the palace and gain favor to support the Wang family?" Consort Xu grew weary of the conversation, dismissing the notion that a favored concubine could overshadow a legitimate wife. At long last, the grand doors of Yongla Palace swung open. The chief palace maid, Wan Qing, bowed to the assembled ladies. "The imperial concubine awaits you all in the side hall." The concubines entered in an orderly fashion, taking their seats according to their ranks. It was Yun Marin's first encounter with imperial concubine Zhao. She had assumed that after bearing 2 sons and 2 daughters, the concubine would appear aged, her beauty faded, and her figure altered. To her astonishment, upon their meeting, the concubine sat regally in the main seat. Her skin taut as white jade, her waist supple and slender, hardly betraying any signs of motherhood. The most enviable aspect remains her stunning beauty, delicate as a bud on the verge of blooming, showing no signs of the ravages of time. Instead, her visage is breathtaking, subtly exuding an ethereal purity that renders one hesitant to gaze directly upon her. The cloud beauty gasped in astonishment, initially believing that her youth would secure her triumph. Yet, this imperial concubine. The gentle concubine, observing her half-sister's astonished expression, scoffed softly. "What does it matter not to be the empress? What significance is there in lacking power within the harem? The illustrious imperial concubine nourishes the royal offspring and enjoys the emperor's exclusive favor. No one in the palace would dare to slight her. Conversely, she and the virtuous concubine appear foolish, still believing that wielding authority over the 6 palaces is a monumental achievement, toiling day and night, while the imperial concubine, basking in luxury and ease, seems to have aged far less." The cloud beauty, unwilling to concede defeat, ventured to speak. "Your Highness, the brilliance of the myriad blossoms signifies spring. His Majesty has long resided in the Yongla Palace, and we, his humble sisters, seldom catch a glimpse of his divine countenance, lacking the fortune to bear royal heirs. Perhaps your Highness could extend a modicum of grace and counsel His Majesty to visit other palaces, allowing us a respite from this arduous existence." The cloud beauty believed that men are inherently drawn to novelty. Even the most exquisite beauty may become tiresome with time. Should His Majesty consent to visit other quarters, she was confident that her own charm and talent would undoubtedly captivate him. Tijiu, noticing her unfamiliarity, deduced that she was the newly arrived cloud beauty. She was well aware of the schemes of the Prime Minister, yet she found them beneath her consideration. No matter how many individuals he thrust into the palace, that infatuated mother would hardly spare them a glance, consumed as she was with her children. However, This cloud beauty now appeared to be anything but a compliant and docile character. Tijo contemplated for a moment and smiled gently at the beautiful Yun. It seems that you are indeed the treasured jewel of Prime Minister Wang. Such exquisite beauty. Yet the adornments you wear are rather understated. Yun touched the emerald-studded hairpiece on her head, her gaze tinged with disdain. It was evident that she was a rigid woman, sheltered in the palace and oblivious to the world outside. Recently, the trend in the capital favored elegant simplicity, an aesthetic that exuded nobility while simultaneously appearing delicate and endearing. Tijo instructed her attendant, Wan Xing, to fetch 2 pieces of jewelry from her private collection. These recent acquisitions were exquisite, and it would be delightful for Yun to select one. After all, such beauty deserved to be accentuated. As Tijo lifted her cup of hot tea, she remarked lightly. Yun's pride swelled as she lowered her gaze to the tray, scrutinizing the offerings. One piece was a golden hairpin adorned with pearls and radiant emeralds, while the other was a silk flower. Without hesitation, Yun opted for the former. Tijo inquired, "Have you chosen so swiftly?" Yun replied without a moment's thought. "Is there even a choice? Naturally, I shall select the most beautiful hairpin." The noble consort chuckled softly, and the other ladies-in-waiting, having deciphered Tijo's subtle implication, stifled their laughter behind their handkerchiefs. Tijo set her teacup down, her eyes gleaming with mirth as she regarded Yun. Indeed, when such a luxurious and beautiful hairpin is at hand, who would ever choose a plain and dull silk flower? Yun stood frozen, realization dawning upon her after a prolonged moment. The Empress Dowager was not merely offering her a choice of adornments. She was audaciously using the jewelry as a metaphor to humiliate her. The noble consort, relishing the spectacle, leisurely remarked, "Indeed, no matter how exquisite a young beauty may be, in the presence of the Imperial consort, she is but an unremarkable silk flower, scarcely deserving a second glance, especially from His Majesty." Over the years, the noble consort had come to a clear understanding. Within the inner palace, the only one whom His Majesty truly regarded was the Imperial consort. The lovely Yun, in her quest for favor, failed to assess her own worthiness. Just then, a frantic attendant rushed over to the princesses, whispering a few urgent words to Tijo. The expression on Tijo's face shifted slightly, yet she maintained her composure. "Sisters, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave for now." Upon her arrival at the rocky outcrops of the Imperial garden, she found Princess Jing, disheveled and covered in dirt, standing helplessly while cradling her wailing younger sister in her arms. Upon noticing Tijo's stern approach, the 6-year-old Princess Jing's face contorted into a frown, reminiscent of a bitter melon mother. Tijo, suppressing her anger, admonished, "How many times must I remind you not to take your younger siblings climbing trees or scaling mountains? You seem utterly disregarding of my words." It perplexed her that, despite the Crown Prince and Princess Jing being twins, her and Yuan's love and guidance for both children were equally bestowed. Yet, their temperaments were as divergent as the heavens and the earth. The Crown Prince, albeit young, exhibited remarkable composure and self-discipline, rising before dawn each day to study diligently. In stark contrast, Princess Jing was a mischievous little monkey, climbing roofs and splashing in water, exhibiting none of the grace befitting a princess. Initially, Yuan defended her, reasoning that the Crown Prince's reserved demeanor and the absence of peers within the palace naturally led her to exhibit a more spirited disposition. He believed that once younger siblings arrived, all would be well. However, upon the arrival of her siblings, Princess Jing not only remained unruly herself, but also encouraged her younger siblings to join in her exuberance. In an unfortunate incident, Princess Yen, blissfully following her sister up the mountain, tumbled down and suffered a considerable bump on her forehead, wailing inconsolably, "Mother, this is not Jing Jia's fault. We had agreed to a climbing contest, but it was my sister who insisted on joining." The second prince, Yuan Hao, intended to speak in defense of his sister, but found himself embroiled in trouble instead. Tijo cast a glance at him, her gaze piercing. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be studying in the library with your brother at this hour?" Yuan Hao immediately wilted under her scrutiny. Tijo took the princess from the nurse's arms and thoroughly examined her, confirming that she merely had a bruise on her forehead. Turning her attention to the 2 children, she asked, "Jing Hao, are either of you injured?" Yuan Hao, robust and unyielding, declared loudly that he was unhurt. Princess Jing, concealing her scraped hand behind her back, echoed his sentiment. Only then did Tijo breathe a sigh of relief, her tone becoming stern. However, go to the library immediately. Jing-o, you shall stand in punishment at the entrance of Yongla Palace for 1 hour. Princess Jing cast a glance at her sister, who was sobbing and sucking her fingers while nestled against their mother, pouting in reluctance as she trudged off to face her punishment. After standing for a while, she fortuitously encountered a group of concubines emerging from the tea gathering at Yongla Palace, a sight to which they had grown accustomed. Yun Marin had heard of her as well. Observing the displeased expression on Princess Jing's face, a thought crossed her mind. Your Highness, with the sun so scorching today, how could the Empress Dowager bear to let you stand here in its relentless glare? Princess Jing lifted her gaze to the sunlight obscured by thick clouds, then glanced down at the cool shade beneath her feet. Furrowing her brow, she directed her attention towards the woman before her, whose face was inscribed with ill intentions. Chapter 27. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch. Princess Jing spoke with unreserved candor, cutting straight to the point. Who are you? Yun Marin displayed a warm and inviting smile. I am your new bride, Yun Marin. Princess Jing replied. Oh. So you're yet another one who has come to the palace to live off the royal bounty. Yun Marin was momentarily taken aback. Were both of them so merciless? Your Highness, one must not speak in such a manner. Am I wrong? Princess Jing raised an eyebrow at her. You all feast without contributing. While my father graciously supports so many of you, and the newcomers grow increasingly unappealing each year. Yun Marin thought to herself how she truly wished to turn and leave. However, she could not, for the Emperor's fondness for Princess Jing was well known. Perhaps she could leverage that to gain favor. Yun Marin was confident that once the Emperor experienced her, he would not soon forget her essence. Princess Jing, do you understand why you are perpetually punished? Yun Marin disregarded the unflattering remarks and pressed on. Princess Jing pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. It is because I am mischievous. Is there a child who is not mischievous? Are the second prince and princess yet not mischievous? Yun Marin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. They too are quite impish. Princess Jing thought proudly, recalling how she had influenced them. Then why is it that you alone bear the brunt of the punishment? Yun Marin gently coaxed. It is merely due to the Empress's favoritism. Princess Jing frowned in silence, leading Yun Marin to believe that her scheme of sowing discord was succeeding, prompting her to speak with even greater fervor. You are the most cherished princess of His Majesty, destined to enjoy all the affection. However, within this palace, it is solely your mother, the Empress, who receives such favor, rendering her indifferent to the need for additional warmth towards you to win the Emperor's heart. Princess Jing inquired. Then, according to your assertion, what should I do? The enchanting Yun replied enigmatically. Let us engage in a game, and I shall reveal it to you. Shall we? What game? Asked the princess. Hide and seek, Yun responded. At the hour of the hide night, you must quietly bring His Majesty to the Imperial garden to search for me. Should you find me, I shall disclose the method to ensure that the Empress forever loves you alone. However, the condition is that you must not reveal this to anyone, including the Emperor. Princess Jing, perplexed, queried, Then how shall I persuade father to accompany me? Yun, secretly delighted, realized that the Navi girl had taken the bait. She whispered instructions, teaching Princess Jing how to deceive the Emperor. That night, at the hour of the high, in the Imperial garden, Yun, draped in delicate veils, with cascading hair and an alluring fragrance wafting around her, quietly awaited by the lotus pond. Before long, she could faintly hear the princess's playful voice from afar. Hurry up, let us search together. A subtle smile graced Yun's lips. As the figure of a mature man approached, she deliberately turned and fell into his embrace, feigning delicacy. Oh, Your Majesty. Wait, this sensation is not right. Yun was momentarily taken aback. The man, however, was quicker to exclaim, Yun. No, do not be so brazen with a mere servant. Who is this? Princess Jing clapped her hands in delight, laughing. Yun. You are teasing our little Sui. How shameful. Little Sui protested no. Yet her voice grew ever louder. A number of palace attendants hurried over to watch the spectacle. It was only then that Yun realized she had been played, glaring in anger. You. Princess Jing made a face at her and, taking little Sui by the hand, ran off. From that night onward, Yun's insatiable desire and her attempts to seduce the eunuchs became the talk of the entire palace, causing quite a scandal. Yu and Yuan chose to ignore it, while concubine Shu seized the opportunity to deliver a stern reprimand to her irritating half-sister. Henceforth, Yun never dared to show her face in front of others again. However, those events were mere footnotes in the grand narrative. The clever and mischievous Princess Jing felt quite accomplished, believing she had done a great service for her mother and father. Did Yun claim that their mother favored her? That statement held some truth. Yet, the favoritism had always been directed towards her and the crown prince, as they were the firstborn children of the empress, who had faced peril during her pregnancy due to being held hostage by rebels. Princess Jing was well aware of all these intricacies. The foolish Yun even attempted to sow discord using her younger siblings. As they approached Yongle Palace, Princess Jing spotted Tijiao waiting at the entrance from a distance. Her triumphant expression quickly faded. Oh no! Trouble had been discovered by their mother. Where had she been so late? Tijiao, having waited anxiously within the palace, was visibly worried. Princess Jing stammered, "I was playing hide and seek." Tijiao's expression darkened. Just as Princess Jing believed she was about to face punishment, she heard Chajiao inquire, "Did you hurt your palm today?" The princess was taken aback, thinking she had concealed her discomfort quite well. Chajiao chose not to dwell on the events of the previous evening. Instead, she guided Princess Jing back to her chamber to cleanse her hand. She then produced a restorative ointment disguised as a gold plaster and delicately applied it to her daughter's tender palm. Princess Jing obediently declared, "I will not take my younger siblings hiking again." Chajiao cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "Do you think I would have you stand in punishment merely for injuring Yenner's forehead?" The princess shook her head, replying, "No. It is because mother does not wish for me to climb mountains, fearing I might hurt myself." Chajiao affectionately ruffled her hair. Princess Jing nestled against her mother's warm palm and sweetly asked, "May I sleep with you tonight, mother?" Meanwhile, the crown prince, leisurely sipping his lotus and tremella soup, interjected, "Heir and Yenner no longer cling to mother. At your age, do you still wish to sleep beside her? Is there no sense of shame?" Princess Jing, embarrassed and indignant, retorted, "Is it any of your business?" She found her twin brother exceedingly annoying, always acting like an adult. A hearty laughter echoed from the entrance of the chamber. "Who is it that clings to sleep beside mother?" Having completed his official duties, Yu Wenyuan strode in with confidence. "Your Majesty," Chajiao rose to curtsy, but was halted. Yu Wenyuan said, "How many times must I tell you? Between us, there is no need for such formalities." Chajiao smiled as she helped him remove his heavy outer robe, shaking off the chill of the wind and frost that clung to it. The room was warmed by the burning of an underground fire, enveloping it in a cozy atmosphere, while the children laughed joyfully, creating an ambience of tranquility. "Today, I perused the memorial submitted by the governor of Minjiang, and one particular fact elicited a deep sense of lamentation." Yu Wenyuan suddenly appeared somewhat melancholic. Chajiao had never encountered such a tone from him before and inquired with curiosity, "What memorial?" The wealthiest local merchant, a man surnamed Chen, had passed away, leaving his grieving wife in utter despair. She renounced her vast fortune and the titles bestowed upon her, choosing to end her life in flames alongside him. Yu Wenyuan turned to her, hesitation clouding his expression. "Yuehua, should I depart?" He left his sentence unfinished, yet Chajiao comprehended his unspoken thoughts. She gently caressed the faint scar on Yu Wenyuan's left hand. Though the tendons had healed completely, the scar remained an indelible mark. Yu Wenyuan feared losing her far more than she had ever imagined. "Your Majesty," Chajiao tenderly took his hand and placed it against her cheek. Her gaze as soft as ever. "Should your Majesty return to the heavens, I shall surely follow. May the moonlight guide you, your Majesty. My very existence has always been for you." Chapter 28. The Princess of Alliance and the bloodthirsty monarch Yu Wenyuan found himself momentarily lost in thought, his eyes gradually reddening. In this life, he held no regrets. He embraced Chajiao tightly, his voice laced with reluctance. "You have misunderstood me. My intentions are quite the opposite. Should I depart before you, you must live well and honorably as a revered empress dowager." At this, Chajiao was taken aback. "I shall await you in the ancestral temple. Take your time in coming." At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system re-emerged. Ding! Yu Wenyuan's favorability has reached 100%. The honor of the ancestral temple has been achieved, and the task of producing descendants is complete. The overall task score for the host is graded as SSS, with points accumulating towards the next realm. Tears streamed down Chaojiao's face. Finally, a fluffy little head squeezed between the two, eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Father, mother, may Jinger sleep with you tonight?" Chaojiao and Yu Wenyuan exchanged a glance. Laughter bubbling forth in unison. Yuan Yuan lifted Princess Jing, placing her on the bed and playfully tickling her, eliciting peals of laughter. The crown prince, having finished his meal, shook his head in exasperation as he turned to leave. During Yuan Yuan's reign, the agricultural sector of Xinghua flourished rapidly, famine became a distant memory, and the nation enjoyed peace and stability, free from calamities. The favored concubine Zhao Huang bore him 4 sons and 2 daughters, and the couple cherished a lifetime of love. At the age of 25, the crown prince ascended to the throne, allowing Yuan Yuan to retire from governance. As the retired emperor, he and the empress dowager resided in the palace's retreat, occasionally embarking on southern tours. It was not until he reached the age of 105 that he seemingly foresaw the approach of his destiny, returning with Chaojiu to the Yongla Palace. He reclined on the bamboo chair in the courtyard, surrounded by the fragrant aroma of tea, gazing at the familiar palace scenery before him. In this place, the woman he cherished most had stood countless times at the door, her face aglow with a smile as she awaited his return from court to share a meal. Here, he witnessed the once lonely space around his knees now filled with an increasing number of children, their laughter and playful squabbles resonating as they grew. He clasped the hand of Tiju, who, despite the passage of time, retained her unparalleled beauty. Moonlight, he hesitated, ultimately smiling and shaking his head. Tiju returned his grip, her tenderness as unwavering as in years gone by. Although Yuan Yuan refrained from voicing his thoughts, he had already arrived at an understanding in his heart. From the indescribable divine light during the palace upheaval to the miraculous restorative potions that followed, and to the peculiar items she produced whenever the children were hurt, he knew she was no ordinary mortal. Yet, what did it matter? With such a wife, he felt utterly content. As the last maple leaf fell, he peacefully closed his eyes. On the following day after Yuan Yuan departed from this world, Tiju too found eternal rest upon the bed in Yongla Palace. The emperor of the prosperous state, Yuan Shao, fulfilled their pact, interring the two together in the ancestral temple, eternally united. Tiju returned to the realm of the main deity for a period of rest. System. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to rest like this. Close that sweet little mouth of yours. Tiju stretched her last lazy yawn and prepared to teleport. All right, in the next little world, your name will be Shun Yanshu, and you'll have a twin sister named Shin Chi Su. Both of you, orphans since childhood, will be raised by a marquis's household. The subject of this task is the heir of the Ho family, Ning Chongting, who is also the sworn brother of Yu and Shin Chizu. However, you must tread carefully. At the temporal juncture you are being sent to, Madame Ning Chongting's mother, has already set her sights on Shin Chizu as a candidate for her daughter-in-law. Based on the information, Chaojiu has gathered a general understanding of Ning Chongting. He is aloof, dignified, and treats everyone with detached courtesy, embodying the qualities of a refined gentleman. Is there a potion that can imbue the body with a fragrant aroma? Indeed. What scent do you desire? Rose wine, grape wine, Mao Tai, Erguotu. Chaojiu interjected. Why are you becoming increasingly unreliable? Rose wine. To intrigue a reserved person, one must employ the art of scent to discern character. The scene before her spun chaotically. With her eyes shut, Chaojiu shook her head, and, upon reopening them, she found herself within the flickering candlelight of the Ning family ancestral hall, still kneeling. Beside her, Shin Chizu knelt on a mat, her head bowed as she quietly wept. Her tone laced with bitterness. I had long suspected that the Ho family's sheltering of us sisters was but a scheme. Without regard for whether Chaojiu was listening, she poured out all that had transpired. It turned out that today the palace had bestowed upon the Ho family several precious bolts of shimmering silk, which delighted Madame Ning immensely. She intended to summon a tailor to take Shin Chizu's measurements for a splendid garment. However, the very first words that escaped her lips incited Shin Chizu's ire. Madame Ning's original statement was, "This splendid silk is befitting of our future young mistress of the Ho family." In a flurry of panic, Shin Chizu hastily pushed away the fabric Madame Ning was measuring against her, exclaiming, "Mother, I do not wish to marry the heir." The expression on Lady Ning's face instantly changed. Suppressing her fury, she inquired with great composure, "What is wrong with Longting that you would go to such lengths to avoid it?" Shin Chizu hesitated, unable to articulate her true sentiments. The heir was indeed admirable, yet Chizu regarded him merely as an elder brother. In a fit of anger, Lady Ning ordered Shin Chizu to kneel in the ancestral hall for 5 hours, with Shun Yanshu unjustly bearing the brunt of her wrath as well. After hearing the entire sequence of events, Cha Jiu asked, "Why do you not wish to marry Brother Longting?" Shun Chizu ceased her sobbing, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. "Are you truly unaware? When Lady Ning was with child, a palace coup ensued. She shielded the empress from poisoned wine, and thus the heir was afflicted with a congenital condition, destined to remain childless. Ultimately, Shun Chizu could not overlook the fact that Ning Chongting would bear no heirs." Outside the ancestral hall, a gentle breeze rustled the trees, the soft sound of leaves masking the footsteps that paused at the entrance. The system alerted. Ning Chongting had arrived. Cha Jiu did not turn around. Ning Chongting stood silent, refraining from entering, likely having overheard Shun Chizu's disparaging remarks about him. Cha Jiu straightened her posture and calmly remarked, "What does it matter if he is without heirs?" "What?" Shun Chizu was taken aback, struggling to grasp Cha Jiu's line of thought. Cha Jiu continued, "Brother Longting does not rely on the favor of the marquisate. At the age of 15, he participated in the Imperial examinations, achieving the highest honors in the provincial, metropolitan, and palace assessments. By the age of 24, he was appointed as a compiler in the Hamlin Academy, and by 27, he had been promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel, concurrently serving as the Assistant Grand Secretary. A person of extraordinary talent should not be scorned for lacking heirs." Shun Chizu looked at her with an expression akin to seeing a ghost. "Usually, you remain silent and unassuming. I never expected you to speak such a lengthy discourse. Indeed, I am reluctant to marry the heir, and the absence of descendants is one among several reasons." Shun Chizu continued, "Another reason is the archaic and restrictive customs of this marquisate. I have no desire to be confined here for a lifetime." Tijio clasped her hands together and bowed deeply to the ancestors of the Ning family when the bandits exterminated the Shun family. "Had it not been for the marquisite's adoption, we would have long since been wandering the streets, starving. Sister, one must always harbor a heart of gratitude, rather than criticize those who have shown kindness." Shun Chizu retorted, "The marquisate took us in merely to select one of us to care for the heir for life. Now that mother has chosen someone other than you, it is easy for you to make derisive remarks." Tijio replied calmly, "Had I been the chosen one, I would willingly marry." Shun Chizu looked at her in disbelief. "You must be mad. You have been blinded by the marquisite's wealth and have become superficial and opportunistic." "It is not about opportunism," Tijio clarified, knowing that Ning Chongting was still waiting outside. She enunciated each word clearly. "I have long held affection for Brother Chongting." The conversation in the ancestral hall fell abruptly silent. Shun Chizu was still processing her sister's words when Ning Chongting seized the opportune moment to enter. Chapter 29. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold noble heir as the dark robe flowed gracefully, revealing a visage akin to a crowned jade. Ning Chongting approached with an inherent air of noble dignity and poise. The radiant moonlight illuminated his elongated, refined features, further accentuating his aloofness. Even Shun Chizu, who regarded him with disdain, found herself momentarily entranced by his striking appearance and elegant demeanor. What a pity, such an exquisite gentleman, yet destined to remain without heirs. Ning Chongting chose to disregard the evident sympathy and regret reflected in Shun Chizu's eyes. His gaze settled upon Cha Jiu as he spoke. "Today's circumstances stem from my mother's misunderstanding. I have persuaded her to absolve you of any punishment. You may return and rest." Shun Chizu scrambled to her feet from the mat, her head bowed as she concealed her face, offering a curtsy to Ning Chongting before hastily retreating, as if fearing that he might inadvertently take notice of her. "Thank you, Brother Chongting," Cha Jiu expressed, rising to her feet and performing the customary salute in accordance with etiquette. Ning Chongting offered no further words, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement as he turned to depart. However, Cha Jiu, fixated on his sleeve, remarked, "Your garment is torn." Following her gaze, Ning Chongting glanced down and indeed discovered a slender rip in his sleeve, likely incurred as he dismounted the carriage. It was not easily noticeable unless scrutinized closely. Cha Jiu retrieved a petite sewing kit from her sleeve, threading the needle with care as she diligently began to mend his attire. The candlelight flickered dimly, and as she leaned closer to stitch, the delicate, sweet fragrance of roses subtly intertwined with Ning Chongting's breath. He felt a sudden stiffness in his body, instinctively wanting to step back. "Do not move." Tiju lifted her gaze to him, her lively, water-like peach blossom eyes imbued with a hint of playful reproach. Ning Chongting obediently stood still, his ears inexplicably flushed. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that Tijio's eyelashes, resembling delicate butterfly wings, trembled slightly as she focused intently. Utterly charming. Suddenly, he recalled what Tijio had just said. I have long held affection for Brother Chongting. With that, Tijio deftly finished her stitching and bit through the thread. Ning Chongting secretly exhaled, swallowing hard as he uttered two dry words. Thank you. Tijio smiled sweetly at him. You're welcome, Brother Chongting. The sweetness in her address bore no trace of reluctance or insincerity, which Ning Chongting could discern. She was unlike Shin Chizu, who had consistently referred to him as young Master Ning, merely to create distance and remind both him and others of her disinterest in the position of the Marquis's wife. He understood her intent, yet it mattered little to him. Shin Chizu's disdain for him did not equate to his admiration for her. Resolutely, he had decided not to let his heart be swayed by any woman throughout his life, nor did he intend to marry and burden anyone. Having solidified his resolve, Ning Chongting did not wish for Tijio to squander her feelings on him. However, when he attempted to express his thoughts, the words became lodged in his throat, and he found himself unable to articulate them. Tijio smiled at him and inquired, What is it? Ning Chongting's thin lips parted slightly, but he ultimately murmured, It's nothing. At the Marquis's residence, in Songhua Hall, the matriarch, old Madame Ning, was transcribing scriptures while listening to the servants report news from the ancestral hall. After listening to Tijio refute Shin Chizu's remarks, the old lady let out a deep sigh. Yan Shu, that child, indeed possesses a heart full of gratitude. It is not in vain that the whole family has nurtured them in luxury and comfort. Madame Ning, seated in a lower position, wore a troubled expression. What use is Yan Shu's gratitude? What I desire is Chizu. In truth, when she took in the two sisters years ago, Madame Ning harbored no ulterior motives. However, when the girls turned 10, a fortune-teller visited the Ho residence and proclaimed that Shin Chizu was a rare soul destined for fertility, capable of bearing heirs for Chongting. From that moment, Madame Ning was convinced that Shin Chizu would be her future daughter-in-law, the sole hope for the continuation of the noble lineage of the Ho family. The old lady sighed gently. We are a family of integrity. No matter how fond you are of Chizu, we must not engage in any forced marriages. Otherwise, we risk creating a pair of ill-matched partners and tarnishing the family name. Madame Ning felt a twinge of guilt. You speak wisely, mother. The old lady continued. Chongting is already 27. If we delay his marriage any further, he will become a subject of ridicule. I advise you not to fixate on just one person. Since Yan Shu has shown interest in Chongting, and she has been raised with care by the Ho family, why not consider her? Madame Ning hesitated. Yan Shu is usually quiet and unassuming, lacking the charm of Chizu. Moreover, her beauty is exceedingly striking, and I worry that she may find it difficult to remain content in her household, leading to potential scandal for Chongting. Although Shan Yanshu and Shin Chizu are twin sisters, their appearances are remarkably different. Shin Chizu's appearance leans towards that of a delicate beauty. Her features are rather plain, exuding an air of elegance, yet lacking in distinctiveness. In contrast, Shin Yanshu's beauty can only be described as breathtaking, leaning towards the vibrant and flamboyant. Her pair of shimmering peach blossom eyes, when they break into a smile, enchants every man in the realm, ensnaring their hearts effortlessly.
Lady Xiao,
favored by the Marquis due to her beauty, bore him an illegitimate son, Ning Chongwen. Naturally, Lady Ning harbors disdain for such enchanting and bewitching figures. The matriarch, upon hearing this, shook her head, stating that one should not judge by appearance alone, but rather by the essence of one's character. For years, she had selected those plain-faced women among the noble ladies of the capital for Chongting, who, although unremarkable in looks, had none who truly cast aside societal prejudices or looked down upon him. Lady Ning remained hesitant, suggesting they observe further. The matriarch, not wanting to pressure her, simply remarked that in a few days, a female tutor would come to the residence to teach, and it would be prudent to discreetly observe both Chizu and Yanshu's dispositions. Yes, mother, she acquiesced. The two women conversed for a while longer, and as dusk fell, they parted ways. Meanwhile, in the Tsueha pavilion, a maid vividly recounted how Lady Ning had been humiliated before Shin Chizu that day, her face a portrait of displeasure. Lady Zhou, munching on sunflower seeds, listened with delight, laughing heartily. Ah, how refreshing! Indeed, how delightful! She exclaimed, taking a sip of hot tea to soothe her throat before continuing to tease her son, Ning Chongwen. What does it matter to be a legitimate child? What significance does achieving the highest honors hold? The ladies of the capital refuse to marry him. Yet he insists on pressuring an adopted orphan. How utterly disgraceful. Ning Chongwen sat in a casual manner, his fingers idly flipping through the pages of a book, only to cast it aside in irritation after a brief perusal. The lofty texts of sages and classics were causing him a headache, and he resolved to cease his reading. Madame Zhou rose to gently massage his temples, soothingly remarking, "If you choose not to read, then so be it. If you do not pursue fame and fortune, it matters not. When Ning Chongting reaches the age of 30 without children, the Lord will undoubtedly bestow the title of heir upon you." Ning Chongwen harbored similar thoughts. While his academic performance was dismal, having failed to pass even the provincial examinations after several years of effort, he was blessed with numerous offspring. Over the years, his wives had borne him a total of 6 daughters and 1 son. In this regard, he certainly outshone Ning Chongting. Nevertheless, Madame Zhou remained somewhat apprehensive. Rumor had it that Shin Chizu was exceptionally fertile, although she currently resisted. What if she consented in the future? Wouldn't the firstborn son potentially have the opportunity to inherit the title? Ning Chongwen scoffed. Isn't it easy to resolve this matter? Chapter 30. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold heir in noble families, young ladies are expected to be respectful and adhere to etiquette, while also engaging in the arts. The Marquis's residence has invited female tutors for the 2 young ladies, aiming to instruct them in these matters to prevent any faux pas at future gatherings of the elite. In the Listening Rain Pavilion, the matriarch has specifically sent her devoted maid, Aunt Xing, to guide them through their lessons. As dawn breaks, Shin Chizu stands sleepily, lacking in vitality, listening without much response. In contrast, Cha Jiao has already splashed her face with cold water, appearing refreshed and impeccably attired, leaving no room for criticism. Aunt Xing discreetly makes a note of this, contemplating the differences. The lessons are held in Zilinyuan, and as Cha Jiao exits the courtyard, she encounters Ning Chongting, who is preparing to attend court. Ning Chongting, clad in resplendent crimson court attire, with a gilded belt cinched at his waist and his hair meticulously arranged, presents an air of aloofness and coldness. Cha Jiao greets him with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Chongting." He pauses and offers her a slight bow in return. It is the first time he has heard this greeting from his not-so-close adoptive sister. Shin Chizu, somewhat reluctant, follows Cha Jiao in offering her respects. However, before she can fully bend her body in deference, Ning Chongting turns away and departs, seemingly oblivious to her presence and disregardful of her greeting. Shin Chizu feels a wave of embarrassment and quietly complains to her sister. "Why on earth did you greet him?" Cha Jiao, taken aback, responds, "It is customary to salute our elders. When our father and brothers go to court, we must pay our respects. Is this not proper etiquette?" Shin Chizu retorts, "How archaic. Why should a family be burdened with so many trivial formalities? A home ought to be a sanctuary of warmth and ease, rather than a suffocating environment governed by a plethora of meaningless rules." Jiao was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether this sister exemplified genuine straightforwardness or mere folly. She gently suggested, "Sister, since we find ourselves in the Duke's residence, we ought to adhere to its customs, rather than criticize the ancestral traditions upheld for centuries." Shin Chizu clicked her tongue, feeling as though she were speaking to a wall. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand. To me, these regulations are merely a fade of superiority concocted by aristocratic families to distinguish themselves from commoners." Jiao glanced at the matron Xing ahead and gestured for her sister to be silent. Shin Chizu believed she was speaking softly, however. Every word of their conversation was distinctly captured by matron Xing. Consequently, her impression of Shin Chizu was further diminished. The Jingyuan Duke's household, a paragon of a century-old noble lineage, boasted customs that, even when scrutinized across the entirety of the capital, were universally revered. How had they been reduced to mere pretentiousness in Shin Chizu's discourse? Such a person, even if she were to become the Duke's lady someday, would she truly manage the household effectively? Matron Xing shook her head slightly. The instructor for etiquette awaited in Jilon courtyard, ready to impart lessons on the art of floral arrangement. The interplay between flowers is a discipline in itself. As recorded in texts, flowers possess their own commands, much like the hierarchy within a palace. The instructor generously shared her wisdom, yet Shin Chizu found her eyelids growing heavy, succumbing to drowsiness. Jiao, on the other hand, found herself quite intrigued. In her usual tasks within the realm of the deities, she often navigated through a tumult of blades and shadows, seldom experiencing such a serene moment imbued with poetic beauty. It was her first encounter with the art of flower arrangement. Suddenly, an idea struck her, reminiscent of the taciturn Ning Chongting. Master, if one were to present a floral arrangement to a gentleman, what theme should be chosen? And how should the flowers be harmoniously paired? She inquired. The female instructor expressed surprise. She had presumed that Miss Yen Shu was merely listening idly, without genuine interest. To her delight, it became evident that the young lady was indeed earnest in her studies. The instructor, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, elaborated with greater fervor. As the Dragon Boat Festival approaches, you might select some seasonal flowers such as daylilies, hollyhocks, or dragon boat flowers. You may choose any 5 to create your arrangement, which we refer to as the 5 auspicious flowers, symbolizing the warding off of malevolence and toxins. Tijiu clapped her hands in delight. Excellent. I shall endeavor to create with these 5 auspicious flowers. With that, she diligently selected 5 varieties of flora, contemplating their arrangement. Meanwhile, Shin Chizu awoke momentarily, feeling quite bored. Noticing that the instructor had briefly stepped away, she quickly confided in Tijiu, I shall step out for a moment. If the instructor or the matron inquires, simply say I have a stomachache and went to the restroom. Tijiu, engrossed in her floral endeavors, was oblivious to Shin Chizu's words and did not hear her at all. Thus, Shin Chizu stealthily departed from Jilon Courtyard, scaling the wall to seek out a certain individual. That person had mentioned they would wait for her in the alley behind Lanqiang Building, ready to introduce her to a vibrant world of colors and fragrances she had never before encountered. Upon the return of the female instructor, she was met with a sight of empty seats, her brow furrowing in concern. Miss Yen, where is your sister? Ah! Tijiu emerged bewilderedly from behind the flowers and foliage, unaware of her sister's whereabouts. The instructor sighed, resigning herself to the fact that she could not interfere with the affairs of the noble family. However, her attention was soon captured by the exquisite flower arrangement before Tijiu, her eyes lighting up. Did you create this all by yourself? Tijiu nodded, sensing the instructor's admiration for the floral display, which she, too, cherished. The arrangement, featuring 5 varieties of flowers including hollyhocks, pomegranates, and irises, harmonized beautifully within the cloud-patterned vase. Additionally, Tijiu had adorned the pomegranate branches with a delicate and finely crafted tiger talisman sachet, symbolizing the warding off of evil spirits. The instructor exclaimed, brilliant! The young gentleman who receives these auspicious blooms will surely extol your ingenuity. Ning Chongting returned to the Marquis's residence from the palace in the afternoon. He carried a food box in his hand, while behind him, the young servant yeoman bore 2 boxes in each hand. As the servants of the Marquis's household reached out to take the food box from him, he declined their assistance. Upon arriving at Qingfeng Garden, Ning Chongting instructed Yong'an to deliver the assorted pastries to the old lady's Songha Hall, to the Marquis's wife's Yunrui Pavilion, and to Shin Chizu's quarters. These were limited-edition delicacies freshly crafted by the Jinwei Pavilion, typically difficult to procure even with a long wait. Fortune favored Ning Chongting today, allowing him to acquire some. Yeoman pointed to the solitary box that Ning Chongting held. And this one, for whom is it intended? Ning Chongting placed down the food box and replied nonchalantly, this one is for Miss Yen. In Yeoman's heart, there was an odd sensation that was difficult to articulate. As Ning Chongting entered the study, his gaze was immediately drawn to the 5 colored flowers adorning his desk. Where did these come from? Ning Chongting furrowed his brow. He had always disdained others meddling with his study. Yongshou, who had been tidying up Qingfeng Courtyard, felt a twinge of anxiety. These were specially sent by Miss Yen Shu, who mentioned that with the approaching Dragon Boat Festival, they could ward off evil and toxins. Surely, the heir would not hold it against him for placing such items carelessly? Thus, Yongshou hastily suggested, my lord, should I take them away? No need, replied Ning Chongting as he approached, a subtle fragrance wafting towards him, easing his recent agitation caused by official matters. The pomegranate blossoms above were still adorned with a charming tiger-shaped incense pouch. He reached out to gently touch it, noticing a corner of white paper peeking from the pouch's tie. Ning Chongting paused momentarily, unfastened the pouch, and extracted the note within. Inscribed in delicate characters was the phrase, Yuan Yuji 11 Liu Lan. Yong'an, curious, leaned in to take a glance. Oh, there's also a small note inside? What does this mean, something about Ji and Yulan? I only recognize 3 out of 6 characters. Ning Chongting folded the note and held it in the palm of his hand, his expression contemplative. Yuan Yuji 11 Li Lan followed by the next line. Si Gongzi 11 Wei Gan Yen. Shun Yen Shu harbored feelings for him. Yet, she dared not speak of it. She could candidly acknowledge her affections before Shinchizu in the ancestral hall, but in his presence, she never exhibited any emotions that might be deemed inappropriate. In their past encounters, she remained silent, never daring to meet his gaze. In the past, he merely perceived his younger sister as introverted. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that her demeanor stemmed from her secret affection for him. Yanggan, please pass me the lunchbox. Ning Chongding has had a change of heart. He intends to deliver the pastries himself. Chapter 31. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold, noble young master in the serene ambience of Tingyu Pavilion. Cha Jiao reclined lazily on the beautiful couch, secretly engrossed in a light novel when the system's voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. Ning Chongding's affection for you has increased. It is now at 30%. This revelation did not surprise Cha Jiao. Evidently, he held quite an appreciation for that exquisite bottle of Wuruihua. At that moment, her personal maid, Xiao Mei, knocked at the door. Miss, the young master has arrived. Cha Jiao was taken aback. Could it be that Ning Chongding had come to express his gratitude? Or had he uncovered the secret behind the fragrant sachet? She rose to tidy her attire, ensuring she presented the graceful demeanor befitting a refined young lady in the mirror before gracefully stepping outside. Good afternoon, Brother Chongding. Upon seeing Ning Chongding, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Ning Chongding, pursing his lips, mused silently. Was it always either good morning or good afternoon? Did she possess no other words for him? Nevertheless, he handed over the food box in his hand, his tone casual. This is for you. Cha Jiao accepted it, noticing the plum blossom lacquer seal on the box, immediately recognizing it as a delicacy from Jinwei Pavilion. Her eyes glimmered with delight as she looked at Ning Chongding. These pastries are from Jinwei Pavilion, renowned as the finest in Shengjing. Did you specifically purchase this, Brother Chongding? With a stubborn demeanor, Ning Chongding replied, No. I just happened to come across them. Yet, the expression on Yeoman's face grew increasingly peculiar. It was evident he had taken a detour to procure them. How could it be mere coincidence? Cha Jiao opened the food box, unable to suppress her admiration. Delicately arranged within were exquisite floral pastries, each unique in its own right. Yeoman was equally astonished. It was no wonder the heir was reluctant to allow the servants to handle this food box. The pastries within were adorned with powdered sugar in a myriad of colors and shapes. Surely, the heir was concerned that the servants might inadvertently mix the hues, rendering them less appealing. Was it true that the heir held such deep regard for Miss Yanshu? Jiao gently lifted a peach blossom-shaped pastry with a handkerchief, cautiously sampling a small bite. The delicate pink sugar flakes clung to her luscious lips, quivering slightly with each small chew, reminiscent of a kitten at mealtime, evoking an irresistible sense of affection. Ning Chongding, momentarily taken aback, found his hand inexplicably reaching towards Jiao's lips, gently brushing away the sugar crumbs. There you it. Her gaze a mixture of confusion and innocence, stirring Ning Chongding back to reality. The rush of warmth surged through him, yet he feigned composure, continuing to remove the sugar from the corner of her lips. You have crumbs all over your face, he remarked, clearing his throat in an attempt to sound casual, as though it were the most natural thing to assist his sister-in-law in wiping her mouth. Yet, his ears burned with a heat that betrayed his calm demeanor. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his words, Jiao quickly reached for her handkerchief to clean herself. Brother Chongding, do you still like the 5 auspicious flowers I sent you? She inquired, feigning ignorance. Ning Chongding did not respond directly. Instead, he brought up another topic. The 5 auspicious flowers ward off evil and poison, symbolizing good fortune during the Dragon Boat Festival. Did you also gift them to your grandmother and mother? Jiao shook her head. I learned flower arranging today, and the first bouquet I crafted was for you. Ning Chongding received an answer that left him thoroughly satisfied, the cold indifference in his eyes softening somewhat. It turned out that he had obtained the first and only one. Quite delightful. But what of the pastries? Jiao countered cleverly. Surely grandmother, mother, and sister Chi Su had received theirs as well? Ning Chongding's expression stiffened. Yong, and ever the chatterbox, chimed in. The heir purchased one for each person according to their preferences. The old lady received the jade green bean cake, while the lady received the longjing rice cake. Ning Chongding shot him a cold glance, causing Yong and to quickly fall silent. Jiao lowered her gaze. Oh, so everyone has theirs. Ning Chongting felt a twinge of regret. His intention in acquiring the delicacies from Jinwei Pavilion was to express gratitude to Tijio for mending his clothes the previous day. However, he had feared that purchasing a solitary gift for her might incite gossip, so he opted to buy a selection according to his grandmother's and mother's tastes. As for the one meant for Shinchizu, he had left the choice entirely to the shopkeeper. Unbeknownst to him, this distribution had inadvertently displeased Tijio. What to do now? Ning Chongting had never been close to any girl, even maintaining a distant demeanor towards the half-sisters from the second household. He found himself in a quandary, uncertain how to console Tijio. Observing his flustered expression, Tijio felt a pang of sympathy and decided not to tease him further. The sun is becoming increasingly harsh. You should return to Qingfeng Courtyard to rest, Brother Chongting. Is there nothing you wish to say to me? Ning Chongting could not help but ask. Tijio understood that he was referring to that little note. Yet she feigned ignorance, tilting her head, her eyes clear as crystal. What do you mean? Ning Chongting felt as though his heart had been suddenly immersed in icy water. It's nothing. His indifference was tinged with a hint of petulance as he turned and walked away. Upon returning to Qingfeng Garden, Ning Chongting found himself lost in thought, gazing at the 5 auspicious flowers. He lifted the hand that had brushed against the lip balm of Chaju, the tip still dusted with sugar crystals and that soft, delicate sensation lingering. A tingling warmth spread through his heart. Slowly, he brought that fingertip to his lips, hesitating for just a moment before tentatively licking it.
How sweet.
It was difficult to discern whether it was the sweetness of the pastry or something else entirely. Truly, he had lost his mind. Realizing the foolishness of his actions, Ning Chongting let out a self-deprecating smile. The system notified Chajio. Ning Chongting's favorability has increased by 5%. How did you accomplish that? When Ning Chongting departed, he remained sullen, puzzled as to why his favorability had actually risen. Chajio, munching on a pastry, mumbled, "Do you know what truly gnaws at one's heart?" The system, of course, did not know. It's the knowledge that something belongs to you, yet you have yet to obtain it. The system suddenly understood. So you intentionally let Ning Chongting overhear your feelings in the ancestral hall, yet stubbornly refuse to speak them outright, keeping him in suspense. Is that it? Mind your language. Feelings cannot simply be referred to as suspense. It is a tug-of-war. The system replied, very well. But isn't the most pressing matter that Lady Ning has chosen Shinchizu? No matter how much you try to manipulate Ning Chongting's feelings, you cannot become the young mistress, nor bear his children. Chajio shook her head. Ning Chongting is not one to let his parents dictate his marriage. On the contrary, he possesses a strong sense of autonomy. If he is unwilling, even if forced into the bridal chamber, he would remain unresponsive. As for Madame Ning, there is no need for concern. Given Shinchizu's nature, she would unwittingly push Madame Ning's heart further away. Indeed, it was not until dinner that Shinchizu stealthily returned to the marquise. She believed her ruse flawless, but as she crawled through the dog hole in the back courtyard, she was caught by Granny Wen, who was beside Madame Ning. Shinchizu offered a guilty smile. Granny Wen's expression was impassive. Today is a fasting day, my lady. The elder lady, Madam, and the various young masters and misses are already dining in the main hall, and you are the only one missing. Shinchizu smacked her forehead, realizing the gravity of her oversight. The marquise places great importance on such ceremonial days. Typically, everyone dines in their respective courtyards, but on these special occasions, the elder lady insists that everyone must gather in the main hall. Shinchizu, who is generally not one to adhere to rules, naturally forgot about this. She could only shrink away like a quail and follow Granny Wen to the main hall. The long table in the main hall was meticulously arranged with dishes and utensils according to established customs. With the marquis absent, the elder lady occupied the main seat, while Madame Ning, Ning Chongting, and others took their places in turn. Not only the eldest room, but also the second room sat in an orderly fashion, their hands resting upon their knees, devoid of superfluous movements or sounds. Upon seeing Shinchizu enter, the elderly matriarch spoke with a measured tone. Now that everyone is present, let us commence our meal. At her command, the maidservants behind the masters dared to step forward and serve the dishes. Perhaps due to the anxiety of having been caught for attempting to sneak away, Shinchizu found herself absent-minded during the meal. In a moment of carelessness, her sleeve inadvertently brushed against a delicate porcelain bowl, sending it crashing to the floor with a sharp, resonant sound. All eyes turned in unison towards her direction. Chapter 32. the adopted daughter of the Marquis's household, and the cold prince, the members of the first branch, maintained a demeanor of propriety, adhering strictly to etiquette without displaying any peculiarities. However, the individuals from the second branch regarded Shun Chizu with disdain. Lady Zhou felt a sense of superiority in her heart. How could such an adopted daughter, lacking in the grace of noble upbringing, still be the one whom the Marquis's wife tirelessly sought to marry off to Ning Chongting? It was truly a breach of decorum. The illegitimate daughters of the second branch also looked down upon Shun Chizu. They, who were the legitimate daughters of the Marquis's household, had endured rigorous upbringing since childhood. Yet, why did Shun Chizu, an adopted child without noble blood, who was neither striking in appearance nor demeanor, receive the same treatment in terms of clothing, food, and shelter? If it were Shun Yenshu, they might have accepted it more readily. Even when an unseemly sound interrupted the gathering, Chajiu merely cast a casual glance and did not further involve herself. Her posture, cleanliness, and use of chopsticks were no different from those of any other young lady from a prominent family. In fact, due to her exquisite beauty, even the simplest of gestures appeared elegant and captivating when executed by her. The elderly matriarch observed Chajiu with increasing satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Marquis's wife was preoccupied with concerns over whether Shun Chizu had burned herself with the hot soup after dropping her bowl. Once the meal concluded, the matriarch retained only the members of the first branch for conversation. Chizu, it has been 11 years since you arrived at the Marquis's household, has it not? The matriarch inquired. Unlike the Marquis's wife, she was not easily appeased, and Shun Chizu felt immensely constrained in her presence, daring only to perch on the edge of her seat. Indeed, it has been exactly 11 years, grandmother, Shun Chizu replied, her heart fluttering with apprehension. Why do you not understand even this basic etiquette? Shun Chizu trembled with fear. Grandmother, I merely accidentally dropped the bowl. It is more than that. The elderly woman fixed her gaze upon him, as if she could pierce through all of her concealed secrets. You summoned the female tutor for lessons, yet you absconded. Moreover, you frivolously ventured to Lanxiang Tower. Are such actions befitting a young lady of noble upbringing? Shun Chizu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the matriarch was aware of her visit to Lanxiang Tower. Lady Ning, too, was astonished. But she found it hard to believe that the child she had meticulously raised for so many years had developed such poor character. Hesitantly, she inquired, Chizu, has another young lady led you astray? Tiju nearly spat out her drink. The first step toward mischief is to seek blame in others. It is no wonder that, despite living in the Marquis's residence for 11 years, Shun Chizu struggled to adapt to its customs, given that Lady Ning instilled such values. The elderly lady, however, held a different perspective. In her eyes, a wrongdoing is a wrongdoing, devoid of excuses. Since you have erred, you shall be punished with 20 strokes on your palms. Previously, considering that Shun Chizu was not of the Marquis's bloodline, the lady had refrained from strict punishment and had shown leniency. Yet, this child only became more undisciplined and increasingly ungrateful under such indulgence. Shun Chizu, in disbelief, turned to Lady Ning for rescue. Mother. Lady Ning's heart softened, and she turned to the elderly matriarch. The latter closed her eyes, refusing to meet her gaze. Once more, she directed her attention to Ning Chongting. Ning Chongting remained calm and composed, showing no intention of offering assistance. Lady Ning had no choice but to whisper to Tiju, Yenshu, Chi-Su is your sister. Please intercede on her behalf. Directly named, Tiju stood up reluctantly to make a show of it. Grandmother, my sister has erred, and I too bear fault. Perhaps I shall take half of those 20 lashes in her stead. At that moment, Ning Chongting finally spoke. In the Ho residence, the rules are clear. Whoever transgresses must bear the consequences. There is no room for substitution. Tiju secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The efforts had not been in vain. The notes had not been written for naught, nor had the seduction been in vain. With her son stating such, Lady Ning had no choice but to watch as Shin Chi-Su endured the punishment of 20 lashes. Even after Shin Chi-Su was escorted back to her chamber, she remained tearful and indignant. Mother, all I desired was the freedom to venture out like the daughters of ordinary families. Is this truly such a grievous sin in grandmother's eyes? Lady Ning's expression was pained as she personally applied medicine to her wounds, patiently explaining, Grandmother wishes for you to excel. Every young lady of the Ho family has been raised in accordance with the rules. Yan Shu has mastered the rules quite well. Chi-Su, you ought to learn from your sister. Although Lady Ning harbored no fondness for Tiju, She could not deny that Tijio's manners and demeanor surpassed those of the illegitimate daughters of the Ho family. Even the instructing female teacher praised her perceptiveness and character. The elder lady subtly began to entertain the idea of elevating her status. Shin Chi-su pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yanshu merely seeks to ingratiate herself with you all, desiring to continue as a lady of the Ho residence. In pursuit of ephemeral wealth and glory, one lives like a pitiful creature bound in rigid constraints. How lamentable it is. Deep down, Shun Chizu harbored disdain for her superficial sister. Lady Ning playfully pinched her nose and inquired with a smile, "And what of you? Do you not aspire to be a lady of the marquisate?" In truth, Lady Ning intended to imply the role of the marquis's wife. Yet she understood that Shun Chizu was still resistant to the notion. She opted not to press the matter, believing that in time, through gradual exposure, Shun Chizu would come to appreciate the advantages of marrying Chongting. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Shun Chizu nestled closer to Lady Ning, affectionately declaring, "I have no interest in being a lady of the marquisate. What I cherish most is my mother." With this simple utterance, she effortlessly delighted Lady Ning's heart. The following day, Tijio returned from her studies at Jilan Courtyard, once again alone. For reasons unknown, the strict matriarch had permitted Shun Chizu to forego her lessons. It was only during her visit to Songheng to pay her respects that Tijio discovered the reason. Shun Chizu had successfully passed the examination for female physicians at the Imperial Medical Institute and had been granted the position of a herbalist. Although the role was modest and involved menial tasks, it still represented a mark of honor. It was evident that Lady Ning was overjoyed, further convinced she had chosen the right future daughter-in-law. The matriarch, despite her composed demeanor, exhibited a slight relaxation in her expression. Shun Chizu beamed with pride, full of self-satisfaction. She leaned closer to Tijio, whispering with a hint of boastfulness, "Yanshu, from now on, our paths shall diverge. I receive a stipend from the court, enabling me to be self-sufficient and not rely on the marquisate, whereas you can only continue to timidly adhere to the rules, playing the pitiable sycophant to the matriarch. Oh, how lamentable." With that, she shook her head in regret. Tijio observed her with amusement. Shun Chizu, unable to adapt even to a mere marquisate, how could she expect to navigate the more complex hierarchies and stricter protocols of the Imperial Medical Institute with ease? Surely, tumultuous days still lie ahead. However, let us not proclaim our joy too widely. The matriarch has decreed that a noble has arrived at Chang'an Temple, and you shall accompany me to pay our respects. Ning Chongting, who was enjoying his tea, was also summoned. "Chongting, since you have a day of rest today, you might as well join us," the matriarch said. "It is said that this noble possesses miraculous medicine, which may resolve Chongting's issues concerning offspring." Ning Chongting was not particularly interested in such matters and had intended to decline. But when he lifted his gaze, he fortuitously met Tijio's eyes. She offered him a sweet smile. By some strange compulsion, Ning Chongting found himself uttering two words, "Very well." Chapter 33. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold Prince. The carriage of the Marquis halted at the entrance of Chang'an Temple. The young ladies, supported by their personal maids, descended the carriage with utmost caution. Ning Chongting dismounted gracefully and instinctively extended his hand to assist Chajiu, who was about to alight. Chajiu paused momentarily before grasping his strong and steady arm to step down. "Thank you, Brother Chongting," she spoke in a voice both soft and delicate. A familiar sweetness brushed past Ning Chongting, stirring his previously tranquil heart with a subtle tremor. Many took note of the prince's actions. The elder matron observed thoughtfully, while the marquis's wife expressed her dissatisfaction. Although she outwardly treated the two sisters equally in matters of sustenance and habitation, deep down, she harbored a bias against Chajiu. This was partly due to her disdain for Madame Zhou, whom she believed had usurped her husband's affections, leading her to resent all beautiful women. Moreover, under the subtle influence of Shun Chizu, she came to regard the cautious and rule-abiding Chajiu as a hypocrite, willing to endure and ingratiate herself for the sake of the marquisite's wealth and status. Consequently, the marquis's wife was resolute in her desire to prevent any romantic feelings from blossoming between Ning Chongting and Chajiu. "Chongting, come over here beside your mother," commanded the marquis's wife, gesturing toward Shun Chizu, who sat to her right, aiming to foster interaction between the two. Ning Chongting, with an indifferent expression, replied, "There are many stone steps at the entrance. Sister Chizu can assist mother, while I will support Yanshu." the distinction he made by referring to Shin Chizu as Sister Chizu while calling Chaojiu simply Yan Shu was glaringly evident. The Marquis's wife's countenance darkened significantly. Tijiu, unperturbed by the various gazes around her, graciously accepted the assistance of Ning Chongting as they ascended. Within the Chang'an temple, the incense burned fervently and the pilgrims were devout. The esteemed visitor of the day was a renowned folk healer known as the Second Hua Tua. It was said that his medical skills were extraordinary, and the miraculous remedies he wielded could resurrect the dead and mend broken bones. The elderly lady had come seeking medicine for her grandson, drawn by his reputation. Upon encountering the legendary healer, all present were taken aback. This famed physician had shaved his head clean, donned a monk's robe, and held prayer beads, appearing no different from an ordinary monk. Before the elderly lady could utter a word, the healer addressed her, saying, "Amitba, I am aware of your purpose for coming." The lady was momentarily stunned. The healer continued, "Fate determines one's marriage and offspring. It cannot be coerced." This revelation left the members of the Ho household in disbelief. Remarkable. This man truly knew their intentions. Yet the elderly lady remained undeterred. "Sir, can even your miraculous medicine not provide a cure? I would offer a fortune in exchange." "My elixir is not omnipotent," the healer replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, I do not sell my remedies. They are bestowed only upon those fated to receive them." The Lady Ning, anxious, inquired, "What qualifies one to be deemed a person of fate in your eyes?" "Patience," he replied, stroking his grizzled beard leisurely. "I have 2 questions for you. What ailments may arise from internal fatigue, external malevolence, phlegm, and stagnant blood? What remedies should be prescribed?" Upon hearing this, Lady Ning was overjoyed. Given that her son had passed the Imperial medical examination and was now a chief pharmacist, answering such inquiries should be second nature to him. The elderly lady also harbored hope for Shin Chizu. "Chizu, why not attempt to answer the gentleman's question?" Shin Chizu felt a twinge of anxiety. Although she had read books and taken examinations, she was uncertain of her ability to respond correctly. Yet, witnessing the elderly lady, who usually looked down upon her, now soften her tone in seeking assistance, an inexplicable sense of pride and satisfaction blossomed within Shin Chizu. Thus, she was even more reluctant to show hesitation and boldly declared, "It may lead to palpitations." Zai Huadu nodded slightly. The elderly lady and Madame Ning displayed expressions of joyful admiration. Shin Chizu gained further confidence. Palpitations can be treated using calming and soothing methods, complemented by nourishing the heart and replenishing blood. Before she could finish, Zai Huadu shook his head. "No need to continue." What? Not only Shin Chizu, but others were also taken aback. Chaojiu sighed, although she was unfamiliar with medical principles. She recognized the flaw in Shin Chizu's reasoning. Shin Chizu, feeling indignant, retorted, "Sir, since it pertains to palpitations, the prescribed treatment should be thus. If you doubt it, I can return to the Marquis's residence to fetch the Imperial medical texts, which are infallible." Zai Huadu regarded her with a steady gaze. "There is no need for you to invoke the Marquis's residence and the Imperial hospital to intimidate me," the elderly lady admonished. "Chizu, do not be disrespectful." Only then did Shin Chizu fall silent. Zai Huadu had already noticed that while Shin Chizu was responding, a young girl had furrowed her brow and sighed, expressing her disapproval. He then pointed his finger. "You come forward to answer this question." As everyone turned to follow his gesture, they were surprised to find it was Chaojiu. Ning Chongting took a step forward, shielding Chaojiu behind him. "My younger sister lacks understanding of medical principles. I hope you will be forgiving, sir." Zai Huaduo replied, "It matters not. Feel free to speak your mind." The elderly lady thought to herself that having an additional opportunity was preferable to none, and she encouraged Chaojiu, "Yan Shu, express whatever comes to your mind." In an effort to salvage her own dignity, Shin Chizu also deliberately urged, "Indeed, just speak freely." What could someone lacking medical knowledge possibly articulate? It would likely lead to an awkward stammering that would invite ridicule. Just as well. For if the younger sister were to embarrass herself, no one would remember her folly. Beneath the long sleeves, Chaojiu gently squeezed Ning Chongting's hand in a place unnoticed by the others. Ning Chongting was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at her. He beheld Chaojiu's bright eyes glimmering with a smile as she softly confided, "For my brother's sake, I am willing to give it a try." Ning Chongting's typically calm demeanor was shaken to its core. Chaojiu stepped out from behind Ning Chongting and faced Zai Huadua with composure. "I lack medical knowledge. Yet I believe that before determining a treatment plan, one must personally examine the patient, conducting a thorough assessment through observation and inquiry to arrive at a diagnosis. Relying solely on a few words or reciting from a medical text may endanger the patient's life. Zai Huadua clapped his hands in delight and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. I knew this young lady possessed discernment. He then elaborated. While palpitations are common, the treatment methods cannot be universally applied. A pulse that is taut and forceful indicates an excess of phlegm and fire, warranting the calming of the spirit and the replenishment of blood and energy, as prescribed in medical texts. However, if the pulse is thin and weak, it signifies a deficiency of heart blood, thus necessitating the nourishment of blood, calming of the spirit, and strengthening of the spleen and energy. To heal others, one must see with their own eyes, hear with their own ears, touch with their own hands, and feel with their own hearts. Zai Huadua gazed meaningfully at Shinchizu. Shinchizu remained silent, retreating behind Madame Ning. At that moment, Madame Ning was too preoccupied with her own thoughts to attend to Shinchizu, hastily inquiring, "We have answered the first question. What about the second?" Zai Huadua produced a string of reddish-brown prayer beads and asked, "Can you discern whether these beads are genuine rosewood?" The elderly lady, having devoted herself to a life of vegetarianism and Buddhism, immediately recognized that they were not authentic. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. A renowned wandering physician and a devout follower of the Buddha would surely lose face if publicly accused of possessing counterfeit prayer beads. It was possible that Zai Huadua, in anger, might jeopardize the quest for medicine. Madame Ning, lacking such cunning, was about to speak candidly when she was halted by Shinchizu's gentle grasp. Shinchizu whispered, "No one enjoys having their belongings publicly declared as false, mother. Perhaps you might first assert their authenticity, then send someone to present him with a genuine string. Would that not be splendid?" Madame Ning's eyes brightened with delight, exclaiming, "You are indeed thoughtful." Tijiu and Ning Chongding, listening nearby, exchanged glances of disbelief. Tijiu quietly jested with the system. Shinchizu may disregard the rules of yet she has certainly grasped the nuances of social etiquette. The system replied, "She is a thoroughgoing egoist. You'll come to understand this as you spend more time with her." Who could have anticipated that, upon hearing Madame Ning's response, Zai Huadua would still shake his head? With a swift motion, he reached behind Tijiu and forcefully pushed her forward. Chapter 34. The foster daughter of the Marquis and the cold Prince Tijiu stumbled forward in astonishment, turning back in disbelief. The system remarked, "No need to look further. It was Shinchizu who pushed you, likely a misguided suggestion to Lady Ning from her. Now she intends to have you bear the brunt of it." Lady Ning was furious. "Yenshu, you have no sense of decorum. This is not your moment to shine. If we delay in seeking the medicine, what shall we do?" Ning Chongding cast a cold glance at Shinchizu. He then approached Tijiu, his usually aloof voice carrying a hint of reassurance. "Do not fear. If you possess an answer, feel free to share it." The true answer to the question was rather unpalatable. However, Ning Chongding could discern that Zai Huadua was not a person to be overly pedantic. Perhaps authenticity was the answer that he sought. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Tijiu offered a response that took everyone by surprise. "What significance does it hold whether these sandalwood beads are genuine or not?" Zai Huadua was taken aback. Tijiu lifted her gaze, her eyes clear. "The Buddha is not contained within the beads you hold, but resides within your heart. The Buddha transcends the notions of self, others, and all living beings. Thus, the beads should be regarded in the same light. Why bother with the distinction between true and false?" Ning Chongding turned to look at her in surprise. Zai Huadua marveled. "I never expected that at my age I would encounter such a kindred spirit. How wonderful!" Having said that, he produced a small white porcelain vial and handed it to Tijiu. "This is a rejuvenating elixir I have researched for many years. It can be applied externally for severe injuries and taken internally when one's life hangs in the balance. However, regarding the airless affliction of the Ning heir, I am afraid there is little I can do." As Huatua clasped his hands together and bowed in farewell, Lady Ning could hardly contain her eagerness to obtain the medicine from Chajiu. However, Ning Chongding intervened. "Mother, both inquiries were answered by Yanshu herself, and thus this elixir rightfully belongs to her." Lady Ning grew anxious. "Isn't Yanshu also a member of the Ho residence? Moreover, this medicine was originally sought for you." Ning Chongding's expression remained indifferent. Regardless of for whom it was procured, since it has been given to her, it is now hers. The matriarch concurred with Ning Chongting's reasoning, asserting that the Ho residence does not resort to coercion or force to claim what is not theirs. Even if she wished to obtain the medicine for Ning Chongting, it would require Cha Jiu's consent. Brother, Cha Jiu tugged at Ning Chongting's sleeve. He turned to find her eyes shimmering with sincere, peach blossom-like tenderness. Cha Jiu declared, I am willing to share everything I possess with you. She opened a small porcelain vial, revealing 2 crimson pills nestled within. One for you, and the other for grandmother. Cha Jiu stated. The matriarch looked somewhat astonished. For me? Cha Jiu nodded. It is always beneficial for grandmother to have some useful elixirs on hand. The matriarch felt a surge of emotion. This elixir from Hua Tuo is a rare treasure, capable of saving lives in critical moments. Cha Jiu's willingness to share one with Chongting was already a significant expression of gratitude towards the Ho residence. She had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from the young girl, who even considered the well-being of someone as aged as herself. Good child. The elderly lady gently adjusted her shoulders and said, You may keep this elixir for yourself. At my advanced age, it would be of no use to me. However, Tijiu resolutely refused to comply. Shin Chizu muttered under her breath, flatter. Unbeknownst to her, the elderly lady caught wind of this remark, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Shun Chizu's eyelids twitched, and she quickly stepped forward. Grandmother. The elderly lady spoke sternly. Your answers to Hua Tuo's inquiries today reveal that both your medical skills and disposition fall short of the standards required to serve in the Imperial Medical Department. I shall instruct Chongting to petition the court for your resignation, and you shall remain at home to diligently improve yourself for a time. On what grounds? Shin Chizu could not restrain herself from exclaiming, I refuse. Yet the elderly lady was resolute. This matter is not for you to decide. Although Lady Ningho was perplexed, witnessing the rare stern expression on the elderly lady's face, she felt compelled to advise Shin Chizu, you should heed your grandmother's words. Shin Chizu, defiant, broke free from Lady Ningho's outstretched hand and argued loudly, why should this be a decision beyond my control? My appointment as head of the pharmacy was earned through my examination results. I did not rely on the Marquis's estate for this position, nor does the estate possess the authority to request my resignation. This is a testament to my capabilities. She was determined not to become like Shun Yenshu, a mere parasitic flower clinging to the Marquis's house. The elderly lady, furious yet laughing, retorted, Do you believe that your appointment was granted because His Majesty recognizes your medical prowess? Had it not been for your affiliation with the esteemed Jingyuan Marquis, you would have commenced your journey, much like any other ordinary individual who has passed the examination, as a mere female scholar without an official title, enduring a full decade before being afforded the opportunity to advance through further examinations. At present, you possess neither qualifications nor reputation. Yet you find yourself in the position of a pharmacist, a privilege bestowed upon you solely by the Marquis's patronage and the esteemed standing of Chongting within the court. Initially, the matriarch perceived this as a fortuitous circumstance. However, after witnessing Shin Chizu's behavior today, her perspective shifted. The Imperial Medical Institute is enmeshed in the intricate and treacherous intrigues of the inner court, where a single misstep could result in dire repercussions for the entire clan. Shun Chizu's impulsive arrogance, if allowed to enter the Imperial Medical Institute, could potentially jeopardize the Marquis. Naturally, Shin Chizu is unwilling to accept that her official position is merely a result of favoritism. She shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, exclaiming, I refuse to believe it. Grandmother, you are deceiving me. You merely wish to placate me so that I remain within the Marquis, submissively adhering to your teachings on propriety, in preparation for my obedient marriage to the heir. It pains me deeply to say this. Must I sacrifice my entire happiness as repayment for the Marquis's kindness in raising me? Am I merely an object prepared for the heir? Such words were indeed harsh, prompting Cha Jiu to glance anxiously at Ning Chongting beside her. Ning Chongting had been listening with an expression of indifference, but upon sensing Cha Jiu's concerned gaze, the corners of his mouth gently curved upward. Perhaps it would be best to allow Shin Chizu to vent her frustrations. After all, Miss Yenshu would still come to his defense. The Duchess of Ning was taken aback. Chizu, how could you harbor such thoughts? If you truly do not wish for this, we would never impose it upon you. Shin Chizu's words struck her profoundly, leaving her heartbroken. Setting aside her desire for Shin Chizu to become her daughter-in-law, Madame Ning had only one son, Ning Chongting, and thus treated Shin Chizu with the tender care one would bestow upon a daughter. To her astonishment, however, Shun Chizu perceived these gestures as cunning schemes. The two parties could not reach an agreement, and in a fit of anger, Shun Chizu turned on her heel and fled. Yet, given the desolate mountains surrounding Chang'an Temple, how could the feel at ease allowing a young girl to roam freely? As dusk approached, Ning Chongting reluctantly said, "Grandmother, mother, you may return. I shall venture out to find her." Cha Jiu added, "Then I shall accompany Brother Chongting in the search." Ning Chongting cast her a glance, but did not voice a refusal. The mountain path was treacherous, and the encroaching night obscured their way. A couple of servants led the way, while Ning Chongting and Cha Jiu followed behind. As they walked, Cha Jiu stumbled over protruding stones, colliding into Ning Chongting. "Be careful," he cautioned, one hand holding the torch while the other steadied her. The light spring attire was somewhat flimsy, and he inadvertently brushed against her delicate arm, causing his face to flush in the darkness. Cha Jiu leaned closer, inquiring, "Brother Chongting, what troubles you?" Ning Chongting's throat felt parched, and his voice emerged rough and low. "Do not call me brother." Cha Jiu feigned ignorance. Why not? The soft pink of her plump lips was mere inches away, exuding a faint fragrance reminiscent of rose wine as she spoke. Ning Chongting was momentarily entranced, gazing intently, leaning down closer. Chapter 35. The adopted daughter of the Marquis, and the cold, noble ingrained within him was the refined upbringing of a noble family, which ultimately compelled Ning Chongting to halt his advance. With a hint of vexation, he retracted his form, thankful for the dimness of night that concealed his movements. The group had searched for a considerable time near Chang'an Temple, yet failed to catch a glimpse of Shun Chizu. It was highly probable she had returned to the city. The young servant suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should return to the Marquis residence. Miss Chizu may have already arrived there." "Then let us return," Ning Chongting acquiesced, resigned to the course of action. Unexpectedly, a cacophony erupted amidst the tranquil mountains, the sound of galloping horses intermingling with the raucous laughter of men. The young servantess face blanched in alarm. "This is dire. It's bandits." The mountainous region surrounding Chang'an Temple was notorious for its banditry, targeting passing pilgrims for plunder. Despite the frequent efforts of Shengjing's patrols to eradicate these outlaws, they persisted, akin to wild grass that regrows after being cut. Though Ning Chongting himself harbored no fear, his concern lay with Cha Jiu. He dreaded the notion that those bandits might covet her beauty, and even more so, that he might prove incapable of safeguarding her. Indeed, the approaching bandits, brandishing torches and knives at their waists, revealed a lascivious glint upon sighting Cha Jiu and her companions. "Here lies a stunning beauty. Ah! Let us capture her and take turns enjoying her." The young servants of the Marquis, wielding long staffs, braced themselves for confrontation. Ning Chongting positioned Cha Jiu behind him, unsheathing the sword at his waist. Although he was more scholarly than martial, his skills in swordplay had not waned. If it came to a life-or-death struggle, he believed he could hold off these bandits for a brief moment. "Later, when I say run, you will head towards Chang'an Temple, and tomorrow during the day, I will have the master escort you down the mountain," Ning Chongting softly instructed, turning his head to speak to Cha Jiu behind him. Cha Jiu was taken aback. "And what about you?" Even in the darkness, Ning Chongting's profile shone like the moon, his lines sharp and cold. He spoke with a calmness that seemed to disregard life and death. "Do not worry about me. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." Cha Jiu nearly shed tears, not from emotion, but from helplessness. "Elder brother, you cannot die. If you perish, who will I have children with?" The system alerted. "Do not fret. I have detected a squad of patrolling soldiers nearby. They will arrive in approximately half a tea's time." With his sword drawn, Ning Chongting stood resolute. A mountain bandit, mistaking him for an easy target, scoffed and reached for Cha Jiu behind him. In a flash, before anyone could comprehend Ning Chongting's movements, the bandit collapsed, his throat severed, blood splattering. This incited the wrath of the bandit leader. "Kill him." At that moment, Ning Chongting shouted to Cha Jiu, "Run." With that, he single-handedly engaged the bandits, his sword dancing with a chilling grace. Regrettably, the odds were against him. Before long, the servants of the Ho residence fell to the blades of the bandits, and Ning Chongting fought valiantly, drenched in blood. A bandit on horseback charged at him, swinging his knife. Cha Jiu quickly inquired of the system, "Can I block the strike?" She sought an opportunity to bridge the distance between her and Ning Chongting, hoping for a tinge of his guilt. The system conducted a precise analysis. Ning Chongting could potentially block the strike with his sword. but doing so would likely result in a severe injury to his back. With determination, Chajiu lunged forward. Yan Shu. Blood splattered from his forehead into Ning Chongding's eyes. Yet he remained steadfast, shocked and cradling the unconscious Chajiu. At that moment, the officers from the patrol division finally arrived. The mountain bandits, having suffered significant losses, realized the futility of their efforts and hastily retreated. Ning Chongding knelt on the ground, holding the fainted Chajiu in his arms, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of panic. His hand, which supported Chajiu's back, became slick with moisture. Upon inspection, it was drenched in fresh blood. The patrol division escorted Ning Chongding and Chajiu to a nearby encampment. Captain Han Ping thoughtfully assigned a separate tent for Ning Chongding's use. Observing the grievous wound on Chajiu's back, Han Ping furrowed his brow, stating, "This injury is indeed severe. I shall fetch a female physician to attend to you." "Thank you," Ning Chongding replied, his expression grave as he continued to cradle Chajiu. The physician arrived swiftly. Together with Ning Chongding, she carefully began to remove the fabric from Chajiu's shoulder. What was once smooth, alabaster skin now bore a deep gash, exposing bone as it extended diagonally from the shoulder to the middle of the back, blood flowing profusely. The movement of the wound caused Chajiu to turn pale. Gasping sharply, Ning Chongding felt as though his heart was being cruelly wrenched, waves of pain coursing through him. The physician remarked, "This wound must be sutured immediately. However, I currently have no anesthetic, and she may have to endure considerable suffering." Ning Chongding resolutely declared, "Go find it. There should be herbs around the forest that possess anesthetic properties." The female physician, feeling helpless, replied, "If we search now, it will delay the treatment of the wound." At that moment, Tiju leaned weakly against Ning Chongding, mustering the strength to say, "I can manage without anesthetics. I am not afraid of pain." The weight of her final words suggested a profound resolve. Ning Chongding, however, was acutely aware of her deception. Who truly is unafraid of pain? She merely wished to shield him from concern. Yet, given the current predicament, immediate suturing of the wound appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Suddenly, Ning Chongding recalled the restorative elixir nestled in his embrace. He retrieved a small porcelain vial and, without hesitation, extracted a pill, offering it to the female physician. "Please grind this pill into a powder and apply it to the wound." Upon witnessing this, Tiju struggled to raise her hand in protest. "No, that medicine is for you and grandmother. Since you have given me one, I possess the right to administer it." Ning Chongding paused, then spoke in a voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. "Compared to you, no matter how precious the elixir, it pales in significance." Tiju heard his words. "System, Ning Chongding's affection for you has reached 45%. Tiju thought, "It's a life traded for this. It hurts terribly. Is there any anesthetic?" She certainly did not wish to endure an entire operation in agony. "System, yes, but I recommend you take a small dose, allowing your body to retain a modicum of pain for a more authentic experience." Tiju understood. After exchanging for the potion, she would consume it, aiming to preserve approximately 10% of her bodily pain sensation. Who knew that even this mere 10% could cause her to weep uncontrollably? The physician had already commenced suturing, while Tiju's body trembled incessantly in agony. Ning Chongding cradled her partially in his embrace, one hand firmly pressing on her shoulder to prevent any erratic movements, while the other rested gently on her delicate waist. He could acutely sense Tiju shivering from the excruciating pain, her small face nestled in the crook of his neck, glistening with perspiration. As he gazed down at her, the once bright and clear eyes that resembled spring water had now dulled and grown misty, tears streaming forth uncontrollably. Her snow-white teeth were clenched tightly against her lip, biting down hard enough to draw blood. A profound ache surged within Ning Chongding, and he instinctively pried her lips apart, bringing his palm close to her mouth. "If it hurts, bite my hand, do not harm yourself." Tiju could no longer contain her anguish. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding a pitiful vulnerability akin to a forsaken kitten abandoned by the roadside. She sobbed, "Brother Chongding, it hurts so much." Ning Chongding held her tightly, resting his chin upon her head, his voice laden with sorrow. "I know. Just endure a little longer, all right? I'm here. It hurts so much. I know. I'm sorry." Ning Chongding trembled as he closed his eyes, his heart heavy with remorse. It was all because of him. Had it not been for shielding him from that blade, Tiju would not have had to endure such torment. Chapter 36. the adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold noble. By the time the female physician completed her suturing, Chajiao had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Be cautious with her tonight. We must ensure that the wound does not reopen, the physician advised. Once again, only the two of them remained in the tent. Even in her slumber, Chajiao trembled, her lips murmuring incessantly. Ning Chongting dared not lay her down, fearing that any movement might cause her further pain. Thus, he sat there, cradling Chajiao in his arms throughout the night, remaining utterly still. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, Chajiao continued to murmur. At last, Ning Chongting discerned her words. Brother Chongting, run quickly. She was trapped in the moment when the mountain bandit raised his knife against him. Ning Chongting let out a silent sigh, leaning down to comfort her softly. I am unharmed, Yenshu. I am not injured. While he reassured her, his hand resting gently on her waist began to pat rhythmically. Gradually, the tension in Chajiao's furrowed brow eased, and her murmur subsided. Han Ping entered the tent, lifting the flap. Ning Chongting draped his outer robe behind Chajiao, ensuring it did not touch her wound while covering her exposed back. Han Ping quickly noticed that Ning Chongting had not slept the entire night and smiled slightly. You and your wife share a deep bond. Ning Chongting's gaze darkened marginally, yet he refrained from contesting the observation. Han Ping continued, I have dispatched someone to inform the Marquis of Jingyuan. When your family arrives, I will send someone to escort you down the mountain. Ning Chongting nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Han. Han Ping waved his hand dismissively. It is but a trifling matter. Upon receiving the news, the Marquis's residents promptly dispatched someone to retrieve them. Aware that Tijiao had sustained grave injuries while rescuing Ning Chongting, the Marquis's household chose to employ a more stable double-horse carriage, which was lined with soft, thick cushions to mitigate the jolts of the journey. Ning Chongting bid farewell to Han Ping, then lifted Tijiao into the carriage. The elderly matriarch and the Marquis's wife had been waiting outside the gates for quite some time. Upon witnessing Ning Chongting appear before them unscathed, the women's hearts finally found solace. The Marquis's wife, wiping away her tears, exclaimed, Heaven be praised, my son has returned home safely. The elderly matriarch gazed at Tijiao cradled in Ning Chongting's arms, her expression softening with affection. I have always known that Yanshu is a good child. Little did I expect her willingness to sacrifice so much for you. This kindness shall not be forgotten by our household. The Marquis's wife nodded through her tears, feeling a pang of regret for her previous indifference towards Tijiao. Let us proceed inside, Ning Chongting said, still holding Tijiao. Aware that this position must be uncomfortable for her, and he wished to spare her further distress. Upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion, Ning Chongting gently laid Tijiao upon the bed, inadvertently stirring her from slumber. Her dreamy peach blossom eyes fluttered open, revealing a hint of unease. Brother Chongting. Ning Chongting's palm tenderly cradled her face, his once cold voice now softened with soothing assurance. We have returned to the Marquis's residence. You need not worry. Reassured, Tijiao drifted back into a deep sleep. Ning Chongting quietly closed the door, exhaling a heavy sigh. His gaze swiftly hardened as he scanned the closed door of Shin Chizu's chamber, inquiring, Where is Miss Chizu? The maids of Tingyu Pavilion trembled and replied, Young master. Miss Chizu did not return last night. Ning Chongting's expression grew even more somber. Without bothering to change his clothes, he proceeded directly towards the old lady's pine crane hall. Meanwhile, Tijiao and Ning Chongting nearly lost their lives in the search for someone, while on the other side, Shin Chizu was intoxicated and oblivious amidst a collection of cosmetics. The previous day, she had fled from Chang'an Temple and returned to the city in a traveling merchant's carriage. Instead of heading straight back to the Marquis's residence, she sought out a recently acquainted friend. This friend, Xiao Wenj, was the son of the owner of Lanxiang Pavilion, with a delicate appearance and a tear mole. He bore an androgynous charm that captivated many noble ladies in Xinjiang. Unfortunately, Xiao Wen's status was not prestigious, and despite their admiration, these ladies dared not approach him, let alone entertain any further thoughts. Shun Chi-su, however, differed. She prided herself on being unlike the typical noblewomen, daring to do what others refrained from, and seeking connections with those whom others looked down upon. She refused to judge worthiness based solely on one's lineage, as the aristocrats did. Upon hearing her sentiments, Xiao Wenj laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, I have not chosen the wrong friend. What is there for those noble families to be proud of? Do they not, like us, require food, sleep, and the call of nature? Or is their excrement any more fragrant than that of U.S. common folk? Although Xiao Wen's demeanor was often unruly and vulgar, when he smiled, the delicate charm emanating from his exquisite brows and eyes revealed a captivating allure. Shin Chizu found herself momentarily entranced. Xiao Wen chuckled softly, drawing her into his embrace and teasingly inquired, "Are you gazing at me?" With newfound audacity, Shin Chizu reached out to touch the tear mole at the corner of his eye, only for him to evade her touch. In truth, he despised his androgynous appearance, for it, coupled with his background, had barred him from any opportunity to serve in the court. His current position as a mere clerk was secured through his mother's lifelong savings. This fueled his resentment towards the illustrious nobility, who possessed everything from birth, power, wealth, and women. Each time he pondered this, a wave of melancholy washed over him, extending even to his view of Shin Chizu, who hailed from a noble family herself. Consequently, his tone grew cold as he stated, "Chizu, you ought to return home." Sitting up from his embrace, Shin Chizu retorted defiantly, "I refuse to go back. That marquis's residence is stifling. It feels as though it would consume me alive." Xiao Wen expressed surprise. "You do not enjoy the marquis's household?" Shin Chizu replied, "What is so admirable about it? The inhabitants of that estate move about like mere specters, shackled by the suffocating constraints of ancestral traditions, devoid of any freedom. Moreover, they have not treated me kindly. Their initial act of adopting me merely served to showcase the marquis's supposed benevolence. My mother's kindness stemmed solely from my fortunate fate of being easily bearable, a prospect for Ning Chongding to continue his lineage." Her words grew increasingly anguished. "Every day, I live in the marquis's residence in constant trepidation, always fearing that I might be forced into a marriage with someone I do not love. After much effort, I finally secured a position at the Imperial Medical Bureau, yet my grandmother, in her determination to prevent my escape from the marquis's house, insists that I resign. I have truly had enough of this life." As Xiao Wen listened, his sympathy for Shin Chizu deepened. "How can the marquis's household treat you this way? You are a person, not an object." He sighed. "My mother has always granted me freedom. I have been able to do as I please since childhood." Shin Chizu cast him a look of envy and admiration. Xiao Wen had never been revered by a noblewoman before, and his pride swelled immensely. He became intrigued. "Would you like to experience my life?" Shin Chizu readily agreed. Thus, Xiao Wen took her boldly into the room of the renowned courtesan Rulon at Lanxiang Tower, disregarding the fact that Rulon was in the midst of flirting with a guest. "Oh, you little scamp, what brings you barging in at this hour?" Rulon playfully chided him, as if his intrusion were a familiar occurrence. Xiao Wen rummaged through Rulon's wardrobe and finally unearthed a semi-transparent crescent-white gauze dress. With excitement, he handed it to Shin Chizu. "Put this on." Shin Chizu was taken aback. "Here?" Xiao Wen smiled mischievously, deliberately provoking her. "Do you dare?" Chapter 37. The foster daughter of the Marquis and the cold nobleman. What is there to fear? Shin Chizu, unable to withstand the provocation, accepted the garments and retreated behind the screen to change. The air was filled with flirtatious laughter, akin to the scent of orchids. Shin Chizu felt a mixture of nervousness and shyness, taking a considerable moment to don her attire. When she emerged from behind the screen, Xiao Wen was momentarily entranced. Though Shin Chizu was not strikingly beautiful, her figure was commendable. The girls from Lanxiang Tower, no matter how lovely, were of humble origins, and their physiques paled in comparison to the exquisitely nurtured form of a daughter from the Marquis's household, lavished with countless fine perfumes. Shin Chizu found herself in a state of hesitation. What shall we do next? If it were to tarnish her reputation, she would not partake. She was still reliant on the Marquis's household. Xiao Wen, regaining his composure, fetched a veil for her. "Do not worry, this will conceal your identity from others." As Shin Chizu adorned herself with the veil, she allowed Xiao Wen to guide her out of the room. A blend of fear and anticipation coursed through her. The exhilaration of breaking free from the constraints and regulations of the Marquis's household was undeniably thrilling. In the corridor, guests occasionally passed by, their eyes widening at the sight of Shin Chizu's figure, unable to divert their gaze. The lady accompanying one such guest shot a disgruntled glance at Shin Chizu, her eyes conveying both resentment and jealousy. Shin Chizu found herself relishing the attention. Dancers twirled on the central stage of Lanxiang Tower, and Xiao Wen, suddenly inspired, climbed up. "Come on." He beckoned with a smile, extending his hand toward Shin Chizu. After a brief moment of hesitation, she placed her hand in his and stepped onto the stage. Surrounded by exquisite dancers, with cup after cup of wine flowing, Shin Chizu gradually let her guard down. She became intoxicated. Encouraged by Xiao Wenj, she shed her shyness and began to perform the elegant dance taught by the female instructor of the Ho residence. The uninhibited beauty danced the refined steps of a noble family, a striking contrast that stirred the blood of every man in Lanxiang Tower. Ning Chongwen watched from an elegant chamber on the second floor, laughing heartily. Ning Chongting, oh Ning Chongting, wishing for offspring? Perhaps in the next life. When she awoke the next day, Shin Chizu found herself amidst a group of inebriated dancers. Quickly lowering her gaze, she confirmed that her clothes were intact and her body unblemished, which brought her a sigh of relief. Xiao Wenj was still sound asleep. A sense of fear began to creep in, prompting Shin Chizu to hastily change into her own attire. As she emerged from behind the screen, she found Xiao Wenj already awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he gazed at her. "Are you leaving? Allow me to escort you," he offered. Shin Chizu, wary of drawing attention from the Ho residence, replied, "No need." Xiao Wenj reassured her, "Rest assured, I did not allow anyone to touch you yesterday. Since I brought you out to enjoy, I will ensure your safety." Shin Chizu pressed her lips together and responded, "Thank you." An inconspicuous sedan chair quietly arrived at the back door of the Ho residence from the alley behind Lanxiang Tower. As Shin Chizu stealthily made her way back to Tingyu Pavilion, she was caught red-handed. Inside Songhua Hall, not only were the matriarch and Lady Ning present, but also Ning Chongting and Ning Chongwen. Shin Chizu felt a pang of unease. As soon as she entered, the matriarch bellowed at her, "Kneel." Shin Chizu knelt down, her heart racing, yet she feigned grievance. "Grandmother, what have I done wrong?" The elderly lady regarded her with a cold gaze. "Where were you last night?" A pang of anxiety struck Shin Chizu as she stammered. "I was in a poor mood and sought refuge at an inn." Ning Chongwen scoffed. "You lie. You spent the night with Xiao Wenj, the son of the brothel keeper from Lanxiang Tower. You're talking nonsense." Shin Chizu retorted defiantly, turning to her grandmother. "I did not. Whether you are speaking the truth can easily be determined. Which inn did you visit?" Ning Chongwen inquired. "The proprietor must have a record." Shin Chizu felt a surge of trepidation. Resolutely, she recalled Xiao Wen's instructions and declared, "I went to Chuanfu Inn." The Ho residence promptly dispatched someone to verify with Chuanfu Inn, and to their astonishment, a record indeed existed. The expression on Madame Ning's face softened instantly. Shin Chizu's apprehensions were finally alleviated. It appeared that Xiao Wenj had not deceived her. He had meticulously arranged for all contingencies. Her fondness for him grew incrementally. Ning Chongwen, however, remained skeptical. "Impossible. I distinctly saw them enter the same room and not emerge the entire night." A sudden thought illuminated his face with delight. Verification of her purity. Yes, verification. Perhaps she is already tainted. Ning Chongwen was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Should he prove that Shin Chizu had consorted with another, Ning Chongting would undoubtedly never take her as his bride. Meanwhile, Ning Chongting observed silently from the side, his expression impassive. He harbored no interest in whom Shin Chizu had entangled herself with. His purpose for coming was solely to teach Shin Chizu a lesson. Lady Ning scolded Ning Chongwen, exclaiming, "Preposterous. Regardless of the circumstances, Chizu is still your sister. How can you tarnish her reputation in such a manner?" The elderly matriarch also disapproved, stating, "The matter of body verification would undeniably harm the young lady's reputation. It cannot be permitted." Unexpectedly, Shin Chizu had a sudden inspiration and proactively declared, "Mother, grandmother, I am willing to undergo verification to prove my innocence." She had devised a clever plan. The outcome of the verification would surely confirm her purity, leading the Ho residents to feel a sense of guilt for having wronged her. She intended to leverage this guilt to secure her reinstatement at the Imperial Medical Institute. Witnessing Shin Chizu's unwavering determination and Ning Chongwen's resolute stance, the elderly matriarch ultimately consented. As anticipated, Shin Chizu remained unblemished. Ning Chongwen was left in utter disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? How is it possible that Xiao Wenj did not touch her? Wasn't it agreed upon?" Shin Chizu, having endured immense injustice, threw herself into Lady Ning's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lady Ning, filled with remorse, gently patted her back, saying, "My dear child, we have wronged you." Shin Chizu would not relent, asserting, "Now that I have lost my position at the Imperial Medical Institute and have been falsely accused, it is truly a disgrace to the Ho residence." I might as well move to a rural estate and conclude my life there. Lady Ning could not bear the thought, hastily replying, no, no, this is not your fault. However, Ning Chongting, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. When shall we depart? I will send someone to accompany you. Chapter 38. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold, noble the occupants of Songhua Hall were momentarily taken aback. Tears still glistening on Shun Chiz's face. She stammered in disbelief. What? Ning Chongting regarded her with an impassive gaze, a hint of derision lurking in his eyes. As if all of Shun Chiz's thoughts and schemes were laid bare before him. Do you not wish to reside at the estate? Tomorrow? The day after? Or perhaps now? I can make arrangements at once, Ning Chongting stated. Ning Ho's wife stared at him in shock, exclaiming, Chizu is but a young girl in her teens. How can this be? Indeed, she was acutely aware that the Marquis would never permit such actions. Why, then, did she voice such words? Ning Chongting replied coldly, rendering her silent. Gradually, she began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Ning Chongting continued, you left Chang'an Temple without a word, and in your absence, Yan Shu encountered bandits while searching for you, sustaining grave wounds and nearly losing his life. Yet from the moment you entered Songhua Hall, your heart and eyes were filled solely with deceit and machination. Even if you are indifferent toward those of us without blood ties. Do you not care for your own younger sister? Old Madam, on the journey to bring Shin Chizu to Songhua Hall, had already informed her of Tijio's injuries. However, Shin Chizu had shown not a shred of concern. Her sole focus was on evading punishment and securing her position at the Imperial Medical Bureau. Only herself mattered. Witnessing this, the elderly lady shook her head in dismay. Despite sharing the same background and upbringing, how could two children emerge with such diametrically opposed natures? Shin Chizu was taken aback, feeling utterly exposed and deeply embarrassed. She attempted to argue, Brother Chongting, I am not. Just call me young master as before. Ning Chongting, unwilling to cast her another glance, turned to leave, but left her with a parting remark. If you desire a position in the Imperial Medical Institute, you must kneel at the entrance of Tingyu Pavilion for 4 hours each day. If you can endure this for half a month, I shall retrieve your resignation. To his surprise, the ordinarily proud Shin Chizu indeed persisted in kneeling for a fortnight. Yet, this did not elevate her in Ning Chongting's estimation. Rather, it reinforced his belief that Shin Chizu was willing to forsake everything for her own gain. On this day, as was his custom, Ning Chongting visited Tingyu Pavilion after court to see Chajio. He chose to ignore the sight of Shin Chizu, who was pitifully kneeling at the entrance. Xiaomei, carrying a tray, was about to enter to change Chajio's dressings. Allow me, Ning Chongting offered. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaomei obediently handed him the tray. It was best not to interfere in the affairs of the masters. Chajio had awakened but was still unable to rise, lying on the bed like a clumsy turtle, struggling to read a novel. Upon hearing movement at the door, she swiftly tucked the book beneath her pillow. The image of a well-behaved noble lady must not be compromised. Ning Chongting entered with the tray. Brother Chongting, Chajio called sweetly. He replied, approaching her side and gently ruffling her hair. I have come to change your dressings. Chajio nestled her head against his warm palm, much like a small kitten. Ning Chongting's heart softened in an instant. Tijio wore her undergarment in reverse. A deliberate choice made to facilitate the application of medicine without disturbing her wound. With utmost care, Ning Chongting lifted the garment, revealing a scar that resembled a centipede, a sight that was both shocking and distressing. A wave of guilt surged within him once more. Such a wound would undoubtedly leave a mark. If she were to see it in the future, how sorrowful she would be. For the past couple of days, he had been hearing cries from outside. Who could it be? Although no one had informed Tiju about Shin Chizu's punishment, she could not pretend to be oblivious to it. Ning Chongting brushed the matter aside, stating that wrongdoings must be met with punishment, and that it was of no concern to her. Oh, Tiju responded, refraining from further inquiries. Moments later, she suddenly remarked, Brother, my wound itches. Ning Chongting reassured her. The wound is healing, and itching is a normal part of the process. Tiju pouted. But it itches so much. It's unbearable. Having said this, she attempted to scratch it herself. Don't move. Ning Chongting exclaimed in surprise, swiftly grasping her restless hands. He glanced around, finding nothing like a fan to provide relief from the itch. Tiju's other hand began to fidget as well. Resolutely, Ning Chongting took hold of both her hands. Tijio squirmed restlessly, like a wriggling insect. Suddenly, Ning Chongting leaned down near her waist. Tijio felt a gentle stream of air, cool and moist, brushing against the itchy area of her wound, akin to a delicate feather. Ning Chongting gently attended to her itchy wound. Upon noticing his actions, Chajio's face flushed slightly. All right, Brother Chongting, that's enough, I no longer feel itchy. Unaware of her shifting thoughts, Ning Chongting obediently ceased his movements. He tenderly applied the medicine and subsequently retrieved the medicinal concoction to feed her. Chajio, lying prone, found it cumbersome each time the medicine reached her lips. She managed to swallow only half, leaving the small bowl lingering for quite some time. So bitter, she grimaced, her delicate face scrunching up. Observing a droplet of the bitter potion lingering on her rosy lips, Ning Chongting instinctively reached out to wipe it away. Is it really that bitter? He pondered, unconsciously bringing his finger, tainted with her medicine, to his lips and tasting it. Both Chajio and Ning Chongting were momentarily taken aback. How could he have committed such an act in her presence? Unable to rectify the situation, Ning Chongting feigned nonchalance. Indeed, it is quite bitter. Go on and pretend, she thought. After applying the medicine and administering the potion, Ning Chongting helped Chajio don her clothes, ruffled her hair affectionately, and turned to leave. Yet, Chajio grasped his sleeve. Turning back, Ning Chongting found her gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Brother Chongting, will you stay with me a little longer? Whenever I close my eyes, I am haunted by nightmares. Without needing to ponder, Ning Chongting already understood she was troubled by visions of bandits wielding knives against him. How could he utter a word of refusal? Thus, he settled back at her bedside, remaining by her side until she drifted into slumber. At this moment, the restrained tenderness of Ning Chongting was fully unleashed. The wild geese's letter, the sweet dream. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Chizu stood at the doorway, her hands covering her mouth, her face a canvas of astonishment as she beheld the scene before her. Chapter 39. The foster daughter of the Marquis and the cold, noble Shin Chizu limped back to her chamber, lost in thought for quite some time. Previously, she had believed that Shun Yenshu's affections were unreciprocated, yet she had not anticipated that Ning Chongting harbored feelings for her, his dull and uninteresting sister. A sense of inexplicable panic washed over Shin Chizu. Yes, she was unwilling to marry Ning Chongting, but as long as the Marquis's wife regarded her as a future daughter-in-law, she would continue to be showered with affection. However, if Ning Chongting were to be with Shun Yenshu, then everything she currently possessed would vanish into thin air. Shin Chizu gritted her teeth. She must not allow such a fate to unfold. The fortnightly agreement had elapsed, and Shin Chizu, having endured her punishment, arrived at the Yunrukshuan of the Marquis's wife. Following the incident, the Marquis's wife's demeanor towards her had grown significantly colder. In the past, upon seeing Shin Chizu suffer even the slightest injury, she would be immensely distressed. Now, upon observing Shin Chizu's limping figure, the Marquis's wife merely cast a fleeting glance. Saying nothing, Shin Chizu felt a profound sense of bitterness and sorrow within her heart, further solidifying her resolve to prevent Shin Yenshu from marrying into the Marquis's family. The Marquis's wife returned the resignation she had previously submitted to the palace, stating coolly, "You have gotten your wish." Tears streamed down Shin Chizu's face as she pleaded, "Mother, must you remain so indifferent? Though I may harbor selfish intentions, it is also true that Ning Chongwen wronged me. Furthermore, it is not that I lack concern for my sister. I was simply flustered and disordered at that moment. In my attempt to clarify my innocence, I could hardly articulate anything else." She wept sorrowfully, and even the resolute Lady Ning found her heart softened. Had her knee been treated? After all, she was a child she had cherished for so many years. Lady Ning could not help but show concern. Shin Chizu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and redoubled her efforts to please, ultimately reconciling the mother and daughter. Seizing the warmth of their restored relationship, Shin Chizu proposed. "Mother, Yenshu now bears scars that may hinder her prospects for marriage. It would be prudent to arrange a match for her sooner rather than later, allowing ample time to seek a suitable suitor." Lady Ning nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely. I shall make arrangements at once." Tijio had indeed saved Chongting, and it would be unjust for this matter to become a burden on her marriage prospects. Upon exiting Yunrui Pavilion, Shin Chizu fortuitously encountered Ning Chongting, who was on his way to visit Tijio. The young lord was remarkably punctual each day. Unlike her usual reticence, Shin Chizu greeted him this time. However, Ning Chongting had no intention of acknowledging her and proceeded directly to Tiju's chamber. Yet, Shin Chizu suddenly interjected, "Young lord, you have affection for my sister. But have you considered her lifelong happiness?" Indeed, her words halted Ning Chongting in his tracks. Shin Chizu continued, "My sister is not destined for easy childbearing. Should she marry another, she might find joy in a house full of children. But marrying you, while it may seem filled with love now, what of the future? Can you assure her she will not live with regret? If fate were to take you from her first, leaving her childless and alone in her old age, what then?" Instantly, an icy aura enveloped Ning Chongting. He harbored a deep disdain for Shin Chizu. Yet, it must be conceded that Shin Chizu articulated precisely what had long occupied his thoughts and concerns. Indeed, he held affection for Chajiu. But did he possess the right to such feelings? Ning Chongting lifted his gaze. For the first time realizing that the few steps leading to Chajiu's chamber had transformed into an arduous and distant journey. Chajiu observed that Ning Chongting seemed to be deliberately avoiding her of late. Whereas he had once visited daily, now he appeared only after several days had elapsed. Moreover, his time spent at the Listening Rain Pavilion had diminished, often merely affording her a fleeting glance. When Chajiu attempted to broach the subject indirectly, Ning Chongting nonchalantly attributed his behavior to the demands of official business system. Ning Chongting's fondness had stagnated at 50% for an extended period. The pain you endure seems ill-advised. Chajiu, while the injury may be unwise, the scar it leaves is indeed valuable. System. So it appears you have no need for scar removal ointment. Do you harbor ulterior motives? Before Chajiu could respond, the door swung open, revealing Lady Ning, her countenance alight with joy. "Mother," Chajiu began, intending to rise from her bed to pay her respects, but was gently restrained by Lady Ning. "Foolish child. You saved Chongting. You are now a benefactor of the marquise and need not be so formal." Chajiu replied, "Mother, favors should not be expected in return. And courtesy must not be neglected." Lady Ning was deeply moved. In the past, she had harbored biases against Chajiu's beauty. Yet, having set aside her prejudices, she now recognized what a remarkable child Chajiu truly was. Her efforts in meticulously selecting a suitable match for her were not in vain. "I have come today to discuss your marriage." Lady Ning glanced at Tijiu and, noticing her composed expression, began to speak. "Yen Shu, you have reached the age for marriage proposals. I thought it prudent to arrange some meetings early, allowing you to choose wisely." In her hand, Lady Ning held a booklet. "These are the families I have selected, the eldest son of the Minister of Rights and the legitimate son of the Chief Justice. All are of reputable character and talent. Would you be willing to meet them? If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. The Jingyuan Marquise would be more than happy to support her for a lifetime." Tijiu pondered for a moment without perusing the booklet. "I shall leave it to my mother's discretion." Lady Ning beamed with delight. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements at once. You shall meet them first. And if none are suitable, I will select others for you. There are plenty of fine gentlemen in Xinjiang. I am certain I can find the perfect match for you." Once Lady Ning departed, the system exclaimed in agitation, "Have you lost your mind? How can you marry another and still bear children for Ning Chongting?" Tijiu examined the scar on her back in the bronze mirror, grimacing at the sight. "Currently, Ning Chongting is avoiding me. He won't acknowledge his feelings unless I confront him directly. Men often only dare to face their true emotions when they are on the brink of losing something." Lady Ning, ever diligent, swiftly utilized Ning Chongting's name to invite the eldest son of the Minister of Rights for a meeting. To their mutual astonishment, upon their first encounter, they exclaimed simultaneously, "It's you? It's you?" Lady Ning looked back and forth in confusion. "Do you two know each other?" Han Ping recounted his extraordinary experience on the mountain with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing the tale, Lady Ning was moved, grasping Chajiu's hand and wiping away her tears. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Han Ping discreetly whispered to the servant beside him, "Hasten to the palace and seek out young Master Ning. Inform him that Lady Ning has requested a meeting with his wife." The servant, with a look of astonishment, promptly exited and hastened away. Chajiu had never genuinely wished for a meeting. She began to converse with Han Ping casually, as friends might. Lady Ning observed their harmonious interaction with great satisfaction, believing she had indeed orchestrated a perfect match. Just as the tea had been replenished for the second time, Ning Chongting entered, adorned in his crimson official robes, exuding an icy demeanor. Lady Ning, surprised, inquired, "What brings you here?" Before her sentence could conclude, Ning Chongting, with a stern expression, seized Chajiu's hand and strode away. Lady Ning offered Han Ping an awkward smile, internally chastising Ning Chongting. Han Ping, unfazed, continued to sip his tea. Ning Chongting led Chajiu toward the listening rain pavilion, remaining silent throughout the journey, his demeanor cold and aloof. The servants bowed in greeting, yet he paid them no heed. Chajiu was taken aback. Ning Chongting was typically a person of courtesy, propriety, and refined elegance. She had never witnessed him so uncharacteristically discomposed. Upon entering the listening rain pavilion, Ning Chongting coldly commanded the astonished servants, "Leave." The staff, afraid to provoke him, quickly vacated the premises. The courtyard of the listening rain pavilion fell silent, save for the gentle descent of pink petals, leaving only the two of them in a tense stare. Tijiu wore a bewildered expression, her delicate pink lips pressed tightly together, seemingly perplexed by his actions. Ning Chongting gazed at the enchanting visage that had graced his dreams countless times. His inner greed ultimately shattered the constraints of decorum, consuming his reason entirely. His large hand grasped her slender waist, delicate and barely filling his grip, lifting her to rest atop the stone table, bringing her to his eye level. In this intimate proximity, their breaths intertwined. The intoxicating aroma of rose wine seduced the air, and without hesitation, Ning Chongting pressed his lips against her soft, plump cherry blossom mouth, silencing Tijiu's gasp completely. Chapter 40. The foster daughter of the Marquis and the cold prince. It was exceedingly sweet, far more intoxicating than her dreams had ever led her to believe. Ning Chongting's kiss bore an undeniable intensity, seizing Chajiu's very spirit. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally released her grasp. Yuan Yushi, Shili Yulan. A faint crimson hue spread across Ning Chongting's eyes, filled with a sense of resentment. You, deceitful one. Chajiu blinked in confusion. How am I a deceiver? Ning Chongting's tone carried a hint of grievance. Do you not harbor feelings for me? Why then do you gaze upon others? This remark ignited Chajiu's ire. She pouted, poking at Ning Chongting's chest, her eyes wide as she attempted to adopt a fierce demeanor. It was you who rejected me first. Ning Chongting was momentarily taken aback. What? Chajiu continued. You saw my note, yet chose to disregard my affections. I was hurt, and you merely offered the excuse of being occupied with official matters to avoid visiting me. As she spoke, she poked him, her eyes glistening with an alluring shade of red. Do you find my scars unsightly, thus refusing to see me? Ning Chongting offered a wry smile, capturing her prodding fingers, gently squeezing her soft palm. Yen Shu, even if the entire world shuns you, I shall not be among them. Your wounds were born for my sake. If I were to disdain you, I would be unworthy of being human. Chajiu lowered her gaze, a sense of melancholy washing over her. So it is because I saved you that you treat me kindly? Ning Tongting siketsostli, resolved to reveal the true sentiments he had harbored for so long. Your plea for salvation only deepens my affection for you, he confessed. Yet my fondness for you blossomed after receiving that bottle of fragrant blossoms. He continued, I have read your note and grasped your sentiments, but I dare not reciprocate. The usually proud and aloof Ning Chongting found himself ensnared in a web of unspoken helplessness and insecurity when faced with the one he cherished. I fear I cannot provide you with worldly happiness, and I dread the thought of being a burden upon your life. Yen Shu, my fate is already sealed with no descendants. Hence, why should I drag another into the mire? Tijiu withdrew her hands from his grasp, cupping his face earnestly as she declared, but what if I say that I am willing? Ning Chongting was momentarily taken aback. Tijiu pressed her lips against his slender ones, whispering, I am unafraid of a life without heirs, Ning Chongting. I believe that in the future, we shall be surrounded by children and live in joy and prosperity. Do you believe in me? Ning Chongting, enchanted by her bold kiss, found himself uttering two words almost involuntarily. I believe. Inside Songha Hall, the matriarch and Madame Ning exchanged cheerful banter. Ning Chongting entered hand in hand with Tijiu, unnoticed by Madame Ning, who continued her jubilant chatter. Chongting, news from the palace indicates that your father will soon return from the frontier. The matriarch, however, sensed a hint of something amiss, yet merely smiled knowingly, choosing not to reveal her insights. Excellent. Father's return is just in time for the wedding banquet with Yen Shu, Ning Chongting stated. Indeed, it is perfect timing. Madame Ning suddenly paused, taken aback. What? A wedding banquet? Tijio felt the warmth of Ning Chongqing's hand, clammy with sweat. Her usually gentle and composed face was now slightly furrowed, betraying her evident nervousness. Ning Chongqing squeezed her hand gently, offering reassurance. The elderly lady accepted the news with surprising swiftness. This match is splendid. Let us choose a nearby date for a grand celebration. Su-yun, what say you? Su-yun was the name of the Duchess of Ning. After a moment's contemplation, the Duchess finally absorbed this revelation. Observing the tightly clasped hands of Ning Chongqing and Tijio, her heart was a tumult of emotions, yet she acquiesced. Since the children harbored mutual affection, it could be deemed a fateful union. She would arrange for an auspicious date. The Duchess had come to terms with it. Given that Shin Chizu was unwilling to marry into their family, it was better for Chongqing to wed the one he cherished, ensuring a future filled with harmony and affection. Should he later encounter a fertile woman, he could take her as a concubine. With the elders' blessing on the marriage, a tremendous weight was lifted from Ning Chongqing's heart. Typically stoic and impassive, he now bore a subtle smile, the corners of his lips curling upward. He instructed Yong and to fetch a small box from Qingfeng courtyard. Upon opening it, he revealed a treasure trove of his personal belongings, which included land, shops, and property titles bestowed upon him over the years by the palace. Ning Chongqing entrusted all these possessions to Tijio, declaring, from now on, these shall be your dowry. Tijio was taken aback. She understood Ning Chongqing's intentions. In front of the Duchess and the elderly lady, he had bestowed all his personal assets upon her as a dowry, ensuring that the entire Duke's household recognized his profound regard for her. Tijio's heart softened. Although Ning Chongqing could not articulate any particularly charming words, he was genuinely kind to his wife. The Lady of Ning was not a stingy person either. Seeing her son so generous, she felt compelled to reciprocate. She took Tijio aside to Yunrukshuan, rummaging through every corner to present all her finest treasures. Exquisite and precious hair ornaments, flawless white jade bracelets, and gold crowns adorned with begonia flowers. Anything that Tijio had admired even briefly was promptly listed by Mama when as part of her dowry. Tijio chuckled helplessly. Mother, this is too much. The Lady of Ning grasped her hand and spoke sincerely. Not at all, my dear. You are a lady raised in the Marquis's household and have even saved Chongqing's life. It is not excessive to provide you with a generous dowry. However, I do have one request. Please, Mother, go ahead. In the future, should you encounter someone capable of bearing offspring for Chongqing, do not take offense if I suggest you accept her into the household. Rest assured, any children born to these concubines will be recorded under your name and will not surpass your status. The Lady of Ning, having endured the trials of a favored concubine herself, certainly understood the feelings of the legitimate wife. After a moment of contemplation, Tijio chose to acquiesce for the time being. However, she was acutely aware that Ning Chongqing would not have the opportunity to take a concubine. She herself was fully capable of bearing children, and quite abundantly at that. Why would they need a fertile concubine? Seeing Tijio so agreeable only heightened the Lady of Ning's affection for her. The maternal love once reserved for Shin Chizu now shifted entirely to her future daughter-in-law. Thus, when Shin Chizu returned from the Imperial Medical Institute that day, she discovered that the Marquis's household had undergone a transformation. Upon entering Yunrukshuan, she was greeted by the cheerful banter between Lady Ning and Chaojiu. As she stepped into the room, her eyes were met with an array of exquisite treasures adorning every corner. Shin Chizu gazed curiously at these items, her expression tinged with suspicion as she regarded Chaojiu, who had unexpectedly appeared in Yunrukshuan. What are you doing here? Shin Chizu's voice carried an undertone of hostility. In the past, Shan Yenshu had been taciturn and introverted, rarely endearing herself to others. Thus, Lady Ning had never brought her into the room for intimate conversations. Yet now, she occupied Shin Chizu's usual seat, utilizing the tea set that Shin Chizu favored, monopolizing her mother's cheerful discourse. How could Shan Yenshu be so detestable? Must she snatch away everything from her elder sister? Shin Chizu's eyes blazed with indignation. Lady Ning, oblivious to Shin Chizu's discontent, drew her closer, unfurling the shimmering fabric of a recent dress she had mentioned.
Cecil.
You've arrived just in time to lend me your opinion. Should this shimmering fabric be fashioned into everyday attire or a ceremonial gown for the palace? After all, there will be numerous occasions for new garments once Chaojiu and Ning Chongqing are wed. I must prepare in advance. Shin Chizu, weary of her mother's insistence on revisiting old matters, felt a surge of annoyance. Mother, please do not press me. My feelings remain unchanged. I still do not wish to become the young mistress of the marquis. Chapter 41. The foster daughter of the marquis and the cold, noble heir. Ever since she was punished to kneel by Ning Chongting, Shin Chizu had grown increasingly averse to him. The decree of having no heirs? Well deserved. She had no intention of bearing children for Ning Chongting. Such an arrogant and despicable person deserved to live a life of solitude and suffering. Tijio, witnessing her self-righteous misunderstanding and her visibly impatient demeanor, could not help but stifle a laugh. The marquis's wife cast a peculiar glance at Shin Chizu and remarked, "I did not compel you. This attire was not made for you, but for Yen Shu." Shin Chizu was taken aback. For Yen Shu? Indeed, the marquis's wife sighed. In a few days, when the marquis returns, the wedding will be arranged. She lamented, "I never anticipated that raising a foster daughter and preparing her dowry would be such a taxing endeavor." Upon hearing the entire sequence of events, Shin Chizu's expression transformed as though she had ingested something foul. She had meticulously orchestrated matters, only to inadvertently bring Ning Chongting and Tijio together. Shin Chizu was on the verge of fury, especially as she gazed upon the lavish array of gifts, some of which she had previously pleaded for without success from the marquis's wife. Now, all of it was effortlessly bestowed upon Tijio as a dowry. A wave of discomfort washed over Shin Chizu. "Mother, I am feeling somewhat unwell. I shall return to Tinjiexuan to rest." She wished to leave without further ado. Tijio also rose to her feet. "Mother, I shall accompany my sister back as well." The marquis's wife, absorbed in her task, did not lift her gaze. Go on. I still have much to organize." Upon exiting Yunrukshuan, Shin Chizu could no longer maintain her composure. She scoffed, "Shun Yenshu. Are you not feeling quite pleased with yourself now?" At that moment, Chajio was perusing the system's item shop, selecting a potion for childbirth, when Shin Chizu unexpectedly interjected with her biting remark. "Why should I feel pleased?" Chajio found the situation somewhat amusing. Shin Chizu retorted icily, "The Duke's residence now holds you in high regard. The items my mother previously denied me have been generously bestowed upon you. You have taken everything that rightfully belongs to me, and yet you are not satisfied?" Gazing into Shin Chizu's envious, reddened eyes, Chajio shook her head helplessly. "Sister, the possessions of the Duke's residence have never belonged to either of us." "What do you mean?" Shin Chizu questioned, her disdain evident. Chajio's gaze seemed to penetrate Shin Chizu's very soul. "What I mean is, the Duke's residence has already shown us great kindness. We can only possess what they are willing to offer. However, if you seek to manipulate the Duke's residence, or trample upon it for your own gain, you will surely incur divine retribution." Shin Chizu felt a sudden jolt in her heart, her expression momentarily betraying a flicker of panic. Why would Chajio utter such words? Could it be that she had uncovered something? Unthinkable. Shin Chizu had been exceedingly discreet and should not have been discovered. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned her embarrassment into anger, declaring, "Shin Yenshu, there is no need for you to admonish me here. Your marriage to Ning Chongting may be splendid, yet he is destined to have no heirs. I wonder how long you can bask in that glory." With that, she spun on her heel and departed hastily. Chajio sighed, realizing that Shin Chizu was unlikely to achieve any enlightenment. The system interjected, "It is futile, no matter how many reminders you give. It will not alter her avaricious mindset, nor her ambition to tread upon the marquis to pave a path for Xiao Wenj." After her recent appointment at the Imperial Medical Bureau, Shin Chizu seemed to have transformed entirely. She began to frequently associate with Xiao Wenj, reveling in the untamed spirit that had long yearned for liberation. The novelty, excitement, and freedom that Xiao Wenj brought her allowed her to temporarily forget the frustrations of her work at the Imperial Medical Bureau, the growing indifference of the marquis's wife, and the monotonous existence within the marquisate. Yet, she was acutely aware that her family would never consent to her association with Xiao Wenj. Thus, Shin Chizu resolved to guide Xiao Wenj towards a career in the officialdom. She desired both Xiao Wenj and the identity of a young lady of the marquisate. This was the only path forward. However, the specifics of Shin Chizu's plan remained unclear to Chajio, as the system could not foresee the unfolding of events yet to come. Following the resounding victory at the border, the Huns suffered significant losses and retreated steadily, suggesting that a prolonged period of peace could ensue, allowing the populace to cultivate their lands and engage in commerce without fear. Seizing this opportunity, the emperor summoned the Marquis of Jingyuan back to the capital for a report on his duties. Upon first laying eyes on the Marquis, Chajio was struck by a singular thought: a walking beard. The Marquis was tall and formidable, clad in heavy armor. His face obscured by a dense growth of hair from chin to temples, and from the bridge of his nose to his cheeks. His skin was dark. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his voice resonated like thunder. When he learned of Ning Chongting's impending marriage, his hearty laughter nearly lifted the roof off the building. My son finally has a beloved with whom to build a family. Splendid. With that, he commanded the extraction of 50 profitable shops from the marquisate holdings in Shengjing, along with 20 parcels of fertile land on the outskirts of the city, and a sum of 100,000 taels of gold as Cha Jiu's dowry. Such generosity left Cha Jiu utterly astounded. It was no wonder that the system's description of the Marquis was succinct. He loved vanquishing foes, adored beautiful concubines, but cherished Ning Chongting above all. Ning Chongting was his firstborn, resplendent in both appearance and talent, having excelled far beyond his peers since childhood, a source of great pride for the Marquis. Now, as he prepared for marriage, he naturally extended his affection to encompass all that belonged to his son, displaying his magnanimity. Thank you, Lord Marquis. But my mother has already arranged my dowry. Cha Jiu intended to express her gratitude modestly, only to be gently dismissed by a wave of his hand. What your mother has prepared is her heartfelt intention. What I offer you is my own, the Marquis declared. Madame Ning also held Cha Jiu's hand and said, You shall accept this. How could the dowry of our young lady be inferior to that of other noble women? Cha Jiu turned to Ning Chongting, who nodded in reassurance, indicating that it was of no concern. The matriarch then produced a box, and as Cha Jiu opened it, a pair of translucent, flawless jade bangles glimmered with a green light. Madame Ning gasped in astonishment. These bangles are a treasured heirloom of a legacy of 100 years. Even when I wed I could not bear to part with them. The matriarch chuckled with a sigh. These bangles are meant solely for granddaughters-in-law, not for daughters-in-law. Yen Shu, I present them to you now, wishing to bestow a good omen. Her words were laden with meaning, as she secretly hoped that Cha Jiu would soon bear a son or a daughter. With such a gracious gift, I cannot refuse, Cha Jiu responded graciously, offering the matriarch a confident smile. Grandmother, Yen Shu shall fulfill your wishes. The matriarch was taken aback, her eyes moistening with emotion. Good child. It is enough to have such intentions. Seated silently at the far end, Shen Chizu felt utterly out of place amidst the warm, harmonious atmosphere surrounding her. She felt like a specter, invisible to all. The affection and attention of everyone were directed solely at Cha Jiu, leaving Shen Chizu's heart in a continual torment, as if devoured by ants. This only strengthened her resolve to support Xiao Wenj in rising to prominence and escaping the cold, calculating confines of the. As the conversation flowed among the gathering, Duke Jingyuan suddenly recalled an incident. On my journey back to Xingjing from the outskirts, I encountered a band of mountain bandits. Thankfully, a young lad risked his life to save me, allowing me to escape unscathed. Upon hearing of the bandits, the members of the Duke's household were filled with trepidation and inquired whether he had sustained any injuries. Duke Jingyuan replied, I was clad in armor. The bandits' ordinary weapons could scarcely harm me. However, that young lad nearly lost half his life. The elderly matriarch pondered for a moment and remarked, Indeed. We must express our gratitude to him properly. Duke Jingyuan affirmed, That is precisely my intention. This young man named Xiao possesses remarkable martial skills, courage, and a strong sense of loyalty. It is a pity that he holds only a minor position in Xingjing. I plan to recommend him to the patrol department. At the mention of the patrol department, Shen Chizu's heart leapt with joy. This was a place where advancement was far more accessible than securing a meal. Chapter 42. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold noble the Marquis of Jingyuan directly brought the individual back. I am Xiao Wenj, here to pay my respects to the Marquis and esteemed guests. As Xiao Wenj was summoned, he bowed gracefully, exuding the vibrant spirit of youth. He was aware that the Marquis of Jingyuan greatly admired this quality. Cha Jiu sipped her hot tea, observing with keen interest the amusing expressions exchanged between Xiao Wenj and Shen Chizu, who pretended not to recognize each other. Thus, it became clear that this was an opportunity orchestrated by the Marquis's return to the capital to pave the way for Xiao Wenj. Although she did not know him well, she could tell that despite his injuries, he insisted on wearing a thin white robe, allowing the traces of blood to seep through. This indicated that he was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives, having premeditated his actions. In a shared bed, one cannot expect to find two distinct types of individuals. Shin Chizu was ambitious, and Xiao Wenj was not far behind. Seizing a moment of distraction, Chajiu discreetly leaned toward Ning Chongting and whispered, "Brother Chongting, our court has stringent requirements for recommending officials with unblemished family backgrounds. We must inquire thoroughly." Ning Chongting understood well. Although court officials could recommend candidates, they had to exercise utmost caution. Should anything untoward happen to the recommended individual, the recommending official would also face repercussions. While availing oneself of gratitude for recommendations was permissible, Ning Chongting would not allow the Marquis's residents to take unnecessary risks. At that moment, the Marquis of Jingyuan sought his opinion. "Chongting, what do you think about recommending him as the deputy commander of the patrol division?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wen's heart stirred. The position of deputy commander in the patrol division was ranked at the 7th grade, though this rank was not particularly high for recommendations from the Marquis's residents. It offered the advantage of facilitating achievements and rapid promotions. If one could successfully eradicate the bandits, it would signify a step upward. Shin Chizu felt quite satisfied. However, Ning Chongting inquired about the family background. "What is your lineage? Who resides in your household? And what do they engage in? Has anyone committed any crimes?" Xiao Wenj stiffened, mustered his courage, and replied, "I have only my mother, who manages the Lanxiang Tower, and no one has committed any crimes." Upon hearing the mention of Lanxiang Tower, the female members of the Ho residence seemed to recall something, directing their gazes toward Shin Chizu in the corner. Shin Chizu feigned composure, using the act of sipping tea to shield himself from their scrutinizing looks. Ning Chongting then asked, "Is your mother still of lowly status due to her origins at Lanxiang Tower?" Xiao Wenj felt as though his dignity was being publicly stripped away, and through gritted teeth, he admitted, yes. Upon hearing this, Ning Chongting, adhering to the conventions of the current bureaucratic landscape, rendered a fair judgment. "Your family background is insufficiently reputable. You cannot serve as deputy commander." Xiao Wenj's countenance instantly drained of color. In that moment, he felt a tumult of envy and resentment. It was always about lineage. Always about lineage. These so-called illustrious families could effortlessly attain everything based solely on their origins. Yet, no matter his efforts, he remained trapped in the fate of a mere insect, unable to escape his lowly station. The Duke of Jingyuan expressed some regret. With such a background, serving as a clerk in the Dali Temple would be more than adequate. "Young brother, would you accept this?" What alternatives did Xiao Wenj possess? He could only bow deeply, feigning gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord." Shin Chizu felt a twinge of disappointment. A clerk in the Dali Temple, lacking even a rank. How long would he have to wait to ascend? Ning Chongting remained oblivious to the resentment directed towards him. As Xiao Wenj prepared to depart, he proactively offered a suggestion. "Young Master Xiao, our court holds stringent requirements regarding family background for recommendations. If you aspire to forge a promising future, it would be prudent to accumulate military achievements on the battlefield." Ning Chongting's words were spoken with sincerity, yet to Xiao Wenj, they resonated as blatant mockery. Concealed from the gaze of Duke Jingyuan, he cast a scornful smile at Ning Chongting, deeming him insincere. Taken aback, Ning Chongting was left momentarily stunned as Xiao Wenj faded into the distance. Standing beside him, Chajiu chuckled softly, shaking her head, "You foolish boy." Turning to face her radiant smile, Ning Chongting felt his inexplicable discomfort dissipate, responding with a light laugh. "In what way am I a fool?" If Xiao Wenj truly intended to exchange military merit for future, he would not still be a lowly minor official at the age of 25, Chajiu remarked. Ning Chongting pondered this. Thus, he was not as valiant and unyielding as he appeared. In light of this, his willingness to risk his life for his father seemed rather perplexing. Chajiu chose to remain silent thereafter. The Lady of Ning and the matriarch meticulously deliberated, ultimately deciding to hold the wedding on the 9th day of the following month. Bolts of red silk arrived in successive shipments from the shops of Shengjing to the Duke's residence, and the aristocracy of the entire capital was aware that the previously unwed young Master Ning was finally to be married. After concluding his official duties, Ning Chongting encountered Han Ping and a few others while leaving the palace. Upon meeting, Han Ping clasped his hands in congratulations, saying, "Young Master Ning, congratulations. I never expected that upon our reunion, Miss Shin would indeed become your bride. It is indeed a matter of reflection that a spoken sentiment has come to fruition." Ning Chongting graciously replied, "Thank you. In due time, I shall deliver the invitation to your residence." Han Ping laughed heartily. "Excellent. I shall eagerly await the opportunity to partake in the joyous celebration. Accompanying Han Ping was a colleague, Chen Chu, who had long held an antagonistic relationship with Ning Chongting. This man, over 40 and merely a nameless editor at the Hanlin Academy, harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Ning Chongting, who had been appointed by the emperor to serve as a junior minister after his early departure from the academy. Chen Chu, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Next month, I shall accompany the minister southward for inspections. It seems I shall miss the pleasure of attending Master Ning's wedding. Perhaps I shall instead await the celebration of the little lord's first month." Han Ping and the others exchanged awkward glances, well aware of Ning Chongting's predicament of having no heirs. Chen Chu's choice of words was indeed ill-timed. However, Ning Chongting remained unperturbed, his gentle smile tinged with a subtle sharpness. "Then I shall also await the occasion to celebrate your promotion, dear sir," he retorted. Chen Chu's ire was palpable, his beard bristling with indignation. Han Ping, unable to contain his amusement, patted Ning Chongting on the shoulder. "You may have a long wait ahead, for our esteemed Chen is quite content to remain in his editorial position for a lifetime." Ning Chongting merely chuckled and fell silent. Upon exiting the palace, a carriage adorned with the emblem awaited nearby. Upon spotting Ning Chongting, Xiao Mei brightened. "Miss, the young master has emerged." Han Ping could not help but express his envy. "Master Ning, does your esteemed household have another such devoted lady to grant me? It is truly a tender affection to see someone come unwaveringly to greet you each day, rain or shine." Chen Chu held a dismissive attitude. It seemed unlikely that a woman of exceptional merit would willingly marry Ning Chongting. Rumor had it that she was merely a lowly adopted daughter, perhaps even lacking in beauty, coarseness, and wit. Contemplating this, Chen Chu felt a measure of equilibrium restored within her. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from the edge of the carriage curtain, and a gentle breeze carried with it the subtle, sweet fragrance of roses. Chen Chu found herself momentarily entranced. What a delightful scent! As the curtain was drawn back, the enchanting visage of Chajiao was revealed to all, a pair of eyes sparkling like stars, lips adorned with a splendid hue, and a gentle smile that resembled the gradual bloom of the world's most exquisite flower. "Greetings, esteemed lords," Chajiao offered a graceful curtsy, her demeanor exuding elegance and nobility, leaving no room for reproach. "Why have you come here instead of resting properly at the Marquis' residence?" Ning Chongting inquired, accepting the umbrella from Xiao Mei to shield Chajiao from the relentless sun. Upon meeting his gaze, Chajiao's smile radiated even more brilliantly. "I noticed the sweltering noon, and fearing an afternoon downpour, I had the carriage sent to fetch you." Beside them, Chen Chu stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that Ning Chongting's fiancé could possess such breathtaking beauty. Chapter 43. The foster daughter of the Duke's mansion and the cold, noble heir. Chen Chu found it utterly incomprehensible. Such unparalleled beauty, even if she were to enter the palace as a consort, could captivate the emperor to the extent of neglecting his morning court sessions. Why, then, would she choose to marry a noble heir without heirs of his own? How could Ning Chongting monopolize all the good fortune in this world? Chen Chu's twisted features were a testament to her envy. Ning Chongting shifted his body, obstructing Chen Chu's greedy gaze toward Chajiao, and assisted her into the carriage. "Do not come to fetch me any more," he murmured as he lowered the carriage curtain, letting out a soft sigh. His fiancée was simply too radiant. He wished to shield her from the prying eyes of others. Chajiao, however, paid him no heed. She pinched a delicate piece of peach blossom cake and stuffed it into his mouth, eagerly inquiring, "Is it sweet?" Ning Chongting chewed the cake and replied honestly mediocre. With a playful glint in her round eyes, Chajiao leaned in closer and took a bite from the morsel he was eating. Ning Chongting's body tensed, his ears turning crimson. Chajiao nonchalantly chewed the cake, shaking her head. "I find it quite sweet." She was being deliberately teasing. She delighted in watching the usually stoic Ning Chongting display such bashfulness. It was rather endearing. Having been well-educated since childhood and shunning the pleasures of wine and women, he was ill-prepared for Chajiao's playful provocations. After that unexpected kiss in the listening rain pavilion, he had spent a whole month feeling flustered each night. "Not sweet enough," Ning Chongting suddenly declared. Chajiao tilted her head, unable to grasp his line of thought. Ning Chongting extended his long, slender fingers to gently caress the dewy lips of Chajiao, his voice tinged with a husky timbre. "I cannot discern a sweeter delicacy than you." Chajiao's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Ning Chongting could utter such romantic words. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, only to be silenced by his sudden kiss. Indeed, it is no wonder that Chen Chu was enraptured by Chajiu's beauty. Even Ning Chongwen, of late, found himself captivated. In the past, Shun Yenshu, being introverted, often kept her head bowed, avoiding eye contact with others. Despite her beauty, she resembled a pearl shrouded in dust. In contrast, Chajiu exuded confidence, her refreshing makeup allowing her 9/10 beauty to shine forth in a dazzling 12/10. As Ning Chongting strolled with Chajiu, Ning Chongwen gazed dreamily at the enchanting figure. Inhaling the alluring fragrance in the air, his heart stirred. Is Yenshu truly beautiful? A figure suddenly appeared behind him. Startled, Ning Chongwen turned to find Shin Chizu standing there. A faint smile playing on her lips, her eyes shadowed with a hint of gloom. Irritated by her sudden appearance, Ning Chongwen scoffed. It is peculiar that, despite sharing the same mother, you lack charm while Shun Yenshu is as ethereal as a celestial being. Shun Chizu clenched her fists beneath her sleeves. Her lack of beauty compared to Shun Yenshu had always been a source of deep-seated concern. Ning Chongwen continued his mockery. No wonder Xiao Wenj promised to take away your purity but then reneged. It appears he finds you unworthy. Shin Chizu gritted her teeth. His restraint is born out of affection for me. This revelation had already been shared by Xiao Wenj. Initially, Ning Chongwen feared that she would marry Ning Chongding and thus conspired with Xiao Wenj to entice her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wenj fell in love with her. Ning Chongwen laughed heartily. The sole reason a man can refrain from touching you is that you are unattractive. How pitiful, Shin Chizu, that you failed to grasp even this simple truth. Shin Chizu was unwilling to accept such a notion. She steadied her mind and recalled her purpose for coming. Her grandmother and mother had arranged for Yenshu to stay at the residence in the East City 3 days prior to the wedding, awaiting her marriage. Shun Chizu spoke with a profound tone, feigning concern. That place is truly desolate. Without the young master by her side, could something untoward happen? Ning Chongwen's thoughts stirred. Observing the eager expression on Ning Chongwen's face, Shin Chizu's lips curled slightly. She would not allow her sister an easy life. Since they were twins, they should share both blessings and hardships. Ning Chongting personally escorted Chajiu to the residence in East City. There are regulations regarding marriage. The bride and groom must not meet 3 days prior to the wedding. Thus the lady of the Ning house arranged for Chajiu to temporarily reside in one of her properties. As the servants busied themselves moving things, Chajiu stealthily approached and pecked Ning Chongting on the lips. Ning Chongting's gaze darkened. In the next moment, Chajiu felt a firm arm encircle her waist, and the surroundings shifted as Ning Chongting unexpectedly pressed her against the back of the carriage, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips in an unobserved corner. Tenderness, intimacy, and reluctance enveloped them. This box goes. Your Grace? Yong'an turned around, realizing both masters had vanished. Your Grace? Miss Yenshu? He began to search anxiously. Just as discovery seemed imminent, Chajiu's eyes brimmed with tears of distress. Fortunately, Ning Chongting was considerate enough to retreat from her intoxicating embrace before Yong'an arrived. He breathed heavily, a hint of desire coloring his otherwise serene and untouchable visage. Chajiu gazed at him, unable to suppress a swallow. System, he is so handsome. Chajiu. Who could disagree? Suddenly, it dawned on Chajiu. Aren't you programmed to block such scenes? System. Have you forgotten? I've upgraded to 2.0. Affection remains permissible. Chajiu. Ning Chongting gently caressed her lips, his gaze filled with affection and adoration. 3 days hence, I shall come to fetch you, my dear wife. Chajiu felt her cheeks flush at his endearing address. At last, Yong'an located his 2 masters, displaying a distinct lack of awareness. My lords, why are you hiding here? Should this box still be placed inside? No need, Ning Chongting replied. In a moment, you shall carry this box back to the Marquis' residence. Yong'an. Have I done something wrong? Once Ning Chongting departed, Chajiu began to relish the solitude of the East City residence. Although the residence is not situated in the bustling city center and is a considerable distance from it is surrounded by majestic mountains and flowing waters, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a luxurious villa from ancient times. It is said that the feng shui is favorable, aiding in the continuation of offspring. No wonder the esteemed lady Ning chose this location for her marriage. To her surprise, there is even a hot spring. Tijou gazes in delight at the outdoor hot spring nestled in the rear mountains, shrouded in mist, as if it were a realm of celestial wonder. Taking advantage of the deepening night, she plans to indulge in a soothing soak. However, the system alerts her. Tijou, there are strangers nearby, not those you brought from the. With her garments partially removed, she hesitates and pulls them back on. The hidden figure in the shadows grows anxious, fidgeting in distress. Tijou feigns ignorance and slowly approaches the stone table where pruning scissors lie. The person, growing impatient, knows that Tijou has sent her attendants to the front courtyard for the sake of enjoying the hot spring, thus he brazenly inches closer. Suddenly, the system announces, it is Ning Chongwen. As Tijou notices the shadow behind her drawing nearer, the unsettling sound of his rapid, excited breaths fills her ears. She seizes the scissors and swiftly turns to stab behind her. The startled birds in the forest take flight from the treetops, while Ning Chongwen clutches his bleeding groin, collapsing to the ground in agony. Tijou looks at him and sneers, I overestimated you. The last one I pierced like this was the emperor. Chapter 44. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the reserved heir Ning Chongwen fainted in pain. In the distance, hurried footsteps approached, and to her astonishment, it was Ning Chongting returning. Oh no! Tijou's mind raced. She immediately dropped the scissors, pouted her lips, furrowed her brow, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother Chongting! She cried, rushing towards the familiar figure in the corridor. System. What a performance! Ning Chongting had initially returned to the Marquis's residence, but upon dismounting, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart. Feeling a wave of unease, he turned back, anxious to ensure Tijou's safety. To his dismay, calamity had indeed befallen her. As he witnessed his fiancée, terrified and disoriented, stumbling towards him, his heart shattered. He strode forward, unreservedly embracing the bloodied Tijou. It's all right, he murmured, holding her tightly and kissing the top of her head in a soothing manner. Once Tijou regained some composure, Ning Chongting's expression turned grim as he advanced towards the motionless figure on the ground, kicking it over. Ning Chongwen. A cold glint flickered in Ning Chongting's eyes, as if a blade was taking form, ready to rend the wretched, stinking creature at his feet into 1,000 pieces. Tijou sobbed softly, trembling with fear. I saw a madman approaching me, but I couldn't see who it was. In my panic, I used the scissors. Her words faltered as she buried her face in Ning Chongting's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The system discreetly exchanged some of Tijou's points for a packet of electronic sunflower seeds, reclining with crossed legs to enjoy her heartfelt performance. Meanwhile, the distant sound of approaching footsteps indicated that the servants had heard the commotion and were hastening to their aid. Ning Chongting made a resolute decision in that moment. Tenderly, he brushed away the tears trembling on Tijou's lashes with a kiss, earnestly stating, This matter is not your fault. It is Ning Chongwen who has brought this upon himself. Yanshu, you must remember my words. Tijou looked up at him. And Ning Chongting continued, Ning Chongwen is the one I have wounded. This incident bears no relation to you, do you understand? Tijou was taken aback. Are you willing to take the blame for me? Ning Chongting gently cupped the warm spring water to cleanse the blood from her hands, saying, You are not at fault. The blood of such a person does not deserve to stain your hands. However, Ning Chongwen is also aware. As long as I confess, he will undoubtedly insist that I am the one who harmed him. Ning Chongting's thoughts were remarkably calm and clear. He had long coveted the position of heir to the Marquis and would not miss this opportunity to bring me down. He was wagering his life and future, hoping that by protecting Tijou, he could also extricate himself unscathed. Tijou's emotions were beyond words. After cleaning Tijou's hands, Ning Chongting picked up the scissors and squatted beside Ning Chongwen, severing ties completely. Tijou was stunned, exclaiming to the system, Ning Chongting's actions are even more ruthless than mine. The system replied, cracking sunflower seeds, well, how could it not be considered? The arriving servants were taken aback by the scene before them, with one shouting, Murder! Call the authorities! Ning Chongting was imprisoned in the Dali Temple. Upon hearing this news, Madame Ning fainted immediately. When she regained consciousness, Marquis Jingyuan had already presented a summons to the palace, seeking to rescue Ning Chongting from the Dali Temple. Zhou Yangzi remained prostrate on the ground, weeping inconsolably, when the elderly matron seized a teacup and struck her, leaving her head bloodied. Your beloved son, she exclaimed. How dare he covet his sister-in-law and entertain such illicit intentions? Ning Chongwen was returned to the Marquis's residence, where the Imperial physician was summoned for treatment. Although his life was spared, the very essence of his manhood was irrevocably damaged. During his recovery, he awoke briefly, adamantly asserting that it was Ning Chongting who had inflicted his injuries. Madame Ning harbored an intense desire to flay Zhou Nyangzi alive, yet her immediate concern was to visit the Dali Temple to inquire about Ning Chongting. Accompanied by Cha Jiu, the somewhat unsteady Madame Ning arrived at the Dali Temple, only to be intercepted at the entrance. Addressing the gatekeeper, Madame Ning said, "We hail from the residence of the Marquis of Jingyuan and wish to see young Master Ning. Might you grant us passage?" Cha Jiu discreetly produced a heavy purse of silver from her sleeve. Just as the gatekeeper reached out to accept it, a familiar voice rang out behind them. What is happening here? Startled, the gatekeeper withdrew his hand, recognizing the voice of Xiao Wenj, which brought him a sense of relief. Madame Ning, upon seeing Xiao Wenj, was taken aback but also filled with joy. "Young Master Xiao," she exclaimed. Xiao Wenj nodded in acknowledgement. Madame Ning, recognizing that he still remembered her, she hastened to clarify her request. Initially, she believed that Xiao Wenj, being recommended by the Marquis of Jingyuan, was an ally. However, upon hearing her plea, he adopted a stance of impartiality, stating, "I regret to inform you that the case involving young Master Ning is under strict investigation by the Dali Temple, and outsiders are currently prohibited from making visits." Madame Ning transitioned from astonishment to indignation, exclaiming, "Xiao Wenj, you are a jailer recommended by our Marquis." Xiao Wenj wore a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. "Indeed. That is why I must conduct my duties with utmost propriety. I cannot afford to make mistakes that would tarnish the reputation of the Marquis. Madam, please take your leave." The Madam of Ning Ho trembled with indignation. At that moment, Tiju spoke up with a calm demeanor. "Xiao Gongzi is indeed a master at burning bridges." Only then did Xiao Wenj scrutinize Tiju more closely. She was undeniably a stunning beauty. No wonder she could provoke a fraternal bloodbath. "Everything I know has been learned from the Marquis." Xiao Wenj's deceitful smile faded, leaving only a chill in its wake. "I nearly sacrificed my life to rescue your lord, and in return, I received nothing more than the title of a mere jailer. Now that your young master has fallen into misfortune, you seek me out again. Is there such a one-sided benefit in this world?" Tiju challenged him. "Have you truly acted out of righteous timing and valor in saving the Marquis?" Xiao Wenj's brows furrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, wondering if Tiju harbored some knowledge. However, Tiju did not wish to continue the debate. She turned softly to the Madam of Ningho, saying, "Mother, please return to rest. I shall wait here for Chongting." The madam, burdened with worry, could no longer endure and had to be supported as she made her way back to the estate. Beneath the bright moon, Tiju stood quietly at the entrance of the Dali Temple, unyielding and silent, regardless of the many curious gazes that scrutinized her. Xiao Wenj stepped into the damp cell, coldly assessing Ning Chongting, who sat with eyes closed upon the straw mat. He truly despised Ning Chongting's ever-superior and sacrosanct demeanor. Thus, he deliberately remarked, "Master Ning, your mother is heartbroken and your fiancé stands outside the Great Li Temple, subjected to cold glances. How does it feel?" Ning Chongting slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Wenj with an expression devoid of emotion, as if Xiao Wenj were merely a trifling clown in his eyes. Xiao Wenj, infuriated, violently overturned the food and water before Ning Chongting, sneering, "Put away your air of superiority. From this moment forth, if you do not beseech me, I shall deny you sustenance." He desired for Ning Chongting to kneel before him, begging and licking the soles of his shoes. "Ning Chongting, oh Ning Chongting, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a plight today?" As Xiao Wenj expelled the pent-up frustration from his chest, he felt a surge of exhilaration witnessing the downfall of these aristocratic youths. Ning Chongting, however, paid him no heed, choosing instead to close his eyes and await in silence. The entire night passed, and he made not a single request of Xiao Wenj. As dawn broke, officials from the court hurriedly arrived at the Great Li Temple. "Quickly, release Master Ning," urged the chief of the Great Li Temple. Xiao Wenj was taken aback. "What? The case has yet to be tried. How can he be released?" Chapter 45. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the reserved young master, the Minister of Justice, with a stern expression, remarked, "Must I report matters of the court to a mere jailer? Open the door at once." Reluctantly, Xiao Wenj complied, unlocking the prison cell. Ning Chongting, seemingly aware of the outcome, rose calmly and departed alongside the Minister of Justice. Observing Xiao Wen's indignant countenance, one of the accompanying officials chuckled, "Isn't this rather unjust?" The Marquis of Jingyuan sought an audience with the emperor late into the night for clemency, allowing Ning Chongting to evade culpability for his offense. "If it were you or I, we would likely face dire consequences." Xiao Wenj retorted with frustration. "I despise how this world consistently favors inept aristocrats, while talented commoners remain barred from official positions." The official's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he cautiously inquired, "What if there existed a path for you, one laden with opportunities? Would you dare to pursue it?" "Indeed," Xiao Wenj responded without hesitation, glancing at the official. "May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" The official stroked his goatee, lifting his chin proudly. "I am Qin Chu, an editor from the Hanlin Academy." Upon exiting the gates of the ministry, Ning Chongting spotted Chajiu, who had stood vigil throughout the night. Their gazes met, and he noticed her eyes were once again red-rimmed. "It is all right now," Ning Chongting said, his voice hoarse and strained. "We may return home." Seeing his pale and cracked lips, Chajiu understood the hardships he had endured inside, and with a pang of compassion, she offered him water to soothe his throat. Upon their return to the Marquis's residence, the assembled crowd breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Ning Chongting bore no injuries. As for Ning Chongwen, the Duke of Jingyuan has grown profoundly disillusioned with this wayward illegitimate son. Regardless of how the favored concubine, Lady Zhou, implores and weeps before him, the Duke remains resolute in confining Ning Chongwen within the confines of the estate, forbidding him from stepping outside even a single pace. The children of Ning Chongwen have all been placed under the auspices of the legitimate branch, receiving guidance directly from the matriarch. The Duchess of Ning has finally vented the pent-up frustration she endured for years beneath the shadow of a favored concubine. Xin Chizu inwardly berates Ning Chongwen for his ineptitude. The wedding of Ning Chongting and Chaojiu proceeded as scheduled, unaffected in the slightest by these events. On the day of their nuptials, the procession of wedding carriages was an impressive 49 in number, journeying from the eastern manor to the Duke's residence, a spectacle that evoked envy from onlookers. Esteemed families and powerful officials from Shungjing flocked to offer their congratulations, and even the Empress dispatched the Crown Prince and his consort to attend the celebration. For a moment, the Duke of Jingyuan's household basked in unparalleled glory, once again demonstrating its esteemed position in the court and in the Emperor's heart. After several rounds of toasts, Ning Chongting became utterly inebriated, supported back to the bridal chamber by Yong'an and Yongshou. How could he drink to such excess? Chao Jiu, disregarding the customary unveiling ceremony, ordered someone to bring a hangover remedy and a basin of warm water. She dampened a cloth and gently wiped the thin sheen of sweat from Ning Chongting's forehead, only to see him suddenly open his eyes. Chao Jiu was momentarily taken aback. "Are you feigning drunkenness?" Ning Chongting's typically clear gaze appeared somewhat hazy as he stared blankly at her. "Wife," he suddenly uttered. Chao Jiu responded with poise. Ning Chongting smiled. "At last, you are truly mine." Without waiting for Chao Jiu's response, he propped himself up on his elbows and kissed her lips from below. The kiss was delicate, lingering, and tender, blatantly revealing his affection and adoration for her. Chao Jiu found herself ensnared in his embrace, intoxicated by the scent of strong liquor that lingered on his lips. However, unbeknownst to the blissful couple, two individuals were clandestinely eavesdropping just outside the walls of Qingfeng Courtyard. "What have you brought me here for?" Shun Chizu whispered. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded softly, listening to the sweet, ambiguous sounds emanating from the bridal chamber. Xiao Wenj, disheartened by his unfulfilled aspirations, had consumed 10 jars of wine, liberating his inherent wildness and reckless abandon. He pressed Shin Chizu against the wall, the stench of alcohol heavy on his breath. "Do you not wish to engage in something more exhilarating?" Shin Chizu evaded his kiss, frowning. "You are intoxicated. Your sister is reveling in marital bliss, immersed in ecstasy. Do you not wish to experience such delight?" Shin Chizu initially intended to refuse. Yet the words of Ning Chongwen echoed in her mind. "The only reason a man does not pursue you is that you are unattractive." Doubt began to creep into Shun Chizu's heart. Xiao Wen's psyche had become profoundly distorted. He harbored animosity towards the scions of noble families, yet felt powerless against them. Thus, he resorted to exerting his influence over Shin Chizu, who bore the title of a lady from a marquis's household. What of noble ladies? Were they not also destined to submit to him? Their audacity led them to spend an entire night outside the wall, indulging in reckless abandon. As dawn broke, and the first light of day illuminated the sky, a maid passing by to tidy up gasped in shock upon catching sight of them. Within Qingfeng courtyard, the spring chamber was warm. Chaojie remained in a deep slumber, while Ning Chanting awoke first, contentedly holding her in his embrace. Yong'an gently knocked on the door, suppressing his voice as he anxiously said, "Young master, there is trouble in the manor." Ning Chanting softly covered Chaojie with a blanket before rising to dress and exiting the room. "What has happened?" "Miss Chi Su has been discovered in an illicit affair with a man." Yong'an seemed hesitant to utter the words. For some reason, Ning Chanting felt no surprise. It was hardly astonishing for someone like Shin Chi Su to engage in such behavior. Her essence was intrinsically wild and untamed. "It happened just outside the walls of Qingfeng Garden," Yong'an added. At this, Ning Chanting's expression darkened. Upon arriving at Songha Hall, they found Xiao Wenj bound to a chair and brutally beaten. Shin Chi Su, having regained her senses from intoxication, knelt on the ground with her head bowed, not uttering a single plea for Xiao Wenj's mercy. As Ning Chanting passed by her, he could still detect the foul odor intermingled with sweat and desire. The madam of Ninghe was so enraged that she suffered a headache, her complexion pale as she leaned against her chair, while a maid pressed acupressure points on her head. Jingyuan Ho remained silent, his demeanor imposing. The elder matriarch spoke with a stern tone. "Chi Su, having committed such an act, you can no longer remain in the Ho residence." Shin Chi Su remained composed despite Xiao Wenj's beating. But upon hearing she was to be expelled from the manor, she panicked. She immediately retorted, "Grandmother, it was young Master Xiao who forced me."
Fortunately,
Xiao Wenj had already lost consciousness. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken to hear his beloved woman falsely accuse him to escape blame. The madam of Ninghe was genuinely convinced, trembling with rage as she pointed at Xiao Wenj, exclaiming, "What a heartless wretch! Lord, swiftly take him to the magistrate and have him hanged." Finally, Ning Chanting spoke. "Who is truly the heartless and ungrateful one? Shin Chizu, are you not aware?" His cold gaze fell upon Shin Chizu. Shin Chizu panicked. "My lord, what are you saying?" "It is clearly Xiao Wenj who has sullied me. You and Xiao Wenj have long been entangled in secret. Even his act of thwarting the bandits for his father was a scheme devised by you both." Ning Chanting had been subtly investigating this matter for some time, but coincidentally, it coincided with his marriage, and he was reluctant to encounter misfortune during these days. Little did he know, these two had delivered themselves to him. No longer concealing the truth, he ordered Yong'an to bring forth evidence and witnesses. One was a maiden from Lanxiang Tower, and the other a frequent patron. Both attested that Shin Chizu had been consorting with Xiao Wenj all along. Furthermore, there was evidence that Xiao Wenj had tipped off the bandits. On the day of the Marquis of Jingyuan's return to the capital, he was not supposed to encounter the bandits, but Xiao Wenj secretly alerted them, orchestrating a dramatic rescue. The motive was evident, to gain the recommendation of the Marquis of Jingyuan. However, what truly provoked Ning Chanting's ire was another matter. "Shin Chizu, your instigation played a part in Ning Changwen's visit to the residence in the East City, did it not?" Ning Chanting questioned with barely contained anger. Shin Chizu shrank back, unable to speak. The more the lady of Ninghe listened, the deeper her disappointment grew, chilling her to the bone. She never anticipated that the child she had cherished for so many years was, in truth, an ungrateful and scheming wretch. Finally, the Duke of Jingyuan spoke. "Send Xiao Wenj to the Yamen for dealing with the conspiracy to harm court officials. As for Shin Chizu, expel her from the Duke's residence, ensuring she takes nothing belonging to the family." With the evidence against her overwhelming, Shin Chizu found herself unable to argue and could only plead desperately. "My lord, I was momentarily blinded by folly. I never intended to harm your life." Seeing that the Duke remained unmoved, she crawled to the front of the Duchess of Ning, weeping bitterly. "Mother, mother, I understand my mistake. I shall never dare again. Mother, please do not cast me out of the house." Chapter 46. The foster daughter of the Marquis and the cold, noble heir Marquis Jingyuan exclaimed, "Drag her out at once." Several burly servants approached and forcibly removed Shin Chizu from the lap of the Lady Ning, unceremoniously casting her out of the Marquis's residence. Unwilling to concede defeat, Shin Chizu knelt before the gates of the Marquis's estate, weeping pitifully and repeatedly confessing her faults, which drew sympathetic onlookers. Madam Wen regarded her with a cold gaze and proclaimed loudly, "You have engaged in an illicit affair and conspired with bandits to harm the Marquis." Such a shameless individual shall have no ties with our Jingyuan marquisate henceforth. Shin Chizu begone. The surrounding populace, having grasped the situation and noticing Shin Chizu's disheveled attire and the ambiguous marks on her neck, cast her disdainful glances. Yet, Shin Chizu, seemingly reckless, gritted her teeth and knelt resolutely at the entrance, declaring, "If my mother refuses to forgive me, I shall remain here, kneeling until my dying breath." She was wagering on the Lady Ning's final mercy. Madame Wen, uninterested in her plight, ordered the doors shut. Thus, Shin Chizu knelt there for 3 full days and nights. It was not until Ning Chongding concluded his 3-day wedding leave and set out for court that she remained motionless in her position. Tijio had already styled her hair in a woman's bun and donned an exquisite ceremonial robe adorned with auspicious cloud patterns. Today was also the day they would enter the palace to express their gratitude to Her Majesty the Empress. As Ning Chongding passed by Shin Chizu, he did not spare her a glance. However, Tijio paused. Shin Chizu seized the hem of her skirt, devoid of her previous pride, and pleaded, "Sister, I beg you, allow me to see Mother just once." Tijio knelt down to meet her gaze, candidly stating, "Sister, I have warned you, yet you chose not to heed my words. Mother no longer wishes to see you. It is time for you to leave." The incident where Ning Chongwen had incited an insult toward her had severed the last vestige of compassion Tijio held for Shin Chizu. Shin Chizu stood in a daze, watching the opulent carriage recede into the distance, a carriage she had once occupied, now forever out of reach. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she wept bitterly. At that moment, freshly released from prison, Xiao Wen approached, his wounds still unhealed, gritting his teeth as he sought out Shin Chizu. "What brings you here?" Shin Chizu exclaimed, her tear-filled eyes wide with astonishment. Xiao Wen replied with a bitter smile, "My mother sold the Lanxiang building and used all her savings to secure my release." Shin Chizu fell silent. Unaware of her previous intentions to shift all blame onto him, Xiao Wen felt a surge of pity upon witnessing her pitiful state. "Chizu, come home with me. I shall take good care of you," he urged. Shin Chizu gazed at the firmly shut gates of the Marquis's residence, ultimately succumbing to despair as she sank to the ground. The Marquis's household had completely abandoned her. Xiao Wen led her to a secluded alley on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by dilapidated houses. Along the roadside, ragged beggars scavenged for dry grass to consume. Fearful, Shin Chizu inched closer to Xiao Wen. They arrived at the innermost house of the alley, pushing open a wooden door that exuded a musty odor. Inside lay a desolate courtyard, encircled by rudimentary guest quarters. "This is our new home," Xiao Wen declared. Although this place is far superior to those dilapidated houses outside, Shin Chizu still felt immensely uncomfortable and frowned, asking, "Why must we reside here? Do you have no money at all?" Xiao Wen found himself momentarily speechless, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. "I have lost my position at the Dali Temple, and the funds I possess barely suffice for the rent and sustenance here. But do not worry, I have already found a benefactor to assist me. Soon, I shall ascend to greater heights." He recalled the words spoken by Qin Chu, deciding to align himself with that faction. Shin Chizu, wrinkling her nose in distaste, looked around disdainfully and said, "Then hurry, for I cannot abide this kind of place." Noticing her attire was both soiled and odorous, Xiao Wen ventured out to procure a new set of garments for her. To his surprise, Shin Chizu cast a glance at the clothes and tossed them onto the ground. "I cannot wear such coarse cotton fabric," she objected with a frown. Xiao Wen suppressed his irritation and picked up the garments, saying, "I understand that you are accustomed to soft silks and satins, but circumstances have changed. Can you not make do for a while?" Shin Chizu could not help but feel aggrieved, replying, "I cannot endure it. Wearing such clothing will cause me to break out in rashes." Before the Shin family faced their downfall, they were a wealthy household. Later, upon entering the Marquis's residence, she had never experienced hardship. Her every need was met with the utmost delicacy, rendering her skin exquisitely tender. This coarse cotton attire was indeed quite uncomfortable for her. With a sigh, Xiao Wen conceded that she would have to continue wearing the unwashed clothes for the next 3 days while he sought alternative solutions. As mealtime approached, Shin Chizu once again displayed a troubled expression. The table was scantily set with merely 2 bowls, both chipped. One contained 3 steamed buns, while the other held a small portion of dry pickled vegetables. Shin Chizu attempted to chew on the hard, dry bun, yet it proved nearly impossible to swallow. The coarse texture of the bun scraped painfully against her throat. In response, Xiao Wenj resorted to tearing the bun into smaller pieces and soaking them in water for her consumption. However, this made the bun resemble something akin to pig slop, unappetizing and revolting. After a single bite, Shin Chizu turned away and retched. Xiao Wenj could no longer contain his displeasure. "You eat it yourself. I will fetch some medicine for my mother," he said, his face darkened as he picked up a bowl of millet porridge and a bowl of medicinal soup, striding toward the adjoining room, where persistent coughing could be heard. Shun Chizu, both hungry and fatigued, ultimately succumbed to tears, crouching beside the table. Time swiftly passed, and the Double Ninth Festival was approaching. Chajio sat at the small stone table in the courtyard, fully engrossed in discussing chrysanthemum wine brewing with Xiao Mei and Xiao Lan, when a clear, mellow voice suddenly interrupted her concentration. "What are you doing?" Startled, Chajio accidentally knocked over the wine pot. Ning Chongding, quick-witted, managed to catch it, though some of the liquid still splashed out, dampening Chajio's attire. "Oh dear," she exclaimed softly, casting a reproachful glance at him. "It's your fault for spilling my fine chrysanthemum wine and staining my clothes." A smile danced at the corners of Ning Chongding's lips. "Then let me accompany my dear wife to change into another garment, and we shall brew another bottle of wine." With that, he swept Chajio into his arms, carrying her toward the room amidst her startled protests. The servants of Qingfeng Courtyard exchanged secret smiles as they hurriedly tidied up and retreated. Once inside the room, Tiju seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly called out to Ning Chongding, "Please set me down. I need to go in and tidy up." Ning Chongding looked at her with amusement. "What do you need to tidy up?" Tiju stammered, "Just some clothes and jewelry. It's nothing for you to worry about. Let me arrange it first before you come in." Ning Chongding saw through her. "Are you trying to organize those novels on the bedside?" Tiju's eyes widened in surprise. "You know?" Oh no. Her refined and demure image of a proper lady was on the verge of collapse. In truth, Ning Chongding had long been aware that his little wife was not the delicate, obedient lady she pretended to be. In public, Tiju maintained the dignified demeanor of a marquis's wife. However, in private, he had caught her several times, joyfully sprawled on the bed with a novel in hand, laughing heartily. She would also gossip with the servants while munching on melon seeds and roll her eyes when no one was watching. Tiju felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, Ning Chongding gently set her down and gazed into her eyes. "There are many rules in the Marquis's household, but at least in my presence, within Qingfeng Courtyard, I hope you can be yourself." Tiju quickly glanced up at him, tentatively asking, "You don't think I'm being improper, do you?" Initially, she had thought that a man of such stature as Ning Chongding would surely prefer someone who adhered strictly to decorum. Ning Chongding smiled. "It matters not what kind of person you are. The most important thing is that you are my wife." Tiju felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. As Ning Chongding leaned in to kiss her, she swiftly raised her hand to press against his lips, exclaiming, "No." Ning Chongding, perplexed, inquired, "No?" Tiju bit her lip, unable to contain her amusement, and replied, "Well, we cannot share a chamber at this moment, for it appears that I might be with child." Ning Chongding was rendered completely speechless. It was the first time Tiju had witnessed such an expression on his face, dazed and incredulous. However, it wasn't long before she observed the same look mirrored on the faces of everyone in the Ho residence, one by one. Chapter 47. The adopted daughter of the Marquis, and the cold air. The elderly matron's writing brush fell from her grasp, and the teacup held by Lady Ning shattered. The expressions of everyone upon hearing that Chajio was with child mirrored that of Ning Chongding, both filled with incredulity. What? Lady Ning swallowed hard, turning to Granny Wen. "Pinch me, I must be dreaming." Granny Wen pinched herself fiercely, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. "It is true, my lady." The old matron's voice trembled slightly. "Have we summoned a doctor?" Chajio obediently replied, "We called a doctor this morning. I had been feeling fatigued and nauseous lately, and the doctor confirmed that I am over 2 months pregnant." This coincided perfectly with the time of their recent wedding. Lady Ning's joy was uncontainable, as she clutched Chajio, examining her belly and laughing until tears streamed down her face. "Has your appetite changed recently? Do you crave sour or spicy food?" However, the old matron interjected, "Whether a son or a daughter, the arrival of a child is a blessing for the Marquis." Chajio smiled in agreement. Having taken a potion intended for bearing a son, in a few months, the Marquis would welcome its eldest grandson. The old matron instructed Ning Chongding to compose a letter to convey this joyous news to the Marquis of Jingyuan at the border. The only ones displeased in the Marquis were likely from the second branch. After Ning Chongwen's recovery, he had taken to drinking heavily, his debauchery towards his concubines and maids becoming increasingly brutal. Upon hearing that Chaojiao was expecting, he violently strangled a maid by his bedside in a fit of rage. How could Ning Chongting possibly have a child? Ning Chongwen's eyes were filled with rage as he shouted vehemently. He had once harbored dreams of inheriting the title of heir at the age of 30, but now all those aspirations lay in ruins. Lady Zhou spent her days weeping incessantly, proving to be of no assistance whatsoever, which only exacerbated Ning Chongwen's frustration. Mother, must you continue to cry? If you truly cared for my well-being, you would drown that wretched Xin Yenshu in the well. Lady Zhou was taken aback by his words. How could I possibly do such a thing? Ning Chongwen closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. It seems I have no choice but to seek out that noble figure. Since the Jingyuan Marquis's residence has shown me neither kindness nor justice, I shall not hesitate to bury it with my own hands and establish a new lineage. Ever since Chaojiao's pregnancy, everyone in the Marquisate had been revolving around her. The staff in Qingfeng Courtyard had been completely replaced. Aside from the trusted maids and servants accustomed to Chaojiao and Ning Chongding, the Marquis's wife selected loyal and trustworthy individuals to attend to her. They were particularly wary of the treacherous second branch. Indeed, several times, the miscarriage-inducing herbs were discovered among the pregnancy-preserving medicines sent to her. Fortunately, one of the attending matrons, skilled in medicine, conducted a careful examination and identified the danger early on. This infuriated the Marquis's wife to no end. Without inquiry, she stormed into Ning Chongwen's courtyard and ordered him to be dragged out and beaten half to death. Lady Zhou could not intervene in time, and Ning Chongwen was left wailing and cursing. Hu Suyun, you harpy! Your branch is destined for extinction and shall meet a terrible fate. The Marquis's wife spat at him. You, rootless fool, are the one destined for extinction. Did you truly believe that having a few children would grant you the chance to inherit the title of heir? I must inform you that the noble lord himself once confided to me that the heir of Jingyuan Marquis has always solely considered Chongting. Even if Chongting were to reach the age of 30 without bearing children, the primary lineage would still adopt from a collateral branch, leaving no room for a mere insignificant offspring like you. Madame Ning, the Marquis's wife, has grown utterly weary of this favored concubine and her child. In the past, she refrained from insisting on dignity for the Marquisate, but now they dare to plot against the Marquis's first grandson, who resides within Tijiao's womb. What dignity? What familial decorum? Madame Ning casts aside all restraint and resolves to make them pay dearly today. Standing awkwardly outside the courtyard, Tijiao cleared her throat softly. Mother. Madame Ning stiffened for a moment, hastily concealing her fierce demeanor. Turning around, her expression transformed into one of gentleness. Yenshu, what brings you to this place? It is fraught with misfortune. Be cautious not to disturb your well-being. Mrs. Zhou delivered a sharp jab at her from behind. Madame Ning signaled to the old maid when to continue her reprimand, and then led Tijiao away. Tijiao is now 3 months pregnant, and after taking health-enhancing elixirs, she has experienced almost no adverse symptoms of pregnancy. Nevertheless, a sense of unease has recently settled in her heart. Mother, ever since the Marquis sent a letter from the border yesterday, Chongting was summoned to the palace overnight and has yet to return. I cannot shake this feeling of foreboding, Tijiao remarked, her brow furrowed. Madame Ning gently patted Tijiao's hand, offering reassurance. Such occurrences have happened before. It is possible the Marquis mentioned urgent matters regarding the border in his correspondence, prompting the Emperor to summon several ministers to the palace for discussions that may last several nights. Do not worry too much. Tijiao wore a furrowed brow, expressing her dismay. I can only hope so. However, scarcely had she spoken when a cacophony erupted from outside. A young servant stumbled into their presence, panic-stricken, exclaiming, Madam, young madam, it's dreadful. Someone from the palace has come to search the house. What? Both Lady Ning and Tijiao gasped in shock. Steadying her nerves, Tijiao calmly inquired, do they say what this is about? The leading official proclaimed, it concerns the Jingyuan Marquis's treason. At that moment, a throng of soldiers surged into Qingfeng Garden, brandishing their weapons to intimidate anyone who dared to obstruct them, causing the servants to cower in fear. Among the leading officers were Qin Chu and Han Ping. Lady Ning instinctively drew Tijiao behind her, silently shielding her. Qin Chu, with an air of arrogance, raised his hand and commanded, search everything. Take all letters. Finally, Lady Ning assumed the demeanor befitting a noblewoman, her voice steady and clear as she addressed them. Might I inquire why you gentlemen have forcibly entered our residence? Is there a decree from the emperor? Chen Chu, bowing his head in mock humility, replied with a smirk, I am here on imperial orders to search for evidence of treason involving the Jingyuan Marquis and Ning Chongting. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be dealt with mercilessly. Suddenly, Tijou interjected, where is young Master Ning now? Her concern for Ning Chongting's safety outweighed the current predicament of the Marquis. Chen Chu cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes glinting with inappropriate desire. Just as he was about to approach Tijou, Han Ping intervened, stating firmly, the emperor has only permitted us to search. We are not to harm innocent women. Reluctantly, Chen Chu was forced to relent for the moment. However, he had already made up his mind. Once Tho was convicted and its assets confiscated, the women would be sold off, and at that point, he could acquire Ning Chongting's enchanting wife for his own amusement. Chen Chu was itching with impatience, longing for the confiscation of the to occur immediately. Lady Ning anxiously glanced at Han Ping, inquiring, what on earth is happening? Han Ping sighed deeply and explained, someone has reported that Duke Jingyuan and young Master Ning are colluding with foreign enemies, and indeed, evidence of treachery was found in the intercepted correspondence from the yesterday. Therefore, the emperor has dispatched Chen Chu and me to conduct a search. Where is Chongting now? He is currently imprisoned in the Dali Temple, Han Ping replied. Rest assured, the emperor has decreed that no torture is to be employed until the investigation is complete. At this, Chajiu and Lady Ning finally exhaled in relief. The searching officials soon uncovered a multitude of letters from the border, containing confidential messages from the court within their hidden layers. Chen Chu clapped his hands in laughter, exclaiming, Ha! He is indeed guilty of treason. Ning Chongting, do you still believe you can escape? Lady Ning vehemently denied the accusations, insisting, impossible. Our Jingyuan is filled with loyal and virtuous individuals. We would never engage in treachery. These letters are forgeries. They are genuine. A voice filled with malice echoed from a distance. Ning Chongwen, battered and bruised, was supported by Madame Zhou and a servant as he approached, his eyes alight with vengeful satisfaction. He adamantly asserted, I have personally seen Ning Chongting write these letters and then hand them to a servant to deliver to the border. Chapter 48. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold noble you have lost your mind. Lady Ning roared. What benefit do you gain by endangering the Marquis's household? Chen Chu, with a satisfied pat on Ning Chongwen's shoulder, replied, You have acted with righteousness, sacrificing familial ties to assist the court in uncovering the traitors. Once this matter is resolved, the emperor will undoubtedly restore the title of Jingyuan Marquis to you. Have faith. Ning Chongwen, overwhelmed with joy, clasped his hands in gratitude. I implore you, Master Chen, to speak favorably of me before His Majesty. In his heart, Han Ping began to suspect the truth. This was a meticulously crafted scheme of entrapment. It seemed the Jingyuan Marquis's household had long been under scrutiny. After the officials departed, Han Ping reassured Lady Ning and Chajiu, ladies, do not worry. I shall keep watch over Chongding and inform you of any developments. I believe the emperor will uncover the truth and restore the Marquis's honor. Lady Ning wiped her tears, murmuring, I hope so. Chajiu solemnly bowed to him. Thank you, my lord. Han Ping helped her up, saying, Chongting is my brother, and you are my sister-in-law. There is no need for thanks. Take good care of yourself and do not overthink. With that, he took his leave. Chajiu anticipated that news would take several days to arrive. However, to her astonishment, late that very night, Han Ping hurriedly sent a messenger with grim tidings. The young servant reported, Young Master Ning has fallen ill with an epidemic at the Dali Temple and has now been taken to the quarantine facility on the outskirts of the city. Lady Ning immediately fainted. What sort of place was that quarantine facility? It was filled with patients suffering from various contagious diseases. Even if Ning Chongding had not succumbed to the plague, venturing there would have been akin to courting death. The elderly lady was utterly heartbroken and unwilling to believe that Chongding, who had always been in good health, could fall ill with the plague merely one day after entering the Dali Temple. Tijou vaguely discerned the intentions of those behind the scenes. Someone sought to eliminate Ning Chongding, thereby sowing discord between the Marquis of Jingyuan and the current sovereign. Within the capital, there were likely conspirators plotting rebellion. Grandmother, could you send a message to the palace? I wish to meet Her Majesty the Empress. The elderly lady, perplexed, inquired, What do you intend to do? Tijou's gaze was resolute. I wish to request permission to tend to Chongding at the plague hospital. Absolutely not. The elderly lady exclaimed. You are with child. Going to the plague hospital would be courting disaster for both of you. Grandmother, please listen to me. Tijo gently implored. Chongting is unwell and left unattended at the hospital, and the physicians there lack skill. However, if I request permission to go, the empress will surely allow me to bring a doctor and servants to care for him, considering my condition. Grandmother, I am not being reckless. Trust me. I assure you that both I and the child, along with Chongting, shall return safely. In truth, these were merely pretexts. She needed to see Ning Chongting in person to ascertain the nature of his affliction, tailor the treatment accordingly, and utilize her medicinal props to save him. Yet, if she did not go, Ning Chongting was destined for certain death in such dire circumstances. The elderly lady, tears brimming in her eyes, grasped Tijo's hand. Unable to find solace for a long while, she had not anticipated that Tijo could harbor such profound feelings for Chongting. Ultimately, the elderly lady relented, producing a palace token and escorting Chaojiao into the palace under the cover of night. The Ho residence had once conferred great favor upon the empress, and now, merely sending a female relative to attend to her was not an unreasonable request. Thus, on the following day, Chaojiao gathered her belongings and, accompanied by 2 willing young servants, made her way to the plague hospital. Upon learning of this, Madame Ning regretted her past actions, wishing fervently that she had treated Chaojiao with greater kindness. News of the deep affection and loyalty of the Ning heir's wife spread throughout Xinjiang, prompting many to express their admiration. Upon arriving at the entrance of the plague hospital, Chaojiao was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent odors of medicine and decay. In the most afflicted courtyard, soldiers with their mouths and noses covered in white cloth were tirelessly transporting the deceased. The duration of Chaojiao's arrival coincided with their grim task, revealing the staggering number of lives lost within the hospital. Chaojiao's concern for Ning Chongting intensified. In such a cross-contaminated environment, even if he was free from the disease, the risk of infection loomed large. She exchanged for preventive medicine with the system and distributed it among those who had volunteered to accompany her to the hospital. This remedy could ward off 99% of the known maladies. After watching them ingest the medicine, Chaojiao took a deep breath, steadied herself, and stepped into the oppressive atmosphere of the plague hospital. May I inquire where the heir of Jingyuan Ho resides? Chaojiao asked, producing the empress's edict. The soldiers, indifferent, pointed in a certain direction. West Third Courtyard. Find it yourself. They had no desire to enter unless absolutely necessary. Unable to proceed, Chaojiao and the others could only search each courtyard one by one, eventually discovering a secluded courtyard in the northwest corner of the epidemic house. Upon entering, Chaojiao immediately spotted Ning Chongting collapsed by the well.
Chongting,
the young master. Ignoring the physician's admonitions, Chaojiao rushed over to lift him from the ground. He still had a pulse, though his face was flushed and his forehead burned with fever. The system quickly conducted a blood test, revealing the analysis: tetanus and a mild infection of the epidemic disease, although the viral load was not yet substantial. Tetanus? Chaojiao found this hard to believe. The system explained that poisoning the food in the Dali temple was arduous, yet employing tetanus to orchestrate foul play was rather simple. Followed by bribing the physician to misdiagnose the fever as an epidemic symptom. Are there any medicinal supplies?
Jazu Inquit.
Yes, there are anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medications, and with the appropriate antidote it can be treated. Chaojiao breathed a sigh of relief. The group, united in effort, carefully lifted the unconscious Ning Chongting and carried him back to a room. The epidemic house had assigned Ning Chongting a separate courtyard, ostensibly as a courtesy. Yet it was underpinned by sinister intentions. This courtyard lay in the most remote corner, devoid of any nearby inhabitants. Should Ning Chongting perish here, no one would ever know. The room was dim and damp, filled with dust, and the teapot on the table was ensnared in cobwebs. It was no wonder that Ning Chongting had forced himself to venture outside to draw water from the well. Fortunately, upon their arrival, Chaojiao had instructed the servants to bring comfortable, thick bedding, which was laid upon the rudimentary wooden bed. The pillow was filled with calming herbal medicine for epidemic prevention, and the quilt was soft and warm, allowing Ning Chongting's shivering body to finally cease its unconscious tremors. Chaojiao caressed his gaunt and haggard face, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. It seemed that he had truly endured considerable suffering over the past few days. The physician examined Ning Chongting's pulse, ultimately arriving at a conclusion similar to that of the system, yet he appeared somewhat at a loss regarding treatment. Madam, all I can do for the young master is to prescribe medicine to reduce his fever, but the treatment for this epidemic. He shook his head with a sigh. The medical advancements of this era still left much to be desired. Chaju spoke calmly. It's all right, dear best. Summoning a physician was merely a facade. Ultimately, it would be the system's remedy that would prove effective. The physician went to prepare the medicinal ingredients, while Yong and Xiao Mei busied themselves, following Chaju's instructions to thoroughly clean the musty and unpleasant room both inside and out. Chaju also threw a disinfectant into the well to prevent contamination of the water source by the virus. After toiling for quite some time, this lifeless West Third courtyard had finally transformed into a reasonably habitable and clean space. With the living conditions improved, it would facilitate Ning Chongting's recovery. The hot water was ready, and Chajio prepared a warm solution at a suitable temperature, mixing in the fever-reducing medicine. Chongting, wake up. Drink some water before you sleep. She gently urged, moistening Ning Chongting's dry, chapped lips with water, whispering softly in his ear. Ning Chongting awakened from a dizzying and distressing nightmare, lifting his heavy eyelids to faintly glimpse the figure before him. Yen.
Shu?
His voice was hoarse, laced with disbelief. Is he destined to meet his beloved wife only in the final moments of his life? Chapter 49. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold, noble Chongting. It is I. Chaju struggled to support him, raising the warm water in her hand to feed him. As the slightly sweet liquid flowed through his parched throat, Ning Chongting realized this was not a mere illusion. Chajio had truly come to his side. Xiao Mei stood nearby, wiping her tears as she recounted to Ning Chongting the circumstances that had brought Chajio to the epidemic pavilion. Absurd. Ning Chongting's voice was no longer the clear and melodious tone it once was. It now rasped like gravel. He endured the excruciating pain in his throat, commanding, Yong'an, take the young mistress back to the Marquis's residence immediately. She must not approach the epidemic pavilion. Upon finishing, he laboriously shifted his body to distance himself from Chaju, unwilling to let the disease he bore touch her. After estimating that half an hour had passed, he thought the antipyretic medicine should be taking effect. She instinctively moved closer to Ning Chongting, pressing her forehead against his. It seems like your fever has lessened. Ning Chongting summoned all his strength to push her away, his voice harsh. Did you not hear my words? Leave at once. He had never spoken to Chajio in such a fierce manner before, but he felt compelled to do so now. He would rather endure the torment of the illness alone than allow Chajio and their child to suffer any harm. To his surprise, Chajio maintained a calm demeanor. I heard you, but what of it? What? Ning Chongting was taken aback. Chajio met his gaze, her expression earnest. Ning Chongting, before I came here, I had decided. Either we return home together, or we perish together in this place. There is no third option. Ning Chongting's heart was profoundly shaken. Previously, he had only known that his young wife, though she adhered to conventions, was not a timid or dull-witted individual. However, he had not anticipated that her courage exceeded his wildest imagination, willing to stake her life and love him wholeheartedly. How fortunate was Ning Chongting to encounter such a remarkable wife. Tijio grasped his hand, her voice softening. Do not worry, I have promised you that in the future, we will have abundant descendants and live in peace and joy. Ning Chongting felt his eyes redden, his heart softened to the point of melting, and he gently returned the warmth of her hand. The Dali Temple had carelessly cast Ning Chongting aside in the plague house, neglecting him entirely. He had once believed himself to be in the depths of hell, tormented by his afflictions, convinced that his days were numbered. Yet, after Tijio's arrival, this once desolate place began to radiate warmth. Every day, Tijio prepared easily digestible and nutritious porridge and soups for Ning Chongting, secretly infused with health-enhancing elixirs. Each time he consumed them, he felt as if the weariness that plagued his body had dissipated entirely. Coupled with targeted remedies, his various ailments gradually faded, and he began to regain his health, though he still suffered from a lingering cough characteristic of someone recovering from a severe illness. In stark contrast, the courtyard outside was filled with the daily loss of numerous patients, as the number of corpses transported by officials increased. The physician brought from the Marquis's residence was utterly perplexed by Ning Chongting's improvement. He considered his medical skills insufficient to cure the plague that left all other practitioners at a loss, yet the heir truly appeared to be recovering. Could it be that Ning Shizi's constitution was inherently stronger than that of ordinary individuals? Xiao Mei felt immense compassion for those who had perished. If only she could assist them. Yet, she understood that preventing the people in the courtyard from interacting with the afflicted was ultimately the best course of action to protect the young master and the young mistress. The system remarked that the physician's proposed treatment for the epidemic was fundamentally sound, albeit lacking some crucial medicinal ingredients. Tijio's thoughts stirred. Might I convey these essential ingredients to him? The system responded, Tijio, do you aspire to be a savior? It failed to comprehend that Tijio's sole mission was to bear a child for Ning Chongding. The plight of the patients at the epidemic pavilion held no bearing on her task and would not influence her final score. Why, then, would Tijio undertake such an unnecessary endeavor? To be a savior was an aspiration too grand. She considered herself no great figure. Tijio shook her head. Yet she pondered, if we can extend a helping hand to those in need of vitality, why should we turn a blind eye? The complexity of such sentiments eluded her. Perhaps an upgrade to version 3.0 would shed light on this intricate emotion. The system stated, however, that she could certainly share the names of the medicinal ingredients, as long as it did not interfere with the outcome of her task. Upon learning of the crucial ingredients, Tijio feigned casualness as she revealed them to the physician, who appeared utterly astonished. Young mistress, how did you come to know of these? He asked, his eyes brimming with admiration. Tijio deftly dispensed her prepared explanation. I had the fortune of conversing with the great Hua Tuo previously at the Qing'an temple. Her words were intentionally vague. Yet the physician, filling in the gaps with his own imagination, exclaimed, the medical skills of the great Hua Tuo are realms beyond what ordinary practitioners can aspire to. Subsequently, the physician hesitated. Am I permitted to step outside the courtyard to attend to other patients? Tijio, perceiving his compassionate heart, nodded in affirmation. Of course. But should you choose to treat them, you must reside separately from us in the courtyard. Despite her confidence that they were unlikely to contract any illness after taking the preventive medication, she could not afford to take even the slightest risk for Ning Chongding's sake. Indeed, the physician expressed his gratitude with a bow and unhesitatingly exited the courtyard, dedicating himself to the care of the afflicted. Tijio could not help but marvel at the system. This is the true essence of a savior's heart. While the crisis concerning Ning Chongding and Tijio was momentarily resolved, the Ho residence remained engulfed in turmoil. The emperor had dispatched individuals to escort the Duke of Jingyuan back to Xingjing under guard. Although the women of the Ho family were still permitted to move freely, they were surrounded by royal spies monitoring their every action. When the emperor's trust in a family begins to wane, that family is perilously close to its demise. Ning Chongwen, who had sacrificed familial ties for the greater good, was designated a key witness and relocated to Chinsu's residence, under the direct protection of the power of the Song royal family. Meanwhile, Shin Chizu, having been expelled from the Ho residence, faced no repercussions. As she passed by the desolate Ho estate, a sardonic smile crept upon her lips. Such noble families, who pride themselves on being paragons of virtue, are, in reality, merely sycophants to the imperial court. Their very existence hinges on the emperor's whims. A shift in his favor could spell disaster. What is there to be proud of? What are you staring at? Are you merely slacking off? Hurry up and shout. A sharp, scathing voice pierced the air beside Shin Chizu, followed by a fierce grip that seized her arm. Shin Chizu gasped in pain, turning to glare at the woman who had dared to assault her. It was none other than Madame Xiao, the former proprietress of the Orchid Pavilion and the mother of Xiao Wenj. Madame Xiao, noticing Shin Chizu's audacity to return her glare, let out a cold laugh and tightened her grip once more, drawing blood from Shin Chizu's delicate arm. With a tone laced with mockery, she taunted, "What is this? Seeing the Marquis residence has revived memories of your former days as a young lady? Let me assure you, those days are gone for good. You have brought such calamity upon the Xiao family. In this lifetime, you shall toil like a beast to repay your debts to us." Shin Chizu stifled her fury. Ever since severing ties with the Marquis household, the Imperial Medical Bureau had meticulously scrutinized her past transgressions, stripping her of her position as a chief pharmacist and even denying her the most menial role as a female scholar. Now, she found herself destitute, forced to temporarily reside in the home of Xiao Wenj. She had attempted to practice as a wandering physician, but her youth and tarnished reputation rendered her unwanted. None were willing to seek her medical assistance. Thus, she resorted to utilizing her knowledge of medicine to concoct rat poison and antidiarrheal remedies, selling them on the streets for meager earnings. Xiao Wenj seemed preoccupied with his own affairs, scarcely present at home, while Madame Xiao continued to berate her, insisting on accompanying her even on outings, wary of her potential escape. This existence was truly unbearable, as Madame Xiao relentlessly hurled insults. Shin Chizu struggled to lift the wooden tray laden with her paper-wrapped medicines, continuing her desperate calls for sales. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of nausea washed over her, and she leaned against a post, retching violently. Shin Chizu felt an ominous premonition stirring within her. She discreetly checked her pulse, and moments later, her eyes widened in silent alarm. She was with child. How could it have happened so effortlessly, merely due to a fleeting encounter?
No.
She must not allow Madame Xiao and Xiao Wenj to discover her condition. Otherwise, she would find it impossible to escape the clutches of the Xiao family. At that moment, Madame Xiao approached her, her gaze laced with suspicion. What troubles you? Surely you aren't pregnant? Chapter 50. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold nobleman Shin Chizu feigned composure, conjuring an excuse. I've been consuming too much dry food lately. My stomach feels uneasy. Xiao Nyangzi curled her lip in disdain and retorted, a princess' stature, yet a maid's fate. Enduring her physical discomfort, Shin Chizu struggled to articulate, rat poison, cockroach medicine, anti-diarrheal. Haven't you eaten? Who can hear you calling out so softly? Xiao Nyangzi, perceiving that Shin Chizu was reluctant to lower herself to openly hawk her wares, continued her scathing remarks. Suddenly, a young servant dashed over and tossed a bag of coins at her feet. I shall purchase all these medicines. Shin Chizu was taken aback. Who would desire such a quantity of pestilent remedies? She glanced up to see several young ladies from the Earl's household peering through the carriage window, whispering amongst themselves, and occasionally stifling giggles. The servant returned to the carriage with the purchased medicines. Indeed, it was those insufferable young ladies, reveling in her misfortune, seeking to mock her. Shin Chizu's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, her once proud heart feeling as though it were being cruelly kneaded. Xiao Nyangzi, still relishing the coins, was abruptly interrupted as Shin Chizu snatched them away and strode towards the carriage with a frosty demeanor. Is this amusing to you? Have you come to humiliate me now that the Marquis' household is in distress? Shin Chizu's gaze turned venomous. The young ladies of the Earl's household laughed heartily. One of them remarked, our mockery is not due to the Marquis' misfortunes. Duke Jingyuan guards the frontier with remarkable military exploits. Even if he is presently slandered by treacherous individuals, there will assuredly come a day when his name is cleared. Our derision is solely directed at you, the shameless ingrate. Another individual remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Sister, the person does not wish to indulge in the opulence of the Marquis. She is a person of high principles. This life of hawking rat poison on the streets suits her perfectly. And as for her position in the Imperial Hospital, who is unaware that it is a favor bestowed by His Majesty? How dare she flaunt her meager medical skills day in and day out? Shin Chizu inhaled deeply and retorted, even if I were to hawk my wares in the street, it would be through my own labor that I earn my keep. What about you? You rely on your family for sustenance. Destined to become a mere pawn in a family alliance, what distinguishes you from a parasite? How pitiful! The young ladies of the Earl's household, sharp-tongued and quick-witted, replied, when you were stepping on the Marquis to secure positions for your lovers, were you thinking of self-reliance? If you are so unwilling to be a tool of the aristocracy, why did you kneel at the Marquis's door for 3 days begging to return? Shin Chizu was momentarily silenced. The Earl's daughter mockingly continued, Shin Chizu, you do not disdain wealth. Rather, you disdain wealth that does not belong to you. If all the boundless riches of the Marquis were unconditionally bestowed upon you, would you still be willing to maintain your lofty pretense and hawk for a living here? I fear you would crawl over even if your legs were broken. With that, the group stifled their laughter, lowered the curtains, and departed, leaving Shin Chizu speechless in her place. Xiao Nyangzi snatched the purse from her hands and slapped her again. Meanwhile, the rumors surrounding the treachery of the Jingyuan Marquis spread like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions throughout the city. The investigation into this case was exceedingly intricate, with various factions surreptitiously vying for control. Today, Han Ping produced an individual to testify to the Marquis's innocence, yet, by tomorrow, this witness would mysteriously meet their demise. The sovereign permitted the Song Wang to conduct a thorough investigation. However, he consistently refused to impose any punishment upon the Jingyuan Marquis and Ning Chongting. 3 months have swiftly passed, yet the case remains unresolved. Ning Chongting's health has completely restored, but to avoid being returned to the Dali Temple for further detention, the physician concocted a prescription to feign the lingering symptoms of an unhealed illness. The Dali Temple dispatched individuals to inquire on several occasions, but upon witnessing the circumstances, They could only allow Ning Chongding to remain in the quarantine facility. Rather than resigning to fate, Ning Chongding took advantage of the lenient oversight of the officials guarding the quarantine, discreetly altering his appearance to venture out and clandestinely collaborated with Han Ping to investigate the case. Meanwhile, Chajiu remained at ease, nurturing her pregnancy in the courtyard. Although the conditions of the quarantine facility were not as luxurious as those of the Marquis's residence, under the meticulous care of Xiao Mei and Yong'an, the surrounding environment underwent a remarkable transformation. The courtyard was adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, and a grape trellis was established in a corner. The courtyard was tidy and bright, resembling a charming retreat rather than a quarantine facility. Every day, the Marquis's wife would send someone to deliver provisions, particularly the precious medicinal foods to soothe and nourish the fetus. Coupled with the systematic supply of nutrients necessary for the unborn child, Chajiu's pregnancy was exceptionally stable. The physician brought by the Marquis was utilizing improved prescriptions to aid the patients, resulting in a decreasing number of fatalities at the quarantine facility. And a group of patients finally began to recover. The physician, moved to tears, lamented that he had no regrets in this lifetime devoted to the healing arts. That night, as Chajiu prepared to change clothes and rest, the once tranquil surroundings of the quarantine facility suddenly erupted into chaos, with countless torches illuminating the night as if it were day. Yeoman knocked urgently on the door. A new troop has invaded the epidemic pavilion, slaughtering the guards and breaching the premises. Xiaomei hastily assisted Chajiu to her feet and stepped out of the door. Flames soared skyward, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Xiaomei, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What shall we do? The young master has yet to return." Yeoman replied, "We cannot concern ourselves with anything else. We must first ensure the safety of the young mistress." This troop's origins were shrouded in mystery. If they were targeting the Marquis's residence, it would spell disaster. Yet, the towering walls surrounding the courtyard were insurmountable. How could they escape? At that moment, two figures clad in black leaped over the walls, and upon removing their masks, revealed themselves to be Ning Chongding and Han Ping. Chajiu breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart no longer suspended in anxiety, and she rushed into Ning Chongding's embrace. "Rest assured, I have returned," he said, gently ruffling her hair. "What is happening?" Chajiu inquired, her expression fraught with concern. Ning Chongding and Han Ping exchanged a glance before beginning to elucidate the situation. It turned out that the treachery of the Jingyuan Marquis's residence had been thoroughly investigated through Ning Chongding and his companion's efforts. However, it was uncovered that the plot was intricately connected to a conspiracy by Prince Song to usurp the throne. Prince Song had forged letters to frame the Marquis's residence, intending to exploit the epidemic to eliminate Ning Chongding, with the ultimate goal of sowing discord between the Imperial family and the Jingyuan Marquis, thereby preventing the Marquis from assisting the crown. In a strategic maneuver to capture Prince Song, the Emperor feigned estrangement from the Marquis, while secretly allowing him to gather troops, poised to eradicate all traitors when the time was right. Meanwhile, Ning Chongwen had already aligned himself with them, harboring dreams of ascending to the title after orchestrating the downfall of the Jingyuan Marquis and Ning Chongding. "We cannot linger here. These soldiers are likely sent by the King of Song to capture you and your sister as hostages," Han Ping remarked. "Once the King of Song initiates a palace coup, he will realize that Duke Jingyuan is rallying troops to defend the state. At that point, his only recourse will be to seize the family members of the Duke as leverage. What about grandmother and mother?"
Jiazhu inquired.
"They are in a safe location," Ning Chongding replied, his gaze drawn to the approaching flames, his expression grave. "We must hurry." He carefully embraced the burdened Chajiu, using the steps for leverage as he vaulted over the wall. Han Ping assisted Xiao Mei and Yong and in their escape over the barrier. Under the cover of the woods behind the plague hospital, Chajiu and her companions swiftly made their way toward the encampment of Duke Jingyuan's forces on the outskirts of the city. Once they reached the Duke's sphere of influence, they would be secure. However, fate was not on their side, as a squadron of cavalry dispatched by the King of Song soon caught up with them. Leading the charge was Xiao Wenj, now clad in armor and wielding a long blade, radiating confidence, his demeanor a stark contrast to the obsequious figure he once was at the Duke's residence. From atop his majestic steed, he looked down upon the disheveled Ning Chongding and his party, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ning Chongding, you will ultimately meet your demise at my hands. Do nobles and lords possess any true worth? Today, I, Xiao Wenj, shall cleave these noble families asunder, treading upon their fallen heads as I ascend to power and prominence." Ning Chongding positioned himself protectively in front of Chajiu, his disheveled appearance belied by an innate air of unyielding spirit and dignity. Chapter 51. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold air. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your wife and children. What do you say? Remarked Xiao Wenj with a hint of amusement. In truth, he had no intention of killing Chajiu. Lord Chun Chu had expressly instructed him to capture the breathtaking wife of Ning Chongding, allowing him to indulge himself to his heart's content. Yet, Xiao Wenj was eager to witness Ning Chongding's desperate pleas for mercy, only to ultimately see him ensnared in utter despair. Chajiu regarded him with cold disdain, her unparalleled beauty radiating a frosty contempt. Today, none of us will plead to you, scion of the Marquis. Even in death, we stand unashamed before heaven and earth. But what about you? Each word she uttered struck like a dagger. A despicable traitor, a feeble insect. No matter how grand your future may seem, it will not alter the inherent inferiority and cowardice within you, nor your mediocrity and vile nature. Throughout your life, you shall never triumph with your meager talents. Only to rise through base means like a rat in a gutter. How pitiful are those who scuttle about like flies and dogs. Ning Chongding did not intervene. This was the intrinsic moral foundation of a noble lineage. Even when faced with the threat of death, they would never bow to the base. Ning Chongding wholeheartedly agreed with every word spoken by Chajiu. Xiao Wenj, humiliated and enraged, raised his sword. Kill everyone except the pregnant woman, he bellowed. He intended for Ning Chongding to meet a fate worse than death. With that furious roar, the cavalry behind him drew their blades and charged. Han Ping and Ning Chongding unsheathed their swords, while Yong, An, and Xiao Mei nervously grasped their clubs, preparing to fight back. The ancestral lineage of the Jingyuan Marquis traces back to a founding general, and the trusted attendants surrounding their masters possess a modicum of martial prowess. In a synchronized effort, they shielded Chajiu in the center, fending off the onslaught of cavalry from all directions. Chajiu endeavored to maintain her composure and quietly inquired, "System, is there any tool available to silently neutralize these officials?" The system swiftly scoured the item shop. "Since you have previously administered the vaccination, rendering you immune to the virus, I recommend an acute epidemic spray grenade, which can be deployed silently. Within 5 minutes, it will incapacitate ordinary individuals, causing dizziness and vomiting. Hurry, exchange it." In the next moment, 5 black spheres materialized in Chajiu's hand. Seizing the chaos of the surrounding battle, she scattered the spheres into the fray. Soon, a white mist began to rise from the nearby woods, suffused with the virus. Initially, Xiao Wenj assumed it to be mere mountain fog, but soon his steed grew restless, whinnying and spinning in place before collapsing to the ground. Not only did his horse succumb, but those of other officials did as well, with some individuals toppling alongside their mounts, overcome by dizziness and nausea. Miasma. It is toxic miasma. At last, someone discerned the truth. They mistook the virus-laden fog for the noxious vapors of the forest. Xiao Wenj hastily tore a piece of fabric from his garment to cover his mouth and nose. Yet having inhaled a trace of the mist, he found himself lightheaded and disoriented. Ning Chongding, aware of the miasma's toxicity, instinctively tore a piece of cloth to bind it for Chajiu. The soldiers, having lost their horses and inhaled the noxious miasma, found their combat effectiveness drastically diminished. Coupled with the formidable skills of Ning Chongding and his immunity to the poisonous vapors, the forces brought by Xiao Wenj were swiftly neutralized. Xiao Wenj was incredulous. He had never anticipated that a sudden onslaught of miasma could so thoroughly reverse his favorable circumstances. Could it be that even fate conspired in favor of Ning Chongding? He was unwilling to accept this. Driven to desperation, Xiao Wenj lost all reason, his face a mask of malice as he knocked an arrow, aiming it directly at Ning Chongding. Aware of Xiao Wen's intent to kill him, Ning Chongding dealt with the remaining soldiers while keeping a wary eye on his adversary. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Xiao Wenj redirected the arrow towards Chajiu's abdomen. His laughter was chilling and triumphant. "Ning Chongding, I may have lost, but you shall not win either." The sharp arrow flew forth. Ning Chongding was taken aback by Xiao Wen's sudden change in target. Seeing the arrow poised to pierce Chajiu, he could do nothing but throw himself forward to shield her with his own body.
Dazu,
Having already exchanged for the golden bell shield, had her eyes shut, waiting for the protective barrier to activate, but was startled by a muffled groan of pain. Opening her eyes, she saw the arrow had penetrated Ning Chongding's shoulder blade. Gritting his teeth, He forcibly yanked the projectile from his flesh. Simultaneously, he swung his long sword, piercing through Xiao Wen's left chest. The self-important Xiao Wen, still wearing a smug grin, gradually lost focus in his eyes and collapsed. Trembling, Chajiu pressed her hands against Ning Chongting's bleeding wound. "Do not worry, the injury is not fatal." Ning Chongting, enduring the pain, strove to maintain a demeanor of calmness. Chajiu recognized that he was merely putting on a brave front. In the distance, the flickering flames atop the mountains revealed the encampment of the soldiers under the command of Duke Jingyuan. Han Ping and Yong'an supported Ning Chongting, while Xiao Mei shielded Chajiu, and at last, the group arrived at a place of safety. The deputy general of Duke Jingyuan, spotting Ning Chongting from afar, exclaimed, "Young master, the young master has arrived. And there is the young lady and Lord Han." Seeing his wife and child safe, the weary Ning Chongting finally collapsed. That night, the capital was engulfed in chaos as blood flowed through the streets. The frightened populace sought refuge in their homes, trembling at the sounds of hooves and the clash of battle echoing in waves outside. The interminable night eventually drew to a close, and the palace gates swung open. Duke Jingyuan rode forth on a magnificent steed, drenched in blood, brandishing the severed head of the treacherous Song Wang, whose eyes remained defiantly unclosed in death. "The rebel Song Wang is slain. May heaven bless our sovereign." The duke's voice resonated like cannon fire, piercing the heavens and reverberating throughout the Imperial city. One by one, the citizens emerged from their homes, kneeling in reverence, chanting, "May heaven bless our sovereign. May heaven bless our sovereign. May heaven bless our sovereign." With the downfall of Song Wang's insurrection, the remaining insurgents were swiftly subdued. Chun Chu and Ning Chongwen were paraded through the streets, subjected to the gruesome punishment of being torn apart by chariots. Their wives and children faced exile or were reduced to the status of slaves, sold off one by one. Upon hearing the news, Madame Zhou wept inconsolably, unable to comprehend why, despite her beauty and ability to bear children, she was not destined for wealth and fortune. However, the most perplexing matter remained another entirely. The corpse of Xiao Wen has vanished. Han Ping dispatched men to the mountains to gather the bodies of the rebels, and everyone was accounted for, except for that of Xiao Wen. Yet, he had distinctly witnessed the fatal wound that pierced Xiao Wen's chest that fateful night, leaving no room for the possibility of survival. Following this incident, the Jingyuan Marquisate achieved another triumph, prompting the emperor to host a banquet in honor of their valor. Presenting the Marquisate with a plaque of loyalty and bravery, along with generous grants of fertile land, estates, and a bounty of gold amounting to 10,000 taels. After recovering from his injuries, Ning Chongting was elevated to the esteemed position of Minister of Personnel, concurrently serving as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. In a fleeting moment, the Jingyuan Marquisate basked in unparalleled prestige within Xinjiang, ascending to the zenith of aristocracy. Many families gazed upon them with envy and jealousy. Yet when they recalled that Ning Chongting had no heir, they found solace in the thought that this illustrious legacy would ultimately pass to a collateral branch. They remained oblivious to the fact that Chajiu was pregnant. At the time of the mishap involving the Marquisate, Chajiu had only recently discovered her condition, and in her desire to safeguard the pregnancy, she chose not to disclose the news. Apart from the members of the Marquisate and the empress herself, no one else was aware that Chajiu had visited the plague hospital while carrying a child. Shin Chizu was also in the dark. Thus, as she gazed from afar at the resplendent Marquisate, now restored to its former glory, and then glanced down at her 6-month swollen belly, a thought flickered in her mind. Perhaps, with this newfound fertility, she could return to the Marquisate and reclaim those possessions that were rightfully hers. Chapter 52. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold, noble son. When Shin Chizu first discovered she was with child, her initial thought was to terminate the pregnancy. However, at that moment, Xiao Wen had allied himself with a powerful patron, returning home with a chest full of silver and relocating to a lavish mansion on the outskirts of the city. His face was adorned with a smile brimming with ambition. "Chizu, we shall soon soar to great heights. Fear not. That esteemed patron has promised me a position even higher than that of the Marquis. You will then be a revered lady of honor." As Shin Chizu beheld the long-forgotten luxuries of fine attire and delicacies, her heart began to waver. She confided in Xiao Wen about her pregnancy. Indeed, he treated her even better, acquiring a servant to relieve her from the burdens of hand-washing clothes by the well and cooking at the stove. Although Madame Xiao continued to scold Shin Chizu, she ultimately moderated her behavior for the sake of her son and grandson. Shin Chizu believed that a brighter future was on the horizon, but little did she know that while she was out selecting jewelry, she would return to find officials storming their home. The officers affixed seals to the mansion's entrance, surveying the crowd with stern expressions as they proclaimed, "The traitor Xiao Wenj, who conspired with the Song King to incite rebellion, has been apprehended and executed. We are now sealing all his private assets and detaining the female members of his household. Any who provide information shall be rewarded by the government." Amidst the throng, Shin Chizu was engulfed by fear and disbelief. The opulence Xiao Wenj had amassed was indeed a result of treason. And now, with his downfall, she would be ensnared in the consequences. Shin Chizu took 2 unsteady steps back, and upon hearing the news of her son's death, Madame Xiao was on the verge of a scream, demanding of the officials, "What has happened to my son?" Shin Chizu swiftly covered her mouth, delivering a fierce warning. "Are you seeking death? The authorities are after us." What a fool. She doesn't even realize how she became the Madame of Lanxiang Tower all those years ago. Shin Chizu, mustering the last of her strength, forcibly dragged Madame Xiao into a secluded alley. Madame Xiao clawed at Shin Chizu in tears, accusing her, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't encouraged him to scheme before the Duke of Jingyuan, he would still be living a stable life as a constable and wouldn't he have perished in rebellion. You are truly a harbinger of doom." Shin Chizu replied with a cold laugh, "It is his own incompetence that has led him to this fate. Can you truly blame a mere woman for it?" Ignoring the weeping Madame Xiao, she cautiously peered out from the alley to assess the situation with the officials. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Duke of Jingyuan's residence, its plaque freshly gilded. It bore the emperor's own calligraphy. The townsfolk passing by were engrossed in discussions about the recent grandeur of the Duke's estate. Shin Chizu clenched her fists, resolute in her decision. With Xiao Wenj now deceased, her future was something she must seize for herself. With the opulent mansion sealed off, Shin Chizu and Madame Xiao were forced to retreat to their former dilapidated abode. On their return, Shin Chizu discreetly entered the apothecary and collected a dose of medicine. Noticing the dark concoction in her hands, Madame Xiao eyed her suspiciously. "What are you drinking?" Shin Chizu remained unperturbed. "It's a medicine for pregnancy." Xiao Nyangzi did not think too much of it. However, half an hour after Shin Chizu consumed the potion, she began to bleed from her lower body. Gripped by excruciating pain, drenched in sweat, it was only then that Xiao Nyangzi realized the gravity of the situation and cried out, "Damn it! You have taken an abortifacient. This wretched woman intends to murder my grandchild." Yet it was already too late. With astonishing fortitude, Shin Chizu endured the agony and expelled the underdeveloped stillborns herself. 2 children. No less. The blow was too much for Xiao Nyangzi, who fainted on the spot. Shin Chizu's complexion turned ashen, her body stained with blood. Without a shred of compassion, she discarded the lifeless bodies into a basin, changed into clean garments, tidied her hair, and resolutely made her way towards the Marquis's residence. At that moment, Ning Chongting had just returned from the palace. He alighted from the carriage, his crimson ceremonial robes adorned with intricately embroidered cranes and a jade belt, all of which proclaimed his elevated status, more distinguished than ever before. "Brother Chongting," a frail voice called out to him from the side. Ning Chongting turned in the direction of the sound and beheld the pitiful figure of Shin Chizu, weak and helpless, gazing longingly at him beside the stone lion at the entrance of the Marquis's residence. Once, Shin Chizu, though not strikingly beautiful, had lived in opulence, her complexion rosy and radiant, exuding an air of nobility. Now, clad in coarse, inexpensive clothing, her hair dry and yellowed, she had withered into a gaunt shadow of her former self. Her face was haggard, and her eyes clouded with despair, revealing a life fraught with hardship. Ning Chongting's expression remained unchanged as he averted his gaze and continued to walk forward. Shin Chizu suddenly lunged forward, kneeling at his feet, beseeching, "Brother Chongting, could you possibly return the body of one good to me for burial? I am willing to exchange my fertile body for it." She cared little for the deceased Wengo, but openly expressing her desire to return to the Marquis's residence was undeniably crass. Ning Chongting regarded her with cold indifference. Shin Chizu continued to assert her worth. "I am aware of your love for Yenshu. Rest assured, I will not interfere." She envisioned bearing children for him, considering them as if they were her own. Shin Chizu's aspirations were exceedingly grand. Although Ning Chongting currently held her in disdain, she believed that if she could bear a legitimate grandson for the Marquis's residence, the lady of the marquis would surely keep her. One child would lead to another. She would provide Ning Chongting with an increasing number of offspring, gradually supplanting Chao Jiao and becoming the new mistress of the house. Even if that did not come to pass, after Ning Chongting's demise, it would be her own child who inherited the title of the marquis. In that case, would her child not honor her, their biological mother? The avarice in Shin Chizu's eyes grew more pronounced, eliciting deeper disdain from Ning Chongting. Shin Chizu, do you truly desire Wenji's corpse, or is it the wealth of the marquis's residence that you seek? Ning Chongting unflinchingly exposed her motives. Shin Chizu's complexion paled, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her features. Chongting, what is it? Her feeble defense was interrupted by a gentle and melodious inquiry. Chao Jiu. Upon hearing from a servant that Ning Chongting had returned, yet not seeing him in Qingfeng courtyard, decided to step outside to look for him. The newcomer was Shin Chizu. Yet Chao Jiu exhibited neither disdain nor surprise upon her arrival. She offered a slight nod to Shin Chizu, adhering to the proprieties. Ning Chongting adjusted Chao Jiu's cloak and inquired with concern, "Why are you out in such frigid weather? I haven't seen you for ages and came to check on you. Today, I discussed with the emperor the matter of conferring upon you a title, which is why I am delayed." A title? Chao Jiu was to be bestowed with a title? Shin Chizu tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her envious gaze traveling from Chao Jiu's exquisite and beautiful visage, down to her opulent adornments, and finally resting upon her rounded belly. In disbelief, she could no longer contain her rage and shrieked, "How is this possible? How could you be with child?" The fortune-teller clearly stated that only I, Shin Chizu, possess the fate of easy conception. As Shin Chizu's expression grew increasingly deranged, Ning Chongting discreetly positioned himself to shield Chao Jiu, preventing any potential harm from Shin Chizu's frenzied state. Shin Chizu, still unwilling to accept this reality, pointed accusingly at Chao Jiu's belly, her eyes filled with malice as she declared, "Ning Chongting, the child in Shin Yanshu's womb is certainly not yours. Investigate. She must have a lover. No other woman besides me could possibly save you from a lineage-less fate." Ning Chongting's eyes reflected nothing but indifference as he replied, "Shin Chizu, you have lost your mind." Indeed, Shin Chizu had succumbed to madness. Even after being cast aside, she clung to her final card, her last flicker of hope that if she were willing to bear Ning Chongting's child, the marquis would undoubtedly come to retrieve her with great pomp and ceremony. Little did she anticipate that her sole value, the only leverage she possessed within the marquis, had been irrevocably stripped away. She could never return to the marquis again. Shin Chizu found herself caught in a whirlwind of laughter and tears, enveloped in utter despair, as the hem of her gown gradually became stained with tainted blood. Ning Chongting furrowed his brow and gently placed his hand before Tijio's eyes, speaking in a soothing tone, "Would you kindly wait for me at Qingfeng courtyard?" He wished to shield his beloved wife and child from witnessing such unspeakable horrors. Chapter 53. The adopted daughter of the marquis and the indifferent heir. Tijio obediently ceased her gaze, as Xiaomei cautiously guided her to evade Shin Chizu and entered the marquis's residence. Ning Chongting turned his head once more, the gentleness on his face evaporating, replaced by an icy demeanor. Shin Chizu felt a stabbing pain in her abdomen, her heart torn asunder. This tenderness was rightfully hers. This noble title was meant for her. The resplendent brocade adorning Tijio and the ancestral jade bracelet gracing her wrist, such honor and wealth should have belonged to her. How could she have been so foolish as to trust that harmful wretch, Xiao Wenj? Shin Chizu lamented her past decisions. "You have seen it. Yen Shu will bear my child, so you need not concern yourself, Shin Chizu," Ning Chongting stated. "Will you voluntarily surrender to the authorities, or shall I send someone to escort you?" Shin Chizu laughed through her tears, and as the servant approached to seize her, she staggered and fled. The ground she traversed was stained with her blood, and the surrounding populace cast her peculiar glances, whispering amongst themselves. The heavy snowfall soon cloaked the turmoil of Shengjing and the marquis's residence in a blanket of silence. In May, during the Dragon Boat Festival, Tijio delivered a healthy baby boy. The matriarch and the marquis's wife were overjoyed, cradling the wailing child, utterly enchanted by his presence. Ning Chongting had been anxiously awaiting outside the delivery room, and upon seeing the door swing open, he hurried inside. "Alas, my lord, the stench of blood is overwhelming." The midwife attempted to intervene, but to no avail. Ning Chongting was unperturbed by the foulness or any ill omens. His sole concern was for Tiju's well-being during this crucial moment of childbirth. Fortunately, Chaju lay comfortably under the quilt, resting. Aside from a slight pallor, she appeared not to be in much discomfort. He grasped Chaju's hand, and the furrowed lines on his brow began to ease. "You have worked hard." A faint smile flickered in Chaju's eyes. "Have you seen the child yet?" Ning Chongting's expression stiffened momentarily, and he replied somewhat awkwardly, "Not yet, I will go to see them shortly." Unable to contain her amusement, Chaju stifled a laugh. Surely you don't even know whether it is a boy or a girl."
Do you?
Indeed, Ning Chongting had not paid attention to what the midwife had announced. His entire focus was on Chaju in the room. "It matters not whether it is a boy or a girl. I have already decided on a name," Ning Chongting declared. "The child is born on the Dragon Boat Festival, coinciding with the moment you presented me with the 5 auspicious flowers. If it is a boy, I shall name him Qingrui, embodying the enduring blessings of a prosperous era. If it is a girl, I shall choose a homophonic name, Chuanrui, pure and beautiful like a delicate bud, ensuring that the blessings of the Ho residence span a century, shielding her from any earthly suffering." Ning Chongting spoke of the name with a serious and earnest demeanor. Chaju could see that he genuinely cherished this child, regardless of whether it was a son or a daughter. Her heart swelled with tenderness as she nuzzled against his warm, broad palm. "This time it will be a boy. The name Chuanrui will have to wait for next time." Ning Chongting leaned down to kiss Chaju's lips and softly said, "I love children. But my greatest love remains with you. If childbirth proves too painful for you, then let us forgo it. I worry too much that bearing a child may leave you with lasting ailments. In this lifetime, I yearn for an everlasting bond with you. For everything else pales in comparison." Chaju was momentarily taken aback. In the choice between her and the child, Ning Chongting unhesitatingly opted for her.
Jazu, Dao Chet?
Wrapped her arms around Ning Chongting's neck, silently smiling in the warmth of his embrace. When the Ho residence hosted a banquet to celebrate the child's full moon, the grandeur of the attending noble family surpassed even that of Ning Chongting's wedding. This time, the empress herself graced the occasion. Regal and dignified, yet approachable and warm, she smiled as she accepted the child from the hands of the lady of the Ho. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in astonishment. This child is indeed robust. He may grow to possess the same martial prowess as his grandfather. The surrounding guests quickly offered their congratulations in agreement. The Lord and young Master Ning are truly blessed. It seems the Ho residence is poised to produce another esteemed minister. Born on a day of auspicious signs, the young Master's future is bound to be illustrious. Chaju stood by, smiling, her demeanor silent yet not dull, gentle yet unyielding. The empress observed her from the corner of her eye, unable to suppress her admiration. Indeed, Lady Chongting stands out. No wonder he would forsake wealth and property merely to seek a title for you. Chaju bowed respectfully, lowering her gaze in humility. "Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager's concern is something I feel unworthy of." The Empress replied with a smile, "You are deserving. During times of peril, you willingly sought permission to care for Chongting at the plague clinic, even allowing the physician you brought to treat other patients. Your courage and kindness, combined with your decorum and respectfulness, truly make you the epitome of a noble lady." The Empress's words were the highest praise bestowed upon a lady of the household. Tijio promptly performed a grand gesture of gratitude. Ruer, inherently unafraid of others, giggled joyfully in the Empress's embrace, endearing herself to all. The Empress, increasingly fond of this delightful child, removed the white jade pendant adorning her and placed it in Ruer's swaddling. The members of the Marquis's household quickly bowed in thanks. The onlookers were profoundly aware of the Imperial Court's esteem for the Jingyuan Marquis. They understood that if the Marquis continued to uphold its duty as loyal subjects, such noble recognition might well endure for a century. The Jingyuan Marquis, indeed, was steeped in blessings. Many noble families began to regret not marrying their daughters to Ning Chongting. Originally, Ning Chongting's status and talents were unparalleled in Xinjiang, yet his lack of heirs deterred potential unions. Now that his issue of childlessness had inexplicably resolved, the thoughts of these families began to stir once more. Ning Chongting's current wife was merely an adopted daughter. Should they wish to marry their precious daughters to him, surely they would be entitled to a primary wife. At the very least, they could become a concubine, entering the household and bearing children thereafter. With time on their side, it would be easy to gradually undermine a legitimate wife of modest standing. The enviable status of the Jingyuan marquisate was indeed tantalizing. Consequently, several noble ladies discreetly approached the marquis's wife, flattering her to the point of elation. Seizing the opportunity, the chancellor's wife remarked, "A young man like young Master Ning, who has attained first rank, is truly unparalleled since the founding of the dynasty. With such glory in the court, the household must not lack for heirs. Don't you agree, madam?" The marquis's wife was momentarily taken aback. Heirs? Is not Rueir one? Regarding the matter of offspring, one is certainly insufficient. The more, the merrier. As a flourishing lineage is undoubtedly desirable. The other ladies concurred. The Prime Minister's wife continued, "Now that young Master Ning's health has improved, why not take several virtuous ladies from esteemed families as wives to expand the family and usher in more blessings? Wouldn't that be splendid?" Lady Ning, finally grasping the implication, responded, "Are you suggesting that I allow my son to take concubines?" The Prime Minister's wife found the term concubines rather distasteful and hinted, "If the women come from noble backgrounds, marrying them as principal wives is certainly acceptable. Indeed, they are all ladies of high birth and would not engage in petty rivalries typical of lesser households, thus fostering a harmonious home where many children could thrive." Lady Ning, swayed by the other women's words, began to entertain the notion of allowing her son to take concubines. Following the full moon banquet, she meticulously selected several young ladies of good family and character, compiling a booklet which she sent to Qingfeng Courtyard. When Chao Jiu tidied Ning Chongting's desk, she noticed it. She understood its significance, but chose to remain silent, not disturbing the booklet. She had faith that Ning Chongting would manage the situation appropriately. Indeed, when Ning Chongting returned and saw the booklet on his desk, he frowned and went directly to Yun Ruxuan to return it to Lady Ning. "I will not take concubines," he stated with a resolute and unyielding tone. Lady Ning had never witnessed such firmness in her son before and hastily replied, "The intention behind taking concubines is merely to bless the with more children. Yan Shu's position will remain unchanged, despite the myriad events that have transpired." Although Lady Ning cherishes Tijiu, she still deems the flourishing progeny of Ning Chongting to hold greater significance in her eyes. She believes that Tijiu, deeply enamored with Ning Chongting, would certainly be willing to make concessions regarding this matter. However, to her astonishment, the first to voice opposition is, in fact, Ning Chongting himself. With a hint of exasperation, Ning Chongting rubs his forehead and sighs. "Mother, do you truly believe that I consumed a miraculous elixir from the legendary Hua Tua, which restored my health and allowed me to father Rueir?" Lady Ning retorts, "Is it not so?" Chapter 54. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the reserved heir. "I did not consume the miraculous elixir from Hua Tua." Under the astonished gaze of Lady Ning, Ning Chongting recounted the events that transpired at Qing'an Temple, revealing how he had employed the medicine to treat the knife wound on Cha Jiu's back after encountering mountain bandits. Lady Ning's heart was a tumult of emotions. Thus, your childless affliction remains unresolved, and the birth of Rueir is attributed to Yan Shu's inherently fertile constitution? A sense of disappointment inevitably lingered within her. After all, Ning Chongting's ailment stemmed from his very birth, and Lady Ning had borne a heavy sense of guilt over the years. She had believed that the elixir from Hua Tua had restored her son to health, compensating for the past grievances. Yet, it turned out to be a mere illusion of joy. The elderly matriarch, upon hearing of this matter, displayed remarkable clarity. "Suyun, one cannot be greedy in life. In the past, we sought only Chongting's safety and the prosperity of the Marquisate. Now, with the Marquisate basking in glory and the arrival of Rueir, what more could you desire?" Lady Ning listened and gradually came to understand. What significance does it hold if the childless affliction remains incurable? Heaven has bestowed Yan Shu upon Chongting and Rueir upon the Marquisate. The blessings of the Jingyuan Marquisate have not diminished but rather flourished. With this realization, Lady Ning ceased to mention the idea of taking a concubine and instead treated Cha Jiu with even greater kindness. Those who attempted to persuade her to allow Ning Chongting to take a concubine were met with her firm refusal, as she dismissed the thought entirely. Throughout the entire episode, Ning Chongting never once placed Cha Jiu in a position of discomfort. The system could not help but exclaim, "I had anticipated a prolonged battle of wills between you and Lady Ning. Tijiu holds profound significance, awaken. For the only ones capable of resolving the tensions between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are the mutual beneficiaries, men." Fortunately, Ning Chongting has always excelled in this regard. The following year, Tijou became pregnant again and gave birth to a lovely baby girl. In accordance with their previous agreement, Ning Chongting named her Ning Chuanrui. When the midwife handed the child to Ning Chongting, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to hold her. Later, Tijou teased him, saying, "Aren't you quite adept at holding Ruer? Why do you seem flustered when it comes to our daughter?" Ning Chongting replied, "It is entirely different. A daughter is delicate. And I fear I might hurt Ruer." Tijou chuckled, declaring that he would undoubtedly become a devoted father to daughters. Indeed, her words came to fruition. As Ruer grew, she developed a passion for swordplay and immersed herself in military literature, much to the delight of Duke Jingyuan. Taking advantage of the sparse border skirmishes, he decided to reside at the Duke's mansion permanently, imparting his lifelong knowledge to Ruer, hoping to cultivate another renowned general from the Duke's household. In contrast, Chuanrui resembled Ning Chongting more closely. She was cool, composed, and exceptionally intelligent, preferring poetry and literature over frivolity. On leisurely days at home, the father and daughter would spend an entire day in the study of Qingfeng Courtyard, one painting while the other read, enjoying their time in serene contentment. Ning Chongting was exceedingly fond of her. The crown prince suggested that Chuanrui accompany him to the study to aid the crown prince's studies. While the household was reluctant, Chuanrui expressed her desire to go, and thus Ning Chongting acquiesced. Tijou harbored some concerns that she might be bullied. After all, the young lords and ladies in the study are notorious for their mischievousness, delighting in teasing those of lesser status, such as their companions. However, Ning Chongting reassured her, saying, "It is of no concern. Chuanrui has long admired the talents of the grand scholar. Since she wishes to attend, let her do so. The crown prince will arrange for someone to discreetly keep an eye on her." Tijou was taken aback, realizing the close rapport between Ning Chongting and the crown prince. In truth, both the crown prince and the crown princess were exceedingly fond of Chuanrui, as was the grandson of the emperor. The idea of having a companion was quietly proposed by the grandson to his parents. Today marked Chuanrui's first day in the palace as a companion, and the crown princess had specifically instructed the grandson before he left. "Take good care of your sister Chuanrui. Do not let anyone bully her, understand?" The grandson patted his small chest confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, mother, I will not allow anyone to approach my sister Chuanrui." Only then did the crown princess smile and allow him to depart. Upon arriving at the study, the grandson discovered that Chuanrui had already arrived. She sat quietly at the desk, her posture straight, methodically organizing the chaotic items on the table, diligently wiping away the spilled ink with a handkerchief. Surrounding her were the unruly young lords and ladies, along with their sycophantic companions. The grandson immediately recognized their bullying of Chuanrui. How infuriating! The son of Prince Kong, oblivious to the consequences, brandished an ink-soaked brush, aiming to draw upon Chuanrui's face. With a sudden crack, a book flew through the air and struck the wrist of the crown prince with considerable force, causing the brush to veer off course and smear ink across his face. Who dared to throw such an object? The crown prince's arrogance waned immediately upon recognizing the grand prince. Oh, it was merely the grand prince. In that case, all was well. The grand prince shot him a cold glance and promptly relocated Chuanrui's belongings to the seat beside him in the front row. "You shall sit here. Henceforth, I shall protect you diligently," he declared, his chin held high, his tone undeniably commanding. Yet, when Chuanrui looked up at him, she noticed a faint blush creeping onto his ears. She recognized this as a sign of shyness, reminiscent of her father's own reactions in the presence of her mother. During the lecture, Chuanrui was thoroughly engrossed, yet she felt an unwavering gaze fixed upon her. However, when she turned to investigate, the grand prince feigned indifference, staring elsewhere. "Your Highness, pay attention to the lecture," Chuanrui said, her expression serious as she quietly urged him. Caught in the act, the grand prince flushed again, obediently focusing on the lesson. At the end of the day, the grand prince appeared rather glum. Chuanrui diligently organized her belongings, offering him not even a glance. "Do you, like the others, believe that I am lacking in knowledge and utterly mediocre?" the grand prince suddenly inquired. Chuanrui was taken aback. "Who has said such a thing about your highness?" The grand prince, stubbornly retorting, replied, "It is precisely those individuals, like the crown prince, who feel unworthy of their positions, doubting their capability to assume the role of grand prince." Chuanrui tilted her head, articulating her confusion. "My father said that regardless of the monarch, as a loyal subject, One should steadfastly fulfill their duties and diligently assist. If others criticize His Highness, that is their transgression. Why should His Highness be troubled by it? The Crown Prince's eyes gradually brightened. You do not look down upon me? Chun Rui, unreservedly innocent, replied, Of course not. I aspire to become the top female scholar in the future and assist your highness. The exchange between the two children reached the ears of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess through the hidden guards, leaving them both amused and exasperated. The etiquette of the Jingyuan Marquis's household is truly commendable, the Crown Prince remarked, as expected of the offspring from Chongqing. As dusk fell, Chajiao arrived outside the palace to escort Chun Rui home. While their carriage passed through the bustling streets, Chajiao peered through the window and thought she recognized a familiar figure, selecting red fabric in a tailor shop. Shinchizu? Chajiao intended to get a clearer look. But another carriage approached, completely obstructing her view, leaving the matter unresolved. In the tailor shop, Shinchizu was haggling with the shopkeeper. I want this red fabric for my wedding gown. Could you perhaps offer a discount? The shopkeeper scoffed, dismissively stating if you lack funds, do not choose fine materials. There are cheaper options over there. Go select from those. Shinchizu appeared embarrassed. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, dropping a tattered purse. And she heard that familiar voice declare, I will cover her expenses. Shinchizu's entire body stiffened, a chill creeping up her spine. Slowly turning her head, upon recognizing the newcomer, her expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Chapter 55. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold, noble son Xiao Wenj. Why are you still alive? Shinchizu exclaimed in a shrill voice. Xiao Wenj pulled her into a secluded alley, his expression menacing. Do you wish for my demise so fervently? The once handsome and charming Xiao Wenj was no more. He had lost one eye, and his left ear was nearly severed. His skin was dark and coarse, clad in rough linen, presenting a woeful sight. On that fateful day in the woods, Ning Chongqing had indeed pierced his left chest. However, unlike most, Xiao Wenj's heart resided on the right side, allowing him to miraculously escape death. Only he, Madame Xiao, and Shinchizu were privy to the secret. Xiao Wenj had always regarded Shinchizu as his destined wife. Yet he never anticipated her heartlessness. She had cruelly aborted their child and sold herself to Ning Chongqing in pursuit of glory. They had been expecting a pair of twins. Madame Xiao, overwhelmed by sorrow, had only managed to inform Xiao Wenj of Shinchizu's wicked deeds before she succumbed to her grief. Consumed by unbridled hatred, Xiao Wenj searched for Shinchizu for 6 long years, during which she had concealed her identity. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the red cloth in Shinchizu's grasp as he demanded, Who do you intend to marry now? That toothless merchant in his 50s who has no children? I assure you, I shall not allow your wishes to come to fruition. Xiao Wenj seized her, intending to drag her away. To his astonishment, Shinchizu responded by plunging a cold dagger deep into his right chest. You! Xiao Wenj staggered backward in disbelief, bracing himself against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Shinchizu drew her dagger, her gaze icy as she declared, I shall no longer permit you to ruin my prosperous life. For several years, she had been the favored concubine of the royal merchant, bearing him 2 sons due to her fertile womb. Today marked the auspicious moment when the merchant was prepared to officially acknowledge her, and she could not allow Xiao Wenj to disrupt her plans so easily. She had endured enough of a life filled with hunger and tattered garments. She desired wealth, a life where she would be served by others, even if it meant becoming a concubine. Xiao Wenj breathed his last, his eyes forever closed in the dimly lit alley. Shinchizu clutched the red cloth tightly as she hurried back to her small courtyard, her mind still lost in dreams of marrying into a wealthy family. Little did she know, upon entering, she was ensnared by a burlap sack, rendering her unconscious. Several young servants secured the sack tightly, and the leader inquired, Madam, how shall we deal with this wretch? The legitimate wife of the royal merchant emerged from behind the door, disdainfully kicking the red cloth on the ground. Since she has already borne the children, she is of no further use. Let us sell her to that widower on the outskirts of the city. It is rather pitiable that at his age, he cannot find a wife. After entering the palace to serve as a companion for the crown prince, Chun Rui's demeanor noticeably steadied, and she became more diligent in her studies. The crown prince was exceedingly pleased, showering the marquis's residence with numerous gifts. However, an incident soon unfolded. Xiaozu, Chun Rui's personal maid, rushed back with urgent news, stating that Chun Rui had choked in the palace. Tizhou, who was busy checking accounts, hurriedly discarded her tasks and rushed to the palace, coincidentally encountering Ning Chongding as she emerged, cradling a child. Ning Chongding's expression was grave and indifferent, yet his gentle pat on Chunrue's back was profoundly tender. "It's all right, Chunrue, your father is here." Chunrue leaned against Ning Chongding's shoulder, her eyes and nose reddened, hiccuping incessantly. The crown prince stood nearby, his face etched with guilt. "It is my failure to care for Sister Chunrue that has allowed her to be bullied by my aunt." The aunt he referred to was Princess Cheongxia, the daughter of the favored consort Lin. Princess Cheongxia had once been smitten with Ning Chongding at a banquet in the palace, where he held the esteemed title of a first-rank official, strikingly handsome and reportedly cured of his childlessness. She had implored the emperor, weeping and making a scene, to issue a decree allowing her to marry Ning Chongding, demanding he divorce Chajiu to become her consort. Naturally, the emperor would not entertain such a ludicrous request. Princess Cheongxia had repeatedly intercepted Ning Chongding on his way out of the palace to confess her feelings, but each time she was met with cold rejection. Thus, love turned to hatred, and she harbored a deep loathing for Chajiu and several children of the Ho residents. Seizing the opportunity today, while the crown prince was distracted, Princess Cheongxia commanded her attendants to bring Chunrue to her palace, relentlessly feeding her lotus root dumplings and deliberately frightening her. As Chunrue cried and struggled against the forced feeding, a dumpling lodged in her throat, nearly choking her to death in Cheongxia Palace. Fortunately, the crown princess arrived just in time to save Chunrue. Upon hearing the entire ordeal, Chajiu was so furious that her limbs trembled, wishing to storm in and tear Princess Cheongxia apart. With Chunrue cradled in his left arm and his right arm embracing the enraged Chajiu, Ning Chongding's gaze was as frosty as winter. In a low, resolute voice, he declared, "I shall ensure she pays for this transgression." Chajiu could not swallow her indignation and inquired of the system, "Are there any tools for revenge? I want Cheongxia to suffer unbearably." The system lowered its head and rummaged through the small marketplace, producing several items. The nightmare seeds, which would induce nightmares for 6 consecutive months, filled with the deepest fears of the individual. There was also the bald as a button seed and the corpse stench body fragrance seed. The effects of these items were evident from their names. Without hesitation, Chajiu declared, "Exchange." The system responded, "However, these seeds must be cast into Princess Cheongxia's palace to take effect." The crown prince, still disheartened and unable to glance at Chunrue, suddenly heard Chajiu's calm voice above him. "Your Highness, would you be willing to assist me with the task?" The crown prince, already feeling guilty, certainly would not refuse. "I am willing to do anything that would alleviate Sister Chunrue's distress." Chajiu placed the seemingly ordinary seeds into his palm. "Chunrue has been frightened in Princess Cheongxia's palace. I kindly ask you to scatter these seeds before the princess's palace gate to soothe Chunrue's spirit." Without a moment's hesitation, the crown prince accepted the task. The system questioned, "How can you be sure the crown prince will assist you? Might he not find it peculiar to scatter seeds at someone else's doorstep?" Chajiu replied, "The crown prince harbors affection for Chunrue. I can see it clearly. He will certainly comply. Moreover, the relationship between the crown prince and the Lin family has always been strained. Thus he holds no fondness for them or Princess Cheongxia. One is a beloved younger sister, and the other is a detested aunt. It is evident whom the grandson would assist." Indeed, news soon spread throughout the palace that Princess Cheongxia was tormented day and night by nightmares, appearing gaunt as a specter, with sores upon her head and a foul stench emanating from her body. The imperial physicians found themselves helpless. The following spring, the Xiongnu tribes invaded the borders once more. Ning Chongding proposed in the court that marriage be used as a means of alliance instead of warfare, allowing the border populace a longer period to recuperate. The emperor acquiesced, designating Princess Cheongxia as the candidate for this union. As was her custom, Princess Cheongxia wept and wailed, even resorting to fasting and a desperate attempt at hanging herself to resist, yet none could sway the emperor's will. When she refused sustenance, the emperor had attendants forcibly open her mouth to pour in kanji. When she attempted suicide, he ordered her to be watched day and night, even during her most private moments. The favored concubine, Lady Lin, pleaded in vain, only to increase the emperor's vexation, resulting in her demotion. Ultimately, Princess Cheongxia was married off as planned, and it was said that the aging Xiongnu king was cruel in bed. It was feared that she would endure great suffering there. That night, in Qingfeng Garden, Chajiu sat at her dressing table, removing the hairpins from her head, and curiously inquired of Ning Chongding, who was changing in front of the bronze mirror. Doesn't the emperor dote on Princess Qiongxia? Why then would he consent to her distant marriage? Chapter 56. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cold prince Ning Chongding hung his outer robe on the rack and remarked, "The royal family has only one suitable princess for marriage, and the emperor has made no choice." Beneath the weight of imperial authority, familial affection and tenderness amount to little. Moreover, over the past year, Princess Qiongxia has been plagued by a series of ominous events. Approaching her is accompanied by an unpleasant odor, truly an ill omen. It is likely that the emperor's paternal feelings have long since diminished. Of course, to influence the matter of the princess's marriage, one would need to resort to certain underhanded tactics within the court, details that Ning Chongding did not disclose to Chajiu. He selfishly wished to remain untainted in her eyes. Ning Chongding approached Chajiu from behind, bending down to gently embrace her and placing a tender kiss upon the crown of her head. "Yenshu, from now on, I shall not allow anyone to harm you or the children." His kiss lingered, ebbing and flowing. Chajiu, stirred by the rhythm of his breath, felt her ears tingle and her spine shiver. Chongding. The way she called his name was both playful and soft, akin to an enchanting thread that pierced Ning Chongding's ears, leaving his throat parched. He swept aside the items on the dressing table, lifting Chajiu and placing her upon it, kissing her gently and tasting her sweetness. She was as soft as a confection, her sweetness reminiscent of years gone by. Ning Chongding allowed reason to succumb deeply, indulging in the fervent conquest of every inch of her territory. As spring ushered in a new year, Chajiu became pregnant with triplets. That same year, after giving birth to numerous children, Shin Chi's body finally succumbed, and she tragically perished during a difficult labor. As she neared the end of her life, she seemed to hear the gentle, caring voice of Madame Ning whispering in her ear, Chizu, wake up. Let us try the shimmering brocade. I plan to create a gown for you, one that you can wear to the palace to express gratitude alongside Chongding, shall we?" Shin Chizu's murky eyes sparkled with light, her cracked lips silently quivering. She wished to express her consent. She desired to marry Ning Chongding. The once dismissed archaic customs and mundane splendors had now transformed into coveted treasures, forever out of her reach. An interminable sense of regret enveloped her soul, accompanying her until her very last breath. Upon learning that Chaojiu was expecting triplets, the members of the Marquis's household were filled with concern. After all, during that time, very few mothers could safely deliver triplets. Complications, prolonged labor, and excessive bleeding were all common occurrences. Madame Ning tossed and turned through the night, ultimately steeling herself to discuss with Chaojiu, "Yenshu, perhaps we should consider not having these children. Childbirth is perilous enough, and with triplets, I fear." Hearing these words from Madame Ning's lips, Chaojiu was taken aback. After all, the two most cherished beings in Madame Ning's heart were Ning Chongding and the children of the household. Yet now, she was willing to forsake the children to ensure Chaojiu's safety. In truth, after years of companionship, Madame Ning had long since cast aside all prejudice and cherished Chaojiu as her own daughter. The Marquis's household, blessed with Rueer and Chunrue, was already graced with unparalleled fortune. She desired nothing more than for Chongding and Chaojiu to live in peace, cherishing one another for a lifetime. With a gentle smile, Chaojiu reassured Lady Ning, "Mother, there is no need for concern. Both the child and I will be safe." On the day of Chaojiu's delivery, the atmosphere in the Ho residence was fraught with tension. Not only were Ning Chongding and Lady Ning anxious, but even the matriarch stayed awake through the night, anxiously awaiting news outside the delivery room. The prospect of triplets was indeed daunting. Many esteemed ladies of the capital were also closely monitoring Chaojiu's labor. Albeit with a different intent, they silently hoped for unforeseen complications during her delivery, believing that such misfortunes would offer their own daughters a chance to wed into the esteemed Ning family. Ultimately, however, their hopes were dashed. In the dead of night, Chaojiu safely welcomed 3 children into the world, 2 sons and a daughter. Ning Chongding finally released the tension that had gripped his heart, rushing into the room to embrace Chaojiu, proclaiming, "Yenshu, we shall not bear any more children." Fear had taken hold of him. The matriarch and Lady Ning wept tears of joy, celebrating Chaojiu's safe delivery and reflecting on how, just a few years prior, they had fretted over Ning Chongding's marital prospects. Now, the Ho residence was blessed with abundant offspring, filled with joy and laughter. Was this not a sign of divine favor, a manifestation of ancestral blessings? The noble families of the capital resigned themselves to reality. The notion of marrying off their daughters to expand their own families seemed increasingly futile. After all, Ning Chongting's own wife had already blossomed splendidly, rendering their aspirations irrelevant. Ning Chongting named his two sons Ning Qingli and Ning Qinglan, while the youngest daughter was named Ning Chunyan. Tijiu gazed at the character Li, clicking his tongue and remarking, "This child will surely find it arduous to learn how to write their name in the future." The system interjected, "The name Chunyuan is also rather unfortunate. It sounds akin to a fleeting, ethereal beauty with a short lifespan." Yet, neither of them could have predicted the eventualities that unfolded. Ning Qingli, endowed with remarkable intelligence, recognized 1,000 characters by the age of 3, delved into poetry and literature by 4, composed verses by 7, and triumphantly topped the Imperial examinations by 17. This direct path to an official career surpassed even that of the esteemed Ning Chongting. Ning Chunyuan, vivacious and audacious by nature, was loath to succumb to the confines of domesticity at an early age. With a modest sum acquired from Tijiu, she ventured southward, establishing herself as a renowned textile merchant and becoming the wealthiest woman in Jiangnan. In time, she developed deep affections for a business partner, and they united in matrimony, living a life filled with mutual love and tranquility. Rue Heir followed Duke Jingyuan and rose to prominence as a celebrated young general. Although Chun Rue could not break free from the constraints of the court to become the top female scholar, she ultimately became the sole female advisor to the crown prince, contributing her insights to state affairs. She too found joy in matrimonial union with the crown prince. Eventually, the crown prince ascended the throne, renaming the nation Tianyuan. As the year drew to a close, Chun Rue and Chun Yuan returned to the duke's residence with their respective children, and along with the offspring of the 3 brothers. The once spacious mansion suddenly became lively and boisterous. In the courtyard, the little ones engaged in a spirited snowball fight, each adorned in the crimson robes lovingly stitched by the Duchess of Ning, resembling a flurry of tiny flames frolicking in the snow, exuding festive cheer. Ning Chongting leisurely sipped tea in the octagonal pavilion when, all of a sudden, a little flame crouched at his feet, lifting the hem of his white outer garment. Chapter 57. The adopted daughter of the Marquis and the cool, noble Ning Chongting glanced down and discovered that it was his granddaughter, Zixi, the youngest daughter of Chun Yuan. "Grandfather, may I hide beneath your robe?" the sprightly little girl inquired, tilting her head. "I am playing hide-and-seek with grandmother." "Of course," Ning Chongting replied, lifting his outer robe to invite her in. Zixi nestled inside, seizing the opportunity to converse with her grandfather before Chao Jiu's arrival. "Grandfather, do you love my mother the most?"
she asked.
Ning Chongting pondered for a moment before responding no. Zixi appeared somewhat taken aback. "Then is it Aunt Chuanrue?" "Not her either. Is it Uncle Daejiu? Or Uncle Ergio? Or Uncle Xiaojio?" she inquired one after another. "None of them." Just then, Chao Jiu had come looking for Zixi, her expression a mix of annoyance. "Zixi, Song Zixi, come out this instant." That little rascal had dared to dismantle the fortune dumplings she had painstakingly prepared all afternoon, extracting the hidden coins within. How infuriating! "Then who do you love the most?" Zixi continued, unfazed. "I adore your grandmother the most," Ning Chongting chuckled, then opened his robe to reveal the little flame hidden beneath, addressing Chao Jiu. "She's right here." "Zixi." Chao Jiu gritted her teeth. Song Zixi. Life passed in a lively and bustling manner. Throughout his life, Ning Chongting held the esteemed position of prime minister, contributing significantly to the state. In days gone by, the crown prince, now the reigning emperor, could not help but praise him, saying he was deserving of the ancestral temple. His love for Chao Jiu endured through the years, devoid of quarrels or discord, until he peacefully departed from this world at the age of 95. Tijiu followed him, departing from the small world. The long-awaited voice of the system echoed once more. "The Great Temple has returned. Your affinity with Ning Chongting has reached 100%. You have earned the honor of the Great Temple as your husband, and the task of ensuring a lineage has been accomplished. Your overall task rating is SSS grade, and points can be accumulated for the next world. Please prepare yourself, as the transition to the next realm will commence shortly." Is there no rest day? Recent adjustments have been made. Before Tijiu's eyes, the world once again blurred. The system continued. "In this world, your identity is that of the holy maiden of Lingshu sect, named Jingli. 500 years ago, you sealed the demonic serpent with your semi-divine bone and fell into slumber. Now, 500 years later, the seal has weakened and you have returned to Lingshu's sect. Yet your cultivation at the transformation stage has nearly been depleted, and your position in the sect has been usurped by a time-traveling woman. Zhou inquired. Is she another tasker? The system replied, you could say that, but her system is one that plunders fortune. As you diminish, she flourishes. Zhou pondered. How does her system compare to yours? The system scoffed. Do not compare such a low-dimensional system to mine. I indulge in KFC without ever glancing at the day of the week.
Oh.
This time, the target is a deity, born at the dawn of chaos when all things were yet unformed. The world reveres him as the god of signs, for he is formless and elusive. The birth of the god heralds the commencement of the heavenly way. Zhou asked, do even gods seek to bear offspring? The system explained, as the ways of the Tao decline and the foundations of various sects waver, the god of signs seeks a vessel capable of bearing a divine child, to impart teachings upon the world and stabilize the hearts of the Tao. Ticha, your mission comprises twofold: to thwart the time-traveling maiden Lingxi from seizing the fortune of the small world, while simultaneously giving birth to a divine offspring. As the system's voice faded, the transmission concluded. Upon reopening her eyes, Zhou found herself within the guest chamber of Lingshu's sect. She reached for the door and pushed it open, revealing towering celestial peaks shrouded in mist, with stars seemingly within arm's reach. Standing before her were two female disciples, who, upon noticing Zhou's emergence, exchanged glances imbued with intrigue. One of them bowed and inquired, Saintess, where do you intend to go? Although the disciples addressed Zhou as Saintess, their eyes betrayed not a trace of reverence. Saintess? Come tomorrow, that title shall no longer apply. They had been assigned here under the pretense of serving Zhou, but in truth, they were watchful sentinels. Tomorrow marked the auspicious occasion when senior sister Lingxi would be consecrated as the new saintess of Lingshu's sect. And the sect leader had expressly instructed them to keep a close eye on Zhou, ensuring she would not cause any disturbances. However, they regarded her with indifference. For Zhou's cultivation had regressed to a state inferior to even the lowest disciples of Lingshu's sect. What sort of turmoil could she possibly incite? I shall take a stroll nearby, Zhou added, but I will not venture beyond Bu Peak. The place she currently resided in was indeed Bu Peak, designated by Lingshu's sect for accommodating guests. Zhou sighed inwardly. Once, she had devoted her entire cultivation to the greater good and the world. Yet, upon her return, the chamber that once belonged to her had been usurped by Lingxi, relegating her to the status of an outsider confined to a guest room. How utterly absurd! The female disciples made no effort to impede her, for given Zhou's current level of cultivation, she was incapable of flying on a sword, let alone departing from Bu Peak. Thus, they graciously allowed her to leave. As Zhou stepped beyond the watchful eyes of her female disciples, she inquired of the system, is there any artifact available that could temporarily restore my cultivation and enable me to fly on a sword? The system replied, I shall simply provide you with a flying device. Where do you wish to go? To the sacred domain. The chosen one, enigmatic and omnipresent, embodies the ultimate will of the heavenly path, concealing all divine decrees within the sacred domain of the sect. Consequently, any sect of considerable strength opts to establish their sacred domain in places abundant with spiritual energy and selects a holy maiden to serve therein. Once, the one who served the sacred domain of the Lingshu sect was Jing Li. Zhou was uncertain if her current, weakened state would permit her entry into the sacred domain, but it was worth a try. After all, the chosen one resided within. It would not be a loss to seek a favorable impression tonight. Gazing at the bamboo dragonfly flying device she had exchanged for 10,000 points, Zhou felt a mix of emotions. Thank you, Dora A. She placed the bamboo dragonfly atop her head and soared towards the sacred domain. Along the way, Zhou passed by Tsongshui Peak, where her original self once resided, now the dwelling of the time-traveler Lingxi. In the barren peach blossom grove, a couple exchanged heartfelt confessions under the moonlight. Senior brother Qingyao, what will I do if I fail the holy maiden sealing ceremony tomorrow? Lingxi clung tightly to the aloof figure of the man in the Taoist robe, whose demeanor was as cold as the moon. Heng Qingyao, the son of the Lingshu sect's leader, was the sect's senior brother who had betrothed himself to Zhou 500 years prior. Heng Qingyao seemed somewhat unaccustomed to such fervent contact with a woman. Although he cherished this young junior sister, he remained acutely aware of the distinctions between the sexes. Thus, he gently pushed Lingxi away. Lingxi's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Little junior sister, you possess the innate bone of a demigod. You will have no difficulty with the sealing ceremony. Heng Qingyao reassured her. He recalled how, in the past, Jingli had completed the sealing ceremony in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. He harbored similar confidence in Lingxi's abilities. Upon hearing the mention of the demigod bone, a flicker of unusual light danced in Lingxi's eyes. However, with senior sister Jingli returning from the sealed realm, would she obstruct my ascension as the saintess? Lingxi's mission was to seize everything from Jingli, including Heng Qingyao himself. Her tactics of sowing discord had always been effective. Yet, to her surprise, Heng Qingyao remained resolute. Jingli is a sensible person. After sealing the demonic serpent for a century, she has lost her cultivation, and even the lotus mark of the saintess upon her forehead has vanished. She would not deter a more suitable individual from serving the sacred domain. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Chao Jiao found it somewhat ironic. Heng Qingyao certainly had a knack for generosity at the expense of others. He was indeed a quintessential male saint. Since everyone wished for her absence tomorrow, she was determined to appear nonetheless. Who goes there? Heng Qingyao demanded sharply, sensing the presence of someone flying around Songshui Peak. The individual seemed to conceal their spiritual energy, rendering their cultivation undetectable to him. A chill ran down Chao Jiao's spine, prompting her to hasten her flight toward the sacred domain's forbidden area, shrouded in thunderous clouds. However, it was too late. Heng Qingyao unleashed his life-bound artifact, the moon-slaying wheel. Like a crescent blade of cold moonlight entwined with lightning, it swiftly closed in on the fleeing Chajiu. With a heavy strike, Chajiu's back was torn open, flesh and blood charred black. The flying device was also shattered.
Damn.
I am so done for. Stripped of her powers, Chajiu could not withstand the blow. Her entire soul felt as though it had been ripped into thousands of pieces, plummeting like a dying bird from the skies, ensnared within the thunderous clouds above the sacred realm. The moon-slaying wheel, having lost its target, returned directly to its master as hand. At that moment, the system began to emit a red alert. Warning, warning, host's life value has fallen below the critical threshold. Chajiu fell onto the altar of the sacred realm, surrounded by crackling purple lightning and enveloped in dense clouds. Before her stood a towering mirror gate, solemn and majestic, marking the entrance to the grand hall of the sacred realm. The residual lightning from the moon-slaying wheel continued to burrow deep into her body, ravaging every inch of her flesh and bone. In less than half an hour, she could very well pass on. Cursed fate. Chajiu gritted her teeth, desperately clinging to her dissipating consciousness, summoning every ounce of strength to crawl towards the mirror gate before her. The system lamented. Apologies. I possess no resurrection items to assist you. Perhaps it is time to transition to the next world? How could I possibly? Chajia's palms were bloodied from crawling, her entire body scorched black by the lightning, yet she finally reached the mirror gate. As she extended her hand to touch the gate, she erupted in a heart-wrenching final plea. I relinquish my year-end performance evaluation. The scene before me shifted instantaneously. The ominous thunder dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of glistening ice, serene and boundless. As Tijio found herself momentarily entranced, a deep and resonant voice, imbued with an overwhelming aura of power, echoed from the distant void. Who dares to trespass upon my sacred domain? A sudden chill enveloped her, and the voice continued to resonate in her ears. Ah, it appears to be a demigod, albeit one whose divine essence has been stripped away. Who has taken your divine bone? His tone was laced with both compassion and derision. Chapter 58. The abandoned saintess and the god of the Tao. Tijio turned her head, finding herself utterly alone, the whispers in her ears akin to mere hallucinations. Yet, she knew that the god of the Tao was present. Save me. The words she uttered with all her might were but a faint murmur amidst the vast expanse of ice. The wound on her back continued to worsen, with lightning now beginning to corrode her very organs. The god of the Tao chuckled. Why should I save you? Tijio was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the god of the Tao a benevolent deity? The system weakly interjected. Who told you that the Tao is merciful? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The Tao has never concerned itself with compassion. It merely adheres to the natural laws of birth and demise governing all existence. In the eyes of the god of the Tao, the fall of a cultivator is a perfectly ordinary event. Why should he intervene? A tempest of thoughts surged within Tijio's mind. It seemed that invoking sympathy would not earn her salvation. To secure the god of the Tao's aid, she would need to present something of interest to him, her demigod body. Great God, I know what you desire. The god of the Tao remained unresponsive. Pain coursed through her body, leaving her numb, yet she gritted her teeth and declared, I possess a demigod body, capable of bearing the birth of your divine offspring. The power of deities is overwhelmingly potent. Even the slightest touch could reduce an ordinary human to ashes, let alone the act of birthing a divine progeny. However, Tijio was different. Her demigod body could tenuously withstand divine power, allowing her to endure until the offspring was born, at which point she would perish. Yet, with the system in her possession, she believed there would be a way to survive. Resolving her imminent peril was of utmost importance. Indeed, upon hearing Chajio's words, the legendary deity finally made an appearance. A chill swept across the icy expanse as tendrils of golden light converged from all directions towards a singular point. Amidst a dazzling array of divine radiance, a resplendent deity approached with measured grace. His features were chiseled, and his flowing black hair cascaded elegantly. His gaze was imbued with compassion, while the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He advanced toward Chajio, eventually halting before her, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. This vessel of yours is bereft of divine essence, your dantian shattered, and your cultivation lost. You are utterly useless to me, he declared. Chajio met his gaze with unwavering determination, imploring, I beseech you to return my divine essence. I am willing to offer all that I possess, be it my body or my soul. Even if you reclaim your divine essence and bear a divine offspring, it would still lead to a dead end. What would you gain from this transaction with me? The deity was indeed not easily deceived. Fortunately, Chajio had prepared her retort, feigning hatred upon her countenance. I seek vengeance. Oh. The deity's interest was piqued. He extended a finger, and Chajio was suddenly beset by excruciating pain, as if something was being forcibly extracted from her being. The system exclaimed in alarm, He is stripping away your soul. One may weave lies, but a soul remains impervious to deceit. The deity, rather than directly trusting Chajio's words, proceeded to extract her soul to scrutinize her memories. A radiant soul sphere erupted from Chajio's crown, casting forth a luminous veil that unveiled the life of Jingli. As Chajio endured the agonizing torment, she too lifted her gaze to behold the spectacle. When Jingli was born, the peach blossoms flourished for miles, birds circled above, and the divine radiance of the heavens manifested. The master of the Lingshu sect, drawn by an extraordinary phenomenon, discovered Jingli and brought her back to the sect for personal instruction. Subsequently, with the aid of a divine bone, Jingli ascended to the realm of transformation within a mere century, becoming a revered saintess beloved by the master, admired by her senior brother, and respected by her peers. Alas, the emergence of the demonic flood dragon heralded a cataclysmic deluge. In her quest to save humanity, Jingli willingly ventured forth to quell the chaos, ultimately using her divine bone to seal the dragon, descending into eternal slumber alongside it. However, 3 centuries later, a passerby stumbled upon the sealed location. Seizing the opportunity while Jingli slept, this individual unearthed her divine bone and stealthily departed. This person was none other than Ling Shi, who had traversed realms with a system. The absence of the divine bone weakened the seal, requiring Jingli's remaining cultivation to barely keep the dragon at bay. Thus, 2 centuries elapsed, and Jingli awoke from her slumber, only to find the Lingshu sect irrevocably altered. The sect master, Heng Shanyu, fully aware of Ling Shi's theft of Jingli's divine bone, chose to protect her, even promoting Ling Shi to the position of saintess. Although the senior brother, Heng Qingyao, remained oblivious to the truth, he nonetheless opted to trust Ling Shi, reproaching Jingli for her loss and accusing her of defamation. In contrast to the 5 centuries Jingli had been absent, the bonds forged by Ling Shi with her junior siblings over the past 200 years were far more profound, leading them to side with Ling Shi. Thus, the savior Jingli found herself bereft of all, isolated and abandoned. The deity, manifesting a chair, reclined thoughtfully, having witnessed the tragic first half of the saintess's life in the Lingshu sect. How pitiful indeed! He spoke softly, yet his face bore no trace of compassion, only an indifferent smile. Tijio found herself questioning whether such a detached individual could truly be a deity of this world. With a mere wave of his hand, The god returned the soul sphere to Tijo's body, proclaiming, "I can assist you." His willingness to aid Tijo stemmed from two motivations. 1. The genuine desire for the birth of the divine child. And 2. An insatiable curiosity about how a person once devoted to the welfare of humanity might transform in the pursuit of vengeance. The thought alone was rather intriguing. Fortunately, Tijo lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have labeled him a perverse being. The god extended his finger, once more. A droplet of golden divine blood welling at its tip, on the verge of falling. Tijo remained motionless. The god slightly lifted his chin, his indifferent gaze fixed upon her, as if urging her to accept this droplet of divine blood without delay. It was only then that Tijo came to her senses. She intended to step forward to receive the divine blood, yet felt a surge of uncertainty. How was she to absorb this divine essence? There were no vessels nearby to catch it, nor any means to dilute it with water for consumption. Did it require? Tijo struggled to rise to her knees, tentatively leaning forward to bring her face closer to his fingertip. The god exhibited no reaction. Tijo surmised that her assumption was correct. In the next moment, she took the fingertip, adorned with divine blood, into her mouth. The god, who had previously appeared relaxed, stiffened imperceptibly. Tijo remained oblivious to the peculiarity of her actions. As the divine blood entered her mouth, it carried a subtle, crisp bitterness that dissolved almost instantaneously. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through Tijo's limbs, visibly mending her bones and skin, which had been ravaged by the moonslaying wheel's lightning. Soon, the excruciating pain that pierced her very core vanished, and Tijo's battered body was restored to its original state, even more resilient and flawless than before. Subtly radiating a faint divine glow, this sensation of ethereal comfort left Tijo in a daze, momentarily oblivious to the world around her. Her brows relaxed, and she sighed in awe, unable to suppress the yearning for more. The soft touch emanating from her fingertips traveled up to Chishin's arm, his deep eyes dimming slightly before he withdrew his hand. "That is sufficient," he stated calmly. Only then did Tijo regain her senses, realizing her previous actions. And her face flushed crimson. Chishin bore her no ill will, for his divine blood indeed bestowed unparalleled bliss upon all beings, rendering them senseless. "The divine blood you received earlier saved your life. This drop is meant to mend your damaged dantian." Chishin extended his finger once more, but this time, he did not allow Tijo to actively accept the divine blood. Instead, he touched her forehead gently, the second drop of divine blood seeping beneath her skin, initiating the repair of her shattered dantian. Tijo was taken aback. So, accepting divine blood merely required a touch to the forehead? What had she just? Chapter 59. The abandoned saintess, and the god of the heavenly way. The third drop of divine blood serves to fill the void in your divine bones, temporarily restoring your cultivation. This time, the golden radiance of the divine blood shimmered even more brilliantly, as an unending stream of spiritual energy flowed into a hollow space within her body. Tijo immediately felt her once heavy body become light, and her muddled senses transformed into clarity. A tremendous vitality surged through every part of her being, as if she truly possessed the legendary power of an immortal, capable of annihilating mountains and rivers with but a gesture. The divine light emanating from the fingertips of the god of the heavenly way touched her forehead, and in an instant, she was utterly reborn. "An immortal caresses my crown, bestowing upon me eternal life." Tijo suddenly recalled this phrase. As the divine light receded, the god of the heavenly way withdrew his hand, his eyelids half closed. "Go now, you bear divine blood, and whatever you undertake shall not be a challenge." Tijo raised her gaze to him, her eyes filled with profound reverence and a hint of lingering affection. "What if I were to serve the esteemed god of the heavenly way forever?" The god of the heavenly way lazily lifted his gaze, inquiring what? Tijo flashed him an obedient smile, feigning that she had said nothing moments before. A subtle gesture of goodwill is often the most enticing. With utmost respect, Tijo cradled the hand that had bestowed upon her the divine blood and gently kissed the back of it. Her gaze was pure and devout, as if this was merely the most sincere expression of a devotee's reverence. The god of the heavenly way dismissed the peculiar feeling within his heart and gestured for Tijo to leave the sacred hall. Tijo tumbled onto the altar outside the mirror gate, landing unceremoniously. However, having just received the divine blood, she felt it inappropriate to voice any complaints. She rose to her feet and dusted off her attire, the expressions of reverent affection on her face dissipating entirely. System. Your acting has never failed to impress me. Chajio, let's discuss serious matters. Is there a means by which I can give birth to a divine offspring without risking my life? Yes, the body refinement elixir, which maximally enhances your demigod physique, enabling you to safely bear the divine child. Perfect. Chajio inquired further. What is my current favorability rating with the deity? You may find it hard to believe, replied the system. 0. Chajio was at a loss for words. This lad was indeed impervious to persuasion. Even her charade as an adoring fan could not elicit a shred of goodwill. System. Quite normal. He is a deity with eons of experience. How could mere tricks such as yours possibly sway him?
Jazu sut.
It mattered not. She had further strategies at her disposal. Presently, another critical task awaited her, to thwart Lingxi from ascending as the saintess and seizing the fortune. The following day, as the morning mist lingered, disciples from various sects gathered at the plaza of the Lingyun Peak, the principal summit of the Lingxi sect, to witness the solemn ceremony of the saintess's conferment. As the foremost sect, the Lingxi sect's proceedings were naturally grand. However, this spectacle paled in comparison to the past conferment of Jing Li. For Lingxi had only just entered the transformation stage after 2 centuries, while Jing Li had achieved the same realm in just over a century. With such precedent set, the cultivation world regarded Lingxi's talents with a sense of indifference. The 2 female disciples assigned to monitor Cha Jiu had long since vanished, presumably believing her lack of cultivation rendered her unthreatening, and thus took the liberty to absent themselves. Ti Jiu approached Lingyun Peak with unimpeded ease, stepping onto the extensive staircase leading to the summit. A young disciple stationed at the gate, noticing her wearing the Taoist robe of Lingxi sect, yet finding her unfamiliar, halted her. Esteemed fellow disciple, may I inquire your name? Ti Jiu scrutinized him for a moment. He appeared to be a teenager, possessing the least commendable 3 spirit roots within the sect. It was no wonder he had been assigned to guard the entrance. Who is your master? Ti Jiu countered. The youth paused momentarily, yet obediently replied, Master Chiyu Taoist. As Ti Jiu rifled through her memories, she recalled that Chiyu was indeed a disciple of her own master. Thus, this young lad before her must be the grand disciple of her junior, by lineage. You ought to address me as great aunt disciple, she remarked, finding the title rather unappealing herself. Shaking off the goosebumps that had risen on her arms, she continued her ascent. At the peak, the ceremony for the holy maiden had commenced. Lingxi was adorned in a specially crafted garment of fish silk, designed for the sect's holy maiden, shimmering under the morning light with a sacred brilliance. Under the watchful eyes of the attendees, the sect's leader, Heng Shanyu, summoned a divine bird with her own hands. The bird screeched as it arrived, bearing 2 treasured items upon its back. One was the pure fire red lotus crown, an exclusive adornment of the holy maidens throughout the ages, symbolizing an exalted status and authority within the sect. The other was the moon frost sword. Once refined and wielded by the holy maiden Jingli, Lingxi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within her. In her contemporary life, she was merely an ordinary saleswoman, often subjected to scorn from clients, blame-shifting from colleagues, and reprimands from her boss. She had never experienced such a splendid spectacle before. Now she stands at a height, beneath her thousands gaze with envious eyes as she adorns herself in splendid garments, receiving treasures and titles. Her vanity finds immense satisfaction. The fortune system can sense Lingxi's emotional fluctuations, its cold tone laced with disdain. Enough of this self-congratulation. Upon acquiring these 2 items, promptly transfer their fortune values to me, for I must prepare for an upgrade. Lingxi feels a deep sense of regret. The pure fire red lotus crown possesses the ability to incinerate malevolent entities, deterring all demonic beasts below the nascent soul stage from approaching, a truly rare treasure. The moon frost sword is even more precious, said to possess the power to cleave mountains and divide seas, tearing the fabric of space itself. Should she relinquish the fortune values to the system, the value of these 2 treasures would diminish significantly. Though reluctant, Lingxi has no choice but to comply. After all she has attained thus far is granted by this fortune system. Heng Shanyu places the sacred crown upon Lingxi's head, and just as he reaches for the moon frost sword to pass it on, the once quiet sword begins to hum with fervor. Lingxi is momentarily taken aback, reaching for the sword only to be seared by its sudden burst of blinding silver light. Had it not been for the protective barrier of the Jiao Xiao silk, her entire right hand might have been severed. Below, the crowd murmurs in hushed tones. What is happening? Is the Moon Frost sword refusing to acknowledge its master? It is said that this sword was refined by the former saintess, Jingli, who would willingly part with such a possession. This new saintess appears somewhat lacking. Does she not possess the ability to refine her own artifacts? Why must she resort to using another's? The murmurs of the crowd reached them, and both Lingxi and Hung Shanyu's expressions soured. However, Lingxi dared not forcibly engage with the Moon Frost sword any longer. Hung Shanyu let out a cold snort, unleashing her formidable power at the peak of the Great Ascension stage, compelling the sword into submission. The blade emitted a mournful hum, as if it were aggrieved. With a single hand gesture, Hung Shanyu intended to impose a restriction upon the Moon Frost sword, ensuring its obedience to Lingxi. If the sword was unwilling, why insist upon coercion? A voice, laced with mockery and clarity, suddenly resonated through the crowd. People instinctively parted to allow her passage. Chaojiu approached with a smile gracing her lips, her gaze fixed on the somewhat flustered Lingxi. Though she donned a simple white robe of the Lingxi sect, an aura of sacred elegance enveloped her, as if she were subtly adorned in golden divine light. In stark contrast, Lingxi's half-burned silk attire appeared rather disheveled. As Chaojiu extended her hand, the beleaguered Moon Frost sword vibrated with renewed vigor, emitting an even more brilliant silver light that caused Hung Shanyu to stumble backward. Releasing her grip, freed from confinement, the Moon Frost sword executed a series of joyful somersaults before soaring back into Chaojiu's grasp. Among the onlookers, some recognized Chaojiu, and their suspicions were confirmed as they exclaimed, "It is the Saintess of Jingli. The Saintess has returned." Although Jingli belonged to the Lingxi sect, her selfless acts in saving countless lives were well known, earning her the respect and admiration of all. They willingly embraced the honorific title of Saintess for her. However, now that the Saintess has returned from the dead, the Lingxi sect has chosen another to take her place. Such an action is truly ungracious. Hung Shanyu's expression was inscrutable, yet she feigned tranquility and said, "Jingli, what brings you here? Was she not supposed to be under guard?" The two female disciples tasked with watching over Chaojiu trembled in the crowd, filled with dread. It was over. The sect master would undoubtedly not let them off the hook. The young gatekeeper, who had encountered Chaojiu on the long staircase, was equally astonished. "So it truly is my revered ancestor," he murmured to himself. Hung Qingyao tightened his grip on the moon-slaying wheel, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "Junior sister Jingli, today's investiture of the Saintess is a significant matter for our sect. Do not create a disturbance." He stepped forward, believing that his once obedient junior sister would comply, and stepped back. Little did he know that the resolute Chaojiu would not be swayed. "Create a disturbance?"
Jazu Scott.
"I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. How can this be deemed a disturbance?" Chapter 60. The abandoned Saintess and the god of the heavenly path. During the 5 centuries of Chaojiu's slumber, many new disciples arrived at the Lingxi sect. Unfamiliar with Chaojiu and unable to discern the hidden depths of her cultivation, they spoke with unrestrained audacity. "What here belongs to you? You possess no discernible power, yet you dare to prattle on." Sister Lingxi, endowed with divine bones, advanced rapidly over the past 200 years, vanquishing demons and earning countless merits for the Lingxi sect. How could she allow a lowly person, devoid of any cultivation, to insult her so casually? Chaojiu lifted her gaze slightly, fixing her eyes on the somewhat anxious Lingxi standing on the high platform, a smile playing on her lips as she replied, "What is mine? The Moon Frost sword is mine. The position of Saintess is mine." With each assertion, she stepped forward. "Even the divine bones you possess are mine." At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Hung Qingyao looked at Chaojiu, disappointment etched across his face. "How have you become this way? The divine bones were lost by you. They have nothing to do with the junior sister." Lingxi quickly composed herself, displaying a facade of grievance. "Indeed. My divine bones were bestowed upon me by the heavens at birth. How can they possibly belong to you?" In that moment, Chaojiu lamented her lack of the skill to extract memories, wishing she were a spirit god. Otherwise, she could unveil Lingxi's recorded theft and broadcast it across the square of Lingyun Peak for all to see. A disciple, who idolized Lingxi and could not bear to see her humiliated, fiercely drew a longbow, launching a fiery arrow directly at Chaojiu. "Stop!" Hung Qingyao exclaimed in alarm. He was not a malevolent individual. Although he had harbored feelings for Lingxi over the past 2 centuries, a part of his heart remained steadfastly reserved for Chaojiu, making her difficult to forget. Just as he was about to intervene, Lingxi suddenly swayed, appearing as though she might collapse to the ground. Instinctively, Heng Qingyao reached out to steady Lingxi, inadvertently missing the opportunity to rescue Chao Jiao. As the crimson flame arrow hurtled toward them, Chao Jiao remained unperturbed, her gaze unwavering. With a flick of her finger, the moon frost sword was drawn, and in an instant, a thick ice barrier materialized in the air before her, freezing and shattering the incoming arrow into icy fragments. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was the moon frost sword. It could effortlessly conjure such a formidable and substantial ice barrier without fully being drawn, providing a significant advantage in defense during combat. The fortune system spoke to Lingxi. Did you see that? This is the artifact imbued with the fortune value of a small world. By absorbing its fortune, I can rise several levels. Lingxi's eyes gleamed with intense desire. I must possess it. Such a powerful artifact is worthy of my divine bone and my cultivation at the transformation stage. Once Heng Qingyao ensured Lingxi was steady, he turned his attention to Chao Jiao, who appeared unharmed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, despite losing her cultivation, she still had the moon frost sword for protection. He then directed a cold gaze toward the disciple who had shot the arrow. Who permitted you to take action? The disciple stammered, I did this for, but his eyes drifted toward Lingxi, who offered him not even a glance. Disheartened, the disciple lowered his head, ceasing to defend himself. At this moment, the long-silent Heng Shanyu finally spoke, adopting a tone of defense. Enough, Jingli is your senior apprentice. To cross swords with her is exceedingly impolite. Cha Jiao's lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with a knowing glint that pierced through Heng Shanyu's facade. Just moments ago, when the Qi and arrow sought to take her life, there was no intervention, and now she feigned concern. Heng Shanyu not only welcomed her return with reluctance but, to a certain extent, harbored a desire for her demise. Cha Jiao was certain of this. It seemed that this master concealed a secret of considerable significance. Heng Shanyu gazed at the once favored true disciple before her, yet her expression remained disturbingly calm and indifferent. Jingli, during your 500-year absence, the sacred realm of Lingxi sect has remained unserviced, and the divine power left by the divine spirit has gradually dwindled. The suppressed demons are stirring restlessly, and calamities have begun to plague the mortal realm. Thus, I have chosen Lingxi anew as the saintess for the sake of the people's welfare. Do not harbor resentment. She deliberately sidestepped the topic of the divine bone. Cha Jiao chuckled softly. Master, I did not abandon the Lingxi sect. Rather, I ventured forth to suppress the demonic flood with my very life. Now that I have returned, there is no need to assign this duty to another, is there? Heng Shanyu's expression darkened. Heng Qingyao interjected, Jingli, you have lost the divine bone, and your cultivation has diminished. You are utterly unfit for the role of saintess. Why cling to vanity and deny a more suitable candidate the opportunity? In his eyes, Cha Jiao's pursuit of the saintess position was merely a longing for prestige and status. Cha Jiao found this notion amusing. Even if she chose not to assume the role of saintess, Lingxi could not possibly take it over. She responded with resolute clarity. Very well. I can relinquish the position of saintess, but the moon frost sword is my creation, and I shall take it with me. Lingxi's expression shifted dramatically as she blurted out, No way. As soon as the words escaped her lips, the crowd turned to her, their expressions a medley of surprise and intrigue. Lingxi quickly regained her composure and added, The saintess must serve and protect the sacred domain, and it is essential to possess a reliable magical artifact. Cha Jiao retorted without mercy. Are you incapable of forging your own artifact? Lingxi choked on her words, her hands clenched tightly beneath her robe. I am not skilled in crafting artifacts. She confessed through gritted teeth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Heng Qingyao interjected, Junior sister has a point. Indeed, safeguarding the sacred domain requires a superior magical tool. Jingli, she requires the moon frost sword more than you do. This cannot be allowed, nor can that. Cha Jiao expressed her growing impatience. Then let us settle this with a duel. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. To them, it seemed inevitable that Cha Jiao, having lost her cultivation, would be no match for the formidable Lingxi, who had attained the transformation stage. Lingxi was momentarily taken aback, but then a surge of elation coursed through her. She had not anticipated that Cha Jiao would audaciously propose a challenge, especially in her current weakened state. The fortune system scoffed. The moon frost sword is already within your grasp. Very well, I accept your challenge, Lingxi declared with enthusiasm. Heng Shanyue did not intervene. in his heart. The outcome of this contest was already predetermined. Yet, he felt the need to maintain appearances, thus he cautioned, let the duel be limited to points, and do not sustain any injuries. The spectators promptly stepped back, clearing a space for the two to engage in their contest.
Wait.
The Taoist Qiyu of the Lingxiu sect suddenly proclaimed, since the competition is to determine the ownership of the Moonfrost sword, then Master Jing Li cannot wield it during the contest, correct? Lingxi cast an approving glance in his direction. Qiyu's face flushed slightly as he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall not use the Moonfrost sword. With a nonchalant air, Chajiu returned the Moonfrost sword to the back of the divine bird. She surveyed the crowd and inquired, is there anyone willing to lend me a sword? The onlookers exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak up. The outcome of the contest was evident. No one wished to draw attention to themselves or offend the future saintess Lingxi. Master Ant, you may use mine. A clear, youthful voice rang out from the crowd, and a figure stepped forward, brandishing a sword. It was the gatekeeper disciple Chajiu had encountered earlier.
The boy,
innocent and unacquainted with the complexities of human affairs, simply wished to lend his sword for the competition. Chajiu accepted the weapon and asked, what is your name?
Chanyi.
Thank you. Chajiu expressed her sincere gratitude. Chanyi's sword was dull and of inferior quality, a low-grade spirit sword. Lingxi looked on with slight disdain. Summoning the star sword gifted to her by Heng Shanyu, its surface shimmering with starlight as spiritual energy surged forth. This was the artifact crafted from the bones of a mid-tier divine beast slain by Heng Shanyu for Lingxi's use. While it could not rival the Moonfrost sword, it was still considered a fine spirit sword within the realm of cultivation. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Isn't using the star sword a form of bullying? Stop talking. The master of Lingxiu's sect favors her, and we cannot afford to offend her. At that moment, a strand of golden divine light, imbued with an aura of sanctity, arrived quietly, descending in a spot unnoticed by the crowd. It seemed almost sentient, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming contest. Chapter 61. The abandoned saintess and the god of the heavenly Tao. As the decree to commence the contest resounded, two beams of sword light clashed with remarkable swiftness. Initially, Lingxi disdainfully refrained from employing her cultivation, relying solely on her swordsmanship and a superior spirit sword to contend with Chaikyu. To her astonishment, the two became entangled in a fierce exchange that spanned over 100 rounds. Chaikyu, drawing from the memories of her original self regarding the art of the sword, exhibited an unpredictable footwork and an inexhaustible array of sword techniques, compelling Lingxi to steadily retreat. How infuriating! With so many observers witnessing her inability to retaliate against a mere inferior spirit sword, Lingxi's ire surged, prompting her to unleash the oppressive aura of her transformation stage cultivation. The spirit sword in Chaikyu's grasp shattered under the immense pressure, splintering into fragments. From the sidelines, Chuni felt a tinge of disappointment, not for the loss of the sword itself, but rather because it could not aid Chaikyu in this duel. How he wished he could provide his revered master with a superior blade. Alas, Chaikyu, somewhat discontented, thought she had anticipated a fair contest devoid of cultivation. A sincere duel of swordplay. Lingxi smirked inwardly, brandishing her spirit sword. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and a multitude of starlights descended, coalescing into the essence of Lingxi's sword energy, surging towards Chaikyu with tremendous force. Chuni exclaimed in alarm. Wasn't this supposed to be a measured exchange? Yet, no one heeded his words. His voice was but a whisper amidst the grand tumult of battle. The golden divine light that had been languidly hovering above the white jade pillars of the square transformed, brimming with restless energy. Faced with the formidable starry sword energy, Chaikyu's lips curled into a slight smile. In that case, I shall not hold back. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chajiu unexpectedly conjured a translucent frost sword in her hand, which split into countless beams of light, crashing towards the star sword array with an awe-inspiring pressure. The stars extinguished, and the darkness dissipated. Lingxi knelt on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, as the star sword before her disintegrated into dust. She gazed at Chajiu in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you? Heng Shanyu's eyes flickered momentarily as she murmured. Conceiving the void into reality, capable of manifesting a doppelganger, she has actually reached the refinement void stage. Could it be that the divine decree must be fulfilled? The Moonfrost sword sprung from the back of the divine bird, swaying its sword tassel as it charged towards Chajiu, colliding with her exuberantly. Heaven knows how delighted it was. Very well. The Moonfrost sword is mine now. Embracing the excited Moonfrost sword, Chajiao inquired once more. When will you return the divine bone? Ling Shi spat out the blood in her mouth, stubbornly asserting, the divine bone is mine. Chajiao approached her, each step exuding the pressure of the refinement void stage. Ling Shi panicked. She couldn't possibly intend to extract the divine bone right here, could she? Enough, Jingli. Hung Shanyu interjected, a different aura belonging to a great ascension stage expert blocking Chajiao's advance. Ling Shi's divine bone is not yours. Do you not even trust the words of your master? Hung Shanyu's tone bore both counsel and threat. Chajiao understood that she was not yet capable of confronting Hung Shanyu directly, thus, she withdrew her steps. Isn't there still another step in the Saintess sealing ceremony? Chajiao smiled slightly, finally revealing her trump card. Before becoming a Saintess, one must undergo a test to gain entry into the sacred domain hall. If the temple permits entrance, it signifies the acknowledgement of the candidate for the position of Saintess. Tijiao cast a meaningful glance at Ling Shi, indicating that only those endowed with innate divine bones may enter the sacred domain of the Ling Su sect. Her implication was clear. If Ling Shi were to gain access to the sacred domain hall, it would affirm that her divine bone was indeed innate. Ling Shi hurriedly inquired within her mind, is she speaking the truth? Can I truly enter the sacred domain hall? Having already lost the Moonfrost sword, she could not afford to lose her position as Saintess and the pure fire crimson lotus crown. The luck system was not particularly confident either, as it was a low-dimensional system with limited access to information about this small world. After a brief silence, it offered its final suggestion. You should give it a try. After all, we cannot solely rely on absorbing the fortune of magical artifacts to fulfill our mission. Its ambitions extend far beyond that. Should Ling Shi successfully enter the sacred domain and approach the divine being, seizing the divine fortune, it could elevate itself from a low-dimensional system to a high-dimensional one. It is said that the main god's world of high-dimensional systems is far more splendid and diverse, with stronger potential hosts to choose from. Unlike now, when it can only scavenge for barely usable hosts amidst refuse. Thus, Ling Shi steeled herself and followed the crowd into the forbidden area of the sacred domain. Please. Tijiao smiled at the anxious Ling Shi, tilting her head toward the mirror door, signaling her to enter. Hung Shanyu wished to intervene, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had initially intended to bypass this step and privately bring Ling Shi to test her eligibility for entering the sacred domain hall. Yet now, under the scrutinizing gaze of many, he could only hope that Ling Shi would prove herself. Hung Qingyao stood beside Ling Shi, his tone gentle. Go on, Ling Shi, you can do it. The surrounding disciples rallied their support. Indeed, Sister Ling Shi, your divine bone is innate. What is there to fear? Show everyone. They were resolute in their refusal to believe that their beloved and admired senior sister was a shameless thief. Ling Shi's heart raced as she gritted her teeth, taking one heavy step after another towards the mirror gate. Each step felt as though her legs were laden with lead. She placed her slightly trembling hand upon the mirror gate. The gate seemed to sense the familiar essence of the divine bone, rippling gently as it attempted to embrace its master. Hope blossomed within Ling Shi. Let her in, let her in. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the mirror gate seemed to realize it had been deceived, clenching tightly around Ling Shi's hand and summoning the surrounding roaring purple lightning for an attack. Ling Shi, Hung Shanyu, and Hung Qingyao rushed towards her simultaneously. Yet, it was too late. With a cry of pain, Ling Shi was flung away by the lightning, landing some distance away. The beautiful gauze of the fish scale was reduced to ashes. Ling Shi lay on the ground, severely burned by the lightning, curled up and convulsing. Chajiao picked up the pure fire red lotus crown from the ground, brushing off the dust. Ling Shi, is this divine bone yours? The crowd buzzed with murmurs, exchanging glances. Even Hung Qingyao, who felt sympathy for Ling Shi, could not help but begin to harbor doubts. When Jingli had sealed away the whale, it had taken merely the time of half a cup of tea to enter the sacred domain hall and gain the acknowledgement of the divine spirit. If Ling Shi is also endowed with innate divine bones, why is she unable to? Hung Shanyu, cradling the anguished Ling Shi, immediately channeled spiritual energy to heal her. Meanwhile, a fellow disciple hesitated, seeking to find an excuse for Ling Shi. Could it be that the sacred domain has been unattended for years, and the divine spirit is reluctant to accept disciples from Ling Shi sect? No sooner had he spoken than he was swiftly contradicted. For Tijiao had already entered the mirror gate with unimpeded grace. The lightning did not strike, nor did the mirror gate impede her passage. Her movements flowed with such ease, as if she were returning to her own abode. Disciples of Lingxi sect. Onlookers from other sects. Upon stepping through the mirror gate, Tijiu found herself once more upon the tranquil mirrored ice expanse. She retracted the arrogance she had displayed before Hengshan Yu and others. Her countenance now adorned with humility and reverence. With her hands raised to cradle the pure fire red lotus crown, she chanted incantations. The exquisite holy crown gradually disintegrated into specks of golden spiritual energy, merging into the boundless sacred domain. This was the customary practice of the Holy Maiden of Whale Departure, to offer the spiritual power of her magical artifact as a tribute to the divine spirit and the sacred domain. Contributing the pure spiritual energy contained within this supreme magical artifact to the exalted deity, she aimed to enrich the power of the sacred domain. The indifferent voice of the divine spirit suddenly resounded. You need not offer such artifacts to me. They hold significant value for you. For cultivators, the pure fire red lotus crown is a treasure capable of warding off demonic beasts and malevolent entities. To meld it into spiritual energy to fill the sacred domain would be rather lamentable. Yet, no trace of sorrow was visible on Tijiu's face. Instead, she radiated joy. I have already offered everything to you, and naturally, this includes these external possessions. The demeanor of the little admirer was unmistakably evident. The deity, seemingly pleased, let out a soft chuckle and emerged from the golden radiance. He gazed at the figure before him, the fervent gaze of Chajiu fixated upon him, growing increasingly familiar. It seemed as though, for the past 6 centuries, a young child often appeared outside the sacred domain, presenting an assortment of miscellaneous artifacts as offerings to him. However, that child had never initiated a conversation, and thus, neither the deity nor the child had ever crossed paths. Eventually, the child vanished, and no one thereafter foolishly offered such exquisite and even supreme artifacts. It appeared that Chajiu was indeed the child from those bygone days. Having suppressed the demonic serpent for 5 centuries, the timeline aligned perfectly. As Chajiu continued to feign admiration, a notification from the system suddenly alerted her. The deity's favorability had increased by 10%. Chajiu nearly shed tears of joy. Finally, her sacrifices, even offering such extraordinary artifacts to the deity, were not in vain. Why not retrieve the divine bone? The deity transformed once more, materializing a golden throne to recline upon, adopting a languid posture. His dark robe hung loosely, subtly revealing a small expanse of a chest as solid and cold as jade. Chajiu remained focused, responding earnestly. I cannot compete with Hengshan Yu. The deity assumed she was lamenting that the divine blood had only restored her to the refining void stage. He responded, your body cannot endure an excess of divine power at once, or you risk catastrophic failure. As he concluded, he lightly tapped his temple with his fingertip, raising an eyebrow and adding, or, I could retrieve your divine bone. He had never intervened in mortal affairs, yet this time, for the sake of the divine offspring's birth, he might reluctantly oblige. Chapter 62. The Abandoned Saintess and the God of Heaven. What does Tijiu desire? Is it the divine bone? No. What she seeks is the mercy of the divine. If she were to reclaim the divine bone too swiftly, she would lose the opportunity to appear pitiful before the God of Heaven. Oh, revered God, how could the affairs of mortals ever tarnish your divine hands? Tijiu knelt at the feet of the god, gazing up at him with eyes shimmering with devotion. I shall make Lingxi pay 1,000-fold in suffering to return the divine bone to me. The god remained silent. After a brief moment, he replied indifferently, as you wish, as if he were entirely unconcerned with Tijiu's choices. Yet, in the next instant, he languidly extended a finger, the ivory-like tip hovering before Tijiu. Taken aback, she hesitated before offering her forehead. At the moment his fingertip made contact, a single drop of divine blood was infused back into her being. A magnificent, yet gentle power coursed through every sinew and bone, and a faint divine light began to manifest upon her forehead, giving rise to a golden lotus seal. The god had once again bestowed upon Tijiu a lotus divine seal, more resplendent and sacred than the crimson lotus mark upon Jing Li's brow. Tijiu, astonished, pressed a grateful kiss upon the back of the god's hand. Upon stepping through the mirror gate, the crowd quickly discovered her golden lotus seal. It is the divine seal. Someone exclaimed. The God of Heaven has acknowledged the saintess Jing Li. This lotus mark signifies the goddess affirmation and thus serves as a symbol of the identity of the saintesses across generations. What use is the favoritism of the Lingshu sect's leader towards Lingxi? She cannot even enter the mirror gate. In contrast, Tijiu, cast aside by the Lingshu sect, has regained the acknowledgement of the god. The other sects present shook their heads in lamentation, believing that Heng Shanyu's vision was narrow and his judgment flawed. Lingxi had already made significant progress under Heng Shanyu's care, lying in her master's embrace, unwilling to accept the sight of Chajiu emerging from the mirror gate.
Why?
Despite having lost her divine bone, how could she still pass through the mirror gate? Why would the divine acknowledge a futureless wretch? At this juncture, Heng Shanyu could only declare, Jingli, since the deity has chosen you, you shall continue to serve as the saintess of Lingshu sect. The tone of the fortune system turned somber. Well, now both the moon frost sword and the purifying fire red lotus crown are lost. The plan to approach the deity has also gone awry. How can this host be so inept? Lingxi gritted her teeth. Now is not the time for complaints. Is there any way to seize Jingli's fortune? The fortune system replied, in due time, there will be the secret realm trial. During that event, you can kill her within the realm and reclaim everything. But she is at the void refinement stage. How can I possibly defeat her? Useless, the fortune system scoffed. There are numerous high-level beasts within the secret realm, and I have tools to assist you. Is it really impossible to deal with a void refinement cultivator? A flicker of hope ignited in Lingxi's heart. You are right. Heng Shanyu noticed that the purifying fire red lotus crown was missing from Chajia's possession. A jolt of unease coursed through him. Where is the purifying fire red lotus crown? He inquired. Chaju merely shrugged. Oh. I melted it down as an offering to the holy domain. Heng Shanyu felt a sharp pain in his head. Lingxi nearly screamed. Had she lost her mind? To melt down such a precious item as an offering? Is Tiju a fool? Everyone present found this incredulous. This was precisely why the divine being favored Tiju today. Such untainted devotion, devoid of selfishness and greed, and a fervent dedication that offered everything to him, brought him great joy. Thus, he did not hesitate to bestow upon Tiju the honor of the Golden Lotus Seal. The farcical ceremony came to an end, and the spectators departed with a myriad of thoughts. It is likely that Lingshu's sect will be the subject of ridicule among the various sects for a long time to come. Chuni was about to follow Daoist Chiyu back to the peak when he was forcefully shoved to the ground by his senior brother. Traitor, get away from me. His brother spat at him. Chuni was bewildered, unsure of what he had done wrong, and looked at his master, Daoist Chiyu, in confusion. To his surprise, Daoist Chiyu merely regarded him with a cold stare, uttering a chilling declaration, You are no longer my disciple, before departing with the others on their swords. Chuni sat despondently on the ground, overwhelmed with sorrow. Someone nearby reminded him, who doesn't know that Daoist Chiyu has affections for senior sister Lingxi? By lending your sword to the saintess, aren't you opposing him? Chuni, feeling disheartened, replied, What is wrong with mutual assistance among fellow disciples? The person, seeing his lack of understanding, shook their head and walked away. A footstep approached him. Your master has forsaken you, Tijio said, cradling the moon frost sword. Gazing down at the bewildered youth. Do you wish to follow me? Chuni looked up at her in disbelief and cautiously asked, Annie, are you truly willing to accept me? He was a triple spirit root, and Daoist Chiyu had never shown him any particular favor or invested any thought in him. He could only follow the thousands of disciples to learn the most rudimentary and fundamental heart techniques, exploring on his own, while his cultivation stagnated in the later stages of foundation building without progress. Tijio pondered that she needed a small assistant for her impending move, and this child, Chun Yi, seemed to possess a commendable character. She inquired, Are you unwilling? Chun Yi nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grains. I am willing. I am willing. Of course, he was eager. His heart brimmed with joy. Tiju nodded, then come with me. Where to? To Tsongshui Peak. Upon arriving at Tsongshui Peak with Chun Yi, they found Lingxi weeping in Heng Qingyao's embrace. Senior brother Qingyao, that divine bone truly belongs to me. Why does the sacred domain not permit my entry? This question left Heng Qingyao perplexed as well. He consulted his father, Heng Shanyu, and received the answer that the Ji god harbored personal biases, favoring Tijio and thus denying Lingxi. Heng Qingyao firmly believed his father's words, gently patting Lingxi's trembling back in consolation. All right, we all know you have been wronged. But that is the Ji god's choice, beyond our influence. Lingxi bit her lip, Does the Ji goddess favoritism towards Sister Jingli negate my abilities? Is your ability merely to steal and deceive? Tijo interjected with a smile, leaning against the doorframe. What are you doing here? Songshui Peak does not welcome you. A youthful-faced junior brother declared brusquely from the side. Tijo recognized him. His name was Mo Qingli, still a mere child after 500 years. Always clinging to Jingli and calling her sister in a sweet, childish voice. In this moment of parting, Mo Qingli's face bore only the expressions of unfamiliarity and wariness. The world had transformed, and so had the people within it. Tijo tilted her head, feigning confusion. If I am not mistaken, is this not my Songshui Peak? Shouldn't it be you who are leaving? Heng Qingyao, cradling Lingxi, frowned in displeasure. Jingli, this place has been Lingxi's residence for the past 2 centuries. So what? Heng Qingyao could not comprehend why his once gentle and understanding junior sister had become so calculating. His lips pressed into a straight line. Since she has grown accustomed to living here, would it not be cumbersome to move her about? Tiju laughed lightly. Oh, does the habit of using someone else's belongings somehow transform them into her own? Lingxi, sensing the implication in Tiju's words, stifled her pain and struggled to rise, presenting herself as a resilient little flower. Senior brother Qingyao, since senior sister Jingli wishes for me to leave, I shall not impose further and become a source of annoyance. May I temporarily relocate to your Waiapik? Heng Qingyao hesitated momentarily. Lingxi explained, Waiapik possesses richer spiritual energy, and I thought it would aid in my recovery. Heng Qingyao relaxed his brow. Very well then. Upon receiving his consent, a faint smile graced Lingxi's lips as she cast a defiant glance at Tijo. See? Even if she is driven from Songshui Peak, it matters not. She can still seize that which Tijo holds most dear. When Lingxi arrived at Lingshu sect 2 centuries ago, she was aware of the engagement between Heng Qingyao and Tijo. Yet, who could resist the allure of such a striking and formidable cultivator as Heng Qingyao? Over the years, she had racked her brain, employing every cunning technique from her previous life in sales to entice him, ultimately managing to stir a flicker of affection in Heng Qingyao. Securing Heng Qingyao not only satiated her vanity, but also augmented the fortune values for the luck system. Ling Shi was immensely pleased. However, Cha Jiao did not spare her a glance. Instead, he commanded Chun Yi to pack up everything belonging to Ling Shi from Songshui Peak and dispose of it outside. In the courtyard, the once withered and desolate peach blossom grove seemed to sense the return of its master, miraculously regaining vitality, with branches standing tall and full, and blossoms bursting forth in abundance. Mo Qingli stood in stunned silence. This peach tree that had been barren for 500 years is blooming. No matter how much demigod bloodling she had fed the grove over the years, it had been unable to revive it. Yet now, upon Cha Jiao's return, the blossoms flourished naturally. Even Heng Qingyao felt a tumult of emotions within. As he departed from Songshui Peak, he could not help but address Ling Shi. Your divine bone. Is it truly your own? He refrained from probing further, realizing he lacked the courage to confront the answer. Chapter 63. The abandoned saintess and the god of the heavenly path. The luck system suddenly declared, my fortune value has declined. Lingxi was taken aback. How can this be? Did I not move to Weifeng, getting closer to Heng Qingyao? My fortune value should have increased. You lost 2 exquisite magical artifacts and were expelled from Songshui Peak. Meanwhile, Jingli's fortune has notably recovered, the system replied. And are you certain that Heng Qingyao's affection for you has increased? Lingxi turned to observe Heng Qingyao, only to find him deep in thought. I must swiftly deal with Jingli within the secret realm trial. For some reason, I always feel that there is something amiss with her. The luck system also grew alert. Today was unlike any other. After offering an exquisite spiritual treasure, Chao Jiu did not leave immediately. Instead, she sat upon the icy expanse, gazing longingly at the gray-blue sky. Is there something else? The holy domain, under her prolonged scrutiny, finally responded. Chao Jiu blinked her eyes. The secret realm trial is approaching, and I have lost my divine bone. I am so afraid of encountering beast attacks. Could you lend me a fragment of your essence to accompany me? She fabricated her story with utter nonchalance. It is unlikely that beasts capable of defeating cultivators at the void refinement stage would be numerous enough to overturn the secret realm. The divine being did not expose her deceit, but instead released a beam of divine light that materialized before her. In the next moment, the golden light transformed into a charming, snow-white child with a countenance that bore a stern expression. The child glanced at her indifferently. Let us proceed. Chao Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lord Divine Being? The young child remarked, I am but a mere fragment of myself. Jiu clenched her fists, exerting all her strength to suppress the overwhelming impulse to embrace the child and ruffle his hair. The cold and composed words emerging from his cherubic round face were simply too adorable. Well then, let's go. Jiu bit her lip, unable to restrain the smile that crept upon her lips. The child regarded her peculiar expression with a hint of confusion. Upon returning to Tsangshui Peak, Chun-Yi, who was practicing swordplay in the courtyard, gaped in astonishment. Master, is this your new disciple? Jiu replied with a beaming smile. This is my illegitimate child. The child interjected. Noticing the child's discontented expression, Jiu hastily corrected herself. New disciple, new disciple. The child looked up at her, his gaze imbued with a warning. Though I am a fragment, I share the sentiments of the Lord of Qi. Yes, yes, indeed, Lord Qi. Jiu squatted before the child, taking his soft and tender little hand, inquiring, but in front of everyone, I cannot directly address you by your name. What shall I do? The child, maintaining a serious demeanor, withdrew his hand, pondering for a moment before stating, You may call me Emperor Shen. Emperor Shen, Emperor Shen. Jiu chuckled lightly. What a lovely name. Rising to her feet, she disregarded Emperor Shen's indifference and plucked a delicate peach blossom from the tree, placing it in the half-updo of his hair. Emperor Shen did not respond to her gesture. Chun-Yi, understanding that this was his master's new disciple, quietly resumed his sword practice, wielding only a peach branch after his previous low-grade spiritual sword had been destroyed. Jiu cast a glance at the peach branch before retreating into the forging chamber, where he busied himself for a considerable time. After a while, he emerged, wielding a long sword emanating a vibrant green glow. Di Shin immediately discerned that this sword was at least a top-grade spiritual sword. It was nearly impossible to find a sword cultivator capable of crafting such a weapon in such a brief period across the entire continent. Use this for now. If I come across something better, I shall replace it, Jiu said, handing the sword to Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sword infused with spiritual energy, hesitating to reach for it. Take it, Jiu urged. Chun-Yi bit his lip, a wave of emotion swelling in his chest, tears brimming in his eyes. No one had ever treated him with such kindness, providing him with cleansing elixirs to rid him of impurities in his spiritual roots, bestowing upon him rare sword manuals, and forging a sword tailored to his wooden spiritual roots.
Thank you, Master.
I promise I will not disappoint your expectations. Chun-Yi solemnly accepted the sword. Master, please give it a name. Jiu scrutinized the sword, its vibrant green hue almost overwhelming. With a serious expression, he remarked, It looks rather forgiving. Let us name it the Forgiveness Sword. Chun-Yi joyfully accepted the name. The day of the Secret Realm trial had finally arrived. At the Lingyun Peak Square, 1,000 disciples gathered. Ling Shi's injuries had healed completely after days of relentless treatment from Heng Shanyu. She stood at the center, surrounded by admirers, with Heng Qingyao by her side. In stark contrast, Jiu's presence appeared considerably more subdued. Ling Shi glanced at Di Shen beside Jiu and, seemingly casually, remarked to Heng Qingyao, I have heard that this child is the illegitimate son of senior sister Jingli. Heng Qingyao tightened his grip on the Moonslayer wheel, his eyes darkening. He had heard the rumors as well. During the ceremony of the Saintess's sealing, Jiu exhibited a cultivation level equivalent to the void refinement stage, which perplexed many onlookers. How could her cultivation, previously at the late stage of spirit transformation, not only remain intact but even advance after 5 centuries of slumber? There exists only one plausible explanation. Jiu must have engaged in a dual cultivation with the demonic serpent. This is not an unusual occurrence. Many cultivators who find themselves stagnant in their progress often resort to dual cultivation with demonic beings to expedite their ascension. Indeed, such an approach can accelerate one's growth. Yet it poses the risk of succumbing to demonic influence, diverging from the orthodox path of cultivation. Initially, Heng Qingyao was reluctant to believe that Jiu would resort to such measures. However, the emergence of Emperor Shen intensified his suspicions. Heng Shanyu was aware that Jiu had taken on a new disciple, yet she showed little concern for his true identity, deeming them all destined to perish within the secret realm. The esteemed elders of Lingxiu's sect collaborated to unveil the entrance to the heavenly mechanism's secret realm. At the outset of their foray into the realm, everything appeared to be in order. Yet, as Heng Qingyao and his companions delved deeper. An air of peculiarity enveloped them. What manner of place could harbor yuanying stage beasts? After cleaving a ferocious, human-faced giant bee in half with the moon-cutting wheel, Heng Qingyao's mind was beset with doubts. In prior trials within secret realms, Heng Shanyu and the elders would have preemptively sealed away such perilous beasts to mitigate the risk of casualties among the disciples. Yet today, they had already encountered several of these yuanying stage, human-faced giant bees along their path. Tijou ambled leisurely behind the group, pausing to pluck any exquisite flowers she encountered, weaving them into a delicate and charming floral crown. She placed the floral crown atop Dishen's head, and the more she gazed at his plump profile, the more she found him endearing. Unable to resist, she stole a quick kiss. Immediately, the heavens above the sacred domain of Lingshu's sect erupted with thunder and lightning. Dishen pursed his lips and furrowed his brow, uttering two words, preposterous. Simultaneously, a colossal buzzing sound grew louder from the depths of the forest. The expression on Heng Qingyao's face shifted dramatically. A swarm of human-faced giant bees formed ranks. While one or two of these creatures could be withstood, a swarm posed a dire threat, likely leading to the demise of all present within the secret realm. The trial disciples hastily formed ranks and executed hand seals, swiftly unfurling a fragile barrier net. Suddenly, the voice of Heng Shanyu emanated from the communication talisman at Heng Qingyao's waist. "Qingyao, utilize the talisman I bestowed upon you." It was then that he recalled the mysterious talisman his father had given him prior to entering the secret realm. He promptly cast the talisman, and the barrier net instantly strengthened, remaining steadfast against the onslaught of the giant bees. Tijou scooped up the diminutive Dishen, who barely reached her knees, intending to step into the barrier net, only to discover she was repelled. The net excluded her from entry. Within the barrier, Ling Shi's eyes flickered with intrigue. Her heart stirred. Heng Qingyao urged anxiously, "Jingli, why are you not coming in?" Suddenly, Dishen, resting on Tijou's shoulder, interjected, "The talisman from Heng Shanyu is preventing your entry into the barrier." Seizing the opportunity, Tijou buried her face in Dishen's soft neck, rubbing against him playfully as she feigned distress. "What should we do, my lord? I am so frightened." Dishen replied coldly, "Enough of the pretense. Draw your moon frost sword." Chapter 64. The abandoned saintess and the god of destiny. Tijou reluctantly set the child in her arms down and turned to face the swarm of humanoid giant bees that filled the air. As the moon frost sword was drawn inch by inch, the atmosphere within the secret realm grew progressively colder. The disciples within the barrier could even see ice beads forming in midair. The sentient humanoid giant bees sensed the impending danger. However, under the control of forbidden techniques, they could only heed their frantic instincts and launched an assault on Tijou. Swarming like dark clouds, the colossal bees obscured the celestial light of the secret realm entirely. Chun Yi gripped the Liang sword tightly, ever ready to protect Tijou. His master had shown him great kindness, and he was willing to repay it with his life, if necessary. Tijou swiftly formed a series of hand seals, causing the moon frost sword to multiply into countless doppelgangers, each imbued with a sharp, icy aura as they plunged into the hive, weaving through and slaughtering with astonishing speed, leaving only afterimages in their wake. Countless clumps of blood rained down upon the barrier above, thudding like hail in a relentless downpour. Ling Shi felt a pang of anxiety. "System, these humanoid giant bees are formidable. Are there any items to enhance the beast's cultivation?" The fortune system held an abundance of such underhanded tools. Ling Shi exchanged for one and swiftly utilized it. The already agitated giant bees became even more frenzied, their bodies swelling and their eyes glowing crimson. They unleashed the power of the transformation stage, relying on their overwhelming numbers, fearlessly surging forth to engulf all the doppelgangers of the moon frost sword, undeterred by the carnage. Finally, one of their kind broke through the sea of sword avatars, diving straight towards Tijou. "Not good." Heng Qingyao exclaimed in alarm, rushing out of the barrier to assist. "Senior brother," Ling Shi called out, unable to restrain him. "Heng Qingyao has already ventured out to offer assistance. It is only logical that she should not remain concealed within the barrier. Otherwise, upon exiting the secret realm, she would undoubtedly face criticism." Lingxi gritted her teeth and followed suit. Mo Qingli naturally chose to emerge and lend them a helping hand. Suddenly, the fate system alerted her. "You may inflict injury upon Heng Qingyao, thereby providing an excuse to borrow the spirit jade from the moon frost sword for his healing." allowing me to absorb fortune values. As long as the Moonfrost sword willingly serves Lingxi, even for a brief moment, it could completely deplete the fortune values. Lingxi complied, seizing an opportunity to intentionally let a giant bee slip past. Heng Qingyao, trusting her to guard his back, was utterly oblivious to her machinations. The frenzied giant bee viciously pierced through Heng Qingyao's shoulder with its stinger. Qingyao Shixiang.
Dodge.
With the objective achieved, Lingxi swiftly dispatched the giant bee with her Xingqian sword. Chajiu, unwilling to squander any more time, utilized the Moonfrost sword to carve out a dark rift in spacetime, drawing in all remaining frenzied giant bees. The world fell silent. Lingxi and Mo Qingli supported the injured Heng Qingyao on either side. Mo Qingli looked at Chajiu incredulously. Why didn't you employ this technique sooner? If you had acted earlier, Dajie would not have been injured. Chajiu did not respond to his query, instead turning to ask Shuni, has your swordsmanship improved in actual combat? Covered in blood, yet brimming with excitement, Shuni replied, Master, my realm feels unsteady. It seems I am on the verge of forming a dan. That is good, Chajiu nodded in approval. Dishin gazed at her. Are you deliberately delaying the resolution of the giant beast so he can practice his swordsmanship? Tiju lifted him once more, observing his somewhat bewildered expression, and asked softly, Are you upset? Dishin replied with a stoic demeanor, No. He turned away, rejecting Tiju's affectionate nuzzle. Are you feeling jealous? Tiju suddenly pondered. Dishin shot her a cold glance. Tiju discerned a distinction between this incarnation of Dishin and the deity himself. While the deity was devoid of emotion, Dishin exhibited traces of human sentiment. It was truly remarkable. Not wishing to impose, Tiju refrained from further attempts at intimacy. She leaned closer to Dishin's ear and whispered, My concern for Jun-yi stems solely from my duty as his master. Yet for you, my lord, I am willing to devote my entire being and adoration. I yearn for your compassion and guidance. You are my singular faith. Her words grew increasingly fervent, blurring the lines between devotion and affection as she sought to penetrate the unyielding heart of the deity through the human-like aspect of Dishin. Dishin, indeed, remained silent, though the tension in his expression softened slightly. He nestled against Tiju's shoulder and, with a hint of pride, remarked, The flower crown has fallen.
What?
Dishin reiterated. The flower crown you wove for me has dropped to the ground. His meaning was unmistakable. Retrieve it for him. Amused yet exasperated, Tiju picked up the crown, brushed off the dust, and placed it back atop Dishin's head. I thought you didn't like it, she said, nuzzling his cheek once more. This time, Dishin did not refuse her. The affectionate gestures between the two pierced Heng Qingyao's eyes. He had sustained injuries while rescuing Chaojiu, yet she had not cast a single glance in his direction throughout. A flicker of anger began to rise within him, gradually leading him to believe that this child was indeed the illegitimate offspring of Chaojiu and the demon serpent. If not, what could account for their intimacy? Heng Qingyao's wounds were harrowing, and Lingxi, with a pitiful expression, implored Chaojiu. Sister Jingli, could you lend me the Moonfrost sword to heal my senior brother? The mutated human-faced giant bee was already a divine beast in the transformation stage, its attacks imbued with corrosive demonic energy. The Moonfrost sword, forged from a millennium of spiritual jade from Kunlun Mountain, possessed purifying properties against such malevolent energies. No, Chaojiu replied without hesitation. On her very first day in this small world, she had nearly been slain by this fellow's moonslaying wheel. Moreover, in matters concerning Lingxi, Heng Qingyao had never once sided with her. What camaraderie could there be? Mo Qingli, furious, retorted, The senior brother was injured while assisting you in combating the demonic beast. Now, he merely seeks to borrow your Moonfrost sword. Why are you so miserly? Chaojiu smiled. Do I require your assistance? The surrounding disciples gasped in shock. How audacious. Yet, recalling the final move Chaojiu had unleashed with the Moonfrost sword moments ago, perhaps it was justified. At that moment, Chuni cradled the Liang sword, seemingly filled with pride. Even the disciples of the Chiyu Daoist, who had previously berated Chuni as a traitor at the altar, now felt a twinge of envy. Heng Qingyao's heart gradually sank to the depths. He silently regarded Chaojiu, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. It seems the rumors hold some truth. You have engaged in dual cultivation with the soul of the demon serpent, which has rendered you cold-hearted and indifferent, devoid of compassion towards our fellow disciples, and seemingly oblivious to our betrothal from 5 centuries past. His heart bleeds, yet more prominently, a burgeoning disdain takes root. The disdain for a once-admired junior sister, who reveals herself to be a ruthless, unfeeling, and shameless individual. The fortune system exclaims in delight, "My fortune value has increased." Lingxi feels a surge of joy. It appears Heng Qingyao is nearing complete possession of me. The fortune system breathes a sigh of relief. The absence of the moon frost sword matters little. Heng Qingyao and the moonslaying wheel in his grasp are barely sufficient for me to ascend 2 levels. Pure One, who had remained silent, murmurs softly, "Is it the time to mention the betrothal? Over these 200 years, while being affectionate with Master Lingxi, you never once recalled the engagement." Mo Qingli shoots Pure One a fierce glare. "Do not speak recklessly. The bond between senior brother and junior sister is a pure and noble camaraderie." Pure One responds nonchalantly, "You speak the truth." "Betrothal?" Di Shin softly utters the words. "His disciple has an engagement with another?" Cha Jiu comforts him. "It will soon be over. It will soon be over." Heng Qingyao's gaze grows even colder. Proud by nature, he refuses to endure any humiliation. He forces himself to stand. "If that is the case, let us part ways from this moment forth. The engagement is annulled." As he utters these words, a certain part of his heart unconsciously feels a lightness. For these 2 centuries, he has steadfastly guarded his heart. And each time he was unable to restrain his feelings for Lingxi, it only resulted in sleepless nights filled with guilt and torment. At last, he can finally relinquish the burdens of the past and embark on a new life unencumbered. Just as Heng Qingyao was about to depart, Cha Jiu called out to him, "What more is there for us to discuss?" Heng Qingyao's tone was frigid. "That is not the case," Cha Jiu replied, gesturing towards the moonslaying wheel at his waist. "That artifact was a gift from me upon our engagement. Now that we are breaking it off, should it not be returned to me?" Chapter 65. The Abandoned Saintess and the God of Destiny. Heng Qingyao was both exasperated and amused. Without waiting for Lingxi to intervene, he tossed the Zhanyuel back to Chao Jiu. The luck system seemed on the verge of fainting. "My luck value." Lingxi hurriedly reassured him. "The master mentioned that within the secret realm lies the treasured map of mountains and rivers guarded by millennia-old demon beasts. If we can locate it, it will surely elevate your levels significantly. Once the system upgrades, she could better seize the world's fortune." Chao Jiu picked up the Zhanyu wheel from the ground and winked at Emperor Shen. "I'll refine it into spiritual energy for you." Emperor Shen's gaze reflected disdain. "It's too filthy." He accept it. He had no interest in an object used by a fool for centuries. Chao Jiu, feeling helpless, turned to Junyi. "Take it back and refine it. I'll forge you a new sword." Junyi beamed with delight. "Yes, yes." Before Mo Qingli departed with the group, he cast a complex glance at Junyi. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, though he could not articulate it. It felt reminiscent of years past when he too had foolishly lingered close to Chao Jiu, exuding warmth. Yet, as time passed, that sentiment had gradually faded, replaced by an inexplicable aversion. Why was that? His memories were hazy. Lingxi turned back just in time to catch Mo Qingli gazing at Chao Jiu. She tugged at Mo Qingli's sleeve, offering kindly, "You're hurt too. Come here. I'll use my demigod blood to heal you." In pursuit of Heng Qingyao favor, Lingxi sliced her wrist and extracted the demigod blood, employing its purifying power to cleanse his wounds. After the treatment, the demonic aura indeed diminished significantly. Heng Qingyao gazed at Lingxi, whose face was pale after the blood draw, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion, silently vowing to treat her well in the future. Mo Qingli, upon seeing Lingxi also preparing to donate blood for his injuries, quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, no, my injuries are minor. How can I allow my senior sister to waste half of her divine blood? You are my junior brother. How could tending to your wounds be considered a waste?" Lingxi gently stroked his head, her gaze soft and tender, resembling a caring elder sister, in stark contrast to the cold and unfeeling Cha Jiu. Mo Qingli's heart ached, feeling an even deeper connection to Lingxi. "Since you do not wish to take the moonslaying wheel, let us seek the mountain river map," Cha Jiu said, adjusting the Emperor's Shen in her arms to provide him with greater comfort. "I can walk by myself," Emperor Shen insisted, perplexed by her incessant need to carry him. Cha Jiu feigned ignorance. Who could resist embracing such an adorable white jade dumpling? Suddenly, Emperor Shen interjected, "The blood-red lair ahead is the dwelling of the mountain river map, but it is guarded by a millennia-old demon beast." He closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them again, a late-stage transformation spirit mountain spider. the mountain spider, colossal in size and ferocious by nature, could instantaneously unleash a torrent of resilient silk. Even a cultivator at the void refinement stage would likely face dire straits against one at the transformation stage. There is another presence there, Emperor Shen added, referring to a woman. Chaojiao blinked in curiosity. Which woman? It did not take long for her to discover the answer. After Lingxi performed bloodletting therapy on Heng Qingyao, she excused herself to seek out the blood-replenishing zhu fruit and independently followed the hints provided by the fortune system to locate the crimson lair of the mountain spider. Heng Shanyu had previously informed her that the map of rivers and mountains lay behind the mountain spider, deep within its den. Under the influence of Heng Shanyu's forbidden techniques, the colossal mountain spider now exhibited signs of agitation within its lair. Lingxi hesitated as she observed the relentless creature. Should I confront it, even if I acquire the map of rivers and mountains? I may very well lose half my life in the process. The fortune system interjected. Someone is coming to shield you from harm. Lingxi, concealed amidst the grass at the entrance of the lair, soon spotted the arrival of Chaojiao and her companions. Chaojiao was not oblivious to Lingxi's presence. Yet securing the map of rivers and mountains to appease the child took precedence. As the moon frost sword was drawn, the mountain spider sensed danger and became even more agitated. Lingxi discreetly employed an item designed to enhance the cultivation of demon beasts, and the once frantic mountain spider began to undergo a transformation, its pristine white body gradually taking on a crimson hue, unleashing the power of the void refinement stage. Once again, this marked the second instance of a demon beast's mutation today, resulting in a significant boost in its cultivation. Dishin cast a cold gaze at Lingxi, who lay hidden in the grass, slowly extending his hand. Lingxi had provoked his ire, although he was unaware of the means she employed to induce the demon beast's mutation. A person who disrupts the laws of heaven should not exist. Chaojiao glanced at Dishin's pudgy hand resembling a lotus root and hastily pressed it down. Dishin looked at her in dissatisfaction. Chaojiao whispered, "The demon Jiao is on the verge of awakening. I intend to compel her to publicly confess to stealing the divine bone that day and to personally excavate it to return to me." Dishin remained silent, but reluctantly complied and lowered his hand. He had forgotten that Chaojiao still sought revenge. Never mind, let her be. The mountain spider charged towards Chaojiao with the force of a cataclysm, shaking the very ground of the secret realm. The moon frost sword was drawn, dark clouds gathered, and a deadly ice pillar fell from the sky, piercing through the mountain spider's body with ferocity. Lingxi was utterly astonished. It turned out that Chaojiao had not exerted her full strength when faced with a swarm of giant bees. The prowess of a refinement void stage cultivator was indeed terrifying. The mountain spider howled in agony, its body, impaled by the ice pillar, suddenly split in two, each half lunging towards Dishin and Chun-Yi. It could split itself. Chun-Yi was no match for the mountain spider. In that moment of desperation, Chaojiao had to choose between the two. She swiftly hurled her moon frost sword, momentarily freezing the mountain spider that threatened Chun-Yi. Meanwhile, she dashed toward Dishin, enveloping him in her protective embrace. The spider's silk ensnared the two of them within its belly. Within the dark, fetid interior of the mountain spider, Chaojiao held Dishin tightly, conjuring a protective barrier. "Open your eyes," Dishin said calmly. Chaojiao cautiously opened one eye, her gaze darting around to assess their surroundings. The spider's gastric fluids had failed to corrode them. Beyond her barrier, a larger golden aura enveloped them in protection. She gleefully remarked to the system, "I knew it. Being with the god of Qi is the safest." The system replied, speechless, "I thought you rushed over to protect him." Chaojiao replied, "Don't be foolish. This is a mountain spider that can kill with a single blow. A dead host or a dead target, I choose the latter. There is no need for you to rescue a mere avatar." Dishin lifted his gaze to her. Not to mention that the beast could not possibly harm him. Even if he were truly dispersed, he would merely transform anew into divine light and return to the sacred realm. Why should Chaojiao exert herself to save him? Chaojiao lowered her head and kissed Dishin's eyes. Witnessing the stunned expression upon his face, she smiled and said, "On the day I stood on the brink of death and entered the sacred realm, I made a vow. If the divine would save me from the abyss, I would repay in full, including my very life. Not to mention your avatar, even if it were but a wisp of divine light or a shard of will. I would willingly risk my life to protect it. Lord Qishen, nothing is more precious than you, not even my own self." The sphere of golden divine light gradually floated and sank in the darkness. Dishan gazed deeply at Chaojiu, lost in thought. Chaojiu's embrace was soft and warm, and the kiss upon his eyes was fervent and sincere. His nostrils were filled with her innate, sweet fragrance, akin to the juice of the most delicate blossoms of a peach tree, crushed between fingers. The sensations of touch, smell, heartbeat, and the stirrings of the heart were all transmitted unerringly to the distant sacred realm. The mountain spider let out a tremendous roar, resonating in his abdomen to the point of nearly deafening him. Chaojiu hastily covered Dishan's ears, while she herself was shaken, eyes shut tight and face contorted. Dishan gathered his focus, extending his hand to unleash golden light. In an instant, the mountain spider's body was obliterated, completely losing its ability to manifest an avatar. As Chaojiu emerged from the heap of shredded meat, cradling Dishan, she chanced upon Lingxi, who had successfully acquired the mountain river map. Entangled in a fierce struggle with a horde of little mountain spiders. In her quest to retrieve the mountain river map unscathed, Lingxi had callously cast Chun-Yi into the swarm of spiders to divert their attention, while she made her way unimpeded into the depths of the lair. Witnessing that Chaojiu not only survived but had also reduced the mountain spiders to mere fragments, left Lingxi utterly astonished. The fortune system urged, "Hurry.
No.
Now you must activate the mountain river map, allowing me to absorb the fortune." It was fearful. Ever since Chaojiu returned to Lingxi's sect, it had been unable to successfully absorb any fortune points. Lingxi, being utterly inept, could neither defeat nor escape. It was far more prudent to absorb the fortune points from the mountain river map first. Just a brief moment.
Merely a fleeting instant.
Yet, before Lingxi could channel her spiritual energy into the mountain river map, the scene before her abruptly reversed. She found herself lifted upside down. Chaojiu even gave her a shake. The mountain river map, a treasure-laden bag of mustard seeds, all its contents tumbled to the ground. Chun-Yi had been rescued, appearing disheveled and breathless, crouching beside Chaojiu while pointing at Lingxi with indignation, exclaiming, "Master, she threw me into the spider swarm." Chaojiu retrieved the mountain river map, disdainfully brushing off the dust before stowing it away in her mustard seed bag. "You toss my disciple?" Chaojiu raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on the blushing Lingxi, who hung upside down, and remarked, "Then shall I toss you back into the belly of the mountain spider? You wouldn't mind, would you?" "I would mind." Before Lingxi could utter a word, Chaoji had already sheathed the moonfrost sword. The sealed mountain spider avatar shed its frost and let out a roar once more. Chapter 66. The Abandoned Saintess and the God of Destiny enter, if you dare. Tijiu cast Lingxi into the belly of the mountain spider, inadvertently taking with her the myriad treasures from the secret realms that she and the fortune system had painstakingly gathered. With a swish, she departed. Lingxi endured untold suffering within the spider's abdomen. Its belly was as unyielding as ancient black iron, rendering her mid-tier star sword fashioned from beast bones utterly ineffective. She exerted all her strength to resist the corrosive gastric fluid that clung to her in clumps, desperately imploring the fortune system. "Please assist me. Exchange some luck points for advanced items to help me escape. If I perish, your mission will also fail." The fortune system was infuriated to the brink of despair. Yet, it was true, her demise would spell its own misfortune. Thus, with a heavy heart, the fortune system expended a significant portion of its luck points to procure a disposable advanced item, ultimately aiding Lingxi in slicing an opening to flee from the mountain spider's belly. Half of Lingxi's body had been corroded, her flesh raw and red, her eyes drooping. The wounded mountain spider became increasingly frenzied. Lingxi gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain and propelled herself on her sword towards Hengqingyao. Along the way, she encountered a junior brother searching for her. Upon seeing her horrific state and the pursuing mountain spider, he nearly lost his grip on the sword in terror. "Senior Sister Lingxi, you." Before he could finish his words, Lingxi seized him and hurled him towards the mountain spider. The creature devoured the junior brother in one swift gulp, momentarily slowing its pursuit with this fresh meal. It was then that Lingxi managed to evade danger. She did not return to her comrades, but instead fled to the brook, gazing at her reflection in the water, letting out a heart-wrenching scream.
System.
"You must assist me in restoring my appearance. How can I possibly entice Hengqingyao in this state?" The luck system was utterly repulsed by Lingxi, devoid of the landscape map and the painstakingly collected spiritual treasures. And, even having to sacrifice some of its luck value, its endurance had significantly diminished. Thus, it responded coldly, "You possess divine bones. Understand a thing or two and restore yourself. Must you rely on me for everything? My luck value is too low. I need to enter a period of dormancy. You will have to manage the ensuing matters on your own. It was disinclined to converse further with such a worthless host, and immediately entered a dormant state to conserve energy. Lingxi called out to the system a few more times but received no reply. Reluctantly, she bit her wrist to draw blood, using it to gradually cleanse the corrosive gastric fluid from her wounds. However, the extent of her injuries was far too great, and she began to lose consciousness from severe blood loss. In a dizzy haze, she spotted 2 disciples from the Lingxiu sect searching for her. Consequently, Lingxi eliminated them, absorbing their blood into her body, purifying it into divine blood through the cleansing properties of her divine bones. After the secret realm concluded, a pristine Lingxi reappeared before Heng Qingyao. He looked at her, bewildered, and asked, "Where are the other disciples?" He had assumed they had remained together with Lingxi. Lingxi feigned surprise. "I haven't seen them. Could they have lost their way?" Tizhou cast her a knowing glance, half smiling, and was the first to step out of the secret realm. As Heng Shanyu beheld Tizhou still alive, her expression visibly darkened. "Master," Tizhou inquired lightly as she passed Heng Shanyu, "why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" Heng Shanyu remained silent. Tizhou did not expect an answer from him. Instead, she cradled Emperor Shen and proceeded directly to the sacred realm with the map of mountains and rivers in hand. "Lord Qi Shen, had it not been for your granting me a doppelganger for this journey, I fear I would have already perished within the belly of the mountain spider." Upon entering the icy expanse, Tizhou swiftly donned the guise of an ultimate fangirl. Flattery, after all, knows no bounds. Unlike her casual intimacy when addressing the doppelganger Emperor Shen, she maintained a demeanor of heightened caution and respect towards the true form of Qi Shen. Qi Shen feigned slumber, offering no response. Emperor Shen quietly returned to his side. Unperturbed by the lack of reaction, Tizhou boldly produced the map of mountains and rivers and tossed it into the air, intending to dissolve it. However, being an ancient treasure imbued with the power of countless secret realms, it certainly would not be so easily deconstructed by a mere void refinement practitioner. In an astonishing turn, the map of mountains and rivers, suspended in midair, radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping Tizhou within its embrace.
Dare you?
Emperor Shen furrowed his brow and turned to the unresponsive Qi Shen, remarking, "The map contains innumerable secret realms. She may not be able to extricate herself alone. The only outcome of being unable to escape is to be consumed by the map, leaving not a trace behind." After a prolonged moment, Qi Shen finally opened his eyes, gazing at the still swirling map of mountains and rivers, before transforming into divine light and following it inside. Emperor Shen let out a sigh of relief. Tizhou was cast into a realm of darkness by the mountain-river diagram. With a snap of her fingers, flames ignited around her, illuminating only a small area. "System, where is this place?" she inquired. "This is the secret realm of the mountain-river diagram. You must traverse all the encountered realms to return to reality," the system responded. "No worries, I should have the secrets to pass through. Let me search," she replied. A beam of divine light gradually dispelled the darkness. Tizhou gazed at the familiar radiance. "No need, the examiner has come to guide me," she declared. The divine light descended before her, transforming into the figure of the god of examinations. He uttered no words, merely turned and walked in a particular direction, the implication clear: follow him. Tizhou eagerly trailed behind, finding the seemingly all-consuming darkness no longer intimidating. After a while, a vast expanse of light appeared ahead. The god of examinations suddenly spoke. "The realm of 7 sins." Tizhou was taken aback. "What?" Before she could comprehend, the scene before her shifted to resemble the mortal world. They stood beneath a willow tree in the courtyard of an affluent household, facing a Buddha hall with 5 open doors. This family appeared to be of noble status. The courtyard was exquisite, with flowing water and intricately designed corridors. All the servants had been dismissed. Only a richly dressed lady knelt on a mat, tears streaming down her face as she fervently prayed before the incense altar. "I wish to follow my husband into the afterlife. I beseech the heavens to bless our union in the underworld." With that, she took a candle and began to set fire to the curtains surrounding the Buddha hall. Tizhou was slightly taken aback. She intended to take her own life. A handsome spirit lingered beside the woman, desperately wishing to prevent his wife's self-immolation, yet powerless to intervene. As he watched his beloved spouse on the brink of perishing in flames, he knelt before the Buddha, weeping and pleading fervently. I would willingly descend into the realm of beasts for eternity, or endure the torments of a Vichy hell, if only the deities would save my wife. The deity responded coolly. The map of mountains and rivers has granted you access to this secret realm. You may either become the woman seeking to end her life or the man who trades his reincarnation for his wife's safety. However, regardless of which path you choose, should you fail to transcend the shackles of love and make a choice different from theirs at this moment, you shall remain trapped here indefinitely. Tijo inquired, so, if I were the woman, I must forsake my intent to die. If I were the man's spirit, I must accept reincarnation, correct? The deity acknowledged her understanding. To be consumed by love and drowned in obsession is the first trial prepared for you by the map of mountains and rivers. Now, go forth. Having entered the secret realm, Tiju naturally need not endure this ordeal. Following the deity, she glanced back intermittently at the couple engulfed in flames. Hesitating as if to utter something, the deity did not question her, yet ultimately waved his hand, summoning a torrential downpour. Tiju took a deep breath, and the scene before her shifted once more. This time, the illusion was one she recognized well. It was the sacred domain of thunder and lightning. A Taoist priest stood anxiously before the mirror gate, expectantly awaiting something. A red lotus mark adorned his forehead, and his visage strikingly resembled that of a youthful Hung Shanyu. No, he is indeed Hung Shanyu, the Hung Shanyu of his youth. Chapter 67. The abandoned saintess and the god of the way of heaven. Chajio could not help but inquire, are these mere illusions? The secret realm of the landscape map is forged from the collective obsessions of humanity. It is both an illusion and a reflection of genuine past events. The god of the way answered Chajio's question without hesitation. At long last, the young Hung Shanyu awaited the arrival of the divine envoy from beyond the mirror gate. His countenance was filled with excitement and reverence as he posed his query. Divine envoy, will there still be cultivators ascending in the 9 provinces continent? The envoy brought forth a divine revelation. Yes, there shall be one final cultivator who will attain enlightenment and ascend. Yet, before Hung Shanyu could revel in joy, the envoy's subsequent words struck him like a thunderbolt. But it shall not be you. Rather, it will be a cultivator endowed with the innate bone of a demigod. Hung Shanyu's smile froze completely. After a prolonged silence, he managed to twitch the corners of his stiffened lips, his voice hoarse. Why? A torrent of intense unwillingness surged within him. Clearly, he was the most gifted cultivator. He established his foundation at 12 and formed his golden core at 13. He was the youngest cultivator in the continent to reach the transformation stage and was on the verge of entering the void refining realm. For years, he had diligently practiced, saving lives and vanquishing demons. Why was he deemed unworthy of ascension? The envoy shook his head. I merely convey the divine revelation. The rest is beyond my knowledge. The way of heaven possesses its own opportunities, and we are but players within its grand design. After the envoy departed, Hung Shanyu stood in silence before the mirror gate for 10 days and nights. His head bowed, his expression transitioned from agony to resentment, ultimately culminating in wrath and indifference. Rising to his feet, he cast aside any semblance of reverence towards the divine. Since the heavens offer me no opportunity, I shall seize my own fate. Hung Shanyu let out a light laugh. A cultivator with the bone of a demigod? It would suffice to destroy him, as malevolent thoughts consumed him throughout his life. The red lotus mark on his forehead gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Hung Shanyu was indifferent to it. He would no longer place his faith in the deity. At this juncture, Chajio finally comprehended the unfounded animosity Hung Shanyu harbored towards her. It turned out that when he hastily brought the newborn Jingli back to the Ling Su sect, it was not merely due to her demigod bone being more conducive for cultivation, but rather to keep her under watch and seek an opportunity to thwart her ascension. The deity observed Hung Shanyu receding into the distance, his expression devoid of warmth. He could not directly slay those chosen by the heavens, lest he invoke the wrath of divine retribution. Thus, he unleashed the demonic serpent to annihilate the world, luring you to suppress the dormant, thus denying you the chance to cultivate. Yet, the emergence of Ling Shi was an unforeseen variable. However, Ling Shi extracting Chajio's divine bone and shattering her dantian inadvertently aided Hung Shanyu in his oppression of Chajio. It was no wonder that even when Hung Shanyu was aware that the divine bone did not belong to Ling Shi, he went to great lengths to provide cover. As long as Chajio could not reclaim her divine bone, she would forever remain unable to ascend. The deity mused. Envy breeds resentment. This is the second trial. Having spoken, he led Chajio in another direction. The third trial was the Imperial city bound by high walls. A gentle and kind princess rescued an injured crow, risking reprimand for her seemingly ill-fated act, tending to it with utmost care. Unbeknownst to her, the crow was a transformed spirit. In their companionship, it grew fond of the princess. However, the princess eventually married the young general she adored, forgetting the raven that had once accompanied her in the palace. The raven, consumed by unrequited love, deliberately transformed into a beautiful concubine, seducing the general step by step, leading him to gradually cast aside the princess from his thoughts. It believed that this would allow the princess to realize the general's fickleness and return to its side. Little did it know that one fateful day, disheartened, the princess would take her own life by drowning in a lake, concluding her existence and her infatuation. The raven, heartbroken, followed her into the abyss, yet remained oblivious to where it had erred in its quest for love. Obsessive affection breeds malevolence, blurring the lines between virtue and vice. Chijio sighed. The deity, Chijin, spoke softly, "Now I shall guide you through this journey. Should you encounter trials of passion and desire in the future, remember to transcend love, anger, and obsession." After imparting this wisdom, he awaited Chijio's response, yet silence lingered. Turning to her, he noticed her brow furrowed, as if ensnared in inner turmoil. Is it true that love, hatred, anger, and desire are what ascendants must renounce? Chijio finally inquired. Chijin cast her a glance, his expression seemingly questioning the validity of her words. Chijio fell silent, following him into the next illusion. As time and space shifted, day turned to night. This time, they found themselves soaring above the clouds, under a brilliant full moon, with hills covered in low grass below. Upon the rocks, a pair of lovers gazed tenderly into each other's eyes, sharing their innermost feelings. Chijio rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming that she neither saw nor heard incorrectly. She stood astounded. The landscape was showing her others in the throes of romance. The deity reclined upon the clouds, exuding an air of languid ease that nonetheless commanded reverence. Look closely, he instructed. Chijio widened her enchanting peach blossom eyes, finally discerning the truth. Behind the stunning woman perched upon the rock, a semi-transparent fox tail subtly emerged. This was a millennia-old fox that had fled from the Nine Heavens Temple. The deity's tone betrayed familiarity. It had escaped 9 times in pursuit of earthly pleasures. With each flight, it faced the punishment of a severed tail. Should it escape once more, it would be banished from the Nine Heavens Temple, condemned to exist as a small, shapeless fox demon. What, after all, is desire that it compels one to forsake ascension? He rested his head on one hand, gazing at the fox maiden with a mixture of intrigue, compassion, and curiosity, yet devoid of desire. He was ignorant of the nature of desire. Chijio sat cross-legged, her hands delicately propped upon the soft clouds, quietly listening to the deity's musings, interspersed with the intermittent flirtations below. She suddenly asked, "Do you wish to understand love and desire?" The deity, intrigued, prompted, "Speak." Chijio shook her head. Desire cannot be articulated. The deity cast a glance her way, urging her to continue. The system chimed, "I shall power down." Chijio paid it no heed. She took the hand that the deity often blessed with his divine blood and gently kissed the back of it. "This is love, my unwavering devotion to you." The deity's eyes betrayed no emotion. He assumed Chijio's actions would culminate there. This is desire, he realized, a yearning filled with covetousness. Accompanied by a gentle whisper, Chajio suddenly propped herself up and placed a delicate kiss upon the cold, thin lips of the deity. This kiss was utterly unexpected, akin to a small bud silently descending upon the water's surface, creating a subtle ripple. The corners of the deity's eyes lifted slightly in surprise. Chajio's heart raced. Perhaps in the next moment, she would be torn apart by a strand of divine light, heartlessly discarded. Yet, the deity refrained from such an act. He merely waved his hand, an invisible force gently pushing Chajio away. She realized she had wagered correctly. A smile danced in the depths of her eyes, her expression feigning astonishment as she allowed herself to be cast down from the clouds. In the next instant, a slender, jade-like hand extended from the lofty heights, grasping her wrist and pulling her back. Chajio, following the momentum, fell into the deity's embrace, clutching his waist in a state of bewilderment. The deity staggered slightly from the impact, momentarily lost in thought, as the clouds beneath them vanished unexpectedly. Embracing Chajiao, he fell from the heavens without warning. They soared through the luminous glow of the moon, the howling night wind, and the entwined clouds, their breaths mingling, thoughts intertwining. Do you now comprehend the essence of desire? Chajiao cautiously leaned against the deity's chest. In this moment, she was the most devout of followers and the most ardent of admirers. She reveled in the divine's favor, yet feared the possibility of offending him. You taught me in the realm of illusions to renounce love and desire, and I have learned. Yet, if the source of my heart's turmoil is you, I fear I shall ultimately remain unable to see through it. If I were a woman, I would willingly follow love wherever it may lead, alongside you. If I were that husband, I would willingly exchange my existence for your rebirth. If I were the raven, consumed by an infatuated heart, I would gladly offer the bitter fruits of my longing to soothe my yearning. Passion is the descent of reason. Rather than forsaking my adoration and torment for the prospect of ascension, I would prefer to eternally plunge into the agonizing hell of the cycle of life and death. The deity quietly listened as the devoted one in his embrace expressed her profound affection, and the faintly mocking smile that once graced his lips finally softened. He slowly spoke. Thus, is your desire for me? Chapter 68. The abandoned saintess and the god of the heavenly path. Before Chajiao could respond, they were cast back into the sacred realm from the river and mountain diagram. The two of them fell heavily into a cluster of golden, divine light. Having traversed only 4 of the 7 illusions, the river and mountain diagram could bear no more and expelled them, unable to withstand the power of the god of the heavenly path. Upon their return to the sacred realm, the god of the heavenly path's expression returned to normal. As if nothing had transpired in the illusions, Chajiao began to speak. God. However, before she could utter her second word, the god of the heavenly path flung her out of the mirror door, sending her tumbling even farther than before.
Goodness. Jazu et Galim.
Rubbing her backside as she rose from the ground. Turning to the system, she inquired, is he shy? The system examined the data and replied, it seems so. His favorability has risen to 20%. Within the mirror door, the god of the heavenly path closed his eyes. Yet, the unfamiliar sensation of the kiss from the secret realm lingered on his lips, elusive and haunting. Dishin, sharing the same sentiment, calmly raised his gaze and remarked, you have developed feelings. The god of the heavenly path slowly opened his eyes and declared, I am the god who governs the heavenly path. I harbor no mortal affections. A lie, for your mortal affection resides within me. The small boy, with a serious expression, approached him, raised his large hand, and placed it atop his own head. Reclaim me within your being, and you shall discern whether your desires have flourished. As Chajiao returned to Tsongshui Peak, riding on a beam of light, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere around her. The Lingshu sect comprised 49 peaks, and as she glanced around, she noticed that nearly half of the lower peaks were submerged beneath murky floodwaters. During her time in the mountainous realm, what transpired in the outside world? Upon returning to Tsongshui Peak, Chun-Yi hurriedly approached. Master, the demon serpent has broken its seal and re-emerged. Ah, the demon serpent, replied Chajiao. That is of no concern. I anticipated this. Chun-Yi continued. 3 days ago, the beasts around the sealing area grew restless, and birds fled in droves. The sect leader even dispatched elders to reinforce the seal. Yet, today, the demon serpent has shattered the seal, gravely injuring 5 elders, and is now heading straight for Lingsu sect. Chajiao inquired, where is the demon serpent now? On Lingyun Peak. The sect leader has summoned all disciples to form a defensive formation and has urged me to find you swiftly. Chajiao turned and made her way outside. Master. Chun-Yi hesitated, remaining in place. Are you intending to once again seal the demon serpent with your own flesh? He understood the greater good and was willing to sacrifice himself for it. However, he did not wish for his esteemed master to endure the torment of sealing once more. If only he could take his master's place in sealing the demon serpent, he thought. Chajiao turned back, momentarily taken aback, then a genuine smile graced her lips. Fear not, Chun-Yi. This time, I shall not be the main character. Chajiao led Chun-Yi towards Lingyun Peak, eager to witness a spectacular performance. Along the way, they encountered a familiar little child, seated cross-legged on a plump, diminutive cloud, propping up their head with one hand, awaiting her arrival. Chajiao exclaimed in surprise, Dishin, what brings you here? Dishin, feeling utterly bored, rose to his feet and ambled over to her side. A coward has driven me away, he remarked, raising his hand with an air of nonchalance. Tijia was taken aback for a moment, only to realize that he was inviting her to take his hand. Amused yet exasperated, she grasped his chubby little hand, and together they continued their journey. Lingyun Peak loomed ahead, shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing ominously. A colossal demonic serpent coiled in the sky, its blood-red vertical pupils and scales emanating a chilling aura of malevolence. Tens of thousands of disciples from Lingxiu's sect gathered on the interminable staircase. Layers of defensive barriers stacked like a precarious tower, struggling to fend off the serpent's onslaught. Yet, the serpent seemed intent on taunting them, occasionally sweeping its tail to shatter one of the barriers, devouring the disciples caught in its wake. At the pinnacle stood Hengshanyu, forming a lotus seal with his hands to sustain the final barrier. Lingxi and Heng Qingyao stood behind him, channeling their spiritual energy into the effort. The serpent roared with manic laughter. "You puny children of Lingxiu, do you dare to challenge me with your trifling cultivation at the Great Ascension stage? Surrender the one who sealed me away, and I shall spare your lives." Lingxi could no longer endure the strain. Her spiritual energy was being voraciously drained by Hengshanyu, her reserves dwindling perilously. Unable to contain herself, she implored, "Master, shall we simply hand over senior sister Jingli?" Heng Qingyao hesitated for a moment before adding, "It seems there may be a connection between Jingli and the serpent. If we allow the serpent to take her, it might pose no danger. Perhaps." He struggled to articulate his thoughts. After all these years of cultivation, he understood that, in times of peril, surrendering a woman for the sake of safety was an act deemed utterly contemptible. Heng Shanyu remained silent. Was it that he did not wish to hand her over? No. Rather, he was acutely aware that Chajiu had sought refuge within the sacred domain, and he was powerless to retrieve her.
Now,
With the demonic serpent rampaging through the mountains, could it be that all his lifelong schemes were to end in failure? So many people. A clear and cheerful female voice drew closer. Cha-ju lifted Dishin and, with Chun-yi in tow, leapt down from the delicate clouds. Heng Shanyu's gaze flickered with a hint of relief as he turned to the airborne demonic serpent, declaring, "The one who sealed you long ago was none other than the saintess of Lingxiu sect, Jingli. She is here now. Surely, your grievances are at an end." To kill Chajiu with the demonic serpent's hand would render everything logical. Heng Shanyu smirked inwardly, dismissing all prophecies and celestial mandates as mere illusions. He aspired to be the last to ascend to divinity on this continent. Chajiu shook her head and retreated behind Heng Shanyu, stating, "It's not me." Heng Shanyu was taken aback. How had his disciple become so timid? Lingxi, her hands ensnared by Heng Shanyu's spiritual energy, nearly pulled free to push Chajiu away, exclaiming, "It's you. You must go out, or we shall all perish here." Upon sensing the presence of the one who had once sealed him, the demonic serpent ceased to toy with the group of insipid cultivators, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that shattered hundreds of layered barriers. Countless disciples were swept away, their organs shattered. The demonic serpent lunged toward Chajiu, its gaping maw wide open. As the golden light flickered at the fingertips of Dishin, he stood poised to shatter the stench-ridden giant worm. Suddenly, the magical serpent came to a halt. The crimson hue in its eyes gradually faded as it fixated on Chajiu, remarking, "You bear a striking resemblance. Yet you are not the one. The individual who sealed me possesses the essence of a demigod. I can still recall the aura of that divine bone." It closed its eyes, slowly attuning itself to the faintly familiar scent lingering in the air. Lingxi, in a state of panic, desperately sought refuge behind Heng Shanyu, attempting to conceal the divine bone aura emanating from her. Alas, it was too late. The magical serpent had already caught on. Its terrifying, colossal eyes snapped open once more, bloodlust surging forth, brimming with hatred. It turned its gaze towards Lingxi, baring its fangs, exclaiming, "It is you. The divine bone that sealed me resides within you." Chapter 69, The Abandoned Saintess, and the God of the Heavenly Path. All eyes were fixed upon Lingxi, with Heng Qingyao's gaze revealing the most intricate emotions. The demon serpent had no reason to fabricate lies. If it claimed that the divine bone of Jingli resided within Lingxi, it must undoubtedly be true. Lingxi had pilfered the divine bone of Jingli. In light of this revelation, she stubbornly shook her head in vehement denial, exclaiming, "No, it's not true. This divine bone is my own. It was Jingli who sealed you." The demon serpent scoffed, You cultivators are truly adept at self-deception. Your countenance is grotesque. How is it that the divine still permits your existence? At that moment, Hung Shangyue cast a cold, indifferent glance at Lingxi, speaking with remarkable calmness. Lingxi, step forward. The situation had escalated to such a point that the plan to use the demon serpent to eliminate Chajiu was no longer feasible. However, by casting Lingxi aside, he could still safeguard the Lingxu sect and preserve his own path to ascension. Lingxi gazed back at her once beloved master in disbelief. Master, I assure you, I am not. Before she could finish her plea, the demon serpent swiftly ensnared her with its razor-sharp tail, lifting her into the air before crashing her down with unrelenting force. Lingxi screamed in agony as multiple bones fractured. Yet she miraculously regenerated under the protection of the divine bone. The demon serpent was in no rush to end her life. Instead, it relished in tormenting her, unleashing 5 centuries of pent-up wrath. The members of the Lingxu sect remained silently observant, allowing Lingxi to endure humiliation and injury at the hands of the demon serpent time and again. Her master remained indifferent, her beloved averted his gaze. And although her junior disciples felt compassion, they merely huddled aside, refraining from uttering a word. Lingxi cried out in anguish to the fate system, pleading for its emergence, for she was on the brink of death. Yet, the fate system remained dormant, her supplications akin to droplets lost in the vast ocean. Observing this scene with a cold gaze, Chajiu finally spoke. From the depths of the sea, life emerges. The heavens bestow upon cultivators the divine bone, intended to suppress the malevolent and restore balance to nature. Possessing the divine bone is not a favor bestowed by the heavens, nor a shortcut to ascendance. It signifies the heavens' choice to employ your sacrifice for the salvation of all beings. Lingxi, do you possess such awareness to sacrifice for the greater good? If not, how dare you claim the divine bone as your own? Chajia's words resonated with clarity and strength, akin to a warning thunder that awakened every cultivator present. Ensnared in their own desires, greed, and luck, many lowered their heads in shame. Emperor Shen raised his gaze, silently observing Chajiu as she articulated her profound thoughts. In that moment, a faint divine light seemed to penetrate the thick, roaring clouds, illuminating her profile. She was no deity, yet she bore the gravitas of one. A tear of regret slipped from the corner of Lingxi's eye. A gaping wound marred her abdomen, yet the divine bone continued its relentless healing. Chajiu was right. The divine bone was not a blessing, but a nightmare. She had stolen the divine bone, yet could not usurp Chajiu's resolve, nor the ability to seal the demonic serpent. Now, she found herself enduring a torment worse than death. As the serpent's tail lashed out once more, Lingxi finally, with a trembling voice, admitted, "The divine bone is not mine. The divine bone was extracted by my own hands from the body of the whale in the sealed land." Hung Shanyu had long been aware of this matter, her expression remaining unchanged. Hung Qingyao's complexion turned pale, his steps faltering as he retreated repeatedly. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards Chajiu. Although Chajiu recognized his gaze, she chose to ignore it. Instead, it was the imposing figure of Di Shen, resting on her shoulder, who compelled Hung Qingyao's eyes to return to the ground. Mo Qingli whispered in shock, "How can this be? How could senior sister Lingxi be such a person? She is so kind, so gentle." The malevolent serpent, amused by the chaos, fixated on the disheveled Lingxi and remarked, "Oh, your divine bone was stolen? I find that hard to believe, unless you extract it before my eyes." The agony of forcibly removing a divine bone is a torment so profound that even those at the late stage of a quasi-saint would struggle to endure it. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the desperate Lingxi summoned an extraordinary courage. She brandished the star sword and painfully carved away the flesh from her back, wailing in anguish as she relentlessly extracted the faintly golden divine bone. The serpent's tone, tinged with admiration, acknowledged, "Truly a fierce one." As the divine bone separated from Lingxi's body, it erupted with a radiant brilliance, purifying its tainted essence before gently returning to Chajiu. At this moment, the ownership of the divine bone was unequivocally established. Lingxi stood bare, her back marred by a horrific, gaping wound. The serpent, indifferent to her plight, flicked its tail and discarded her as one would cast aside refuse. Her blood-red eyes gleamed with a sinister smile, fixating intently on Chajiu. The visage and aura matched perfectly. "The holy maiden of Lingxi sect, let us engage in battle." The divine bone returned to Chajiu's body. and an immense power instantly surged through her dantian, revitalizing her limbs and bones. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her black irises lightening, shimmering with an elusive golden hue. Spiritual energy surged around her wildly, while the heavens gathered ominous thunder. This was not the flood-inducing thunder summoned by the demonic serpent, but rather the tribulation of thunder heralding Chajiu's breakthrough. Hung Shanyu gazed at the even more terrifying storm clouds, his emotions in turmoil. Heaven truly favored Chajiu. How little time had passed since she entered the refining void stage, and now she was on the brink of the harmonization stage. Yet he, Hung Shanyu, had traversed countless days and nights from refining void to harmonization, and then to the great ascension stage. However, he quickly regained his composure. The tribulation of thunder for advancing to harmonization, combined with the power of the demonic serpent, rendered Chajiu utterly incapable of prevailing. What use was divine favor? She was destined to fall. A cold smile curled at the corners of Hung Shanyu's lips. Chajiu set down Di Shin, while Chun Yi tugged at her sleeve, tears brimming in her eyes. Master, how he wished to implore her not to proceed. Di Shin looked up, her small face impassive. Yet her tone exuded reassuring encouragement. Go forth, this is your opportunity. A mere demonic serpent is nothing to fear. Chun Yi's sobs caught in her throat, gazing in bewilderment at this white jade child radiating an aura of sovereignty. How could the new disciple taken in by Master be so audacious? Very well then. Tijiu gently caressed the soft, tender cheeks of Emperor Shin, grasped the moonfrost sword, and soared into the tumultuous skies, filled with lightning. The advanced thunder tribulation began to stir ominously. The demon serpent let out a chilling laugh and raised its massive tail, declaring, "You shall perish." Wait, Tijiu interjected, raising her hand in a gesture for pause. Before we engage in battle, could you do me a favor? The demon serpent's laughter faltered, instinctively inquiring, what favor? Please shield me from the thunder tribulation. No sooner had she spoken than Tijiu transformed into a streak of light, darting beneath the demon serpent. At that moment, the first bolt of thunder descended, cleaving through the serpent's meticulously groomed dorsal fins. Having taken the hit, the demon serpent seethed, cursed the humans. It furiously twisted its body in pursuit of Tijiu, intent on tearing her apart. Little did it know, she had deftly evaded it. Enduring the onslaught of hundreds of thunder tribulations, the demon serpent, now gravely injured, was utterly enraged and prepared to detonate its demon core, aiming for mutual destruction. Damn those cultivators. Hung Shanyu's expression shifted with alarm. Should the demon serpent's core explode, the entire Lingshu sect would be reduced to rubble. He swiftly formed a seal, conjuring a sturdy, small-scale barrier to protect himself and Hung Qingyao. As for the other disciples, their fate was of no concern to him. In that critical moment, a resplendent golden light appeared behind Tijiu, enveloping her in a cool yet bittersweet embrace. Chapter 70. The abandoned saintess and the deity of the heavenly path. Tijiu was momentarily stunned, refraining from turning back, and tentatively inquired, Lord Deity? Focus. Came the indifferent voice of the deity from above. At that moment, a semi-transparent ethereal figure stood behind her, as if they were intimately entwined. He placed his hand on the one holding the moonfrost sword, guiding her to harness the power derived from the fusion of her cultivation phase and divine blood, delivering a fatal blow to the demon serpent. A dazzling beam of sword light erupted, causing the onlookers of Lingshu's sect below to avert their eyes in astonishment, bowing their heads and closing their eyes to shield themselves. The demon serpent let out a thunderous wail, instantly vanishing without a trace. Chun Yi was filled with joy and pride. The deity was safeguarding the master. The members of Lingshu's sect knelt in gratitude, thankful for divine grace, while also relieved that the saintess was not Ling Shi. Had Ling Shi, the shameless thief, ascended to power, Lingshu's sect would have been brought to disgrace among all sects. Furthermore, they would have been forsaken by the deity. Mo Qingli followed suit, kneeling among the crowd, overwhelmed with shame. He had long spoken ill of Tijiu for the sake of Ling Shi, even uttering words wishing she would never return. Yet now, Tijiu set aside past grievances to rescue the sect. Who could match such magnanimity and righteousness? Ling Shi, having lost the divine bone, also lost the affection of the people, and her fortune plummeted drastically. The fortune system, forced from its dormant state, was rendered speechless. What is happening? Why is the fortune value nearing zero? Ling Shi, wake up. It screamed frantically. Ling Xu was already on the brink of death, completely unconscious. The fortune system was in a state of utter urgency. Once its fortune value plummeted to zero, all its energy would be entirely depleted, forever trapping it in this minuscule world.
No.
It could not remain idle. The fortune system's data, I scanned the crowd for a fortune bearer. The highest value was Qi Shen. Never mind. The second one, Chajiu, would suffice. The fortune system resolved to temporarily inhabit Chajiu's body, amassing energy until it could escape back to the main divine realm and then gradually search for the next host. It sincerely hoped that the next host would not be as inept. A wisp of black energy detached from Ling Xi's body, swiftly crashing into Chajiu's sea of consciousness. The fortune system instantly felt as though it had entered a warm and comfortable ocean, filled with air carrying a subtle floral fragrance, basked in radiant, yet gentle sunlight, and caressed by a refreshing breeze. How delightful it was to discover that Chajiu's sea of consciousness was so inviting. Before the fortune system could indulge in this newfound comfort, an irate voice suddenly pierced the air. Are you so eager to learn that you resort to thievery? The fortune system was taken aback. How could there be another voice here? Turning around, it beheld a high-level system clad in a Hawaiian floral shirt, glaring at it with fury. The fortune system was astonished. Chajiu was, in fact, a host as well. With a mouth agape like the Titanic, Chajiu's system devoured the fortune system in one swift motion. Ugh, it remarked disdainfully, it tastes like earwax. Hung Shan Yu fixed a cold gaze upon Qi Shen, devoid of reverence, only indifference. Why should he worship a deity that had never aided him in realizing his aspirations? Father. Hung Qingyao knelt on the ground, anxiously whispering for him to kneel as well. The deity of the divine knew of Hung Shan Yu's resentment and indignation. But what of it? He had never cared for the desires of all living beings, nor did he concern himself with whether they believed in him. Yet, deity, you proclaim yourself the god of the way, but do you truly possess compassion for the mortal realm? Hung Shan Yu spoke coldly. The members of Ling Xiu's sect were drenched in sweat, their spines chilled with fear. The elder scolded, Hung Shan Yu, have you lost your mind? How can you show such disrespect to the deity? Hung Shan Yu realized that he was forever severed from the path of ascension, and thus disregarded their warnings. Continuing to rebuke fiercely, you so-called deities, with your lips full of benevolence, are utterly hypocritical. You bring forth life, yet create boundless suffering for them. You offer mortals the path to cultivation, only to impose countless restrictions, extinguishing their hopes of ascension. Deity, you merely toy with us, the beings of this world, as if we were mere pawns. Upon uttering these words, the hearts of the crowd plummeted into a frigid abyss. The fifth elder furiously shouted, Hung Shan Yu, if you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. We toil diligently in our cultivation. Even if we cannot attain ascension, we still gain lifespans far surpassing those of mortals. What more could we desire? The golden ethereal figure in the sky remained indifferent, devoid of both sorrow and joy. Hung Shan Yu's accusations fell upon the ears of the deity like whispers of the wind, utterly inconsequential. He was even disinclined to offer a single explanation.
Yet,
with Chajiu's persona as the deity's devoted admirer, it was simply untenable for her to remain silent in defense of him in such a situation. If joy were the sole gift from the divine, devoid of trials, then the essence of life would forever remain unfulfilled. Were the practitioners of immortality to attain enlightenment with ease, there would be none who could pierce through delusions and steadfastly uphold their convictions. The deity, with a subtle shift of gaze, regarded the loyal devotee ardently defending him at his side. It must be acknowledged that what Chajiu articulated was indeed his true intention. Though he held disdain for the need to explain, the defense offered by Chajiu nonetheless brought him some measure of delight. The deity emitted a barely audible chuckle, dissipating his illusion as his divine light retreated to the sacred realm. The system, while savoring its sustenance, reminded him, the deity's favor has risen. It now stands at 25%. Chajiu, intrigued, silently pondered. What are you consuming? The system refrained from responding. Before departing, the deity also took with him a drop of divine blood left within Hung Shan Yu. Furthermore, he extracted Hung Shan Yu's soul sphere, openly displaying it before all. It was revealed that Hung Shan Yu had nearly perished at birth. During his unintentional passage through the mortal realm, the deity had inadvertently let fall a drop of divine blood, which fortuitously saved him. This drop of divine essence even endowed him with exceptional aptitude for cultivation. allowing him to excel among his peers and rapidly ascend in power. Upon learning the truth, Heng Shanyu was struck with disbelief, collapsing to the ground in shock. He had always lamented the absence of divine favor, yet he had unknowingly benefited from the grace of divine blood for years. Now, with the divine blood reclaimed, he reverted to a mixed spiritual route, his cultivation plummeting back to the golden core stage. Moreover, the soul sphere bore witness to his innumerable transgressions. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit of rapid advancement, Heng Shanyu had mercilessly slaughtered thousands of innocent divine beasts and spirit pets. Numerous cultivators have fallen victim to the backlash of their contracted spirit beasts, suffering either the loss of their cultivation or sustaining grievous injuries that led to their demise. Heng Shanyu has secretly lured female disciples of the Ling Su sect into joint cultivation, with Ling Shi being one of them. Heng Qin Yao finds this hard to believe. One is his revered father, and the other is the purest maiden he has ever admired. A tumult of emotions churns in Heng Qin Yao's stomach, compelling him to turn away and retch. The elders swiftly reach a decision. They shall deprive Heng Shanyu and Ling Shi of their cultivation and cast them into the sealed realm, forcing them to repent for eternity amidst the corruption of demonic energy. The Ling Yun peak lies in disarray. Chajiu picks up the last remaining bone of the demon dragon from the ground, exclaiming joyfully to Chani, the bone of an ancient great demon. I shall forge a demon-slaying sword from it. Does it not impress? Chun Yi is overwhelmed with emotion. The demon dragon's bone is a treasure that rivals the Kunlun jade. Meanwhile, Mo Qingli stands to the side, feeling a pang of discomfort. Previously, Ling Shi had utilized a fortune system artifact that inexplicably endeared her to the members of the Ling Su sect. Now, with the disappearance of the fortune system, the artifact's influence has waned. Mo Qingli feels his mind clearing, and the childhood affection and admiration he held for his senior sister gradually resurface. He gazes at Chun Yi with a tinge of jealousy. He should have been the most cherished junior disciple of Chajiu, practicing sword techniques with the giant bee, melting the moonslaying wheel and the demon dragon's bone to forge weapons. These were all experiences that ought to have belonged to him. Had it not been for Ling Shi, he would not have spoken harshly to Chajiu and would not have drifted apart. Sister Jingli. Mo Qingli was filled with regret, yearning to approach Chajiu and seek her forgiveness. However, Chajiu remained steadfast, deliberately ignoring him as she tossed Chun Yi onto the small cloud and embraced Di Shin. Leaping aboard, they soared away, leaving him behind. Chajiu had more pressing matters at hand. As the cloud passed by Tsongshui Peak, she unceremoniously kicked Chun Yi down and hastened towards the sacred realm with Di Shin. In her haste, she stumbled several times due to her excessive speed. Yet, when she finally arrived at the sacred realm, her enthusiasm quickly turned to dismay. The mirror gate barred her entry. What? Chajiu could hardly believe it and reached out once more. The mirror gate remained unyielding, solidly preventing her from entering. Was the gate broken? She glanced down at Di Shin. Di Shin simply scoffed, stepping through the mirror gate with ease, only to emerge effortlessly on the other side. It dawned on Chajiu that the gate wasn't malfunctioning. It was the god of destiny who no longer wished to see her. Chapter 71. The Abandoned Saintess and the Deity of the Heavenly Path. Lord Qishan, I have retrieved the divine bone. Tijiu called out towards the mirror door. There was no response. A sense of unease and confusion enveloped her face, akin to a lost solitary creature wandering in the depths of a mountain. Have I done something wrong? She murmured softly. Di Shin gazed steadfastly ahead, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing the mirror door to glimpse the struggling deity within. For the first time, he took the initiative to grasp Tijiu's hand. This is not your fault, he reassured her. Tijiu squeezed his small hand, her expression tinged with despondency. Then why is that? Because someone has been moved, he began, yearning to express this sentiment to soothe her. Yet, he found himself rendered speechless. His mouth opened, but not a single word regarding Qishan's feelings could escape his lips. Di Shin sighed, feeling utterly at a loss. Thus, he could only silently accompany Tijiu as they awaited outside the mirror door. The thunder above the sacred domain rumbled more fiercely than ever. The weather deteriorating to the extreme. Days turned into weeks. Tijiu waited a full 3 months, and the mirror door never opened for her again. Di Shin sat cross-legged on the ground, enveloped by the sorrow and helplessness that surrounded her. During these 3 months, Heng Qingyao visited Tijiu once. Having awakened from the deception of Lingxi, he felt an increasing sense of guilt towards her. Jingli, though Qishan has inexplicably turned away from you, We will always recognize you as the saintess of Lingshu sect, and Lingshu sect will forever be your home. Let us return. A streak of purple lightning struck fiercely at the feet of Heng Qingyao, nearly shattering his very soul. Tiju lowered her eyelids, concealing the faint smile that lingered within her gaze. So this is the extent of your tactics. In that moment, she fully grasped the intentions of the divine oracle. Tiju turned to face Heng Qingyao, her eyes devoid of mirth, cold and unyielding. Heng Qingyao, is it not too late to speak of these matters now? He was taken aback. What? Tiju recounted the agonies endured by her original self. I devoted my life and cultivation to the greater good of humanity, only to receive in return 5 centuries of carefree existence for your Lingshu sect, followed by a complete erasure of my existence. You cast me out, disregarded my words, sheltered those who sought to unearth my divine bones, and usurped my status as a saint. Master Heng, these sufferings cannot be alleviated by mere flattering words. Her voice was soft, yet the rumble of thunder seemed to diminish, as if it were earnestly listening to her pain. Heng Qingyao had already assumed the role of the leader of Hengshan Moon. He could not fathom how he could possess so much yet remain unable to mend the rift with Tiju. Unable to win back her heart. Heng Qingyao wished to persuade Tiju to return to his side, but a bolt of purple lightning unceremoniously hurled him outside the sacred realm. The world fell silent. Tiju cast a lingering glance at the towering mirror gate, then turned to depart. The thunder ceased abruptly. Emperor Shin was also taken aback. Where are you going? Tiju replied coolly, I have already been forsaken by the divine oracle. Remaining here is merely an eyesore.
Dishen, no.
Before he could utter another word, the ever-closed mirror gate began to ripple and slowly creak open. It is noteworthy that previously, when Tiju and Dishin entered, they could only pass through. Yet now, the mirror gate chose to part in the middle, revealing a glimpse of the icy expanse within. However, Tiju merely cast a glance before resolutely striding toward the outside of the sacred domain. She did not look back. Her solitary silhouette resembled a forsaken young beast, abandoned in disappointment. TSK. Dishin observed the receding figure of Tiju and then turned his gaze to the swirling coldness of the ice field. She has left. Are you satisfied now? When Tiju's figure completely vanished beyond the confines of the sacred domain, a tumult of thunder roared forth. The ground trembled across half the continent. Beings quaked in fear, and the demons howled, as if an apocalyptic calamity had descended. After bidding farewell to Chun Yi, Tiju leisurely ascended upon the clouds. Departing from Ling Su sect, the system, perplexed, inquired, did the chosen god not open the door in the end? Why did you not enter? Tiju huffed. If he does not allow me in, I cannot enter. If he opens the door, I will step inside. Am I his dog? The system replied. Oh. So, your persona is not that of a sycophant? Even a sycophant possesses their own lethal skills. Tiju smiled cheerfully. When a little dog that had wholeheartedly depended on you vanishes, even the most indifferent of individuals cannot help but feel discontent. People often fail to recognize the significance of something while they possess it, only to confront the anguish of loss when it is gone. The system suddenly realized. I am familiar with this concept, the aversion to loss inherent in human nature. Yet, he is a god, devoid of warmth and emotion. Can humanity truly exist within him? Tiju rose and stretched lazily amidst the clouds. Dishan embodies his humanity, she remarked calmly. Tiju had discerned this long ago. Dishan was not merely a fragment of the god of rhyme, but rather a trace of mortal sentiment that had sprouted within his divine essence. Hence, her demeanor towards Dishan had always been affectionate, aiming to nurture the human aspect within him. Her declaration within the map of mountains and rivers was the seed she had sown for the god of rhyme. Once the god of rhyme reabsorbs this fragment of humanity, that towering tree of passion would burst forth from the earth, flourishing unabated. As soon as Tiju departed from the Lingshu sect, a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her ascended the countless steps of Lingyun Peak. Along the way, the disciples of Lingshu's sect greeted her with bows. Saintess. She nodded in acknowledgement, seamlessly accepting Tiju's identity. Heng Qingyao, upon witnessing the return of Tiju, was initially taken aback, then elated. Jingli, you are not leaving, are you? Tiju smiled radiantly at him, responding yes, senior brother, I have made up my mind. I will stay. It had been quite some time since she had displayed any warmth towards him. Now, confronted with this counterfeit Tiju's gentle demeanor, Heng Qingyao's fantasies surged anew.
Tentatively,
He extended his hand, yearning to caress Tijio's face. Just as he was about to, he hesitated, fearing reprimand. Who could have anticipated that Chajio would willingly press her face against Heng Qingyao's palm, affectionately nuzzling it? This display of innocence melted Heng Qingyao's heart. He enveloped Chajio in his embrace, lamenting his deceptions and temptations by Ling Shi, along with the sincerity of his feelings for Chajio. Each word, intentional or not, subtly shifted the blame entirely onto Ling Shi. He portrayed himself merely as a heartbroken man misled by deception. Chajio wrapped her arms around Heng Qingyao's waist, gently assuring him, "Brother, you too have been misled. None of this is your fault." Heng Qingyao cradled her face, his gaze entwined with tenderness. "Will you return to my side?" Chajio delicately caressed the back of his hand, her eyes shimmering seductively. "I would naturally wish to." "Splendid!" Heng Qingyao exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "Then let us choose a day next month to wed." "No, let it be this month." "As you wish," Chajio replied willingly, seemingly casually suggesting, "Brother, would you accompany me back to my chambers to rest?" Unbeknownst to her, Heng Qingyao remained oblivious to her true identity. He guided her back to Tsongshui Peak, leaving her to rest alone. The moment Heng Qingyao departed, the smile on Chajio's face vanished instantly. Her eyes took on a faint crimson hue as she gathered her spiritual energy, turning Tsongshui Peak upside down in search of something. "What are you doing?" A furious voice called from outside the door. Chapter 72, The Abandoned Saintess, and the god of the heavenly path Junyi prepared to tidy up Tsongshui Peak for his master, only to discover that the place had been left in utter disarray. He raised his voice in reprimand, and to his astonishment, the figure turned out to be his master.
Master?
Junyi exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Had she not departed from Lingshi's sect? Yet, something was amiss, though this person bore a striking resemblance to his master. An eerie aura surrounded her. Chajio waved her hand, casting Junyi out of Tsongshui Peak. A mere golden core youth was hardly worth her attention. Half a month later, news of the new sect leader of Lingshi's sect marrying the sect saintess spread throughout the realm of cultivation, reaching even the sacred domain. Dishin sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze fixed on the luminous screen hovering in the air, his chin nearly forming a straight line upwards. The screen displayed the wedding scene of Heng Qingyao and the impostor Chajio. The god of the heavenly path maintained a stoic expression, dismissively scattering the luminous screen with a wave of his hand. Dishin, intrigued, inquired, "Are you feeling jealous?" The god of the heavenly path replied in a detached tone, "She is a counterfeit. Yet even if she is fake, witnessing it would surely displease you," Dishin remarked. "What exactly are you afraid of?" The god of the heavenly path chose not to respond. After a lengthy silence, he finally opened his golden, tranquil eyes, raising his hand to draw Dishin back into a beam of divine light. As the divine light gradually converged, the previously calm sea of his consciousness began to churn with tumultuous waves. A torrent of overwhelming and unfamiliar human emotions surged forth. Imbued with the fragrance of the peach blossoms from Tsongshui Peak, the youthful buds tinged with a hint of bitterness, the scent of floral crowns, and her essence. The god of the dawn felt an excruciating headache, his brow furrowed as he endured the onslaught of unfamiliar emotions, his once golden eyes gradually transforming into a deep obsidian hue. At that moment, Chajio was immersed in the illusion of the landscape map, engaging in role play. Previously, the landscape map had been left in a state of disrepair, and the god of the dawn, filled with disdain, had no desire to integrate it into the sacred realm. Chajio, however, decided to salvage it for herself. The willow trees, the Buddhist hall, the familiar image of the self-immolating woman. This time, Chajio was no longer an observer. She had entered the body of that woman. "Ah, God, I beseech you to let me encounter that ghostly figure on the road to the underworld, or rather, the man I cherish most," she murmured. Chajio casually progressed through the narrative, holding a candle and preparing to set the Buddhist hall ablaze. The system's corner of its mouth twitched. "You are providing no performance whatsoever for the landscape map." Chajio replied, "I traverse the illusion merely to consume my soul. I shall recite my lines casually, for in the end, self-immolation is all that matters." The system questioned, "But will the god of the dawn truly come if you expend your soul in this manner? You have traversed this Buddhist hall illusion over 80 times. Suddenly, the long-stagnant affinity value began to rise. The system exclaimed in astonishment, "Cha-cha, the affinity is increasing. 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. My goodness!" Isn't Chajio within the landscape map? How could the god of the dawn increase his affinity on his own? It seemed that the seed had begun to sprout. Chajio was not taken aback. A gentle smile graced her lips as she tilted the candle, attempting to ignite the fabric drapes. An unexpected gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the flame. Chajio was momentarily taken aback. The deity has arrived. The temple surroundings were desolate, enveloped in tranquility. The wind stirred the willow branches, and the profound, steady aroma of incense seemed to earnestly counsel mortals to shun desires. The familiar, crisp bitterness resurfaced, and Chajio felt an invisible arm gently encircle her waist. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Ah, the deity has assumed the role of the deceased husband's spirit. You truly know how to amuse yourselves. I shall take my leave. With that, it vanished in an instant. The sensation of confinement around her waist intensified, as Chajio found herself ensnared in an ethereal yet comforting embrace. Is it you? Chajio ventured to inquire. Jingwen? Jingwen was the name of the deceased husband. Chajio had uttered it purposefully. Indeed, as she spoke his name, the invisible force surged with fury. Items from the altar were swept to the ground, and even the consecrated idols began to tremble and shatter into pieces. He would not permit her to acknowledge any other deities, not even within this illusory realm. Chajio's chin was grasped, her head forcibly turned to the side. Despite the absence of any presence, she distinctly felt a cold, bitter kiss upon her lips. The kisser was inexperienced, initially clumsily ravaging and nibbling at her mouth. Chajio winced in pain, letting out a soft gasp. Her lip was punctured. The assailant halted momentarily. After a considerable pause, he cautiously approached again, tenderly licking the wound on her lip. Chajio's alluring eyes shimmered with tears, reflecting both grievance and yearning. Do you cherish me? She uttered those words, filled with both yearning and complaint. The fervent kiss abruptly ceased. Tears welled up in Chajio's eyes, and she began to sob softly. If you do not harbor affection for me, why do you still come to entangle me? A faint sigh lingered in the air, dissipating with the breeze. His kiss descended once more, imbued with a sense of compassion, seemingly conveying his pain for her plight and his helplessness. Yet, Chajio demanded that he articulate his feelings. Summoning her strength, she pushed away the intangible embrace, her face streaked with tears as she made a vow before the shattered statue. I do not wish to follow my deceased husband. May we never meet again in the underworld or in another life. As her words fell, the obsession of the self-immolating woman shattered, and the scene of the Buddhist hall began to distort and transform. Upon reopening her eyes, Chajio found herself clad in a crimson wedding gown, seated alone in a bridal chamber. The surroundings were adorned with red candles, windows, and walls plastered with festive characters. It must be the illusion of the crow and the princess. From outside, whispers of women and maids drifted in from afar. At such a distance, ordinary ears could not perceive them. However, Chajio had already reached the stage of refining emptiness, and the sounds were crystal clear to her. My son has finally wed the emperor's most cherished princess. This will surely secure the status of the general's household for 100 years. Thanks to the lady's foresight, they were arranged to meet when the princess was young, allowing feelings to blossom, and she even taught the young general how to win the princess's favor, thus creating this union. Alas, my son is also to be pitied. He sacrifices for the family, pretending to be deeply enamored when he does not truly like her. Groveling in humility, the woman wiped away her tears with a sigh, as if her son had married a princess and attained unparalleled glory, yet still bore an immense grievance. She then instructed the old woman, have all my son's concubines and the numerous outside women been properly concealed? This matter must remain unknown to the royal family. The old woman replied in quick succession, all is well hidden, I assure you. The princess shall not discover a thing. Upon hearing this, Chajio comprehended the entire situation. It became clear that the so-called deep affection between the young general and the princess was merely a trap meticulously set by the young man from the very beginning. No wonder the moment the crow transformed into a beautiful concubine, the young general's heart wavered instantly. How utterly laughable. At that moment, a crow flew across the night sky and alighted upon the open windowsill of the new chamber. Its eyes were silent and profound, imbued with compassion and sorrow, yet also with an unspeakable depth of emotion. Chajio approached and leaned down to meet its gaze. If you do not favor me, why pursue me so relentlessly?
Oh,
Divine Lord? Chapter 73. The abandoned saintess and the god of the Tao. The crow had transformed, acquiring the ability to assume various forms. He manifested as a handsome young man. Chaojiao shook her head, expressing her discontent. I do not desire this. He then morphed into a stern guardian. Yet Chaojiao continued to reject him. With a sorrowful gaze, she lifted her eyes and said, You know what I truly wish for, and whom I long to see. He hesitated, reaching out to brush away the tears cascading down her face. Chaojiao stepped back, evading his touch. Both engaged in a silent struggle of wills. Ultimately, he relented. A brilliant golden light erupted as he reverted to his original form. His features remained exquisitely chiseled, yet the absence of joy and sorrow had been replaced by a hint of suppressed emotion. As they departed from the illusion, he finally spoke. It was evident to him that Chaojiao's soul had suffered due to her prolonged entrapment in the illusion. He needed to extract her immediately, to restore her with divine blood. However, Chaojiao smiled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Why should I leave? I entered this illusion to unravel your essence. The god of the Tao was taken aback. What do you mean? Chaojiao replied with a bitter tone. The map of mountains and rivers knows of my obsession and has ensnared me with your likeness, creating a heart demon within me. I cannot let you go, and thus I cannot make another choice, unable to escape the predetermined fate of this illusion. Perhaps one day, when I finally unravel this pitiful affection for you and completely forget you, I will be able to emerge from this illusion. She wept with a smile. You continue to remain the aloof and unfeeling deity, while I may perish in an illusionary world or, by some stroke of fortune, escape to continue my existence as an insignificant ant among the multitude. What harm is there in forgetting each other? The notion of mutual oblivion was akin to an invisible hand that ruthlessly tore at Qixin's heart. He could no longer suppress the emotions he had long endured. The once soft golden hue of his eyes faded, giving way to a tumultuous storm of inky darkness. Jiu was momentarily taken aback. His eyes. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Qixin had transformed into a shadow of ink, coalescing before her in the next instant. His hand rested upon the delicate nape of her neck, as if he could snap her slender throat with the barest of effort. Do not unravel me. I forbid you to uncover my depths. A frenzied intensity surged within his obsidian gaze. Jiu blinked in confusion, overwhelmed. A domineering kiss descended upon her like a torrential downpour. He lifted her onto the windowsill, and the servants who had once been present had vanished. Qixin pressed her neck, drawing her closer, forbidding any thought of escape. Please, do not unravel me. His voice was a low murmur, laced with a deep affection for the flushed hue of her earlobes. Jiu trembled, biting her lip tightly, unwilling to yield. Why should she? What she desired, he withheld. Yet what he wanted, she was expected to concede. Do not forget me, please. The allure in Qixin's tone was deeply intoxicating. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her uniquely sweet fragrance. Jiu stubbornly remained silent, refusing to respond. At last, the divine being issued a humble plea. My follower, will you continue to love me? Tears finally cascaded down Chaojiao's cheeks as she gently caressed his face, whispering, I love you, what about you? The dark depths of the deity's eyes flickered with a shadowy light as he lowered his head to kiss her lips, entwining with her in passionate embrace. The peach blossoms in the courtyard danced freely in the breeze. A surge of divine light descended, continuously filling Chaojiao's dantian, fortifying her limbs and bones. Her eyes shimmered with an even more intense golden radiance, subtly signaling her transformation from mortal to divine. The deity held her close, and his previously inky gaze began to shift to a soft golden hue. The torment of desire dissipated, and the deity's reason gradually returned. I am sorry, he lamented, vexed by his indulgence and temptation, realizing that the divine power he bestowed nearly exceeded what Chaojiao could endure. Even as a demigod, she found it challenging to withstand his full strength. At that moment, the deity seemed a stark contrast to the frenzied embodiment of sin he had just been. Chaojiao's hands rested lightly against his cool, jade-like chest as she took a moment to gather herself. Is this why you have always been reluctant to accept my affection? The deity did not deny it. When personal desires arise, so too does the heart's affliction. His inner turmoil would not significantly affect the workings of the celestial order. Yet it was more than sufficient to harm a mortal cultivator devoid of divine form. Even moments ago, he had exerted every effort to maintain control, otherwise Chaojiao would have been unable to bear it, perishing within the illusion. My lord, she uttered softly. The voice of Chajiao was soft and sweet, imbued with a hint of coyness. She cradled his face, gently rising on her toes to place a kiss upon his eyes, which reflected loneliness and frustration. On that day, I stepped into the sacred realm, giving birth to the divine child, offering everything I possessed in exchange for your rebirth.
Now,
Having reclaimed the divine bone and avenged my grievances, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Allow me to bear you a divine child, and let me love you. The depths of Chajiao's eyes were clear, radiating fervent affection. Qi Shun caressed her cheek. Suddenly, a voice drifted faintly from outside. Why does the celestial phenomenon seem so peculiar tonight? The slightly inebriated young general, Chen Qinghe, pushed open the door and locked eyes with Qi Shun. A curtain obscured his view, preventing him from seeing Chajiao's enchanting beauty. Qi Shun repressed the warmth in his brow, his gaze turning cold. With a flicker of his fingers, he thrust Chen Qinghe against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Do not kill him, Chajiao interjected suddenly. Qi Shun turned to her, puzzled by her intentions. Chajiao elaborated. If he dies, this illusory realm must be reset. The princess cannot escape her obsession, and the shameless Qin family will evade punishment. Most importantly, I have yet to receive the answer I desire from you. She insisted on his verbal acknowledgement. The chill in Qi Shun's eyes dissipated. If she wished to indulge in this illusion, he would accompany her. Chajiao made a concerted effort to ignore the gaze that remained fixed upon her, retrieving a new garment to drape over her, concealing the ambiguous, mottled red marks that adorned her skin. The young general lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless swine, a handkerchief given to him by another woman tumbling from his grasp. Tijiao displayed a look of disdain and approached him to deliver a swift kick. It was no wonder he so easily changed his affections. It seemed he had never truly loved the princess at all. Qi Shun moved closer to her, inquiring, "What will you do?" Tijiao formed a gesture and rendered him impotent. Qi Shun raised an eyebrow, perplexed by how his follower could perform such an act with such apparent expertise. Yet, Tijiao still felt it insufficient. She retrieved a branch from a peach blossom and reattached it to the general, transforming it into a seemingly normal appearance. Qi Shun remained bewildered, asking, "Why go to such lengths?" Tijiao offered a faint smile, replying, "You shall soon understand." Chapter 74. The Abandoned Saintess and the God of the Heavenly Path. The script involving the raven and the princess was entirely rewritten by Chajiao. In accordance with Chajiao's instructions, Qi Shun transformed into the likeness of the crown prince. While Chen Qinghe's parents were busy hosting guests at the banquet, they were taken aback to witness Qi Shun, now resembling the crown prince, furiously carrying the sobbing princess towards the gates of the Chen residence. "Prepare the carriage. We shall return to the palace." Qi Shun's inherent nobility and aloofness rendered any pretense unnecessary. The Chen couple and their guests were left speechless. The once lively banquet now plunged into an eerie silence. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Today marks the grand wedding of Qinghe and the princess. Why have you taken her away?" The words of Lord Chen were laced with a hint of grievance, prompting hushed whispers among the guests. Surely, even the crown prince could not act with such impunity. Alas, the crown prince, lacking in wisdom and virtue, had frequently indulged in such outrageous behavior, showing little regard for the Qin family. How admirable the second prince is. Although initially flustered, Lord Chen quickly regained his composure, intentionally steering the conversation to reinforce the crown prince's unreasonable reputation in the eyes of the assembly. On the surface, the Qin family appeared to honor the princess, who was none other than the crown prince's own sister. However, they secretly aligned themselves with the second prince's faction. By maintaining ties with both sides, they sought to safeguard their family's standing. Qi Shun turned around, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he met Lord Chen's gaze. "If you wish to know why I am taking the princess, perhaps you should inquire with your dear son." Lord Chen was momentarily taken aback. What had happened to Qinghe? Tijiao covered her face with her sleeve, weeping sorrowfully. "Chen Qinghe is impotent. Yet he still seeks to humiliate me with such strange accusations." The crowd gasped, their expressions filled with shock. Madame Chen, being merely a woman, could hardly withstand such disgraceful slander cast upon her son. She exclaimed, "Absurd. My son is perfectly capable." Tijiao retorted, "How would you know? Chen Qinghe prides himself on being a gentleman, with no concubines, nor indulging in the pleasures of the brothel. How can you be so certain of his condition?" As soon as Madame Chen uttered those words, she realized her mistake. How could she know? Of course, she did know. Chun Qinghe had numerous concubines and mistresses. How could he possibly be impotent? Yet, such truths could not be revealed. They had fabricated the illusion of Qin Qinghe's abstinence from women for the sake of Princess Shang. Should this be exposed now, it would be tantamount to treason and family annihilation. Lord Qin cast a fierce glare at his blundering wife. The guests, taken aback by the embarrassing revelation, were unprepared for such an awkward situation. The carriage for their return to the palace had arrived. Qi Shen, holding Tijiu, coldly remarked, Qin Qinghe is indeed impotent. Yet he deceives the emperor while seeking to elevate his status. I shall report this truthfully, and the Qin family should brace themselves for the consequences. With that, he turned without a backward glance and led Tijiu into the carriage. The guests hastily took their leave, wary of being implicated. The Qin couple was left in a state of frantic despair. However, by the time they sought out Qin Qinghe, he had already had his memory erased and could no longer recall the events that had just transpired. Madame Qin, filled with concern, pondered. Could it be that the princess has heard whispers from Qinghe's mistresses? Otherwise, how could such an affliction arise so suddenly and cast aspersions upon Qinghe? Fear not, my parents. That princess harbors an unwavering affection for me, willing to forsake her life for my sake. How could she possibly refuse to wed? Moreover, we have already performed the ceremonial rites. Let us await her return in due course. Chun Qinghe dismissed the matter with indifference, turning to lead a striking maid into his bridal chamber, preparing for an intimate encounter. Little did he anticipate that upon shedding their garments, he would behold a genuine peachwood branch. Chun Qinghe promptly fainted from shock. Within the palace, Jishen enveloped Chajiu in his cloak, carrying her back to the princess's quarters. The palace attendants, though astonished, dared not utter a word. I wish to bathe, Chajiu murmured, her face nestled against him. Jishen said little, dismissing all the attendants and reverting to his true form, cradling Chajiu as they made their way to the bathhouse. The current emperor dotes on the princess, having specially carved a grand bathing pool within her quarters, its walls adorned with exquisite white jade, a testament to opulence. Chajiu disrobed and gradually entered the pool. Jishen's eyes clouded with dark mist as he closed them, turning his face away. Will you not join me? Chajiu inquired, propping herself on the edge of the pool, tilting her head invitingly. Jishen composed himself, replying coolly, just focus on your own bathing. Chajiu's enchanting gaze glimmered with mischief. Might you assist me, Lord Jishen? Jishen remained unresponsive, knowing well her intentions. Lord Jishen, please help me, won't you? Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to nectar seeping from a flower bud, reminiscent of honey nestled within a pastry. As the god of the abyss opened his eyes once more, the golden radiance had already been devoured by half. Enchanted, he gradually approached her, eventually kneeling by the edge of the pool before her. Jingli, cease this. There is still time, he uttered as his final warning. Yet, in response, Chajiu rose from the bathing pool, encircled his neck with her arms, and pressed her lips against his. The divine light was extinguished. The immobile god of the abyss finally began to reciprocate the kiss of his devoted follower. Chajiu, momentarily dazed by the kiss, felt the large hand persistently resting at the back of her head, preventing any retreat. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and with a startled cry, she fell backward. Her deity held her close, and together they plunged into the water. This time it was a willingly embraced descent. The god of the abyss lifted Chajiu and slowly made his way back to the chamber. He bit his lip, nourishing her with divine blood through their entwined kiss, replenishing the vitality she had lost. See, I can still endure, he remarked. Though Chajiu's complexion appeared somewhat pale, her eyes sparkled with mischief and charm. The god of the abyss, his golden eyes restored, placed a gentle kiss on the lotus mark upon her forehead, saying, This is not all of me yet. Chajiu, taken aback, asked what? That is not everything? The god of the abyss found her bewildered expression utterly adorable and tightened his embrace around her. I fear to reclaim the Imperial decree, concerned that it may give rise to inner demons beyond my control. Yet, for now, it seems the demons remain manageable, though we teeter on the brink of uncontrolled desire. Once the map of mountains and rivers is completed, I shall journey to Kuya Mountain, where I will extract and seal away the newly awakened heart demon. 50,000 years ago, he too had sealed away the heart demon of slaughter in that very place, appointing divine beasts as guardians. However, Tijiu found herself pondering deeply. If the heart demon of desire were to be separated, Would that not also lead to the disappearance of a humanity brought forth by Empress Shen? It seemed that Qi Shen was aware of her thoughts. Rest assured. I shall retain a portion of the heart demon. It will neither impede his actions nor diminish his passions. Meanwhile, the Chen residents awaited in vain for the princess's remorseful pleas for mercy, only to be met with the emperor's reprimanding decree. Chapter 75. The abandoned saintess and the god of the heavenly path. The incident involving the princess incited the emperor's wrath, leading him to annul the betrothal between Chen Qinghe and the princess, subsequently stripping him of his official position for the crime of deceiving the throne. The coveted position he had painstakingly attained through flattery had vanished in an instant. Whispers of Chen Qinghe's impotence circulated through the streets, becoming a source of ridicule. The Chen family, in a state of desperation, urged Chen Qinghe to hasten to the palace and seek forgiveness in hopes of winning back the princess's affections. At that moment, the princess reclined comfortably in the embrace of the god of the heavenly path, leisurely savoring grapes. Through the veil, Chen Qinghe felt an unsettling sensation. Although the crown prince and the princess were siblings, was such intimate proximity not a tad excessive? A piercing, frigid gaze met Chen Qinghe's inquisitive eyes. It belonged to none other than the crown prince himself. Startled, Chen Qinghe quickly lowered his head in apology. Your Highness, that night. All faults lie with me, for I had indulged too deeply in wine and failed to cherish such delicate beauty. To wed the princess would indeed be a blessing beyond measure, and in my elation, But you are impotent. Does this mean I am to marry a worthless man? Tiju scoffed, her words devoid of mercy. Chen Qinghe's complexion shifted between pallor and flush. He could not fathom why the once gentle and considerate princess had transformed into someone so aggressively confrontational. I am not impotent. Perhaps it is merely the fatigue from preparing for the wedding that has caused this. Chen Qinghe attempted to fabricate an excuse. He dared not divulge the truth about his precious member resembling a mere twig. For if the princess were to remain unmarried, he might very well be branded a monster and face execution by fire. Tiju bit into the grape at the tip of the god of the heavenly path's finger, her soft tongue brushing against his skin. The surface of the divine presence appeared calm and serene, yet beneath, it was a delicate warmth at her fingertips that filled her with joy. Tiju slowly addressed Chen Qinghe. Your weariness, I fear, is not merely due to the preparations for your nuptials, but rather a consequence of your numerous schemes, extramarital affairs, and clandestine dealings, is it not? Upon hearing these words, Chen Qinghe's heart stilled, and his countenance turned ashen. The princess is aware. Does that mean His Majesty is also informed? Tiju, filled with disdain, declared, Begone. From this moment forth, the Qin family shall no longer hold a place among the noble houses of the capital. The emperor's most favored princess had, with a single utterance, decreed the rise and fall of a family. Overcome with fear and despair, Chen Qinghe departed in a daze. Indeed, from that point onward, the Qin family languished. Their influence diminished, and none among the court sought their company. The second prince, who had covertly maintained ties with the Qin family, acted as though their relationship had never existed. Chen Qinghe's mistresses and concubines, lacking the means for proper support, took to the streets, exposing all his scandals. The reputation of the Qin family was utterly tarnished, forcing them to retreat from the capital and return to their rural origins. Yet, Chen Qinghe had indeed succumbed to a peculiar affliction, becoming impotent, and at crucial moments, he would ravingly claim that his manhood had transformed into a mere branch. Even the most unrefined and unsightly peasant woman would refuse to take him as her husband. The once illustrious Qin family met a dismal fate, bereft of descendants. The princess's grievances were finally laid to rest, and with it, the illusion dissipated. This time, the map of mountains and rivers could no longer bear the weight, and once the two emerged, it shattered into dust. Tiju felt a sense of regret. She had anticipated that after returning from Kuya Mountain, they could occasionally select illusions to experience different stories. Fortunately, the map of mountains and rivers had shattered into dust. Otherwise, it would have remained unyielding in its slumber. The deity, Qi Shen, quietly noted her peculiar preference. Just as Tiju was preparing to journey to Kuya Mountain with Qi Shen, a sword radiating a verdant glow swiftly approached her from the horizon. Was it the Liang sword? Tiju gazed in astonishment as it hurtled towards her, its blade trembling. If it had developed a sword spirit, it would undoubtedly resemble a pitiful little creature, its face streaked with tears and snot. Why have you come here alone? Where is Jun-yi? Tiju sensed something amiss. The Liang sword, assuming two roles, gestured towards her one moment and then pretended to be Jun-yi, growing larger in feigned anger before mimicking being kicked and dramatically lying in a circle, lifeless. Tijio exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that someone impersonated me at Lingshu sect?" And Jun-yi discovered this, attempting to expose them, only to be kicked and subsequently imprisoned? The Liang sword leapt up, nodding vigorously. Qi Shun chuckled softly. "You both seem to have quite the rapport." Tijio sighed. It appeared that her visit to Kuya Mountain would have to be postponed for the time being. One must not forget their disciples, even when entangled in matters of the heart. Qi Shun, how about you proceed to Kuya Mountain first? I shall rescue Jun-yi and follow shortly thereafter. Take your time. There is no rush, Qi Shun replied, his gaze directed towards Kuya Mountain. Beneath his indifferent facade lay a hint of concern. He seemed to sense the stirrings of inner demons at Kuya Mountain. Tijio's absence reassured him. Tijio was unaware of the thoughts swirling within him as he hastened towards Lingshu sect, sword in hand. Once a sanctified and lofty place, the Lingshu sect now lay shrouded beneath a lingering veil of dark clouds atop its 49 peaks, an ominous aura of malevolence hovering in the air. As he ascended Lingyun Peak, he overheard two disciples engaged in hushed whispers while sweeping the steps. Alas, yet another disciple has gone missing from the back mountain. Is this not countless times now? Ever since the master took a bride, strange occurrences have become all too frequent within Lingshu sect. I truly yearn to leave the sect. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of Tijio, eliciting a mix of shock and confusion. Madam Master, good morning. Shouldn't the master and his wife still be resting at Songshui Peak? Without offering an explanation, Tijio merely nodded slightly and proceeded onward. Yet, the title of Madam Master unsettled her. Had Heng Qingyao married that impostor? Surely, after so many years of being lovers, he could not have been oblivious to the deception. Tijio shivered at the thought, transforming into a beam of light that slipped into the dungeon. The dungeon was a realm devoid of light, enveloped in darkness, as thick as ink. Chun-yi was cast within a hexagram formation, his complexion pale, but devoid of any visible wounds. Upon seeing Tijio, his first instinct was to be wary. However, as his gaze shifted to the sword at her waist, a smile of surprise unfurled across his face. Master.
It is truly you.
Yet his joy was short-lived. It seemed that unseen forces had anticipated Tijio's arrival to rescue Chun-yi, laying a trap well in advance. A colossal net, shimmering with golden light, descended from above the dungeon. This celestial net was crafted from fragments of the sacred domain mirror gate, exhibiting remarkable flexibility and indestructibility. Imbued with divine power that even the most enlightened minor deities would find challenging to escape. Master, flee! Pure-yi shouted, his voice filled with anguish. Tijio curled her lip, unsheathed the moonfrost sword, and brandished it towards the resplendent golden net. Chapter 76. The abandoned saint and the god of the heavenly path. The celestial capture net shattered, and the dungeon fractured. The towering peak that had been used to suppress the dungeon was cleaved in two by Chajia's blade. The azure sky's radiance poured in, illuminating the dazed countenance of Jun-yi. Is this all there is to the celestial capture net? The hexagram formation trembled and began to fade away. Let us depart, Chaji said with an unperturbed tone, gripping Jun-yi's shoulder and guiding him to the surface. Outside the dungeon, Heng Qingyao had already commanded his disciples to array themselves and set up a formation, intent on delivering a decisive blow to the jailbreaker. The counterfeit Chajia had previously informed Heng Qingyao that a demonic beast was masquerading as her, infiltrating the Lingshu sect to hunt down Golden Core disciples. However, upon encountering the true Chajiu, Heng Qingyao was taken aback. His gaze flitted between the two Chajias, scrutinizing them intently. The illusion cast by the counterfeit was masterful, exuding an air of confidence, unperturbed by the prospect of discovery. She even nestled into his embrace, playfully asking, Qingyao, do you see? Has my scheme succeeded? The counterfeit Chajio had been covertly using this visage to ensnare Golden Core disciples, yet she deliberately spared Jun-yi, recognizing him as Chajio's disciple. Thus, she feigned a proposal to use Jun-yi as bait within the dungeon to lure the demonic beast, all the while exploiting Jun-yi's significance to Chajiu. Heng Qingyao, oblivious to the ruse, perceived his wife as exceptionally clever. Disciples, heed my command. Form up! Heng Qingyao bellowed. A colossal hexagram formation materialized beneath Chajiu and Jun-yi, emanating an overwhelming ancient power. Rise! The magic array erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Tiju stood at its center, poised and unruffled. Had this been prior to her integration phase, such an array could have inflicted harm upon her.
But now?
It felt as if merely a tickle. However, Chun Yi's cultivation remained inadequate, and he soon found himself in excruciating pain. Heng Qingyao felt a twinge of compassion. Yet the false Tiju claimed that this man-eating beast possessed formidable strength. Without employing such a magic array, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish it. Thus, the sacrifice of Chun Yi was deemed necessary to ensure the beast's demise. Tiju seized Chun Yi and cast him beyond the confines of the array. The onlookers were taken aback. Chun Yi gazed upon the towering magic array, his eyes wide with desperation. Stop. This is the true master. However, his disciples paid no heed to his words. Only Mo Qingli sensed something amiss. Senior brother, he hesitantly turned to Heng Qingyao. Could it be that we have erred? Why would a man-eating beast, facing imminent death, seek to protect its food, unless there exists a bond between them? In stark contrast, the false Tiju displayed no concern for Chun Yi's fate. Was she truly the same saintess who once thought to craft weapons for Chun Yi whenever she acquired something of worth? Doubts crept into Mo Qingli's mind.
Meanwhile,
Heng Qingyao remained entranced by the false Tiju's tender affections. The intertwined days and nights, the gentle and considerate interactions, all led him to firmly believe that this woman, whom he wed, was indeed the authentic saintess of their sect. Tiju once again wielded the Moonfrost sword, its chilling aura imbued with a faint golden divine light, tearing through the ancient hexagram array. The disciples of the formation were thrown to the ground, and even Heng Qingyao spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this formidable demon be so powerful? Jia Chaju did not anticipate that these Lingxiu sect cultivators would be so ineffectual. With a disdainful click of her tongue, she unsheathed her sword and charged towards Chaju, determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Two identical beams of moonlit sword light clashed, exuding a chilling aura. Where is the Shanhua map? Jia Chaju pressed her sword, gritting her teeth in inquiry. The system exclaimed, "This impersonator is a beast from the Tianji secret realm." Chaju suddenly realized, "You are that mountain spider?" Previously, in the blood-red lair within the secret realm, Dishun had slaughtered half of the mountain spiders, yet one of its avatars had escaped unscathed. It seemed that Heng Shanyu, having lost her cultivation, could no longer suppress the secret realm, allowing this avatar to flee. The mountain spider, Jia Chaju sneered. Thanks to Heng Shanyu's forbidden technique, my own cultivation has instead flourished. After devouring dozens of golden core cultivators, I have now reached the integration stage. Surrender the Shanhua map to me, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. That Shanhua map was a treasure she had seized after annihilating an entire sect, and it had significantly accelerated her own cultivation. Now that it was in Chaju's possession, she could not bear to part with it. You'll leave me a complete corpse? How generous of you. Chaju retorted sarcastically, lamenting that the Shanhua map was already lost to her. The mountain spider was taken aback. What? Suddenly, the ground trembled, and distant mountains crumbled and fell. Chaju glanced towards the direction of Kriya Mountain. Could it be the heart demon of Qishan? The mountain spider launched yet another ferocious assault. The amalgamated beasts during this period possess formidable power. In her heart, Chaju was concerned about the divine spirit and was reluctant to continue entangling herself with the mountain spider. She unleashed a radiant sword strike with all her might. The mountain spider was sent flying, its defending arms severed by half, yet it swiftly restored itself using the power of its clones. Heng Qingyao, initially skeptical, was now convinced. This truly was the saintess. Only the power of divine bones could facilitate such rapid regeneration. Mo Qingli pondered in confusion, questioning if he had overthought the matter. Presently, all were grievously injured, leaving no one capable of resisting Chaju. Heng Qingyao supported the wounded foe Chaju, clearly outmatched yet still putting on a fade of bravado. In the domain of the divine spirit, should you slaughter the disciples of Lingxiu sect, the divine spirit will not spare you. The demise of the ancient demon serpent serves as a cautionary tale. Pure E scoffed, remarking as though the divine spirit had intervened to save the Lingxiu sect during that incident, when in truth, it was solely for the sake of his master. Chaju nearly rolled her eyes. Heng Qingyao, after all these years, can't you use your brain? The so-called wife in your arms is merely a mountain spider. The mountain spider, with a sorrowful smile, remarked, Qingyao, you have already harmed me once. Do you intend to inflict further pain? Heng Qingyao, heartbroken, Cast a cold glance at Chajiu. Do not sow discord any longer. Swiftly depart from Lingxi sect, and perhaps the divine spirit may spare your life. From the direction of Kriya Mountain, a louder commotion erupted. Chajiu found no desire to squander time further entangled with Hing Qingyao, as he was prone to self-amusement. Then I wish you an early arrival of little spiders. Having spoken, Chajiu took Chun Yi and soared into the clouds, leaving behind a desolate Lingxi sect. She harbored a foreboding sense that this once great sect was gradually succumbing to decline. The area surrounding Kuaya Mountain was shrouded in ominous black mist. Chajiu placed Chun Yi in a secure location and ventured alone towards the place of sealing the heart's demons. At the base of the cliff lay the entrance to the seal. A blue-feathered Baifong bird and a red-tailed fox guarded the threshold. Upon seeing Chajiu approach, the Baifong transformed into a stunning woman, obstructing her path. The realm sealed by the Lord of the Heart Demons forbade entry. The Baifong raised her chin, her haughty gaze laced with animosity towards Chajiu. The red-tailed fox, with a languid tone, remarked, Baifong, the esteemed Lord of the Heart Demons has commanded that those possessing the divine bone of a demigod must not be obstructed. Do not act on your own accord. This fire-breathing bird, tasked with guarding the Lord of the Heart Demons for many years, always regarded itself as superior, looking down on all others. Truly insufferable. The heart demon of the Lord has recently been in tumult. My refusal to let you pass is for her safety, the Baifong retorted disdainfully, scrutinizing Chajiu with an air of superiority. A meager cultivator like you would likely be torn apart by the heart demon's malevolence upon entry. Unlike me, as an ancient divine beast, I can suppress the malevolence with my sacred fire and soothe the heart demon. It believed itself to be irreplaceable and distinct in the eyes of the Lord. Chapter 77. The Abandoned Saintess and the God of the Heavenly Path. Chajiu discerned Baifong's peculiar sentiments towards the Lord of the Qi, and without further ado, she unsheathed the Moonfrost sword, bracing herself to charge ahead. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the cavern, soaring into the heavens. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth. Baifong appeared to be quite familiar with this scenario. Demon Fox, keep watch at the entrance. I shall venture in to soothe the Lord Qi's inner turmoil. The red-tailed fox, disinterested, offered no reply. However, scarcely had Baifong taken a few steps inside when she was violently thrust back by the onslaught of malevolent energy. She reverted to her original form, her once resplendent azure feathers now charred and blackened. The red-tailed fox retreated to a safe distance, wary of the filth tarnishing her tail. Chajiu retracted the Moonfrost sword and proceeded forward. The system sensed an anomaly. Cha-cha. Perhaps I should exchange for a golden shield for you. I fear the Lord Qi's condition is rather concerning. Chajiu replied, that would be beneficial. Additionally, please procure the twin offspring elixir and the body-tempering elixir capable of withstanding divine coupling and the birth of a divine heir. The system responded, consider it done. Having consumed the elixirs, Chajiu gradually advanced into the sealed realm shrouded in black mist and malevolence. The atmosphere was dark and arid, with the surrounding icy walls seemingly extending infinitely into the cosmos. The ground was adorned with golden patterned arrays, and amidst them stood the Lord Qi, cloaked in a mystical robe, ensnared by black mist, his expression a tumultuous blend of restraint and agony. His visage was etched with intricate markings. One side radiated the sanctity of golden patterns, while the other bore the bizarre and terrifying black markings, as if caught in a struggle between reason and chaos. The system solemnly reminded, he must have inadvertently allowed the new and old inner demons to merge while attempting to differentiate and seal them, resulting in their simultaneous return to the divine body. The current state of the deity is perilous, likely beyond the threshold of self-control. Chajiu took a few steps forward, the Moonfrost sword trembling in trepidation, sensing the danger. The aura of the sword startled the deity, who was locked in battle with his inner demons. He suddenly raised his head, his inky gaze devoid of all emotion, as if he could no longer recall who Chajiu was. In the next moment, he surged forth like a feral beast driven by instinct, engulfed in black mist, charging towards Chajiu. The system cried out, Chajiu, flee quickly. The deity has lost all reason. Chajiu barely managed to sidestep, the malevolent black mist brushing past her arm, corroding her sleeve, but inflicting no substantial harm. Chajiu quickly realized, it seemed he did not intend to harm her. The Golden Bell shield only activates in response to genuine attacks. Since the shield did not appear and the black mist failed to inflict real damage, Perhaps the deity's inner demons did not wish to kill her. But what were they aiming to achieve? The vacant black-eyed deity dissipated into black mist, only to gradually coalesce behind Tijio. I've got you. He chuckled softly, his voice husky and low. Tijio found herself ensnared by a pair of cold arms encircling her waist. The grip so strong it felt as though he aimed to merge her with his very being. The fusion of desire and slaughter was a bloodthirsty demand, a possessive confinement. Tijio was overwhelmed within the golden array. Her back was pressed tightly against the cold, hard chest, her hands bound. The grip on Chajio's wrist was painfully tight. Yet, Qi had become impervious to all sounds. In his deep, ink-black eyes, there was only a frenzied sense of possession. Chajio felt as though her very soul was being torn apart. She endured the excruciating pain, striving to break free from her restraints, extending her hand. Qi peripheral vision turned icy, poised to swat her hand away from the moon-frost sword and continue his confinement. Unexpectedly, that warm, soft hand slipped through the terrifying black mist, wrapping around his waist. Her expression was one of anguish, yet she still pressed herself against him, without a sliver of space. Without hesitation. Qi, my lord. Qi brutal actions faltered, a flicker of confusion flashing in his hollow, ink-black gaze. She lifted her head, tenderly pecking a kiss upon his lips. He cautiously reciprocated in kind, which elicited a more fervent embrace in return. The swirling, restless black mist began to quiet, flowing gently within this gradually warming intimate space. Chajio felt dazed, unaware of the passage of time, only knowing that Qi had been feeding her divine blood. She swallowed the divine essence, cycling through the states of exhaustion to vitality and back again. With the influx of divine light, her dantian felt warm, as if it were on the verge of a breakthrough. Calamitous clouds began to gather over Bitter Cliff Mountain. The fierce thunder tribulation of the ascension phase crashed down. Yet upon the two of them, it felt like a gentle breeze. Chajio, in her haze, watched the lightning coil around her fingers, only to helplessly see it vanish. What was happening? Why did the thunder tribulation feel so insubstantial? Unbeknownst to her, she had absorbed an immeasurable amount of divine blood in recent days. This divine essence was sufficient to refine her into a true divine body. The tribulation of the Great Ascension had passed, only to be succeeded by the tribulation of the crossing tribulation, and the ordeal was far from over. The realm of cultivation was in a state of astonishment. With such overwhelming power and prolonged duration, which formidable being was undergoing tribulation? No, this was nearly at the level of ascension. Chuani had been anxiously awaiting at the periphery of the bitter cliff for an agonizing half-month, feeling his heart tremble at the sight of the formidable lightning strikes. It was not until a fortnight later that he beheld a man, resplendent as a deity, carrying the fatigued and unconscious Chajio. He was taken aback. How did this man resemble the ethereal figure of the god of insight he had seen during the fierce battle against the demonic serpent?
Chuani.
The god of insight spoke. Are you willing to accompany me to the Nine Heavens Divine Hall? The Nine Heavens Divine Hall? Chuani exclaimed, for it was rumored to be the sanctuary of the god of insight himself. I am willing. Chuani clenched his teeth in agreement. He had an instinctive feeling that the man before him was indeed the god of insight. Even if he were not, he could not allow him to take Chajio away alone. The god of insight averted his gaze, looking down at the slumbering Chajio, draping her with an outer robe. When Chajio awoke, she found herself seemingly suspended in the clouds, surrounded by resplendent buildings and corridors, with colorful evening clouds swirling around her. She reached out to grasp a wisp of the clouds, which dispersed like smoke. You are awake? A familiar voice echoed from behind her. Chajio turned to see the god of insight leaning against the doorframe, quietly observing her. He donned a gray robe, his inky long hair cascading silently over his shoulders, softening the aloofness that perpetually lingered in his brow and gaze. His eyes were neither of pure gold nor deep black, but rather a pale hue, reminiscent of diluted ink, interspersed with flecks of golden starlight. The corners of his mouth still bore a faint smile, yet it had transformed from a detached mockery to a gentle delight. Tijio hesitated, inquiring about his inner demons. The deity approached her, tenderly caressing her face. I have become one with my inner demons. Henceforth, there is no need to fear manipulation, even in matters of desire. The system silently marveled at the couple's trial that had endured for half a month. Truly, they were divine. Jingli, the deity suddenly called her name. Tijio instinctively replied. The deity leaned down to kiss her, softly caressing her flat abdomen. His eyes filled with tender affection. Here, our divine offspring is already taking root. Chapter 78. The abandoned saintess and the god of destiny Tijio was filled with curiosity. It has only been half a month. How did you know that I am with child? The god of destiny replied, I share a connection with the divine offspring. Reflecting on the potion she had consumed for twins, Tijio impulsively inquired, do you know whether the child is a boy or a girl? The god of destiny asserted with confidence, one boy and one girl. You are truly remarkable, Tijio said, clasping her hands before her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The god of destiny chose to overlook her exaggerated admiration. He plucked the most exquisite peach blossom from the outer peach grove and adorned Tijio's hair with it. Tijio gazed at the peach grove, increasingly struck by its familiarity. The peach grove here is strikingly similar to that of Songshui Peak. This grove was indeed relocated from Songshui Peak, the god of destiny explained. Oh? The mountain spider impersonated you and took residence at Songshui Peak, unjustly tarnishing that grove. Therefore, I moved it to the Nine Heavens Divine Hall. The god of destiny recalled how, upon his doppelganger's first arrival at Songshui Peak, Tijio had plucked a peach blossom from that tree and placed it atop the little emperor's head. This grove held significant meaning for him. It must not be defiled by those two imbeciles. Tijio was left speechless in her astonishment. Jingli, although I have refined you into a divine body with my divine blood, your realm is still unstable, and your divine soul remains impure. The birth of the divine offspring may lead to the demise of the mother. Such a fate is still a possibility. The deity has devised a comprehensive strategy. The waters of the Wuwang Sea are the purest substances in the world, greatly beneficial for the purification and stabilization of the divine body. After 5 months of cultivation there, you will truly ascend to divinity, and giving birth to a divine offspring will not harm your body. Would you consent to this? How shall I cultivate? Chajio inquired. With the assistance of a magical array, you need only to slumber in the Wuwang Sea for 5 months, came the reply. After a moment's contemplation, Chajio ultimately chose to agree. Very well, I shall go. After all, the system's body-tempering elixirs could only ensure her safe delivery of the divine child. However, if she could genuinely attain divinity through cultivation in the Wuwang Sea, it would greatly enhance the fulfillment of her mission. System, can you guarantee my safety during my slumber? Cha Jio silently communicated with the system. Rest assured, the golden bell shield from the last exchange remains unused, and I shall awaken you should danger arise. That's reassuring. The deity escorted Cha Jio to the Wuwang Sea, personally establishing a magical array that would continuously provide abundant spiritual energy. I shall take good care of Purin. The deity knew Cha Jio still had lingering concerns. Cha Jio affectionately rubbed her cheek against his palm, her eyes filled with longing. Deity, wait for me to become divine, and I shall come to your side. The deity smiled gently and kissed her forehead. Very well. Cha Jio closed her eyes, descending into the Wuwang Sea, where she fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the deity returned to the divine hall, encountering Purin, who was still diligently practicing swordsmanship. Though Purin possessed only average talent, his diligent efforts allowed him to thoroughly comprehend all the sword manuals and techniques entrusted to him by Cha Jio, achieving modest success in his martial pursuits. Yet, in the eyes of the divine observer, it was utterly unsightly. The divine observer furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand, bestowing upon Chuani thousands of scrolls containing the teachings of the sword. Chuani found himself buried beneath a mountain of scrolls, bewilderment etched across his face. Lord Divine Observer. He remained oblivious to the fact that even a single scroll from this collection could incite fierce conflicts among cultivators in the realm of immortality. Since the Divine Observer had promised to take good care of Chuani, he would not be dismissive or untruthful. He spoke calmly, from this day forth, you shall read through all these teachings. Should you encounter any uncertainty, you may come to me with your questions. Chuani blinked, his mind racing. What? I can consult the Divine Observer? Could it be that he had misheard? Was it too early in the day, and he had awakened too abruptly? Divine Observer. Are you saying that I can personally seek your guidance? Oh no, I mean you can personally be consulted by me. Oh no, no, no. Chuani stammered, his words failing to convey his thoughts. It was the first time he felt such frustration at his own clumsiness with words. The Divine Observer did not take offense. He pondered whether his own imposing demeanor had intimidated Chuani. Thus, he kindly manifested a projection of himself, appearing as a benevolent elder. With a warm smile, the elder addressed Chuani. From now on, I shall guide you in your swordsmanship. Chuani transitioned from disbelief to overwhelming gratitude. With one hand wiping away tears and the other tending to a runny nose, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Chishan. I understand that your benevolence is extended to me out of respect for my master. Rest assured, I, Chuani, am willing to repay this kindness with my life and shall never act like the treacherous wolves of Lingshu sect, who repay kindness with malice." As Lord Chishan was about to depart, he paused and inquired, "What has become of Lingshu sect?" At that moment, he was embroiled in a fierce battle against his inner demons and was unaware of the schemes devised by Heng Qingyao and the mountain spider to ensnare Chajiao. Chuani candidly recounted the events of that day, even recounting Heng Qingyao's threats towards Chajiao, invoking the names of Qishan and the sacred domain, word for word. Qishan's expression remained unchanged, yet the elderly man, with a smile and stroking his beard, could sense the thin veil of his anger. Indeed, after Qishan turned to leave, his first act was to excavate the entire sacred domain of Lingshu sect. Following the disappearance of the peach blossom grove on Songshui Peak, the sacred domain vanished as well. The disciples who rose early to clean were left dumbfounded at the desolate rear mountain. This incident swiftly spread throughout the realm of cultivation, rendering Lingshu sect a subject of ridicule once more. Heng Qingyao fell gravely ill from fury, becoming as emaciated as a human skeleton. He could never comprehend why Qishan repeatedly abandoned Lingshu sect. 5 months later, above the Wuwang Sea, the Baifeng bird soared through the skies. Her burns had healed significantly, yet her plumage bore the scars of past injuries, half blackened, half newly grown green feathers, an unsightly emlang, devoid of the dignity befitting a divine bird. Since the last encounter at Kuya Mountain with Chajiao, she had been reverted to her original form by the deity, sentenced to guard the sinful beasts and wicked individuals in the sealing grounds. However, Baifeng was unwilling to accept her fate and resorted to coaxing and pouting to her maternal clan, refusing to fulfill her punishment. It was only when the deity enacted divine retribution that her clan recognized the gravity of the situation, ceasing their protection of Baifeng and promptly banishing her. With no alternatives, Baifeng was compelled to head to the sealing grounds to accept her punishment. Yet, as she traversed the Wuwang Sea, she stumbled upon a familiar visage, a beautiful countenance that filled her with loathing. In the boundless expanse of the Wuwang Sea lay a vast ice field, where the slumbering Chajiao rested within a golden formation, surrounded by spiritual energy and the pristine force of the sea, continuously flowing into her being. With skin like ice and bones like jade, she appeared flawless. Even with her eyes closed, she resembled the most sacred and untouchable flower upon a snowy peak. "It is you." Baifeng seethed with resentment. "Were it not for you, I would not have been cast to the sealing grounds by the deity, nor stripped of my cultivation, unable even to take form." Baifeng had also heard whispers of Chajiao carrying the deity's offspring, lavished with affection as the deity sought various rare treasures solely to please her. Infuriating, consumed by jealousy and hatred, Baifeng devised a scheme. As she flew over the ice field, she feigned an accidental drop of a green feather. The feather, immensely hard and imbued with flames capable of incinerating all, plummeted towards Chajiao's abdomen with the might of a divine beast, intent on piercing through her and the child within her womb. The system beckons to Chajiao. Cha-cha. Be cautious. Before the golden shield can be triggered, the divine array left by the deity erupts with celestial power, reducing the azure feather to ashes. The slumbering Chajiao gradually opens his eyes, transforming them into a pale golden hue, a cold indifference flowing within. As he fixes his gaze upon the soaring Baifeng. Chapter 79. The abandoned saintess and the god of heavenly Tao. Before Baifeng could perceive the impending danger, she provocatively smiled at Chajiao and unfurled her wings, intending to flee. Chajiao sat up, and an unfamiliar power within her seemed to awaken. Moving in accordance with her will, she attempted to condense droplets of water at her fingertips and flicked them towards Baifeng hovering in the air. What appeared to be mere droplets transformed into a torrential deluge upon reaching Baifeng, extinguishing her divine fire and forcefully crashing her to the ground, leaving her drenched. The divine bird resembled a drenched chicken. Half of her newly sprouted azure feathers were also knocked away. Chajiao gazed in astonishment at her own fingers. Could this be the power of a deity? System. In truth, you have yet to attain true divinity. Your ascension tribulation has not yet arrived. No sooner had the system spoken than storm clouds began to gather ominously above the Wuang Sea. This time, the tempest was far more formidable than the one encountered at Kuya Mountain. Bai Fong was utterly dumbfounded. You are actually on the verge of becoming a deity. The divine blessing of blood and body bestowed upon Cha Jiu by the deity had already incited Bai Fong's jealousy. She never anticipated that Cha Jiu would aspire to ascend to godhood. Upon returning to her maternal clan, Bai Fong had heard of Cha Jiu's defiance against the tribulation using a magical serpent, and now, witnessing the familiar narrative about to unfold, she hastily summoned all her strength to flee. Run, run, run. If I am captured during such a tribulation, I shall be utterly doomed. The divine bird possessed an innate advantage in speed, vanishing in an instant. Cha Jiu raised her gaze towards the ominous clouds. Here, a formation left by the deity could mitigate some of the tribulation's damage while replenishing spiritual energy. Staying is far more advantageous than pursuing a fire-breathing bird. Thus, Cha Jiu closed her eyes, immersing herself in the formidable power of the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. 981 divine strikes descended, each one testing the divine body that Cha Jiu had refined over the past 5 months. The lightning shattered her mortal flesh, yet the divine bones aided her in emerging with a more resilient physique. At last, the tribulation came to an end. Cha Jiu sensed an unfamiliar yet immense force surging swiftly into her being. It was as if she could suddenly hear all the sounds of the universe, smell the floral scents from the edge of the continent, and see the world spread out before her eyes. The system inexplicably felt a surge of emotion. Congratulations, Cha-Cha. You have ascended to divinity. In that moment, another divine light approached from the horizon, coalescing behind Cha Jiu into a familiar embrace. The god of the whispering wind gently enveloped Cha Jiu and planted a kiss upon her crown. Whaley, welcome to my side. Cha Jiu turned, wrapping her arms around the nape of the deity's neck, gently drawing their head closer, and bestowing a kiss filled with longing. On the day of the divine child's birth, celestial cranes encircled the temple, phoenixes bowed in reverence, and the 5-colored divine light shone ceaselessly. Though Cha Jiu had ascended to divinity, the god of the whispering wind's brow remained furrowed with concern until she safely delivered a son and a daughter. Instinctively, he extended his fingertip, imbued with divine blood, towards Cha Jiu, wishing to replenish her strength and alleviate any discomfort. Cha Jiu, both amused and exasperated, pushed his hand away. Have you forgotten that I've become a deity? My body will heal itself. Besides, I feel no discomfort whatsoever. The true divine body is neither born nor extinguished, possessing an extraordinary regenerative ability. Qixin paused, momentarily taken aback, before silently retracting his hand. Concern breeds confusion. Indeed, at this moment, Cha Jiu no longer requires his divine blood. Observing his silent demeanor, Cha Jiu felt a pang of reluctance. Gently reclaiming his finger and placing it to her lips, the intoxicating sensation of divine blood, akin to soaring amidst the clouds, surged once more. Unable to restrain herself, Cha Jiu emitted a soft moan as her delicate tongue coaxed the last drop of divine blood. Qixin cleared his throat and withdrew his finger. It seemed there was indeed merit in it. Divine blood could elicit greater pleasure and perhaps could be of use at certain moments. Cha Jiu propped her chin in her hand, gazing at Qixin's peculiar expression, and chuckled softly. What are you pondering? Nothing. Qixin dismissed the chaotic thoughts, redirecting his focus to the 2 children. The newly born divine offspring bore no distinction from an ordinary infant. Tiny and tender, after a bout of wailing, they fell asleep with tiny fists clenched. The boy possessed a golden lotus mark on his forehead, identical to Cha Jiu's, while the girl bore a radiant peach blossom mark on her brow. Cha Jiu inquired, have you thought of names? Qixin shook his head. You name them. Having emerged from the primordial chaos, he lacked even a name of his own, thus was ill-equipped to bestow names upon children. After a moment of contemplation, Cha Jiu suggested, let the boy be named Yuan Jing and the girl Yuan Yu. Yuan signifies the beginning and the essence, representing the divine offspring's arrival into the world and the mission to stabilize their core, to dispel the world's obsessions and illusions, and to see beyond the ephemeral beauty of mirages is indeed a noble aspiration. The deity smiled gently, remarking, how exquisite. Yuan Jing and Yuan Yue. He playfully prodded the delicate face of Yuan Yue with his finger, the sensation akin to touching a pool of clear water. Little Yuan Yue sensed an intrusion upon her slumber. Her petal-like lips pursed, and despite her closed eyes, she began to weep. The deity found himself momentarily at a loss, still unfamiliar with the ways of children. Tijiu tenderly lifted her daughter, soothing her with gentle words for quite some time. Eventually, little Yuanyue resumed sucking her tiny fist, drifting back into sleep. The deity let out a sigh of relief. He had never felt such tension even when confronting a million demons. Since the birth of the divine offspring, their growth had been remarkably swift. In just half a year, Yuanjing and Yuanyue had transformed into the likeness of 3-year-old children. Yuanjing remained acutely aware of his destined purpose, faithfully following the deity and absorbing the principles of the universe and the natural way. Though merely a child, he possessed an expansive consciousness, perceiving the essence of all things in the world. His demeanor was serious, devoid of joy or sorrow, resembling a miniature version of the deity. In contrast, Yuanyue was not much different from an ordinary 3-year-old. While her brother diligently labored to save the realm of cultivation, she embraced her role as the mischievous spirit of the 9 Heavens' divine palace, reveling in play and mischief, turning the divine hall into a chaotic scene. Under the guidance of the deity's avatar and enriched by the essence of countless legacies, had elevated his swordsmanship to a level unattainable by mortal cultivators. Yet, he persevered in his training, even with a heavy burden of milk in his arms. Yuanyu, could you please come down?
Yun yielded patiently.
His concern was not for the weight, but rather the possibility of inadvertently flinging Yuanyu away during his sword practice. Yuanyu clung to Junyi's arm like a playful monkey, her limbs wrapped around him, her bottom facing the sky. No, I like it here, she replied in a sweet, childlike voice. It's comfortable, and I can sleep well. Junyi, feeling helpless, turned to his master for assistance, but to his dismay, Chajiu was engrossed in the celestial mirror in her hands. This mirror had been specially procured by Qi Shen to allow Chajiu to observe the happenings of the mortal realm at any moment.
Oh my.
Heng Qingyao truly has a brood of little spiders, Chajiu remarked, observing through the mirror as a group of children surrounded Heng Qingyao, clamoring for food, sending shivers down her spine. The passage of time in the 9 Heavens temple differed from that of the mortal world, enabling Chajiu to witness the changes in Lingsu sect over the decades. The sect had declined, and the hearts of its members were filled with unease. Having lost its sacred domain, and with disciples frequently going missing, many aspiring individuals had abandoned thoughts of becoming disciples of Lingsu sect. The sect's reputation had deteriorated, slipping further beyond the top 10 rankings. This vicious cycle resulted in a continually diminishing number of disciples each year, with their qualifications declining as well. The best among them barely possessed dual spiritual roots. The legendary tale of Jing Li Tian, born with divine bones and achieving transformation at 100 years, seemed to have become the final glory of Lingsu sect. Though the mountain spider had not retrieved the map of mountains and rivers, she appeared to have discovered the advantages of her identity as the sect master's wife. A high-ranking monk, united with his wife in cultivation, possessed the liberty to prey upon the disciples of the Lingshu sect at will. Most critically, they were able to procreate. She bore 18 tiny spiders in a single pregnancy. Yet to conceal any signs, she retained only 3, hiding the remainder within a secret realm to nurture them gradually. The following year, she feigned a pregnancy with triplets, bringing forth another 3 small spiders from the hidden realm. Thus, over the course of 10 years, she skillfully legitimized the existence of all her offspring. Embracing the little Yuanyu, Chuni's gaze fell upon the celestial mirror, whereupon he beheld this extraordinary scene, his eyes widening in astonishment. Master, how could this be achieved? He inquired. Tijiu elucidated. The mountain spiders possess illusionary abilities. Transforming the newly emerged spiders into the guise of newborn infants is merely a trivial feat. Poor Heng Qingyao, under the illusion of his own prowess, had believed he had fathered 18 children over the course of 10 years. The Lingshu sect had little to boast of. This was his sole claim to glory. Chuni observed the dozen or so children within the celestial mirror, encircling Heng Qingyao with eyes glistening with hunger, their gazes not merely fixated on the pastries in his hands, but rather as if they yearned to consume him entirely. Chuni swallowed hard, pondering, do mountain spiders consume their own father? This question left Tijiu momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to them, Yuanjing had appeared behind Tijiu, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the chaotic scene within the Lingshu sect through the celestial mirror, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze filled with pity. He suggested, Mother, why not allow Yuanyu and me to descend to the mortal realm to begin preaching to the Lingshu sect? as Yuan Yu absent-mindedly chewed on his fingers. A thought flickered through his mind, leaving him bewildered. Huh? Chapter 80. The Abandoned Saintess and the God of Destiny. Chajiao gently tousled Yuan Jing's small head, her expression tinged with concern. You're still so young. Can you truly handle such a daunting task? The Lingshu sect scarcely possessed any individuals of sound mind. Chajiao worried that the innocent Yuan Jing would suffer in such an environment. Yuan Jing, however, spoke with solemnity. The path is fraught with challenges. Yet by taking steps forward, one shall surely arrive. My existence is destined for the benefit of all living beings. I cannot falter in the face of adversity.
Besides,
Yuan Yu will accompany me, will she not? He turned to Yuan Yu, his gaze filled with trust, as if her presence alone could dispel any obstacle. Chajiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Yuan Yu by your side, I feel somewhat reassured. Chun-Yi observed with bemusement, glancing at the little Yuan Yu, who was still nibbling on her fingers, perplexed as to where Yuan Jing and Chajiao derived their sense of security. Chajiao, respecting her daughter's perspective, asked Yuan Yu, "Are you willing to descend with Yuan Jing to address this matter?" Yuan Yu's expression revealed reluctance. "I am not particularly inclined," she replied. Naturally averse to exertion and disinterested in meddling in others' affairs, it seemed that the compassion once bestowed by the God of Destiny had wholly transferred to Yuan Jing, leaving Yuan Yu with only. The Lingshu sect, with its foolish members, favors impostors over genuine saintesses. The sect leader disregards counsel and insists on marrying a mountain spider. What purpose does saving such a sect serve? Yuan Yu scoffed.
indeed.
All that the God of Destiny had left for Yuan Yu was scorn. With a cherubic face, her words, once spoken, resembled the sharpness of a carnivorous plant. Chajiao interjected, while Chun-Yi stifled a chuckle. Yuan Jing corrected, "We are not here to save individuals, but rather to excise the rotting flesh and fortify the righteous heart." Yuan Yu shrugged, appearing helpless in the face of her brother's resolve. "Since you intend to go, I shall accompany you, lest you fall prey to the demons." Yuan Jing, oblivious to the veiled mockery regarding his lack of martial prowess, offered her a grateful smile. Chajiao sighed, realizing once more how genuinely naive Yuan Jing truly was. Upon hearing the siblings' intention to descend to the mortal realm to spread their teachings, Qijin readily consented. "Once you descend, you must look after one another, understood?" he admonished. Yuan Yu pouted, reaching out to Qijin. "Father, a hug, please. It will be quite some time before we see Mother and you again." Qijin's gaze softened as he lifted the affectionate little deity into his embrace. Yuan Jing looked up enviously at the interaction between Qijin and Yuan Yu but remained silent, having been taught by his authoritative father not to express affection openly. Unexpectedly, Qijin leaned down and lifted him as well, one in each arm. Yuan Jing felt a flush of embarrassment, his cheeks turning crimson. Qijin declared, "Follow your heart and act upon your desires. We shall always protect you." Chaoju stood by, nodding with a smile. Junyi brought Yuan Yu and Yuan Jing to the gates of Lingshu sect and gently set them down. Yuan Yu reluctantly jumped from his embrace, raising her head to inquire, "Junyi, are you truly not coming with us?" Junyi shook his head, expressing his reluctance. "I have other matters to attend to, and I can only escort you thus far." Although he felt a deep sense of attachment, he recognized that his prolonged cultivation at the Nine Heavens Temple had delayed his descent into the mortal realm to embark on his own journey of spiritual refinement. Only through this path could he truly comprehend his unique Tao heart. Moreover, the preaching of the divine offspring was a personal endeavor of their own cultivation, one in which outsiders should not interfere. Yuan Yu pouted slightly. "Well then, will you come to see me often?" Chuni smiled reassuringly and promised, "I certainly will." Yuan Yu released his hand and slowly climbed onto the back of the celestial crane. The sibling pair proceeded, one walking and the other riding, as they gradually made their way into the Lingshu sect. Yet Chuni remained uneasy. He concealed his presence and followed on his sword, intending to protect them for a while longer. Chajiao also observed discreetly through the heavenly mirror. Although Qi Shun had readily agreed to the siblings' descent, he could not help but fix his gaze upon the heavenly mirror. Upon the myriad steps of Lingyun Peak, where leaves carpeted the ground, a solitary disciple was engaged in sweeping. He noticed two young children ascending the stairs, one riding a celestial crane, and felt a tinge of peculiarity. "May I inquire who you two are?" the disciple asked, his face a mask of confusion. Yuan Jing performed a respectful gesture, saying politely, "We are the divine offspring from the Nine Heavens Temple, here to take charge of the Lingshu sect. to preach and nurture hearts. Please convey this message to Master Hung. The disciple was left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing the mention of the divine offspring.
What?
Visitors from the temple? Could it be that Qi Shun has not given up on them? This is splendid news. The Lingshu sect is saved. He did not catch the subsequent mention of taking over the Lingshu sect and, with tears streaming down his face, soared away on his sword to report to Hung Qingyao. Upon hearing the news, Hung Qingyao finally felt the burdens of years lift from his brow. The elders were on the verge of tears from joy. This is wonderful. Although the sacred domain has fallen, the Divine Son has personally come to assist our sect. What a remarkable favor this is. Even in the entire realm of cultivation, this is an unprecedented honor. Hung Qingyao smiled, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. With the power of the Divine Son, the Lingshu sect shall undoubtedly reclaim its position at the pinnacle of sections. In due time, those who have mocked the Lingshu sect and those who have betrayed and fled will live in fear and regret for the rest of their days. The Grand Elder remarked. Then we must elevate the qualifications for this year's disciple recruitment. The disciples admitted over the years with mixed spiritual roots had shown no promise. Hung Qingyao nodded. Indeed. Once the news of the Divine Son's arrival spreads, it is likely that all the geniuses on this continent will choose our sect. So we might as well raise the requirement to single spiritual roots. The Grand Elder hesitated. That seems too high a standard, doesn't it? I merely wish to recruit more disciples with dual spiritual roots to pass on my lifelong cultivation legacy to those capable of inheriting it. At the very least, triple spiritual roots would suffice. With the standard raised to single spiritual roots, how many on this continent possess such a trait? The second elder also felt this was inappropriate and attempted to persuade, but was interrupted. Hung Qingyao believed that all his decisions were made for the future development of the Lingshu sect, leaving no room for dissent from others. Now, esteemed elders, let us proceed to welcome the divine child. Though the elders harbored their grievances, they chose to remain silent. In the square of Lingyun Peak, Yuan Jing stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of the sect leader. Yuan Yu, restless as ever, circled her celestial crane's neck, urging it to soar through the sky with increased speed, darting hither and thither. The long-accumulated dark clouds above, laden with years of electricity, parted in fear of this little ancestor, anxious not to inadvertently harm the esteemed divine child. Yuan Yu's melodious laughter echoed around, infusing the long dreary Lingshu sect with a semblance of vitality. Initially, Hung Qingyao felt a chill upon seeing the 2-3-year-old children, suspecting them to be mischievous brats impersonating the divine child. However, upon noticing the radiant celestial crane, joy blossomed on his face. Indeed, they belonged to the divine temple. Only the divine temple could possess such a crane. Who else could be riding it but the divine child? The resurgence of the Lingshu sect to its former glory was no longer a mere fantasy. Bowing to your divine highness, Hung Qingyao and the elders offered their respects. In stark contrast to the elders' overwhelming gratitude and excitement, Hung Qingyao's eyes were filled solely with ambition. Unbeknownst to him, he had become as short-sighted and self-serving as his father.
Hung Shanhua.
The fifth elder, who saw through it all, sighed softly and followed suit in bowing. Yuan Jing returned the gesture, introducing himself. I am Yuan Jing. And this is my sister, Yuan Yu. He gestured towards Yuan Yu, who was flitting about in the air, providing a brief introduction. Our intentions. Has the disciple who conveyed this message just now made it clear to you all? Hung Qingyao concealed the calculation in his gaze and respectfully replied. It has been elucidated. It is indeed a great fortune for the disciples of Lingshu sect that both esteemed lords have chosen to assist us, and a blessing for all humanity as well. Our sect is willing to establish additional positions beyond that of the sect master and elders. In gracious welcome to both of you. Hung Qingyao had meticulously planned to assign resonant and impressive titles to Yuan Yu and Yuan Jing, while ensuring they wielded no actual power. This strategy would allow him to harness the influence of the Divine Son without jeopardizing his own standing within the Lingshu sect. However, Yuan Jing was remarkably forthright. It seems you have misunderstood. My purpose is not to assist the Lingshu sect, but rather to take it over. Chapter 81. The abandoned saintess and the god of the heavenly path. The members of the Lingshu sect were taken aback. What? Take over the Lingshu sect? Yuan Jing spoke plainly. The issues plaguing the Lingshu sect are akin to a festering wound. I must assume control of the sect, wielding absolute authority to enact profound reforms, in order to rectify the Tao heart and revive it from the brink of death. Hung Qingyao's expression grew increasingly grim. Your Excellency, Do you mean to say that I should relinquish my position as the leader of the Lingshu sect? Yuan Jing nodded. Precisely. No one expected him to be so forthright. How could Heng Qingyao possibly agree? He was utterly unwilling to abandon his control over the Lingshu sect. Thus, he coldly declared, each word steeped in righteousness. Since I, Heng Qingyao, assumed the position of leader, every action I have undertaken has been for the benefit of the Lingshu sect, and I have never erred. Is it not absurd for the son to be so autocratic, discarding those who have worked diligently and earned their place? The 5 elders exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. Heng Qingyao's words, indeed, held merit. Although he had not led the Lingshu sect to glory, he had been diligent in his efforts and had made no mistakes. Therefore, despite their dissatisfaction with him, the elders found no justifiable reason to dismiss him from his leadership role. At that moment, Qi Jiao, who was watching the unfolding situation with keen interest, could not suppress a chuckle. She turned to Jishen and remarked, "This is the first time I've seen someone so foolishly self-righteous. Clearly, he has taken action. Yet all his endeavors have been utterly futile for the development of the Lingshu sect. Is this not the very definition of folly? Is folly not a fault? To manage such a vast sect without achievement is, indeed, a grave error. Cultivation resembles navigating against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. While other sects advance, the Lingshu sect finds itself mired in immobility, a plight attributable to the incompetence of Heng Qingyao. Is this not a fault? Indeed, you speak the truth." Regarding Tijio's remarks, all present concurred, yet he added, Yuan Jing is simple and straightforward. In the mundane world, he is likely to be as incongruous as ink in clear water. His path to preaching will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and obstacles. In response to Heng Qingyao's inquiry, Yuan Jing remained unperturbed. His eyes, clear and pure like a tranquil mirror, seemed capable of perceiving the moral corruption inherent in humanity. His tone was calm, and his reasoning lucid. Master Heng, you have committed 3 errors. First, your infatuation with women has stunted your progress in cultivation. 3 centuries ago, you attained the divine transformation stage, yet after such a prolonged period, your realm remains stagnant. Furthermore, the mountain spider frequently seduces you into shared cultivation, siphoning your vital energy, leaving you distracted and utterly fatigued, thereby neglecting your own training. Second, your lack of capability has rendered you unable to procure advantageous cultivation resources for your disciples or guide them in establishing a correct mindset, resulting in a succession of inadequately skilled individuals and a continuous decline in the secta's strength. The gathered disciples of the Lingshu sect nodded in agreement, reflecting on the once formidable and illustrious stature of their sect. They had always secured the finest resources during sect competitions and secret trials. Yet now, alas. Third, your inability to discern character has led to the introduction of monstrous beasts, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous disciples of the Lingshu sect. Upon delivering his final statement, Yuan Jing left the assembly in a state of profound shock. Heng Qingyao scoffed, since the divine son is unwilling to assist, why indulge in alarmist rhetoric? When has my Lingshu sect ever harbored any demonic beasts? Yuan Jing retorted, if there are no demonic beasts, then where have all the missing disciples vanished to? The murmurs among the observing disciples grew louder. Sensing the rising panic among the crowd, Heng Qingyao realized that this matter could not be brushed aside. However, he was utterly convinced that he had never engaged in the summoning of any demonic beasts, and thus he calmly inquired, "Pray tell, divine son, who is this so-called demonic beast?" Yuan Jing replied, "Your wife is a mountain spider." At that moment, Mo Qingli, standing nearby, felt a sudden throb at his temples. He recalled that the impostor Chajiu, who had previously rescued Chuni, had uttered the same words, "The sect master's wife is a mountain spider." Heng Qingyao found this assertion absurd and immediately ordered someone to summon his wife, the aforementioned mountain spider, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. "What is the matter, Qingyao?" she inquired, instinctively nestling into Heng Qingyao's embrace, presenting a gentle and affectionate demeanor. She was aware that Heng Qingyao cherished such submissive behavior. A dozen children accompanied her, surrounding Heng Qingyao and playfully smacking their lips. Heng Qingyao lifted his most beloved youngest son and addressed Yuan Jing, saying, "Divine son, should you slander me without substantiation that my wife is indeed a demonic beast, then she shall remain here to assist the Lingshu sect, with no further demands permitted." He was still mindful of the benefits that the divine son had brought. Upon hearing the title Divine Son, the mountain spider visibly tensed. Yuan Jing said little more, forming hand seals as a colossal lotus water mirror gradually materialized in the air. As the crowd looked up, the water mirror reflected nearly everyone's original appearance, save for the lady beside Heng Qingyao. With its 8 legs in motion, a swollen abdomen, and a crimson body, its large eyes darted in various directions, exuding an eerie